Chapter 91 Guild Mission. Everyone, please pay attention. I know that calling everyone back at this time will make everyone unhappy. But as a member of Chaoyang Guild, you enjoy the guild's resources. When the guild encounters trouble, you should also stand up. Come out and fight for the guild. This time it is a garrison game world that belongs entirely to us. The game number is UYUHDDS04CC80. There are serious problems in the world, and we have encountered a garrison rebellion. If the world with game number UYUHDDS04CC80 is lost, I can tell you bluntly that the resources allocated to everyone in our guild will be reduced by 30%. Death Knights, look down at the armor on your body, and look at the part that flashes blue light. That is the blue crystal produced in this world. Without this world, your armor will be the same as those of other guilds. There is no difference between ordinary Death Knights. Necromancers, where does the guild get 300 undead for free every year, and the opportunity to contract elite undead once a year? It is in this world. If this world is lost, the person who loses the most is not our Chaoyang Guild, but you. Now that you are all leveling up, if you lose these resources, can you level up? Especially for necromancers. Think about it. Killing an enemy by 1 undead is worth 1 point of experience. If 30 undead and 300 undead attack at the same time, how can the experience be increased even more? Can't you see? I won't say much else now. I'm calling you back this time in order to take back the world that belongs to us. I promise here that before sending troops, each necromancer will be divided into 100 undead soldiers, and the guild resource store will be opened. After the event is completed, all necromancers will be rewarded with 50 elite undead and a piece of blue quality equipment. All Death Knights are assigned a black guard attendant, and the guild stable is opened. After the completion of the task, all Death Knights will be rewarded with 3 black guard attendants and a blue quality weapon. The guild leader was quite direct and pointed out the disadvantages that would result from losing the garrison world, as well as the benefits that could be shared among the players from this battle. He knew very well that no matter what kind of guild culture or care they were not as valuable as actual benefits. Players only wanted what they wanted if they really got it. After laying everything out, the guild leader raised his right hand and said loudly, "How about it? Do you want to live a good life? Think. All the players below should join in. Do you want to become a high-level player? Think. Then let's fight. This time is an opportunity for you. If you want to go, you can sign up now. You can travel alone. Or you can form a team or a team by yourself. Sign up for one. And leave one immediately. Get the reward directly before leaving. Never default." Good. Seeing that the morale of the players was being mobilized, the guild leader nodded to a man next to him. The man immediately stood up and said loudly, "Okay. Everyone come to my side to report. I will give you login permission. Everyone in the game number UYUHDDS04CC80 knows what the world is. If you don't know, look around. Ask your friends. When you check in, make your strength clear. Tasks will be assigned to you then. So hurry up, as time waits for no one." When Gushi was still wondering who the person above was, a voice sounded from behind Gushi. "That's the vice president, the commander-in-chief of the 1st Regiment." Gushi looked back and found Li Xinghui and his comrade standing behind him. "Comrade, how do you feel after joining the guild?" "The guild is very good, but there are still many things I don't understand. What is going on this time? Why are you so anxious?" "Oh, you're new here, so you don't understand a lot of things. Our guild has 3 garrison worlds, and almost all the supplies used by guild members, as well as the undead soldiers, come from these 3 garrison worlds. The game number UYUHDDS04CC80 world is a garrison world that was won early. The style of this world is somewhat biased towards the ice and snow ghost style. This world has the least food production, but has more other resources. In addition to various materials, there are also strong corpses and several special materials. The blue crystal that the Death Knight values most is one of them. But for us necromancers, the dragon blood crystal and dragon steel produced there are the key. This is related to whether the necromancer can reach level 10. Gushi nodded. He also understood that there were mandatory requirements for a necromancer to reach level 10. A necromancer must have a bone dragon of his own. Even a weak skeletal dragon pieced together from the bones of a dragon beast will do. There are thousands of ways to make a bone dragon, but dragon blood crystal and dragon steel are both hurdles that cannot be avoided. Many necromancers have been collecting dragon blood crystals and dragon steel since level 5. But have not collected enough materials by level 9. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain this material. For this reason, Gushi finally understood why the guild only mentioned the needs of the Death Knight. If all the necromancers knew that the guild store was open for sale, they would rush to complete even the most difficult tasks. How about you? Do you want to join a group with us? These are my comrades. These two are my companions who have grown up with me since level 1. You can believe in their strength. Seeing Gushi's obvious reaction, Li Xinghui came up with an idea. Gushi thought about it. He didn't know much about the new world, so it would be good for him to have a few old people leading the team. So Gushi was about to agree. But at this moment, a person shouted loudly nearby, "The new Gushi? Gushi? Is the one named Breath of the Dead here?" Gushi didn't understand why he was called, but he responded immediately, "I'm here. It's good that you're here. I have a task for you now." A level 5 necromancer came over. When he saw Li Xinghui, he glanced at Li Xinghui in surprise, and then turned to face him. Looking at Gushi, he said, "Okay, what is the mission?" "Troop transport. I see from the information that you have the skill of Death City?" The necromancer asked with envy. "Yes. The city is already at level 2. Well, the world of game number UYUHDDS04CC80 has encountered a foreign invasion. Our frontline guard fortress has been cut off by the road, and the troops cannot be transported. We need your help now." Gushi was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "No problem. What do you need me to do?" "It's very simple. We will prepare 5,000 soldiers here, including 3,000 skeleton soldiers, 1,500 zombies, and 500 ghosts. I don't care what method you use, as long as these soldiers are sent to the frontline fortress. This is not difficult." Gushi agreed decisively. "I will take this job." Chapter 92 Powerful Undead Troops. "Okay. Come over here." Hearing that Gushi was willing to take over this matter, the necromancer finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a middle-level member of Chaoyang Guild, he knew very well what happened in the world numbered UYUHDDS04CC80. The main reason is that there is a problem with the 3 fortresses responsible for suppressing the world. They failed to suppress the dangerous areas of this world, causing chaos in this world with ghosts, which was almost like 100 ghosts walking at night, or a natural disaster of the undead. The main reason for recruiting so many players is to quell the chaos of ghosts and monsters. But the most critical part here is the situation. One of the fortresses is in the best condition. The necromancers and death knights guarding it are still there. The only problem is the strength of the troops. What Gushi had to do was send this batch of troops over. As long as this undead army is delivered, the role of this fortress can be fully exerted. After explaining the importance of the matter to Gushi, the necromancer continued, "Gushi, you are a newcomer. Originally, such an important task was not your turn. But the current situation is unfavorable. Players above level 5 cannot enter this world. Among players below level 5, if we want to transport these 5,000 soldiers, we must prepare at least 20,000 soldiers, so that we can kill them all the way. Only you can secretly send these troops to the designated location. The most important thing is that the levels of these soldiers are somewhat. It can be said that you have encountered a good opportunity. Here are the troops you are preparing to bring in. Take a look." The necromancer took Gushi to a portal near the square. This portal does not point to a game world, but a small space that is cut out separately. Standing outside the portal and looking inside, Gushi found that there were 5 square formations of different sizes inside. There are 2 phalanxes of skeleton soldiers, both carrying obvious flags. Some of the skeleton soldiers are the most basic skeleton soldiers holding swords and shields, and the other is skeleton archers. But it can be seen from the equipment on their bodies that they are much stronger than the skeleton soldiers under Gushi. The zombie army was in a square formation, with 1,500 people standing together. They were holding the thickest shields in their hands, and an iron hook with an iron chain in the other hand. In the end, the ghost with the smallest number was divided into 2 different troops. One had about 300 people, and was the antique-style black-robe ghost that Gushi had obtained before, and the other was a ghost with a translucent body. However, Gushi just took a glance and discovered a problem. These troops seem to have many people. "Comrade, isn't this situation right? Is there too many people? As you can see, there are a total of 5,500 people here for your consumption on the road. After all, there will always be things like this along the way. If you encounter danger, you can take out these troops. But you must pay attention to one thing. Don't lose too much. As long as you can send 5,000 people to the fortress, you will complete the task." Having said this, the necromancer took out another map and handed it to Gushi. You will appear here. Then go this way. Do you see the skull mark? Your mission target is here. Gushi looked in the direction indicated by the map, and found a small line of words written at the location marked by the skull at the end. Sansan Garden? Yes. This is the name given by the president. There is nothing we can do. It is about 500 kilometers from the entrance to the world. We will match you with a good horse by then. As long as there is no big war. We can arrive in about a day. I will give you 2 days, including the time if something happens on the road. As long as you can send these soldiers to Sansan Garden within 2 days, you will have completed the mission. Okay. I understand this mission. Gushi just thought about it, and knew what he was going to do. Then he pointed his hand, and the gate of the Death City appeared behind him. This city gate is much more solid than the one Gushi used to scare people before. It can also be seen that Gushi installed a gate and a drawbridge in the city gate. Is this the legendary 3 divine skills? It's really convenient to have a city of death of your own. This is the temporary commander of this army. You can use this to command them to fight for you once. But you must note that after that, you will not be able to control these undead. The necromancer handed Gushi something like a human head. He also knew very well that as the owner of a city, he would not allow any destabilizing factors to enter a city without handing over the command of this force. These undead troops would not be able to enter Gushi's city of death. Taking the head, Gushi pointed at the undead troops in the space and said, all of them are here. Line up and enter Aladovi city. These undead soldiers were quite obedient. Under Gushi's command, they walked out of the space portal in batches, and quickly entered the city gate of Aradovi's city. When they passed in front of Gushi, Gushi also realized the strength of this group of undead troops. Temporary troops join. Please approve. Sunshine Bone Regiment. A level 3 unit with 2,000 subordinate skeleton soldiers, and an average level of 6. Ray Archer Regiment. Level 3 unit. 1,000 skeleton archers. Average level 7. War Shackles Camp. A level 2 unit with 1,500 heavily armored zombies under its command. With an average level of 7. Ephone Camp. Level 3 unit. 350 subordinate ghosts. Average level 7. Ghost Camp. Level 4 unit. 150 subordinate ghosts. Average level 8. Seeing the information popping up in front of him, Gushi was speechless. Are these troops so strong? You must know that the weak skeleton dragon only started at level 7. Among the 5 troops in front of him, 4 had an average level of level 7. And there were quite a few of them. Gushi believed that any one of their troops could fight against a bone dragon of the same level. And Gushi always felt that these zombies in the War Shackles camp were designed to deal with the bone dragon. Such strength poured cold water on Gushi, who at first thought he was invincible. Now it seems that he is still very weak. At least any small guild in Balian City can come up with such a powerful force. Without any conspiracy, the direct strength can crush everything Gushi has. As these undead troops entered, another 500 undead also entered Aladovi City. These 500 undead are the proportional reserve troops of these 5 troops. And their levels are 1 level weaker than the regular soldiers. But as the necromancer said before, these extra undead soldiers are for consumption on the road. As long as Gushi can deliver the 5,000 soldiers to Sansan Garden on time, these extra undead soldiers should not need to be returned. This was equivalent to sending a group of powerful soldiers to Gushi. Faced with such a thing, how could Gushi not be moved? When sending these 5 troops into Aladovi City, the necromancer said again, come! I'll take you to the guild store. I have priority. You can replenish the supplies first, and set off immediately. Chapter 93. The Good Hills Mount. The guild store of Chayong Guild is located near the market not far from the main square. The store is managed by a ferocious ferret wearing a small suit. You want something? After the necromancer showed the note for priority pickup, the ferocious weasel looked at Gushi. Based on your current level, you can take away 100 undead from me, plus goods worth no more than 300 yuan. Don't worry. These goods have been internally discounted. You can buy one for 300 yuan. Blue quality weapons or equipment. There is also a mount, which is on my account. The necromancer who brought Gushi over added at this time. Okay. I'll choose a better mount for him. As for you, decide what you want. All the blue quality weapons and equipment are here. I don't want a blue weapon. I want to ask, if I exchange this money for 10 units of mercury, how many magic potions can I exchange for it? What I want is the kind that can replenish all the mana instantly. Regarding Gushi's question, the ferocious weasel looked him up and down curiously. How much mana do you have now? 800 points. If possible, we can temporarily increase it by 100 points. Oh! This is a relatively high level of mana among level 3 necromancers. In this case, I personally recommend this 1000 point mid-blue bottle, which costs 10 yuan a bottle. If you want 10 units of mercury, you can exchange it for 10 more blue bottles. Gushi did not speak, but looked back at the necromancer. The necromancer nodded to Gushi, indicating that there was no problem with the price. At this time, Gushi also said decisively, deal? Although he was a little surprised that Gushi didn't ask for blue equipment. The dire weasel was not the kind of person who talked a lot. He also didn't persuade Gushi to buy a good weapon. He just accepted the 300 yuan temporarily paid by the necromancer, and gave Gushi what he needed. The medium blue bottle that was brought up was a fist-sized crystal bottle, filled with a blue potion. Just by holding the blue potion bottle in his hand, Gushi could feel his magic power being stimulated. If he drinks this potion, he will definitely be able to replenish the mana he has consumed in a short period of time. As for the mercury, it was placed in a lead jar the size of a human head. Gushi could even feel the faint wailing sound coming from the mercury. This is the special mercury that the undead need. Mercury is just an ordinary material, but some soul fragments are added to it, which gives it a special effect. After counting the amount of mercury, Gushi nodded to the necromancer. Okay, just another amount will do. The necromancer was still very satisfied with Gushi's attitude. In his opinion, knowing what he wanted and choosing directly and quickly was the attitude a guild player should have. If you pick and choose in the guild store, you are not a good player at all. Only people like Gushi are good brothers who have a guild in their hearts. The necromancer nodded with satisfaction, and he was going to choose a better mount for Gushi. As for the 100 undead soldiers, there is nothing to choose from. Guilds have corresponding rules. The 100 undead soldiers arranged by level 3 players can only be given to level 3 skeleton soldiers. When they came over, everything had been prepared. As long as Gushi picked up the good things, the necromancer could send Gushi on his way. Now he just wanted to choose a faster moving mount for Gushi. Let me see. This is the one. Comrade Gushi. Come and see. This is the mount I picked for you. Gushi was pulled aside by the necromancer. When he saw the mount chosen by the necromancer, Gushi didn't know what to say. He knew very well that as a city that followed the undead route, Balian City would have a relatively underworld style. But the mount in front of me is too far from the underworld. What the necromancer picked out was a normal-sized red lacquered coffin. The surface of the coffin was covered with various talismans, and there were even 2 layers of thick iron chains wrapped around the surface of the coffin. Even so, the coffin board would bounce twice from time to time, and every time the coffin lid bounced up, some black mist would escape from the inside. That's it. Comrade, what do you think of this? Gushi originally only wanted a war horse or something, but looking at the eyes of the necromancer, Gushi still stepped forward and took a look. Evil coffin, white. Mount for undead players and heroes. Moving at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and can accommodate 1 person. Alright. Not bad. As long as it's okay. I can tell you, this is just the best among white mounts. Generally speaking, the moving speed of white mounts is around 60 kilometers per hour. But this can only reach 80 kilometers, which is pretty good. The most important thing is that when you look at this, you see that there is no talisman here. This is the magic talisman. Although this talisman has no effect, it can be proved from this point that the evil coffin can be affixed with talismans. After you come back, I will help you apply and learn some talisman techniques. When the time comes, you can stick the talismans on the coffin. The moving speed of the coffin can be increased a little more. Then no matter how much others chase you, they won't be able to catch up with you. That's it. It's more windy. Gushi could only respond to the necromancer's words. The necromancer then took Gushi to take over the 100 undead soldiers assigned to him, and then dragged Gushi to the landing device to enter the game world. Comrade, can you wait a moment? I'll take care of these things first. After listening to Gushi's words, the necromancer was no longer in a hurry to send Gushi into the game. Taking this opportunity, Gushi sent the 100 undead soldiers and 10 units of mercury he had just obtained back to Aladovi City. When sending these soldiers back, Gushi wrote a special note to Luna. The note told Luna to send all the 100 skeleton soldiers to the bone-cutting camp to make up for the lack of manpower in the camp. At the same time, 10 units of mercury are used to build the Keel laboratory. After the dock market and dock warehouse in the dock area are built, Luna will need to go all out to build the Keel laboratory. After all, after the Dragon Bone laboratory is built, It will be quite beneficial for Gushi to release the Incarnation of Death. At that time, Gushi only needed to release the Incarnation of Death once, and keep the Incarnation of Death alive. There is no need to use up all of Gushi's mana to summon it every time a battle occurs, as described in the skill introduction, and then disperse it when the battle is over. If he really wants to fight like this, no matter how many blue bottles Gushi has, he can't withstand the consumption of mana. The Necromancer didn't say anything about Gushi's decision to send the undead soldiers back to the city. In his opinion, this is the benefit of the magical skill of Death City. Soldiers will not appear around them when they are not needed. They will only appear on the battlefield when fighting. Chapter 94 Situation in the New World. Game number UYUHDDS04CC80 Worldlander is activated. Please enter the game number. Game ID confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since this is your first time entering the world of UYUHDDS04CC80, you will appear in the novice birth point of this world, Ice Valley. Note, the UYUHDDS04CC80 world is a garrison world, and there is no main mission in this world. As Gushi stepped into the lander, the next moment the biting cold wind hit his face as the notification sounded. Come out quickly. Don't occupy the landing position. And go south later to get your... Hey, why didn't you bring troops here? Only then did Gushi react. He glanced at the person who was speaking and could tell that he was also a Necromancer player. But he was wearing a thick white cotton coat that wrapped himself like a ball. Behind him stood a 3-meter-tall giant beast with white hair all over its body. It looked like an enlarged orangutan, with its hands supported on the ground like pillars, and a pair of curved horns on its head. At the same time, the eyes of this giant beast were ice blue. Gushi could tell at a glance that this giant beast had become undead, and its strength was about level 7. Oh, my soldiers are in my city. After being questioned a few times, Gushi finally realized what he was doing, and he quickly made way from where he was standing. Your city? Don't you know what the situation is now? You put all the troops in the city. So what are you doing here? Do you know that the situation here is quite dangerous and urgent? I know. I came here after taking over the mission. Don't worry. I won't fight an unprepared battle. By the way, your clothes are good. Is it colder outside? Are there any clothes like this? You are overthinking. I made this outfit by collecting snowmen for bit by bit. If you want to have a snowman valley in the north, go there. There will be many snowmen there. Sorry, I'm not free now. I have to send the troops to Sansan Garden. Do you have a more detailed map? Sansan Garden? The Necromancer glanced at Gushi. It's just you. You're only a few levels. And you didn't bring any soldiers with you. What's the use of going there? Gushi did not explain. He stood up straight, and the shadow of the city gate appeared behind him. As a Necromancer, he knew most of the 3 divine skills. As soon as he saw Gushi's actions, he knew what was going on. Use 3 divine skills to transport troops. It seems that the guild has really spent a lot of money this time. I have the map you want. But you must be careful. There are some problems in this world. The road will not change. But the enemies on the road will not change. But something is different. The upper limit of our world is level 5 for players, level 7 for heroes, and level 9 for soldiers. If you exceed this level, you will be excluded from this world. Your combat experience will be reduced, and your attack power will also be affected. But the situation of the enemies that appeared this time was different. There were level 11 soldiers among their soldiers, as well as level 9 heroes and level 10 bosses. Now they are wandering in this world, and we have no way of determining where they appear. So you must be careful when you leave. If there are any soldiers like scouts, be sure to release them in advance, and don't rush into the enemy's base camp. Don't worry. I'm always very careful. Is there any place in this world where you can't run around? What's the situation of the enemy that appeared this time? Can you tell me in detail? There is nothing that cannot be said. This time, the enemies suddenly appeared from the west of the world. There were not many in number at first. We all thought it was a normal 100 Demons night parade. It was later discovered that something was wrong. But it was already too late. The level of Hyakukiyaku became the level of Een soldiers borrowing the passage. And food and resources in many places were robbed. Our players stationed here sent out all the troops in order to regain resources. As a result, things have gotten bigger and bigger. And the enemies have gotten stronger and stronger. Now, except for a few key cities, the wild territories are out of control. So in the next period of time, the main battle is the battle between the players coming over and these undead. Things on your side are quite special. and the pressure on Sansan Garden is not too great. If you really can send troops there, it will be good for us. After understanding the current situation in the world, Gushi understood the thoughts of the guild president and others. The world before us must be taken back. When relatively powerful players and heroes cannot enter this world, sending large quantities of them to ordinary players is the best option, in order to ensure that ordinary players also have sufficient combat effectiveness. Every player who comes in will receive some troop support. At the same time, they will also engage in some small battles based on their levels. Don't underestimate the necromancer profession, although they don't get much support from troops. As long as the necromancer can survive on the battlefield, he will have more and more troops under his command. An existence without a corpse, like the ghost that Gushi encountered in the city of Aridov, is a relatively rare existence. Gushi was assigned a new task only because he possessed one of the 3 magical skills, the City of Death. Otherwise, he would have killed the mobs near the Ice Valley. After understanding everything here, Gushi quickly picked up the map and was ready to leave the city. As for the undead soldiers in the Ice Valley, Gushi didn't even think about them. Those undead wanted money, and Gushi didn't have that many resources. Even though he was very tempted by the undead troops in front of him, he finally gave up the idea of recruiting another batch of soldiers in the Ice Valley. After releasing the evil coffin, Gushi turned over and sat on the evil coffin. Then a layer of black mist surged around the evil coffin, lifting the evil coffin to about 1.5 meters above the ground. Sitting on the coffin lid, Gushi could clearly feel someone knocking on the coffin under his butt. Regarding this situation, Gushi was also a little speechless. This was called a good mount, and he didn't know what those people thought. While complaining in his heart, Gushi tried to pat the coffin lid. Soon Gushi mastered the method of controlling the movement of the coffin. If you want the coffin to go left, tap on the left side. If you want the coffin to go right, tap on the right side. As for worrying about the coffin hitting something, there is no need to worry at all. When there is no problem in the general direction, the coffin will automatically adjust its direction and will not hit it by itself. After riding the evil coffin around the Ice Valley, Gushi found that he couldn't bear the cold wind while sitting on the coffin. So he bought a thick quilt in the Ice Valley. Wrap yourself up and hang your battle flag in front of the evil coffin. Then he drove the evil coffin out of the Ice Valley and entered the wilderness of this world. Chapter 95 First Battle. Just after leaving the Ice Valley, Gushi felt the biting cold wind blowing against his face. He shrank his body into the quilt, raised his head and glanced in the direction, and let the evil coffin move forward on its own. He himself wrapped up his whole body and lay half on the evil coffin, hoping that he would not be blown out by the cold wind. Outside the Ice Valley, the ground was frozen stiff. Thick snow could be seen on the ground from time to time. The streams were frozen layer by layer, and frozen fish could be seen jumping out of the stream from time to time. In the wilderness, there is a slightly conspicuous road, on which you can occasionally see some wild beasts with white fur wandering. These beasts seem to be affected by something. As long as they noticed any different movements on the road, they would take the initiative to check, or even follow and attack. It was not like they had never seen Gushi riding a coffin board in front of them. After a while, a group of wild wolves appeared behind Gushi, following behind him furtively. An attack is possible at any time. Gushi actually noticed the situation behind him as soon as he left the city, but he ignored it. Now Gushi is alone, and the evil coffin moves very quickly and does not consume any physical energy. He can just rush forward and leave these wild wolves far behind. Let them run a little longer and wait until the number of wild wolves has increased. And then Gushi will release his undead troops. At that time, there will be a large number of corpses. Whether Gushi wants to eat wolf meat, or uses these corpses to perform corpse explosions or spiritualism, there will be enough corpses. If you show your strength now and frighten these wild wolves all at once, you will not get much benefit. For this reason, Gushi just accelerated his movement speed, making the evil coffin fly faster. When the wild wolf that was staring at Gushi saw this situation, he simply stopped sneaking behind him and jumped out of the field, running non-stop in pursuit. From time to time, it would howl a few times, as if it was contacting its companions or preparing for hunting. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened to death long ago when encountering such a thing. But whoever comes and goes in this world is not a necromancer. The undead they usually carry with them are completely different from the concept of morale and fatigue. This kind of small means is nothing to the necromancer. Most of the wild wolves have also learned the lesson, and they will not move out at will when they see the necromancers with their men. Today, The wild wolves decided to attack Gu Shi because they saw that Gu Shi was alone. But they didn't expect that Gu Shi didn't bring his men. Not because he didn't have men, but because he had other means. Looking at the increasing number of wild wolves behind him, Gu Shi also laughed. Just now, there has been a wave of gains. Sure enough, necromancers grow in battles. Gu Shi muttered while looking back at the number of wild wolves behind him. When the number of wild wolves reached about 300, Gu Shi slammed the lid of the coffin, and the evil coffin turned around, changed direction, and rushed towards the wild wolves. The wild wolves who were desperately chasing behind were stunned when they saw this situation. None of them thought that Gu Shi would be so brave and charge towards them head-on alone. In the past, only professional players called Death Knights could do this kind of thing. But Gu Shi doesn't look like a Death Knight at all. Who is a serious Death Knight who goes out and wraps himself up in a quilt? At this moment, a tall city gate appeared behind Gu Shi. This time Gu Shi did not release the city gate to scare people. The gate of the dead city appeared directly on the battlefield. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers under the banner of the bone-cutting battalion rushed out with swords in both hands. Seeing the strength of the bone-cutting battalion, Gu Shi was half relieved. Luna received his note and arranged all the 100 skeleton soldiers sent in to the troops of the bone-cutting battalion. Bone-cutting camp, level 1. Characteristics: attack +5. Defense +1. Experience 77 200 Commander, 1/2. Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 123/243, Level 3 Skeleton Two-Handed Swordsman. 123. After taking a look at the attributes of the bone-cutting camp, Gu Shi waved his hand. Kill them! The skeleton two-handed swordsmen of the bone-cutting camp rushed towards the wild wolf, with their weapons raised. As they rushed forward, another group of skeletons came out of the city gate. This group of skeletons were the skeleton shooters under Gu Shi. Because they did not have a suitable skeleton leader to lead them, they were still in skirmish mode at this time. Next to them is Luna with her zombie and ghost troops. As soon as she saw Gu Shi, Luna immediately said, Sir, I'm bringing someone here. Where are Combat Team 1 and Combat Team 2? Seeing Luna coming over, Gu Shi also sat up straight. They're guarding the dock area. What about the more than 5,000 undead sent in before? Do they still obey the arrangements? Gu Shi asked again. At this time, the skeleton two-handed swordsman from the bone-cutting camp had already rushed in front of the wild wolf. All the skeleton two-handed swordsmen made the same move, raising their swords from bottom to top. Just at this time, the wild wolves also made the decision to kill the enemy. At this time, the wild wolf rushed forward, wanting to pounce on the skeleton two-handed swordsman's throat and deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. The two-handed sword, which was raised from bottom to top, just happened to slash the wolf's belly from bottom to top. With one strike of the sword, the entire belly of the wild wolf was cut open, and its internal organs flowed all over the floor. At this moment, the skeleton two-handed swordsman's sword just reached its highest point. They pressed down hard and struck out with a beheading, hitting the wild wolf's head hard. In just one encounter, more than 100 wild wolves were killed on the spot. The skeleton swordsman, summoned object, kills the wild wolf, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The bone-cutting camp gets 1 experience point, and the summoned object gets 8 experience points. The skeleton swordsman, summoned object, kills the Steppenwolf, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The bone-cutting battalion gets 1 experience point, and the summoned object gets 9 experience points. The skeleton swordsman, summon, kills the winter wolf, level 3. You get 1 experience point. The bone-cutting camp gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 13 experience points. The experience of the bone-cutting camp has reached the standard, and the level of the bone-cutting camp has been improved. Bone-cutting camp, level 2. Characteristics: attack +5. Defense +1. Attack speed +20%. Experience 2/500 Commander, 1/3. Level 2 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 123/343. Level 3 Skeleton Two-Handed Swordsman 123. Just like that, the bone-cutting camp was upgraded? Gu Shi was also shocked by the situation in front of him. But he immediately realized that this was the biggest characteristic of the necromancer. For those killed by the undead troops, in addition to the corresponding experience gained by the soldiers, both the necromancer and the undead soldiers unit can receive an experience reward of 1 point, as long as there are a large number of undead soldiers. The speed at which the necromancer and the troops upgrade will not be slow. Gu Shi, who understood this, ordered decisively without waiting for Lunu's reply. The skeleton shooter advances and kills all the wild wolves. Chapter 96, Cleaning the Battlefield. The skeleton archers strode forward under Gu Shi's command. Their effective range was about 150 meters. In the current situation, they need to get closer before striking. After arranging the skeleton shooter out, Gu Shi turned to look at Luna. By the way, where were we talking about just now? Speaking of the soldiers who were sent to Aradovi. Luna covered her mouth and smiled. Those soldiers were not bad. They were relatively honest. When they arrived at Aradovi city, they stood in the square in front of the city gate and did not move. Don't move for a moment. However, the heroes and leaders among them would go to the tavern. Now the barmaid was very happy and asked a lot of useful things from those heroes and leaders. By the way, the wine lady, let me tell you, this may be a suitable opportunity. 5,000 soldiers are strong. If you are willing, they may directly capture the other two areas of Aladovi city. Even Aladovita can be taken down. I have considered it, but it is not the time yet. I only have one chance to control this unit in battle, and I am not sure whether I will encounter anything on the way. Only when we arrive at Sansan Garden, or at least get close to Sansan Garden, and confirm that there is no trouble on the road. Can we use this force to fight for us? Gu Shi expressed his concerns and thoughts, although Luna was eager to take over the old town of Aridov City. After all, as an elf of Aridov City, the larger the city, the stronger her level and strength would be. But she also understood that what Gu Shi said made sense. Although the strength of these more than 5,000 soldiers was ridiculously strong, they were not Gu Shi's subordinates. Gu Shi only had one chance to use them. Now we can use it to quickly capture the city of Aridov. But if Gu Shi encounters danger outside, the situation will be embarrassing. Gu Shi had just come to this world, and he wasn't sure what he would encounter. At this time, Luna nodded to Gu Shi. Gu Shi understood that Luna agreed with his idea. So Gu Shi turned his gaze to the battlefield not far away. More than 300 wild wolves were almost dead at this time. The wild wolves' fighting power was originally very strong, but they lost the opportunity in the battle with the bone-cutting battalion. Coupled with the appearance of the skeleton shooter, the counterattack of the wild wolves was suppressed. These wild wolves lost their last chance to fight back. The wild wolf, attacked by the two types of skeleton soldiers, had no chance to resist and was easily killed on the spot. As the number of wild wolves became less and less, Gu Shi also stood up wearing a quilt and grabbed them in the direction of the battle. A large number of souls turned into blue light spots and flew into Gu Shi's hands. After catching these souls, Gu Shi turned his head and glanced at Luna. Luna flew in the air and looked at the battlefield, and finally shook her head at Gu Shi. Gu Shi understood what Luna meant. There was no need for these wild wolves to stay. So Gu Shi flipped his hand and said, "Spiritual summoning." The soul that had just fallen into Gu Shi's hands quickly flew out. Precisely fell on all wild wolves. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. You use spiritualism successfully and get a corpse dog, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. Your level of spiritualism has been improved. It is now level 4, and the success rate of spiritualism is plus 5%. As the beep sounded, skeletons tore apart the flesh and blood of wild wolves and crawled out. At the same time, some corpse dogs with rotten skin also stood up. This is the first time Gu Shi has transformed into a non-skeleton undead type after using spiritualism. This is relatively easy to understand. After all, we can't expect all wolves to turn into skeletons. It would be more suitable to turn into this kind of corpse dog. Corpse dog, level 0. Summon experience, 0 out of 100, attack 2. Defense 1. Life 15. Skill, tracking. There are not many of these corpse dogs, but their movement speed is quite flexible. Gu Shi estimated that if they were allowed to run outside, they should be able to run at 60 kilometers per hour. Luna, take these corpse dogs back and see if they have any different abilities. In addition, the ghost left 4 for me. They are fast and can keep up with the evil coffin. With them watching, I will also you can relax a little bit. Gu Shi didn't hesitate too much. These corpse dogs couldn't play a big role in this world at the moment. After all, this guy's level was a bit low. He only had 15 points of life at level 0. A stronger wild wolf could kill him with 1 bite. Gu Shi didn't expect them to have any effect. He just wanted to see if their skills would have any new effects. After letting Luna leave with the troops, Gushi patted the evil coffin again. The evil coffin automatically turned around and headed towards the Sansan garden. This time, Gushi was much safer along the way. More than 300 wild wolves risked their lives to test Gushi. In the end, all the beasts knew that Gushi was the kind of necromancer whom they could not afford to offend. If the head iron rushes forward at this time, it is completely giving away the head. Not to mention that there are 4 ghosts hovering above Gushi's evil coffin. If there is any problem, the ghosts will find it 100 meters ahead and deal with it directly. As a result, Gushi finally felt a lot quieter along the way. Gushi, who was lying on the coffin board, even had a good sleep while hugging the quilt. Even if Gushi fell asleep, Sia coffin did not deviate from the route and continued to follow the location shown on the map. If the weather hadn't gotten colder and colder and Gushi couldn't bear the cold, he might not have woken up so quickly. Where are we? After waking up, Gushi rubbed his eyes and took a look at his surroundings. But no one would answer Gushi's question. The ghosts kept following Gushi, but they couldn't speak. In desperation, Gushi could only stand up on his own, stood on the coffin board and looked forward, comparing it with the map, hoping to find a landmark building whose location could be determined. Looking around, Gushi suddenly saw a lake in the distance that had been completely frozen. There are many huts piled up with trees on the lake. The huts look like they are built on the ice, and you can even see some lights in the huts. Gushi flipped through the map in front of him and compared it one by one. Found it. This is White Star Lake. There are walrus and beaver villages in the lake. They are neutral villages and can be contacted. They produce fish, crystals, gems, and other minerals. Looking at the information recorded on the map, Gushi thought for a moment and pointed in that direction. Go to Baishing Lake and have a look. Chapter 97: The Strange Baishing Lake Village. At this time, the lights of Baishing Lake were still twinkling, but the dots of lights always gave people a cold and strange feeling. When Gushi's evil coffin entered the surface area of Baishing Lake, Gushi clearly felt that there was something chasing him under the ice. For ghosts were eager to try to break through the ice and grab the things below beside Gushi. Gushi was also lying on the coffin lid, wearing a cotton coat, holding the crushing staff, thinking of taking action at any time. Just as Gushi was staring at the ice, suddenly a human corpse floated under the ice. The corpse had been soaked under the ice for an unknown length of time. The eyes and most of the skin had been bitten by fish. While drifting under the ice, the corpse's eyes suddenly widened, revealing holes without eyeballs. Gushi, who was staring at every move on the ice, was frightened by this situation. He shook his hand, and the crushing rod hit the ice. This weapon of the shattering staff is actually mainly used to hit shields. The higher the enemy's defense, the stronger the attack effect of the shattering staff. At the same time, this effect can also be used on city walls, city gates or mountains, and ice surfaces are also within the scope of the shattering staff. Gushi's careless blow caused a crack in the ice on the spot. A strong energy blew towards him from under the ice, startling Gushi. But the next moment, the cold wind blew, and the cracked ice surface froze again, and the energy was also blown away by the cold wind. If there were not obvious cracks on the ice surface, Gushi might have suspected that everything that had just happened was an illusion. Just like this, Gushi's spirit was aroused. Gushi sat up straight, stopped the evil coffin, and sat on the lid of the coffin, staring at the situation on the ice. Things are right down here in the lake. After a moment of silence, Gushi also discovered the problem. Everything nearby was too quiet. Even if the lake was blocked by ice and snow, the residents of Baishing Lake should come out and move around. The situation in front of him was obviously wrong. Gushi did not hesitate and made a decisive judgment. Go to the nearest cabin. Upon hearing this, Siegwan changed direction on the ice. Instead of rushing towards the location with the largest number of water houses in Baishing Lake, he rushed directly to the location closest to Gushi. Gushi, who had been lying on the coffin lid, also sat up a little straighter, wrapped himself in a quilt, and carefully looked at the surrounding situation. After about a minute, the evil coffin stopped in front of a small house on the water. As soon as Gushi looked at the hut, he knew the situation of the hut in front of him. This kind of hut is actually a water house built with wood, about 1 meter away from the water. The wooden boards supported by the wooden frame serve as the floor, and the wooden house is built on the floor. The whole hut is not too big, with a total of 8 wooden supports for support, plus the hut of about 20 square meters. When Gushi came over, he could still see a lot of dried fish hanging around the hut, and some firewood piled on the wooden platform. The whole cabin is full of life. But when Gushi arrived at the cabin in front of him, he noticed that there were lights in the cabin, but there was no sign of people. Go and have a look. Gushi waved his hand, and 4 ghosts flew towards the cabin. Behind Gushi, the gate of the Death City was slowly appearing. Gushi was worried that something had happened here, so he prepared for battle early. At this moment, the ghosts who entered the hut flew out again. From their appearance, it could be seen that there was nothing in the hut. This situation made Gushi a little confused. He controlled the evil coffin to approach the hut, then jumped up and landed in front of the hut's door. At this time, the door of the hut had been pushed open. Gushi looked into the hut. He noticed that the hut was filled with all kinds of thick furs, and there were also some things made of bones piled in the corners. Weapons and harpoons. The fire in the fireplace of the hut had been extinguished, and the light Gushi had seen before was from an oil lamp hanging from the roof. This oil lamp is also the only metal product in the hut. The whole oil lamp does not match the style of the hut at all. After hanging there is only a spark the size of a thumb. But when Gushi and the others are outside the hut, they can feel like someone is there. Feel at home? This situation made Gushi's scalp numb. This is already beyond the means of the undead. Just when Gushi was about to quit, he suddenly felt that his feet were uncontrollable, and he was walking towards the oil lamp. Hell, it's psychic power again. Next time you go out, you must find a way to be immune to mind control. Gushi kept roaring in his heart, but without any pause in his hand. He held up the smashing staff and pointed at the oil lamp. Bone spur. At Gushi's command, a white skeleton flew towards the oil lamp. But just when the bones were about to come into contact with the oil lamp, a walrus man's body with ivory tusks appeared from the oil lamp, blocking the blow for the oil lamp. Just this time, Gushi knew what was going on. The White Star Lake in front of us has been affected by the invading undead. There is a big guy here, who has directly controlled the entire village area of Baishing Lake through some means. The oil lamp in front of you is part of that big guy. He uses a strange method different from the undead. Through the influence of the soul, everyone who sees the light can walk into the oil lamp on their own initiative. Their bodies would serve as fuel for the lamps. As for their souls, after losing their bodies, their souls will naturally become undead. In the end, they may be packed away, or they may be affected by other influences and become part of other plans of this big guy. Gushi, who wanted to understand this, was also breaking out in a cold sweat. Inner Ghost, put out the oil lamp for me. At Gushi's order, the 4 ghosts quickly rushed out. But before the ghost could get close to the oil lamp, it was blocked by a ball of fire. Gushi saw the walrus man being burned in the oil lamp. Even though his whole body was burning with flames, he remained motionless. It was obvious that he was already dead when the flames were ignited. Corpse explosion. Seeing that the ghost couldn't move forward, Gushi quickly changed his fighting style. He pointed at the walrus man's corpse in the oil lamp and used a secondary corpse explosion. When he took action, Gushi actually didn't think that much. His feeling was that the oil lamp used corpses as fuel. So if the corpses were blown up, the oil lamp would naturally be useless. But he never expected that this was what the enemy was waiting for. As the walrus man's body exploded in the oil lamp, the hut also exploded at the same time. Gushi was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and hit the ice heavily. Chapter 98: The Undead Under the Ice. Ha ha ha. They are right. Necromancers are just a group of brainless skeletons. They didn't even see such a simple trap. Before Gushi could get up from the ice, a crazy laughter came from the middle of Baishing Lake. Then another voice sounded. Let me just say, as long as you leave some clues, the necromancers themselves will release you. When the voice sounded, Gushi's evil coffin had already rushed to Gushi and protected Gushi with its body. Taking this opportunity, Gushi happened to look in the direction of the sound. At this time, Gushi discovered that in the middle of Baishing Lake, where the lights were the densest, there was a man wearing a white baboon skin standing. This man was about the size of a normal human being. He wore no clothes under his white baboon skin, and his exposed skin was covered with undead patterns of various colors. At the same time, in his left hand, he held a strange oil lamp. The oil lamp was shaped like a pink brain flower, and an iron mesh made of thin iron chains was wrapped around the brain flower. At every junction of the iron net, there are small bells or tiny sparks hanging. In his right hand he held a dark red, rusty, long-handled sickle. While speaking, he did not pay attention to the direction of his breathing, but looked under the ice of Baishing Lake. Under the ice, there was a huge corpse over 9 meters tall, slowly opening its eyes. This huge corpse was somewhat plump, and its body looked like an enlarged walrus. A pair of 4-meter-long white fangs grew out of the corpse's mouth. At the same time, there were about 400 to 500 severed ivory tusks stuck on the corpse. The corpse's skin was smooth, and from its appearance, it didn't look like a walrus corpse at all. In fact, the corpse was not originally like this. It was actually the spirit of the walrus man's grave. At the beginning, White Star Lake was the secret cemetery of the walrus people. Its status was somewhat similar to the elephant's grave. When every walrus person felt that they were about to die, they would come to White Star Lake, close their eyes and sink into the water, go to the bottom of the lake, and return to the walrus man's graveyard. This is the best protection the walruses can provide for their own remains. After all, no one would have thought that the walruses' cemetery would be in a freshwater lake. But the walrus people never expected that this world would be discovered by Chaoyang Guild and quickly occupied. After the Chaoyang Guild occupied this world, the world's environment changed a lot. White Star Lake was also affected, and the connection with the sea was interrupted by the cold wind. At the same time, some beaver people who were attached to the land reclamation team of the Chaoyang Sunshine Guild also settled in Baixing Lake. Their entry was met with full resistance from the walrus people. The one in front of them was the spirit transformed from the walrus cemetery, and her status was equivalent to Luna from Aradoviri. The necromancers of Chaoyang Guild are the best at dealing with such spirits. They just use some means to kill the spirit and seal the walrus cemetery so that no more powerful spirits would appear here. After that, the walrus people and the beaver people coexisted peacefully in White Star Lake, and jointly developed everything in the frozen lake in front of them. The thickening energy that Gushi felt when he accidentally shattered the lake's surface before was the power that the walrus man cemetery had not dissipated. The cold wind that quickly froze everything was a seal on the spirit of the walrus cemetery. But the spirit body of the walrus cemetery that was killed did not give up all opportunities to resist. This time a man wearing a white baboon skin came over and said this. And the spirit body of the walrus cemetery had an idea. He was the one who laughed crazily just now. The reason for the laughter was because Gushi's corpse explosion really blew up the things in the ceiling walrus cemetery. Although Gushi didn't know all this, he had eyes. It's not like he couldn't see the obvious anomaly over there. At this time, Gushi turned over and climbed onto the lid of the evil coffin, holding the crushing staff and staring at everything in front of him seriously. Behind him, the gate of the Death City has been opened, and the bone-cutting battalion, skeleton shooters, and ghost troops have also come out one after another. Hey, I didn't expect someone with a bad temper to show up. The man in white baboon skin looked at the open gate of the City of Death with a disdainful smile in his eyes. With this little strength, you still want to come out and die? Baixing Lake, you have been sealed for so long. Don't you want revenge? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the ice cracked under his feet, and a thick arm stretched out from under the ice. I told you. My name is Walrus Mound. White Star Lake is not my name. After saying that, the giant walrus man's corpse crawled out from under the ice. While climbing up, he did not forget to ask, is this guy included in the deal between you and me? How is it possible? A little guy at level 3, with only 200 troops at his side. I can easily take care of everything. Letting you take action is just to let you vent your anger, lest your spirit be affected by anger. You still want to be included in our deal? Do you really think my deal is so easy to deal with? I knew you guys had bad intentions, Walrus Tomb said with some annoyance. Neither of them noticed Gushi. Although the city gate behind Gushi was continuously releasing troops, neither of them took Gushi's strength seriously. The guy with the white baboon skin has reached level 9, which is beyond the upper limit of the hero level in this world. As for Walrus Tomb, despite his size, he is actually a soldier, and his strength is exactly level 10. In their eyes, Gushi, who was only level 3, was like a small bug on the roadside. Not worth mentioning at all. At most, the soldiers under Gushi are a little interesting, but it does not affect their arrangements. That's why the guy with white baboon skin suggested to let the Walrus Mound vent his anger. Otherwise, their subsequent transactions would not be so easy to do. Although Walrus Tomb also knew what this guy was thinking. The deal had been reached, and he couldn't change anything. He could only snort heavily at this guy, reach out and grab a 7-meter stick on the ice where he climbed out. After a while, an anchor made of ice appeared in his hand. Walrus Tomb took a big step forward, and his whole body flew towards Gushi like a cannonball. Spread out, the skeleton shooter attacks. Gushi, who was standing on the coffin lid, immediately issued the order, and at the same time, the evil coffin dragged him out of the place where the Walrus Tomb fell. The evil coffin had just rushed out a certain distance when it heard a clicking sound from behind. Gushi looked back and saw that the walrus tomb had hit the spot where he was standing just now. With his impact, the eye surface was directly shattered into pieces. At the same time, at least 20 skeleton swordsmen within 10 meters were killed on the spot in this impact. But Walrus Tomb turned to look at Gushi as if nothing was wrong. Want to run? No way. Chapter 99 One Kill. Seeing the Walrus Tomb rushing toward him again, Gushi didn't hesitate at all and stepped heavily on the coffin lid. Let's go! The evil coffin turned around and rushed towards the man wearing white baboon skin in the distance. Gushi has already seen that this is the real enemy. The walrus is just a little bigger and does not actually have much killing power. As long as he can hold him back, Gushi's skeleton shooters can deal with him. Not to mention that Gushi has 10 ghosts under his command. These ghosts are least afraid of such powerful physical attacks. Even if 10 ghosts drag on, they can still drag this guy to death. Not to mention Luna is still there. For this reason, Gushi simply ignored the walrus tomb chasing behind him and rushed towards the special-looking enemy. Seeing Gushi rushing towards him, a look of disdain flashed across the man's face. He dared to attack him when he was only level 3. He really didn't take the strong seriously. Doesn't he know that all professions have the same hurdle at level 5? The man didn't even intend to take the initiative. He just raised the brain-like thing on his left hand. So, the man was just about to use the skill he was equipped with. But he found that Gushi was also there, ready to attack. The evil coffin rushed straight towards the man, and Gushi held the crushing staff and aimed it like a magic wand. Man. At the same time, he took out a blue magic potion bottle with his left hand and put it in his mouth. Death incarnate. As Gushi said this, black mist flew out from Gushi's crushing rod. In the black mist is the black bone dragon huddled up. This impact speed is the fastest impact speed of the incarnation of death. The man did not expect that Gushi could use such a big move at this time. He thought that Gushi would just release a city. As a result, when the black bone dragon was about to rush in front of him, the man realized that the skill he was preparing fell on the incarnation of death on the spot. But the man had prepared mental skills. He originally wanted to control Gushi and let Gushi go to the walrus grave to die. Now it was too late to switch skills. The man simply put away the brain in his left hand and ran away to the side. He has already seen that the level of the incarnation of death is level 11. It is not shameful to dodge when facing an enemy of this level. But the man never expected that the most powerful attack of the incarnation of death was not to charge into black mist. When the man dodged, the incarnation of death opened his mouth, and a green beam of light spurted out from his mouth. And then the beam of light swept across. Dragon breath of death. When the light beam spurted out, there were all kinds of screams inside the green light beam. The man dodges fast enough. But no matter how fast he is, he can't catch the light. As the light beam swept across, the man who happened to stop was also hit head-on by the light beam. He immediately raised the sickle in his hand and swung it continuously. But soon the man found that he couldn't withstand it. He was only in contact with the green light beam for 3 or 4 seconds. And at least 4 curses with different effects fell on him. The effect of each curse is random, and the effect can be strong or weak. The man's luck was extremely bad, for curses were used directly on 3 of his ultimate moves. Weakness, level 3. The strength of all cursed persons is reduced by 75%. The attack power is reduced by 50%. And the vitality is reduced by 25%. Amnesia, level 4. All cursed people cannot use ranged attacks. And 50% of spell attacks are ineffective. Evil curse possession, level 1. The attack power of all cursed persons is reduced by 25%. Confused thinking, level 5. All cursed people have a 75% chance of becoming confused, choosing the wrong target to attack, or evading in the wrong direction. The first 3 curses were okay, but the curse of confused thinking had a huge impact on the man. The effect of this curse is exactly the opposite of what you think. For example, when you plan to throw a left punch, your brain may suddenly go blank and you kick out with your right leg. Or maybe you were planning to cast a fireball, but when your brain twitched, the fireball might hit you in the face. Just like this time, the man cursed his upper body and clearly felt that something was wrong. So he planned to move back and get out of the way of the green light beam first. The man had already seen that the power of the green light beam was no longer so obvious. As long as he held it for 5 or 6 seconds, the green light beam would disappear, and he would still have a chance to fight back. But just when he was about to retreat, his feet rushed forward for some unknown reason. And at the same time, the sickle in his hand swept behind him. This sweep was equivalent to clearing the space for the head and face. And the green beam of light hit the man's face. As the blow was in place, the man finally screamed. The Death Dragon's breath looks like a beam of light. But in fact it is a magic and death special effect, and can also be considered a dragon's breath attack. The man's vitality was relatively strong, but under the attack of the dragon's breath, he could only withstand the sound for 3 seconds. Then he flew out upside down. As he flew backwards, the white baboon skin on his body flew up, revealing his body covered with tattoos underneath the skin. This was also because Gushi was relatively far away. If he had looked closer, he would have discovered that these tattoos were not tattooed on, but were cut from other people's tattooed skin and then sewn onto their own bodies. Now the baboon skin on his body was flying off, and the skin was showing signs of breaking apart. This man still wanted to struggle at this time. After all, his life had not yet bottomed out, and the death dragon breath of the incarnation of death had consumed the last energy. He still had a chance. But just as the man was about to take out the life potion to save himself, the incarnation of death rushed to the man and bit and through his body. This time, the man was cut into 2 pieces at the waist. Now the man had no more life left. His eyes rolled back and his upper body fell onto the ice, dying instantly, before Gushi, who was driving the evil coffin, had time to take action. In just a few seconds, a voice came to his ears. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the White Walker leader, level 9. You get 5,455 experience points. Level 9? Only then did Gushi know the level of the man who was killed by the incarnation of death. He was also shocked by the situation. What surprised him even more was that this time he gained so much experience. More than 5,000 experience points. Half of what he needed to reach level 4 was already gained in one go. At this time, the Walrus Tomb, which was being besieged by ghosts, also obviously stopped moving. He never expected that such a powerful White Walker could die within a few seconds of being supported. At this time, Gushi also saw the Walrus Tomb, and he pointed in the direction of the Walrus Tomb. Kill him. Chapter 100 Harvest. Gushi pointed in the direction of the Walrus Tomb, and the incarnation of death rushed over. Then Gushi stopped looking at the situation there. He turned around and walked on the evil coffin to the man's body. Only at this moment did Gushi see clearly the situation of the man in front of him. Although the man tried very hard to act like a living person, Gushi could tell at a glance that the corpse in front of him was a corpse that had been dead for a long time. The bones of the corpse had been stiffened by the cold, and they had been bitten into 2 pieces by the incarnation of death. But not much blood came out. At the same time, because the skin on his body was peeled off from other people's bodies, it went through some special processing when it was sewn on, so it didn't look as blue-gray as dead skin, but rather had a lively feel. But this sense of freshness is a little weird when it's half of the body. Gushi had to deal with such an enemy. He quickly touched the White Walker man for a while, and finally tore off a tattoo from his back. You picked up Undigested Blood Tattoo, green, *2. Undigested Blood Tattoo, green blood tattoo, is a habit of blood demon hunters. They always like to turn the enemies they kill into tattoos on their bodies, so that they can borrow the power of their prey during battle. Some people aim to hunt blood demon hunters, and sew blood demon hunters tattoos on their skin to enhance their combat effectiveness. It can be sewn onto the skin of the undead to improve certain attributes of the undead, mainly based on the tattoo status. This is okay. Gushi smiled happily. Just this one tattoo counts as 2. There are quite a lot of tattoos on this body. But Gushi was a little disappointed. He searched for this White Walker man for a long time, but found nothing in the end. The power of other tattoos has been digested and cannot be peeled off again. In desperation, Gushi could only focus on the 3 pieces of equipment of this White Walker man. The first thing that caught Gushi's eyes was the pink brain-like oil lamp. This thing has been carried in the hand of the White Walker man. When he wanted to fight back before, he also used this oil lamp first. Just as Gushi picked up the oil lamp, a voice sounded in his ears. You picked up the soul lamp, blue, *1. Psychic lamp, blue. Offhand item. Defense 4. After equipped, intelligence +5. Equipment requirements, intelligence 3. Special 1, bewitch people's hearts. Hypnotize an enemy, and make them act according to your wishes for 5 minutes. Note: the stronger the strength, the greater the resistance. But as long as a living person is alive, he will be hypnotized. Special 2, Soul Flame. Ignites an enemy, allowing the enemy to use their mind and body as firewood to burn. The ignited enemy cannot extinguish the flame of the soul unless it dies. Explanation. Guess whether this pink brain flower is sweet or salty. Holding the spiritual lamp, Gushi felt that his mind was clear and clear. Many things that he couldn't understand seemed to be figured out in one go. In fact, Gushi also understood that this was an illusion after improving his intelligence. After this period of time has passed, I still don't understand the things I don't understand. And I still don't know the math I don't know. However, the psychic lamp in front of me is a good offhand item. And most importantly, it is more suitable for mages to use. Not to mention anything else. Just 5 points of intelligence can increase Gushi's mana. Such a discovery made Gushi very happy. If there is one thing, there must be two. The White Walker man carries such a good piece of equipment in his hand. And his main weapon must be better. The one he used before was a sickle, which Gushi saw from afar during the battle. Now Gushi naturally wanted to find the sickle. But Gushi never expected that the White Walker man would use his scythe to hit the Death Dragon breath of the Death Incarnation for 3 seconds. And now the scythe would have been broken into 2 pieces. You get the Broken Sickle Fragment, Gray *1. Broken Sickle Fragment, Gray. This is a powerful weapon that has killed many strong men. The original quality has risen to the level of Blue +5. But because of the impact of a stronger force, it broke. And now only a small piece of it remains. But no matter what, this is a good material that can be used to make equipment. Looking at the instructions in front of him, Gushi was stunned for a moment. He seemed to remember where he had encountered similar information. Gushi thought about it seriously. Wasn't this the same as the corrupted head he got when he took the steam bus in Victoria City? It seems that this kind of broken garbage still needs to be rescued. This made Gushi's heart stir. He planned to go out and ask someone sensible after this mission was completed to see if he could build a better weapon. After all, it is said in the instructions that the initial quality of this sickle has risen to the level of Blue +5. And it is possible that after the latest piece of work, it can restore a certain level of quality. Putting away the pieces of the sickle, Gushi looked around again. Finally, his eyes fell on the baboon skin that the White Walker man was wearing at the beginning. This made Gushi curious. He stepped forward and picked up the baboon skin that had been not quite far away. As soon as he touched it, Gushi's mouth opened wide. He didn't expect to find such a situation in his first battle. You get white baboon skin, green. White baboon skin, green. Identity proof, the cloak of a special White Walker organization. As long as you put on this white baboon skin, you can pretend to be a member of this White Walker organization. Note, after wearing the white baboon skin, you will be affected by some external forces. If you wear this skin for a long time, you are likely to be assimilated by the White Walker organization. Seeing this situation, Gushi couldn't help but think that this special White Walker organization could not be an undead organization that invaded this world. If this is the case, Gushi has found a clue to the enemy. This is the rhythm of making great achievements. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately thought of sending the white baboon skin back. But after thinking about his mission, Gushi finally suppressed his thoughts for the time being. His mission was to send the main force to the Sansan garden. If he missed the time, it would be a big deal. Besides, there must be other players from the Chaoyang Guanmong Guild in Sansan garden. Just tell them about this matter when the time comes. Thinking of this, Gushi no longer struggled. He put away the white baboon skin and looked back at the battle between the Death Incarnation and the Walrus Tomb. Gushi's eye turned around and saw a flower in front of him. Then he heard a bang and something hit him hard in front of him. Chapter 101, Discovery in Battle. The one who reacted faster than Gushi was the evil coffin. As soon as the black fog rose, the evil coffin instantly moved more than 30 meters, just past the position of the thing that fell down. Only then did Gushi finally see what was going on. And it turned out that the one who fell down was the giant guy from the Walrus Tomb. But compared to the first jumping attack, the Walrus Tomb in front of me was really thrown here. The Walrus Mound is now trying hard to turn over and climb out of the ice. The Incarnation of Death flying high in the sky did not give Walrus Tomb any chance to react. He turned into black mist with powerful destructive power, fell from the sky and hit Walrus Tomb on the spot. With this collision, the originally thick ice surface was actually broken, and the Incarnation of Death and the Walrus Grave all rushed into the White Star Lake. At this time, Gushi retreated again and again, retreating continuously for more than 60 meters before exiting the range of the cracked ice. When retreating, Gushi also noticed that as the battle here escalated, the black mist formed by the Incarnation of Death became more and more destructive. As long as the black fog flies over, all the houses and ice will be lifted up. This is true even if it goes underwater. The black mist moves underwater no slower than on the ground. When it moves, the nearby water flow will be affected by the black mist and concentrate towards the black mist. If you take a closer look at this time, you will find that it turns out that the reason why the black mist destroys everything nearby is not the corrosiveness of the black mist, nor the powerful impact, but the black mist itself will form a tornado-like tornado. Cyclone. These cyclones are the source of the power that destroys everything. I couldn't see anything when flying in the air before, but now I can see everything clearly underwater. And Walrus Tomb, who was driven underwater, thought he could use his underwater fighting ability to make a comeback. Unexpectedly, the Incarnation of Death also has powerful combat power underwater, dragging Walrus Mound into the black mist. The Incarnation of Death kept biting Walrus Mound's body. Although Walrus Mound's body was big, it was not strong. Unlike the Death Incarnation, its body was that of a bone dragon, and its hardness was stronger than that of a bone dragon. Steel is even harder. Walrus Tomb's attack hit the Death Incarnation. Not only did it not hurt the Death Incarnation, it actually injured itself. At this moment, the Incarnation of Death released its control over the Walrus Mound. Gu Shi, who was standing in front of the ice cave observing the situation below, was also stunned. He was about to give an order when he felt a chill around him, and Luna appeared next to Gu Shi. Did you mean? Seeing Luna coming, Gu Shi understood the situation here. Luna nodded. The walrus-like monster is in the same situation as me. It is a spirit body that transformed after death. It's just that I turned into a ghost, and he turned into a zombie. I want to find where his true form is. And if possible, we can get another piece of land. After listening to Luna's words, Gu Shi glanced at the Incarnation of Death in the underwater battle again. You only have half an hour. Where are the people in the bone-cutting camp? Are they all idle? Come over quickly to clean the battlefield and go to the house to take a look. There are no living walrus people. Under Gu Shi's order, the various skeleton soldiers released before turned into coolies again. They rushed into the houses in Baishing Lake, looking for various materials. For skeleton soldiers, as long as they can be taken away, all materials can be used. In this White Star Lake, the most numerous types of dried fish and salted fish are naturally found, followed by bone weapons and animal skins. Finally, there are scattered crystals and gems. This situation made Gu Shi feel a little surprised. You know, according to the map, Baishing Lake is the main producer of crystals and gems. Is this the result? Gu Shi was speechless. But these were free benefits, and Gu Shi couldn't refuse them. So he simply moved Aladovi's city gate nearby to make it easier for the skeleton soldiers to carry it. Because after the city gate moved closer, Gu Shi discovered that these skeleton soldiers started to demolish the houses after emptying the inventory in Baishing Lake. This was something Gu Shi had never thought of. And he also didn't expect that these houses were made of high-quality wood, which was an important building material. Such a discovery made Gu Shi very happy. Even if he didn't get many gems and crystals, the wood was still a good harvest. At this moment, Luna, who had been observing the underwater battle, suddenly spoke. Found it. Gu Shi glanced at Luna and quickly came to Luna's side. Following Luna's gaze, Gu Shi found that the underwater battle was coming to an end. The walrus mound was pushed back and forth underwater again and again by the Incarnation of Death, stirring up the mud at the bottom of the water. At the same time, the walrus's graveyard was also found by the Incarnation of Death in the turmoil again and again, and a large number of walrus corpses were dug out together with the mud. All the walruses that can be buried here are old walruses that feel they are about to die. Their bodies have grown to the limit of walruses, and are at least 3 to 5 meters long. When they were buried in the lake, their skin, flesh, and fat had melted away, leaving only their white bones. But because the bones of the walrus man are relatively famous, and the blood, flesh and fat of the walrus after death are mixed in the mud, nourishing these bones, the bones of the walrus man that have been dug out now are all as white as jade and of high quality. When watching the bones being turned out, Luna looked back at Gu Shi. Gu Shi understood Luna's meaning in an instant. The gate of Aridov City changed direction again. This time, the tall gate appeared at the bottom of the lake. Luna also took this opportunity to jump into the lake and began to move a piece of land as large as the walrus cemetery. Seeing Gu Shi and the others taking action, the Incarnation of Death knew that there was no need to delay any longer. He turned his head, bit Walrus neck hard, and shook his body continuously. Each blow tore a piece of flesh from the walrus mound. Walrus Tomb wanted to make a final struggle, but it was too late. Under the attack of the Incarnation of Death, Walrus Tomb's body was finally torn into pieces. At this time, Luna had also completed capturing the soul of the Walrus Tomb and the Walrus Tomb. All the walrus bones underwater were sucked into the city gate. And then the Incarnation of Death turned its body and disappeared in front of Gushi. The battle ended like this. Sir, I will go back first. There are many things that need to be dealt with here. After I have taken care of them, I will report to you about my harvest this time. Gushi heard Luna's voice. And then Gushi found that Luna had disappeared into the city gate. At the same time, the sound of ice breaking could be heard on the surface of Baishing Lake. Gushi quickly ordered loudly, all troops, go back. See a coffin. Let's go! Chapter 102 Upgrade. Call out. Lying on the coffin board, Gushi hugged the quilt tightly. He never expected that Sia Coffin could reach this speed by accelerating at full speed. This all flew directly on the water. If he hadn't been lying steadily, he might have been blown away by the cold wind blowing in his face. After finally rushing from the center of the lake to the shore, Gushi looked back at the situation behind him before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. The ice surface of Baishing Lake, which was originally frozen, completely cracked, and various buildings on the lake sank into the lake when the ice cracked. As the buildings sank, whirlpools of ice even appeared on the lake surface. It looked like someone had dug a hole in the bottom of the lake, and a lot of the lake water was swallowed up. This abnormal change lasted for nearly half an hour. When the lake calmed down again, Gushi discovered that the water had become more than 1 meter shallower. At the same time, there is still a large amount of construction debris floating on the lake. The originally peaceful Baishing Lake has completely disappeared. Only a large area of ruins was exposed on the lake. However, Gushi did not see this scene. At this time, he was already some distance away from Baishing Lake. At the same time, Gushi, who was lying on the coffin lid, was making this choice. When he left the battle, Gushi had already received a piece of information. The Incarnation of Death, spell product, kills the special Undead Walrus Grave, level 10. And you gain 6,332 experience points. Ding! The total experience has reached the upgrade standard. Please choose whether to upgrade. When the level reaches level 4, life and magic power will be replenished. All adverse conditions will be cleared. Perception +1. And one of the following 3 skills will be selected as a reward. Enlightenment, passive skill. Upgradable. After mastering it, it can increase the experience points gained by the master during combat and learning, and can increase 1 free attribute point every 4 levels. Summoning magic, passive skill, can be upgraded. After mastering it, you can learn basic summoning magic and improve the combat effectiveness of summoned creatures. Magic Undead, passive skill, can be upgraded. Once mastered, all undead contracted, summoned, and created by the necromancer can be strengthened. When summoning souls, there is a higher chance, 50%, of having a magical attribute. Faced with such a choice this time, Gushi hesitated. The 3 skills in front of him were all considered good skills. Enlightenment is the most direct. After mastering it, you can increase your experience by 5% with each level up. Most importantly, Gushi has heard someone in the Netherwind Academy say that if you follow the Enlightenment route, you will eventually gain a special skill. King of the Zombies, special skill. Due to outstanding achievements in the field of death research, the knowledge of the necromancer is permanently +1, while the ratio of soul summoning is increased by 5%, and the starting level of the undead summoned by soul summoning is +1. It can be said that this was the first time that Gushi came into contact with a special skill, although this was a very common special skill. For some people, it was better to have it than not. The summoning magic and magical undead are used to strengthen the undead troops. Summoning magic apparently allows players to learn various summoning techniques, such as bee swarms, various elements, and so on. But no matter which game it is, it must be admitted that the undead summoned by spiritualism are summoned creatures. The fact that summoning magic can increase the combat effectiveness of summoned creatures is applicable to the undead army, not to mention anything else. His death incarnation is the purest summoned creature. By choosing this option, the combat effectiveness of the Incarnation of Death can be further improved. As for the magical undead, this is a skill that adds magical attributes to the undead. The success rate of 50% is not bad. But what kind of magic attribute is added is a bit uncontrollable. For example, there will be a magic effect that appears to be magic resistance despite being a skeleton shooter. So choosing this path is equivalent to choosing to take a gamble. Gushi, lying on the coffin lid, quickly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of these 3 skills. Gushi already had a preference in his mind to strengthen part of his combat power and bet on the random opportunities every time he summoned souls. Gushi was more willing to take everything down steadily. Upgrade. Choose Enlightenment. Following Gushi's command, a golden light fell on the lying Gushi. Gushi felt his whole body warm, and his spirit, which had been a little sluggish due to the cold wind, came back instantly. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629SHE2S0FXC30. Occupation, Necromancer. Level 4, 1225/15,000. Talent, not activated. Status, Life, 460/460. Mana, 1300/1300. Attributes, Strength 5.2. Agility 4.3. Constitution 4.1. Intelligence 7.5 plus 5. Perception 5.7. Charisma 4.6. Professional skills, Spiritualism level 4, 533/1000. Secondary Corpse Explosion level 3, 1/500. Secondary Bone Shield level 1, 21/100. Bone Spur level 1, 32 out of 100. Death City level 2. Death Incarnation level 3. Active skill, Throw level 2, 131/200. Passive skills, Undead Knowledge level 4. Undead Contract level 1. Magic Knowledge level 5. Basic Science level 4. Basic Reading level 2. Basic Scribe level 2. Undead Dominance level 1. Enlightenment level 1. Seeing the newly improved attributes, Gushi's eyes also lit up. With 1,300 points of mana. If it were on a battlefield, Gushi could use Corpse Explosion to make the enemy doubt their life. Not to mention other attributes that have been improved. It seems that this world is really a treasure, and it is faster to upgrade here than elsewhere. At the same time, Gushi also discovered that as he chose the passive skill of Enlightenment, his level now reached level 4. And he also had one more free attribute point. Now Gushi is studying his own attributes, wanting to see where he should add these attribute points. Normally, as a mage, even a necromancer, intelligence should be increased. After all, the power of magic is closely related to intelligence. Even if increasing intelligence cannot improve the power of necromancy, the mana value is definitely visible. What the mage fears most on the battlefield is not being approached, but the lack of mana. Gushi himself has the avatar of death, a mana-hungry man who directly drains all mana from his body. The current increase in mana is actually good for him. Thinking of this, Gushi, who was lying on the coffin lid, also laughed. Several ghosts saw the sound and looked back at Gushi. They found that there was no problem. So there was nothing wrong with it. The evil coffin didn't even care about Gushi. It just determined the path and flew in one direction. Soon, Gushi, who was wrapped in a quilt, discovered that the surrounding environment had changed. The amount of ice and snow had obviously decreased a lot. And at the same time, the nearby mountains had turned dark blue and translucent. Among this mountain peak, there is a path made of ice. Looking at the map, Gushi understood that this was the nearest path to the dispersed fairy garden. Ice Network Valley. Chapter 103. The Een soldiers borrow the road. Leave the Ice Valley, cross the White Star Lake, and enter the Ice Network Valley. After walking for about 200 kilometers, you will reach the control area of Sansan Garden. The key locations along the way are Baisheng Lake and Bingwang Valley. As shown on the map, the IceNet Valley is a dangerous area, and you need to be extremely careful when entering. If you don't take the Ice Network Valley, you can also choose to take a detour. But in that case, you will spend an extra 6 hours on the road. But the map also clearly shows that the road in the Ice Network Valley is not that easy to walk. The reason why this mountain road is called the IceNet Valley is because the roads in this valley are ever-changing. Just like a big net. If you don't know the road, you may be trapped in it for 10 days and a half, unable to come out. So when he determined his current location, Gushi couldn't help but look at the time. When Baisheng Lake was destroyed, Gushi did not stay where he was to observe the final condition of Baisheng Lake. This bought Gushi some time. There are still about 1 day and 7 or 8 hours left before the mission deadline. If he chose to take a detour, 6 hours would pass. And with a distance of more than 200 kilometers, he would be short of time. But if he didn't take a detour and went directly into the IceNet Valley, Gushi was not sure if he could get out smoothly. After all, just standing in front of the Ice Network Valley, he saw many large and small ice channels. These ice passages are like spider webs. No one knows where they will come out after entering a passage. It would be fine if the journey goes smoothly, according to the map, as long as you don't take the wrong path and don't run into trouble. It will take almost an hour to get out of the Ice Web Valley. Things around. But if things don't go well, the person who is trapped in the Ice Network Valley for 10 days and a half may have a chance to rest. If you are not in a hurry, I wouldn't recommend doing it here. But now there is less than a day and a half left to complete the task. The more times like this come, the less likely Gushi will be to gamble. Rolling up the map, Gushi stood up straight and followed the edge of the mountain. Finally, he found the snow line. Go from there and take a detour. Under Gushi's order, the evil coffin that had stopped started running again. As an undead mount, evil coffin does not need to rest. As long as Gushi can withstand it, evil coffin can keep running. And Gushi also knew that when he made the choice, he had already wasted 6 hours. In order to ensure that he could arrive on time, he could not stop along the way. So Gushi wrapped the quilt around him tighter and lay down a little further. Full speed ahead. No stopping on the road. After receiving Gushi's order, Sia Coffin's running speed was significantly increased. Gushi felt that everything around him seemed to be moving backwards, passing in front of him in an instant. Sometimes he didn't even react and turned around a corner. And sometimes he even walked close to the mountain wall. At first, Gushi was worried about what he would do if he didn't have enough time to choose this path. I didn't expect that the evil coffin would give Gushi such a surprise. This evil coffin is said to move at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. It is really that speed. Even if it encounters 18 bends on a mountain road like this, it will not slow down. Although there is no way to run faster. The more you run, the more exciting it will be. Now it's almost time to catch up on the mountain bike. Even the 3-meter wide cliff crack. The evil coffin didn't even ask for a second thought. Just leaped over it. This meant that Sia Coffin had already gotten excited. And Gushi didn't need to say anything now. He just needed to lie there. After running like this for more than 3 hours, Gushi felt that his face was frozen stiff by the ice blowing in his face. And he no longer had the strength to even open his mouth to speak. The speed of the evil coffin slowly slowed down. Gushi straightened his body and looked around. Is it here yet? Sia Coffin didn't respond. And his speed became slower and slower. And finally even stopped on the road. Gushi had a puzzled look on his face. He raised his hand. And the gate of Arida's city appeared behind him. He stood inside the gate waiting for the order to attack. At the same time, the 10 ghosts, who had been following Gushi, also rushed over from behind. The evil coffin was running too fast. And they had to hurry and catch up with Gushi's team. Seeing his men taking their positions, Gushi's eyes became sharp. He looked around and shouted decisively, "Come out!" As Gushi finished speaking, a voice rang from the road ahead. "Get back!" Gushi looked up and saw that a group of powerful undead troops appeared on the road ahead. In the middle of this undead army was holding a 10-meter high banner that read, "Soldiers use the road. Keep ghosts and gods away." The words. If you take a closer look at this undead army, you will find that the number of this army has reached about 4,050. Most of them are ghost soldiers wearing bronze armor, holding broadswords in their hands, and their bodies are covered with arrows. Standing next to the big flag was a bearded man with a white face and a blue cloth. His exposed arms were all bulging muscles, and there were bloody strands of meat in his grinning mouth. There was a piece of white baboon skin wrapped around the bearded man's waist. But the bearded man didn't seem to like this piece of baboon skin very much. So he just casually tied it around his waist without taking too much care of it. Behind the bearded man, there lay a half-blood-red, half-gray-white monster. This monster looked like an orangutan, but it was about the height of a normal person when lying on its back. It had only one eye on its head that was not too big. Just by looking at those eyes, you can tell that this monster has been dead for many years. Seeing Gushi looking at him, the bearded man turned over and stood on the monster's back. He pointed at Gushi and said, "I occupy this road. You can take the other way." Just one glance at the white baboon skin on the bearded waist, Gushi knew that this battle was inevitable. As soon as the bearded man spoke, Gushi waved his hand, and the large army rushed out of the gate of Aladovi's city. "Come out." This time, Gushi also realized that the enemy's strength was beyond his imagination, and that Gushi's troops were no match for them at all. So without saying a word, Gushi used the command authority of 5,500 soldiers on the spot. 5,500 powerful troops rushed out from behind the city gate at the first opportunity. As soon as these troops rushed out, they immediately locked onto the more than 4,500 ghost soldiers in front. without Gushi explaining the current situation to them. The 5,500 undead troops took the initiative to take action. The skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Regiment immediately faced the enemy, and the skeleton archers of the Ray Archer Regiment also raised their long bows. As for the remaining 3 troops, they have no intention of taking action yet. They just watch in place. As soon as Gushi saw the situation on the battlefield, he rolled his eyes and ordered, "Attack! All skeleton soldiers attack! Fight them!" Chapter 104. The war begins. Gushi's skeleton soldiers, no matter which combat team they were from, all followed the skeletons of the Sunshine Bone group. When Gushi released all these troops, he had already seen that the enemy's ghost soldiers were about the same strength as the skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Regiment, and they were almost at level 5 to 6. But in terms of numbers, Gushi's 5,500 undead troops had the advantage. Although it may not necessarily turn into a crushing battle, the damage will not be too great. At this time, mix the skeleton soldiers with the skeletons of the Sunshine Bones and let them follow the Sunshine Bones to fight peacefully and make up for damage. That is a good way to take advantage of the situation at hand. After letting his men out, Gushi looked back, only to find that Luna, who was supposed to be there, didn't come out. This situation shocked Gushi. Something would happen to Luna. Gushi was just about to ask about the situation inside when the Light Shear group also took action at the same time. Unlike Gushi's more than 100 skeleton archers, although the Ray Archer group is also a skeleton archer, the arrows they use have obvious light attributes. When an arrow is shot into the air, it will give people the feeling of being enveloped by a rain of light. When the Sunshine Bone Corps charged forward, the ghost soldiers had already rushed forward more than 10 steps, preparing to face the Sunshine Bone Corps head-on. As a result, they were attacked by the light arrow before they could break into the Sunshine Bone Corps. When the light arrows landed on them, they instantly created bowl-sized wounds on their bodies. The most terrible thing is that this kind of attack with sunlight does great harm to the ghost soldiers. Some ghost soldiers who were hit in vital parts even turned into gas and disappeared on the spot, leaving only the bronze armor with arrows stuck on the ground. So strong. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh at the power of these undead troops. These are just 2 skeleton troops. What would happen if there were zombies with the same strength as the weak skeleton dragon and ghosts of higher level taking action? While Gushi was thinking about this, the Sunshine Skeleton group had already collided with the ghost soldiers. The skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Corps hold swords and shields in their hands. From the appearance, they are the most basic skeleton soldiers. But their swords and shields are not simple when they charge forward. The shields of the skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Corps formed a defensive cover like an edge, L in front of each skeleton. And the long swords they held in their hands also turned into white lightsabers, which looked extraordinary at first glance. As long as this lightsaber is struck down, no matter how thick the armor on the ghost soldier is, everything will be broken. If you hit the vital parts of the head or chest, you can even kill the ghost soldier instantly. The ghost soldiers also showed strong combat power at this time. They faced off against the skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Regiment. They used the big swords in their hands to attack the skeleton soldiers. Even if they were seriously injured, they still had to attack the skeleton soldiers. Most of their attacks were blocked by the defensive barrier, and it would take at least 4 attacks from the ghost soldiers to smash such a defensive barrier. But for the skeleton soldiers, 4 attacks are enough to get them far. Ordinary ghost soldiers could only hit the skeleton soldiers twice, and some were even knocked down on the spot without even a single strike. Facing such a powerful fighting force, Gushi didn't know what he was going to do for a while. Could it be that this is the pleasure of a necromancer? To go to the battlefield, release the undead under his hands, and then just wait and watch the show. At this moment, the bearded man who had been standing on the monster finally moved. He held a thigh in his hand, put it to his mouth and took a big bite, then gave the remaining thigh to the monster under him. Hack them all, the bearded man roared, kicked his feet, jumped up high, and then sat down again. Boom! The bearded man in blue immediately took his seat where the battle was most intense. More than a dozen skeleton soldiers who were fighting were knocked away on the spot. After that, the bearded man became domineering in the battle. And whenever he saw a skeleton soldier, he would punch and kick him. No matter how strong these skeleton soldiers are, they can't withstand 3 punches from the bearded man. And some will even be killed with 1 punch. The Sunshine Skeleton group, which originally had the upper hand, suddenly fell into a disadvantage. Ghost, come on! Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi decisively gave the order, and the two ghost armies set off at the same time and flew towards the direction of the bearded man. Seeing the ghost flying over, the bearded man looked at Gushi with some surprise. He didn't expect Gushi to see through his weakness so quickly. This bearded man's abilities are all in his fists and feet. If he fights with weapons, his strength will be 3 points weaker. If he mounts a warhorse, he can only display half of his strength. Only his fists and feet are his destiny. But there is a serious problem with his fists and kicks. His fists and kicks are physical attacks. Fighting ghosts will be restrained by ghosts. Therefore, Big Beard usually avoids fighting ghosts. Now it seems that the enemy commander also has vision. The bearded man secretly praised Gushi in his heart, and at the same time shouted, "Siahung, kill that commander." The monster that had been lying on the ground also moved at this time. He put his hands on the ground and roared at the sky. As he roared, Gushi smelled a strong smell of sulfur. This guy can't be a devil. Before Gushi finished speaking, the monster had already jumped high and rushed towards Gushi, who was at the back of the battlefield. Zombies on. Gushi still had enough troops on hand, and 1,500 heavily armored zombies were beside Gushi. They moved slowly, and it was impossible to rush onto the battlefield immediately. But if they were asked to defend themselves against their commander, they could definitely do it. Under Gushi's order, 1,500 heavily armored zombies formed 15 thick lines of defense. The zombies behind did not even intend to use shields, but instead held iron hooks with iron chains, intending to drag the monsters away, live and kill. But Gushi never expected that this monster would be so strong. The moment it collided with the heavily armored zombies, he flicked his front paws and knocked 6 heavily armored zombies away. Then the monster's one eye glared, and a gray light shot out from his eye. Under the light, 5 heavily armored zombies had their upper bodies melted away, throwing away the heavily armored zombies at the first line of defense. The monster strode towards Gushi. A distance of dozens of meters is nothing for such a huge monster. It is only about 7 or 8 steps at most. The reaction of the heavily armored zombie was not slow. The heavily armored zombie raised its shield and threw its iron hook. But none of them could stop the monster. Seeing that the monster was about to rush in front of Gushi, Gushi didn't have any fear in his eyes. He held up the smashing staff. Bone spurs. Bone spurs. Bone spurs. Death incarnate. Chapter 105, Priority Killing. When the monster rushed towards Gushi, Gushi had already taken action. As the only means of long-range attack in hand, it is naturally Gushi's only choice. This time, Gushi no longer used the bone spurs as arrows or throwing weapons, but instead kept popping them up like machine guns. Anyway, Gushi's mana was enough. He had no other spells to use, and he wasn't afraid of the consumption of mana. As for the corpse explosion, Gushi had already given up when the monster rushed out. This guy rushed too fast, and the zombie corpse couldn't hold him back at all. If corpse explosion had been used at this time, the monster would have rushed in front of Gushi. As for making a prediction in advance, you have to take into account that there is a corpse in front of Shishi. Therefore, bone spurs like machine guns became Gushi's attack method. Facing the low-level bone spurs, the monster didn't even block. The bone spurs pierced his body without even breaking his skin. This monster thought that this was the only method Gushi had, so he didn't even want to dodge the shattering staff held by Gushi Ping, even if Gushi's shattering staff pointed at his eyes. But at this moment, Gushi activated the Incarnation of Death, and a powerful existence, like a bone dragon, rushed out of the black mist. The Incarnation of Death that rushed out did not give the monster any chance to resist. It stretched out its claws and lifted the monster up. The monster didn't expect that he could reach the sky with such a heavy weight. Only when he was taken into the air did the monster react. His eyes widened, and gray light shot out of his eyes. But the monster never expected that just when his eyes shot out light, the Incarnation of Death had turned into black mist and came behind him, opened his mouth, and bit the monster's head hard. Under the control of the Incarnation of Death, the gray light emitted by the monster hit the battlefield below. Whether they were skeleton soldiers or ghost soldiers, all of them were reduced to ashes on the spot when exposed to this gray light. At this time, the Incarnation of Death could no longer drag the monster's heavy body to fly upward. So the Incarnation of Death flicked its head and smashed the monster on the nearby iceberg. Before the monster that hit it could get up, the black mist transformed by Death hit it, hitting the monster's waist with one end. The monster also became fierce at this time. He put his hands forward and got stuck in the black mist. The neck of the Incarnation of Death stared again, and he was ready to melt the head of the Incarnation of Death with black light. If he was really allowed to do this, it might be possible to kill the Incarnation of Death. But he still underestimated the power of the Incarnation of Death. After fighting the Incarnation of Death for so long, he had been hit by all the curses he could. When he was about to glare and emit gray light, his eyes suddenly blinked, and he actually forgot how to emit gray light. Amnesia Dafa. The monster's gray light is a long-range attack and a lethal attack. When accidentally hit by the amnesia technique, the monster immediately forgot the move he knew. The Incarnation of Death, whose neck was grabbed, opened its mouth, and a green light spurted out from the mouth of the Incarnation of Death. Dragon Breath of Death. The monster has caught the neck of the Incarnation of Death from the front, and now it cannot dodge even if it wants to. The green light beam hit the monster's face head-on. For a full 5 seconds, the monster used its body to withstand the attack of the 5-second Death Dragon's breath. There's tons of damage involved. A normal person would be dead as soon as it touches it. The monster can withstand such an attack for 5 seconds, which also illustrates its powerful vitality. However, no matter how powerful the life is, it is almost done at this time. The Death Dragon Breath of the Incarnation of Death is an attack method that can destroy the city. No matter how strong the monster is, it cannot be stronger than the attack of the Death Dragon's breath. Not to mention that as Gu Shi's level rose to level 4, the level of the Death Incarnation was also upgraded accordingly, reaching level 12. This has exceeded the upper limit of the enemy's strength. With this blow, the monster was ultimately unable to escape the fate of death, and was killed by the Incarnation of Death. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the special Undead One-Eyed Composite Corpse, level 10. Elite. You get 6,429 experience points, experience plus 5%. When the kill was completed, the Incarnation of Death did not withdraw. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit the body of the one-eyed corpse. The first bite he took was towards the head of the one-eyed corpse. With one bite, half of the head of the one-eyed corpse was bitten off. Then the eyes of the Incarnation of Death turned gray. And Gu Shi also received a new piece of information. The Incarnation of Death swallows the pieces. The right eye mutates, masters new skills, and melts light, can be used 10 times per battle. Melt light, gray light is emitted from the eyes, and the person hit consumes 350 life points instantly. If the life force is insufficient, the body will be melted instantly. Note, if the melting light kills an enemy, the power of the light will remain and will be extended to the next enemy. 350 health points. Looking at the information in front of him, Gu Shi's scalp felt numb. When he faced the one-eyed corpse just now, Gu Shi had walked around the gate of H.L. If he had not released the Incarnation of Death, the few seconds he had just appeared in front of the one-eyed corpse would have been enough for him to be attacked by 2 such melting rays. If something like that really happened, Gu Shi wouldn't be able to find all the bodies now. Death Incarnate. Kill them. Gu Shi, who was sweating coldly, didn't care about anything else. He pointed at the battlefield not far away and gave orders to the Incarnation of Death. The Incarnation of Death flicked its head, and the one-eyed composite corpse with half of its head chewed off was thrown in front of Gu Shi. Then the Incarnation of Death spread its wings and turned into black mist and rushed towards the battlefield. Although the bearded man had been fighting all the time, half of his attention was still on his men. The bearded man was also a little surprised to see that the one-eyed composite corpse was actually killed. He is quite familiar with the strength of his men. That one-eyed piece of corpse was made by him after he put a lot of effort into killing a cyclops, and then spliced it together from different materials. It usually serves as his mount, but in battle, it can serve as the main force that breaks the city. As a result, he was easily killed after killing a few people. This shows that the enemy's strength is very strong. The bearded man also had a bad thought in his heart. At this moment, the Incarnation of Death also rushed into the battlefield. His body is giant, and when his body collides with the battlefield, it makes the originally chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. Through the Incarnation of Chaos, death came to the bearded man. When the bearded man saw this, he jumped up and was about to jump onto the Incarnation of Death. This was a method he was accustomed to using to deal with giant creatures. But he never thought that the black mist of death was also a means of attack. When he jumped on it, he felt as if his body was being cut by countless wind blades, and his life was cut in half in an instant. Chapter 106. The battle ends. The bearded man quickly realized that the Incarnation of Death was not the kind of giant beast he had dealt with before. The Incarnation of Death is a type of elemental creature. In the past, when dealing with such elemental creatures, he would never take the initiative to jump on the opponent. But this time, He didn't know why. But he was impulsive. In fact, Big Beard didn't know that the reason why he was like this was entirely because the black mist swept over him when the incarnation of death flew by. He was tainted with an obscure curse. Reckless curse. The effect of this curse is very simple. It makes the cursed person act impulsively and do something different from before. For example, challenge the boss without anything. By the time Big Beard jumped onto the dragon's back of the incarnation of death and realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Half of Bearded Man's life was lost. If he stays here any longer, this bearded person may disappear. Thinking of this, the bearded man turned his body and punched the bones of the incarnation of death. With this punch, the incarnation of death couldn't help but retreat a distance. Taking this opportunity, the bearded man fell to the ground. He grabbed something and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking about anything. Losing half of your life will make even the strongest person afraid. At this time, the incarnation of death also locked in on such a good opportunity. His right eye turned gray, and a gray light fell on the bearded body. Big Beard did not expect that the skills of his former subordinates would be transferred to him. He was very clear about the power of this attack. Facing this gray light, he jumped to the side without thinking. Behind him, a skeleton soldier was fighting with a ghost soldier. When swept by the gray light, both the skeleton soldier and the ghost soldier were turned into ashes. Before the bearded man could breathe a sigh of relief, another beam of gray light shot straight towards him. Big Beard was also a little angry at the attack method of Death Incarnation. In the past, when the one-eyed zombie attacked, he would only use this melting light when he wanted to break the formation. As a result, this incarnation of death was used like a machine gun. This is really not looking at skills as skills. In fact, Big Beard didn't know that this melting light was just the icing on the cake for the incarnation of death. The real means of attack of the incarnation of death is actually the breath of death dragon. That is the method for the big battlefield. The current melting light is not very powerful for the incarnation of death, and its use speed is slow. The only advantage is that it can be used several times per battle. If he doesn't make use of his only advantage, then what's the point of having this skill? So when one blow fails to hit the enemy, the second blow comes, and then the third blow. Big Beard was able to dodge it the first time, but he was a little reluctant the second time. The third melting light just hit Big Beard. Although the bearded man kept devouring all kinds of food as soon as he landed on the ground to quickly replenish his blood. His time to replenish his blood was still too short. He was hit on the spot by the melting light, and his body couldn't help but fly backwards. Death incarnates at sight. And this time, the melting light is not enough. He didn't think much at all. He glared with his right eye and struck again. This time, Big Beard's life was at its lowest point, and even a piece of Big Beard's shoulder was melted away. At this time, the bearded man was still a little unwilling, but he had no chance. The flesh and blood he had just caught had no time to stuff it into his mouth, and it had already fallen down. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the White Walker leader, level 9. You get 5,727 experience points, experience plus 5%. Hearing this voice, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. In just 2 battles, his level was already close to level 5. Sure enough, he could level up quickly in such a large battlefield. Just when Gushi was excited, a group of ghost soldiers, upon discovering that their leader was killed, actually rushed towards Gushi. Fortunately, even after releasing the incarnation of death, Gushi did not release all the zombies around him. Before these ghost soldiers could reach Gushi, they were blocked by the armored zombies. However, their impact made Gushi understand that we were still on the battlefield, and it was not the time to act recklessly. After drinking a bottle of magic potion and replenishing his mana, Gushi used chaos to improve his spell proficiency. Bone spurs and bone shields flew around, and soul extraction and spiritualism were used at the same time. With the addition of Gushi, the battle progressed much faster. The most important thing was that the bone shield used by Gushi really played a certain role and saved many seriously injured undead. And because these undead are protected by bone shields, their attacks become more intense, especially the ghost troopers, who were originally sent to deal with the bearded man. As Big Beard died in the battle, they also lost their target, so they immediately set their target on the ghost soldiers, who had not yet been killed. With the addition of ghosts, the ghost soldiers themselves were inferior in number and strength to the skeleton soldiers of the Sunshine Bone Regiment. Soon the ghost soldiers fell one by one and never got up again. Only Gushi kept skipping various pieces of information in front of his eyes. Ghost, temporary control, kills the ghost soldier, level 5. You get 1 experience point. The phone camp gets 1 experience point. And the ghost gets 1 experience point. Skeleton soldiers, temporary control, kill ghost soldiers, level 5. You get 1 experience point. Sunshine Bone Group gets 1 experience point. And skeleton soldiers get 1 experience point. At this time, Gushi worked even harder. He used almost all of his magic power after drinking the potion. After squeezing out the last drop of mana, Gushi sat on the coffin lid, breathing heavily, being drained of mana twice in a row. This kind of thing is really not done by humans. Now Gushi really didn't want to drink the magic potion anymore. He pressed his head. If he wasn't still on the battlefield, he would have just hugged the quilt and fell asleep. Fortunately, the last ghost soldier was also killed at this time. The 5 troops who completed the killing mission quickly formed a team and headed towards the gate behind Gushi. When passing by Gushi, they would also report the battle losses to Gushi. The Sunshine Bone Regiment has lost 137 soldiers and needs to be replenished. The Ray Archer Regiment lost 22 soldiers in the battle and needs to be replaced. War Shackles Battalion, 36 soldiers lost in battle, need to be replaced. Ephone Camp, 9 soldiers were lost in the battle and need to be replaced. The Ghost Camp has no battle damage. Every time they said something, the 500 supplementary troops who had been following Gushi would send out a corresponding group of soldiers to supplement each team. Seeing that the number of 500 undead soldiers was reduced by half, Gushi felt a little distressed. But there was nothing he could do. He could only turn his attention to his own troops. Chapter 107 Harvest. There are 103 soldiers left in the Bone Cutting Battalion, 104 soldiers left in the Skeleton Shooter, and the 2 combat teams have 23 and 21 soldiers respectively. Zombies and ghosts did not participate in the main battle, and their numbers did not change much. There are still 14 zombies and the original 10 ghosts. After taking stock of his men's situation, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the losses of his men were not great. Instead, because they participated in the battle, level 4 skeleton soldiers began to appear in the bone cutting camp. This is an affirmation of this battle. Looking at the data in front of him, Gushi also showed a satisfied smile on his face. After organizing his troops, Gushi waved his hand and said, "Clean up the battlefield. Send all the armor and weapons to Aridity City. Don't leave any behind." Under Gushi's order, the skeleton soldiers moved quickly. They picked up and moved all the armor and other items originally worn by the ghost soldiers into the city gate. Broken ghost soldier copper armor, gray armor used by ghost soldiers, with a strong energy, can only be used by undead. After equipped, the undead soldier's defense is +1, or it can be melted into special metal. Broken ghost soldier sword, gray the sword used by the ghost soldier can no longer be used because it has been broken. It can be melted into special metal. Ghost soldier bronze armor, white a full set of armor used by ghost soldiers, with a strong and earthy atmosphere. It can only be used by the undead. After equipped, the undead soldier's defense +3. Ghost soldier broadsword, white the broadsword used by ghost soldiers has strong chi and blood gas on it. It can only be used by the undead. After equipped, the undead soldier's attack +3. While the undead army was cleaning up the battlefield, Gushi's hands were not idle either. He personally handled the corpses of the 2 big guys, the leader of the White Walkers and the one-eyed spliced corpse. The one-eyed corpse was quite large. After touching the corpse for a moment, Gushi pulled out a silver-white button the size of a human head from its chest. You picked up the Ice Power Green. Ice Power Device, Green a special device that uses cold as power. It can serve as a power source or a casting material to add ice magic effects to weapons and equipment. With such a discovery, Gushi was naturally very happy, and he immediately started searching for this huge corpse. What happened next really made Gushi find something better. Holy Oil Suture Thread, green suture thread soaked in holy oil, is the best material for making corpses to be sutured, which can prevent the sutured corpse from causing rejection. Steelized Giant Skeleton *4, green giant skeletons reinforced with steel can be used on city gates, city walls, arrow towers, and other buildings to strengthen the defense of such buildings. Devil Blood Evil Leather, green derived from the skin of a demon. This skin has powerful magic resistance and fire resistance properties, and is the best material for making leather armor. Rotten Viscera, green rotten viscera. But because the viscera originally contained powerful power, the viscera has not completely failed, and can be used as a material for making giant undead. As soon as these things were dismantled, Gushi's eyes lit up. Just when Gushi was about to have these things transported back to Aladovi City, the evil coffin suddenly appeared in front of Gushi. The evil coffin wrapped in black mist was jumping up and down, seeming to be explaining something to Gushi. Seeing the evil coffin like this, Gushi was stunned for a moment. Do you want these things? The coffin calmed down as soon as he heard it. Gushi took a look and realized that he was right. You take your pick, and take whatever you want. I still agree with coffin Gushi. Although lying on coffin is not very comfortable, his moving speed is definitely good. With the help of the evil coffin, Gushi had a very smooth journey. This time, it was because the evil coffin discovered the enemy in advance that he did not rush into the enemy's encirclement, regardless of credit or hard work. Coffin should have a share. That's why Gushi was so generous and let coffin choose. The evil coffin was not polite when he heard it, and rushed directly towards the rotten internal organs. When he rushed here, the lid of the coffin where the evil coffin was nailed was suddenly lifted, and a large amount of black mist poured out from inside, dragging the rotten internal organs into the evil coffin. Then Gushi noticed that blood began to drip from the edge of the evil coffin. At the same time, the flying height of the evil coffin has obviously increased. Originally, the evil coffin was only 1 meter off the ground, but now it can be about 1.5 meters off the ground. Evil coffin green. Mount for undead players and heroes. Moving at a speed of 110 kilometers per hour. And can accommodate one person. Looking at the newly popped up attributes, Gushi's eyes lit up. Not bad. The quality of this evil coffin has been improved to a higher level by just taking these few things. The most important thing is that the movement speed has been increased. This is the most important thing for Gushi. As long as he has movement speed, he can do a lot of things. So Gushi immediately asked, are there any others you like? However, coffin had already received enough benefits at this time, and did not make any further demands from Gushi. After asking twice, Gushi also knew that the evil coffin was really no longer wanted. So he asked the skeleton soldiers to come over and drag the remaining east and west parts into Aladovi City. As for the arrangement of these things, Gushi planned to make a special trip to Aladovi City after he had some time to discuss the matter with Luna. After taking care of the corpses on the one-eyed combined corpse side, Gushi came to the bearded corpse. The bearded man's corpse in front of him was still intact, except for the left arm which was missing. Gushi touched the bearded man's corpse, and immediately took off the white baboon skin. Like the leader of the White Walkers he faced last time, this white baboon skin was also a special cloak, used to prove his identity. After putting away the white baboon skin, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Every leader of the White Walkers has such an identity certificate. It seems that his credit for getting the news is gone. But that's okay. 2 white baboon skins can prove that Gushi killed 2 White Walker leaders. This can also be counted as a record. In addition to the white baboon skin, Gushi also found 2 things on the bearded man. One of them was very interesting. It was a silver buckle used to tie beards. When he got this thing, Gushi was surprised. When did the beard need to be specially taken care of? But the quality of the buckle is really good. This is the first time Gushi has encountered purple quality items since he took office. Chapter 108 Purple Equipment. Bear and Hair Ring of Bloody Battle, Purple. Defense 9. After equipped, Physique +4. Equipment requirements, Strength 3. Agility 3. Special 1, Fighting Bloody Battles. Every time you kill an enemy in battle, you can get 1 point of temporary attribute improvement. The attribute is random, and the effective time is 30 minutes. Special Impact 1. After wearing the equipment and activating the Bloody Battle effect, the user will not be able to use blood bottles or blood potions to restore life, and can only restore life by eating flesh and blood. Special 2. Fists and Kicks of Blood. As enemies are killed, the effects of weapons and equipment will begin to appear on the fists and kicks. From the initial +1 attack to various blood attributes in the later stage, the more enemies are killed, the more powerful the fists and kicks will be. The bigger. Special Effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the Blood Fist effect once, if the user uses the weapon to fight again, the combat effectiveness will be reduced by 30%. Special 3. Countdown. When hit by a fatal attack, you will not die immediately, but there will be a 10-second countdown. If there is a blood replenishing method to replenish the user's blood at this time, the user will be resurrected quickly and replenish all lives. Special Effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating a countdown effect, The user's upper limit of life will be permanently halved. Explanation: as long as it is stained with blood, it will never be cleaned off. Looking at the instructions on the ring buckle, Gushi was speechless. He never expected that purple equipment would be so harsh. After each special attribute, there is a corresponding punishment. Moreover, each punishment was quite strong. Looking at these punishments, Gushi no longer wanted this thing. But this is purple quality equipment after all. I believe there will always be people in the guild willing to get this equipment. Gushi thought for a moment and put away the bear and hair necklace of bloody battle. Then his eyes turned to another item. Compared to the purple quality item like the buckle, the other thing in front of him is not of such high quality. This was a green quality equipment. A pair of leather wristbands. But Gushi was a little surprised. Clearly, the bearded man's left shoulder and arm were missing. So why was it that when he took out the wristbands from his right hand, they were actually a pair? And there are gold embroidered patterns on it, which looks like the same set. Dragon Tear green. Wristband. Defense 5. After equipped, strength +2. Equipment requirements, strength 2. Special 1, stimulation of force, which can be actively activated during combat, stimulating both arms, and bursting out 3 times the power in an instant, effective time 35 seconds. Explanation: 9 cows and 2 tigers are no match for a dragon. The condition of the wrist guard in front of me is relatively normal. It's just that Gushi feels that this doesn't look like the wrist guards used by necromancers. This thing is suitable for death knights. It was impossible for him to equip such a wrist guard and rush to the front line of the battlefield. If he had to take action personally, then what else would he do to the undead? So this set of wristbands, with the name of the dragon, was also collected by Gushi in the end. After that, Gushi picked up the battle flag again on the battlefield. The battle flag is actually not important. The most important thing is the 10-meter high flagpole. Gushi didn't pay attention to the flagpole at first. But when the skeleton soldiers lifted the flagpole in front of Gushi, he realized that it was actually a good piece of equipment. Ghost flagpole, green a battlefield flagpole. As long as it is erected on the battlefield. As the battle begins, all soldiers within a 2-kilometer radius will be affected by the flagpole and battle flag. After just one glance at this attribute, Gushi knew that the true purpose of this flagpole was to expand the influence of the battle flag on the battlefield. As for the flagpole itself, it has no attributes. The only thing that can add attributes to soldiers on the battlefield is the player's battle flag. Gushi happened to have a battle flag in his hand, but no suitable flagpole. Although the flagpole in front of me is high, it is not impossible to use. Gushi planned to have the skeleton soldiers send the flagpole back and place it directly above the city gate after the battlefield was cleaned. In this way, whenever Gushi encounters something and summons the gate of the dead city, the effect of the flagpole will be activated, and the combat effectiveness of his soldiers will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Gushi ordered the skeleton soldiers, send these things back to Aladovi City first. The ghost flagpole will be erected on the city gate first. The rest will be done after I have time to enter the city. While Gushi was giving instructions about things here, Luna floated out from the city gate. Grown-ups. Luna, why did you come out? Is everything okay in the city? It's okay. I have been dealing with the cemetery at the bottom of the lake that was just swallowed up. Now it has been dealt with. There is a large plot of land in the city, and there are a lot of corpses there that need to be dealt with. It took some time because of the cemetery's location in the water. By the way, sir, I take it that your side has just experienced a war? Yes. We encountered some people blocking the road, but they have all been taken care of. You came out just in time. We have just brought in some things, such as armor and other things. Please use them on our soldiers first to improve their strength. Also, you should deal with the giant steel skeleton and the devilish blood skin. My idea is to strengthen the defense of the city gate first. Then there is this flagpole. Look at the height of the flagpole. I can't hold it in my hand. You can just put this up on the city gate. When the city gate opens, the battle flag can be set up. The effect of the battle flag is you can appear on the battlefield. Good. Luna turned around and noticed the things that Gushi had sorted out. She agreed immediately. At the same time, she was also thinking about where to put the extra supplies. The dock warehouse has been built now. Maybe it's a good place to store things there. After Gushi explained everything, he jumped on the lid of the evil coffin, wrapped himself in a quilt, and fell asleep like this. Luna glanced at Gushi, who was sleeping, with a look of distress on her face. She quickly took over everything in front of her. letting the skeleton soldiers quickly organize everything and transport everything on the battlefield back to Aladovi City. After confirming that nothing was missing, Luna floated to the evil coffin, turned Gushi over, wrapped the quilt tightly, and then spoke to the evil coffin. You should know where to go next. After I retreat, you can set off. I don't care what your fastest speed is. You have to ensure that the adults will not be thrown away by you. Also, unless you encounter an enemy attack, don't wake up the adults. The adults are already very tired and have to keep running. It's rare to fall asleep now. You'd better run more steadily so that the adults can sleep more. Chapter 109 The Blood Bride on the Snowfield. Boom! Boom! Violent vibrations sounded from time to time. And Gushi woke up in a daze. Most of his mana was replenished while he was sleeping. And his head no longer hurt as much as when his mana was drained out in the first place. Gushi still had the energy to take a look at the situation around him. He found that the evil coffin had taken him out of the Ice Network Valley, and had now entered the Great Plain leading to the Sansan Garden. Like other places in the world, the Great Plains in front of us are covered with thick snow. In some places, the snow had frozen solid, and Gushi's evil coffin moved on the snow, even feeling as if it was moving at the speed of lightning. The violent vibration just now was because the evil coffin was constantly changing directions, even jumping over some places where it couldn't go. Lying on the lid of Sia's coffin, Gushi looked at it for a long time before he realized that Sia's coffin seemed to be avoiding something. Thinking of the previous ambush, Gushi immediately reacted. He patted the coffin lid gently. You determine the direction, and I will release the Incarnation of Death. The evil coffin was able to bring Gushi here when Gushi was asleep, and it itself has a certain level of intelligence. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, Sia coffin turned the coffin board so that the side of his head was facing a certain position in Bai Shui. Gushi supported his body with one hand, pulled out the crushing staff with the other hand, and pointed in the direction in front of the evil coffin. Death incarnate. Under Gushi's command, the black mist rushed out of the shattering staff in an instant, and the strengthened incarnation of death spread its wings and rushed forward. Without waiting for Gushi's order, Sia coffin quickly followed and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. This speed almost threw Gushi off the coffin lid. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly and lay down again, so he was not thrown out. After Gushi calmed down, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. It turned out that the reason why the evil coffin had to take a detour was that there were powerful enemies everywhere in this snowfield. Those enemies are lurking in the snowfields, and will not appear at all unless they are close. This time, blocking Gushi's way was a red wedding procession. They played music and gongs and drums along the way, and the blood-red team formed a sharp contrast with the snow-white ground. But what Gushi was more concerned about was not this, but curious about how they hid themselves. It wasn't until Gushi rushed to a position more than 1,000 meters in front of the team that they suddenly appeared on the snow. This is an extremely unreasonable thing. The incarnation of death under Gu, she had no time to care whether this was reasonable or not. After the enemy appeared, the incarnation of death that had been flying in the sky turned its body and turned into a high-speed moving black mist, quickly rushing into the wedding procession. Under his impact, Gushi also noticed the irrationality of this team. There was a groom riding on a blood-red bone horse in the team. He was dressed in red robes, with a large blood-red flower on his chest. The white baboon skin was draped on his legs, as if to keep warm. There are more than 10 red silk threads in his left hand. Behind him were more than a dozen blood-red sedans. Beside each sedan were bearers, escorting maids and brides, and porters responsible for carrying the dowry. Gushi could tell at a glance that the groom was the leader of this team, and the more than 10 brides sitting in the sedan chair were the source of his power. Death incarnate. Gushi slapped the coffin lid, quickly took out a bottle of magic potion, and put it to his mouth. However, this time the gate of the city of death did not appear behind Gushi. He did not intend to fight here this time. The snowfield in front of him was full of dangers, and Gushi was not sure whether there would be new enemies nearby if the fight actually broke out. Gushi remembered his mission very clearly. Send 5 powerful undead troops to the Immortal Garden. Now there is only the final distance to the dispersed fairy garden, and Gushi cannot interrupt the mission here. After hearing Gushi's order, the incarnation of death rushed towards the groom's official immediately. This time, he did not use Death Dragon Breath from the beginning. Instead, he glared his right eye, and a melting light went towards the groom's official. As a result, the melting light popped out. With a slight movement of the groom's finger, a bride wearing a red wedding dress and a red hijab flew out of the sedan and stood in front of the groom. The blow of the melting light melted the bride on the spot, leaving only a blood-red wedding dress. But what happened the next second made Gushi speechless. A matchmaker who had been following the sedan suddenly stood up, grabbed a blood-red wedding dress, and entered the sedan. It can be seen that this flower matchmaker took the place of the bride who died in the war and became another bride of the groom. Faced with this situation, the Incarnation of Death didn't think too much. He glared again and shot out a new melting light. At this time, the groom was also angry. With a wave of his hand, the 7 brides in blood-wedding dresses jumped out of the sedan chair, fell on the Death Incarnation, and attacked the Death Incarnation with his own hands. However, the Incarnation of Death is not that easy to defeat. His body is immune to 75% of physical attacks. That is to say, if you punch him 10 times, only 3 of them will be effective. This is the data when Death Incarnation is unlucky. If the data is good, I will give you full immunity directly. At the same time, do you really think that the Incarnation of Death is so easy to stay in? As long as the Incarnation of Death turns into black mist, it will actively tear and devour everything around it. Before these brides jumped on the body of the Incarnation of Death, they were torn into pieces in the black mist of the Incarnation of Death before they had time to change their attack methods. Judging from the speed at which they died in battle, these brides were only at level 4 or 5. Only the groom was the key, and these brides were just tools. Gushi could understand this, and so could the Incarnation of Death. He turned his body and rushed towards the wedding procession, using the power of the black mist to tear a hole in the procession forward. Seeing that the Incarnation of Death had gained the upper hand, Gushi slapped the coffin lid heavily. Siegwon also understood what Gushi meant. Without any hesitation, he increased his speed to the maximum and rushed out from the path torn by the Incarnation of Death. Just when Siegwon rushed into the wedding procession, Gushi felt his eyes blurred, surrounded by red silk, and the sound of Swana sounded in his ears. But he couldn't tell that he was welcoming a bride or attending a funeral. Or even, he could still smell the smell of wine and meat on the tip of his nose. Gushi even had the urge to get down from the evil coffin and have a drink. Fortunately, Siegwon itself was not affected by this. He led Gushi on a rampage, knocked away the enemies who wanted to surround him, and rushed out from the other end of the team. Chapter 110: The Strong One Attacks. The groom in the wedding procession actually realized that Gushi was the master of the Incarnation of Death that was raging in the sky. As long as Gushi is killed, the Incarnation of Death will be defeated without a fight. So when Gushi wanted to rush out, the bridegroom officer also focused on Gushi. But just like that, the Incarnation of Death seized the opportunity. The Incarnation of Death threw away the others, rushed in front of the groom, opened his mouth, and a green beam of light appeared in his mouth. Death Dragon's Breath. When the green beam of light fell, the groom was also startled. He knew very well his own strength. He would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack full of death intentions. So he quickly turned his hand, and several brides appeared in front of him to block the blow for him. However, the number of brides who jumped out was too small, and they were dispersed in an instant. At this time, the groom had also stepped aside. With the movement of his fingers, batch after batch of men grabbed the blood-wedding dress, entered the sedan chair, and began to transform into the bride, the tool of the groom. But now the groom has no time to choose. Now not only the matchmaker can become the bride, but also the porters who carry the burden. As long as they are close and take the blood-wedding dress, they will enter the sedan chair and transform into the bride. After the new bride is transformed, the groom can control them to fight head-on with the Incarnation of Death. But after the Death Dragon Breath is released using Death Incarnation, it doesn't matter anything else. The Incarnation of Death moved back and forth in the sky, and the Dragon's Breath of Death swept across the wedding procession in front of it. Under the attack of the Death Dragon's Breath, all the sedan chairs and personnel in the team were killed in one blow. 7 or 8 seconds later, 7 of the sedans that originally had more than 10 heads were destroyed on the spot. Half of the wedding team was gone. If the groom's horse hadn't been of good quality, he would have been swept away by the Death Dragon's Breath. The groom looked angry at this time. If you want to die, you must die. Roaring, the bridegroom officer didn't care about Gushi, who had already rushed out of the control range of his team, but charged head-on towards the Incarnation of Death with the newly transformed bride. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind the Incarnation of Death. "Young man, I just saw someone rushing out of your station. Can you do it?" Suddenly appearing behind the Incarnation of Death was also a White Walker leader wearing a white baboon skin. However, He was different from the White Walker leaders that Gushi had met before. The white baboon skin covered on this White Walker leader was obviously of a higher grade. The other people's white baboon skins are all just one piece of skin. But the one in front of me has a pair of orange gems inlaid at the baboon's eyes. Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely chase the guy back. If you don't go quickly, we finally trap 3 suppression points. If they are destroyed, let's see what the Ghost King will do with you. The groom's officer became nervous upon hearing this. He was about to lead his men back, but found that the incarnation of death had turned into black mist, biting at his wedding team. Faced with all this, the groom could only grit his teeth and said, Sir, now, I'll handle this stupid guy. Please hurry up. After saying that, the leader of the White Walkers flew towards the incarnation of death. This new White Walker leader is a high-ranking leader of the White Walkers who invaded this world. He is no longer a leader, but a White Walker hero, and his level has reached 9. This time, he came here at short notice, and did not bring his most trusted subordinates with him. But there is definitely a big gap between heroes and bosses. Not to mention other things. The skills he masters are much higher than those of the boss. He also saw some of the methods used by the incarnation of death to attack just now. He could tell at a glance that the incarnation of death was an elemental creature with some ghostly attributes. Physical attacks were not that effective for the incarnation of death, but spell attacks were very effective against the incarnation of death. This ghost hero is said to be famous for his magic. After taking 2 steps towards the incarnation of death, the White Walker hero pulled out a staff made of ice from under the baboon's skin. Snowstorm. Under the spell of this White Walker hero, the incarnation of death was shrouded in snow and wind. The snowflakes falling from the wind and snow were all carrying sharp ice crystals, which fell on the body of the incarnation of death like daggers. Although the vitality of the death incarnation is very high, as the White Walker hero thought, his spell resistance is not very strong. Spell attacks like blizzard will cause high damage to him. As soon as the blizzard went down, half of the black mist on death incarnation's body was reduced. At the same time, his body obviously turned ice blue, and his movement speed was much slower. Discovering that the avatar of death was trapped by the White Walker heroes, the grooming officer quickly organized his remaining men. Let's start playing. Haven't you eaten? Come on. Hurry up. The groom's wedding team is actually the source of the groom's ability. He is not an orthodox unit. All the methods in this wedding team are used to strengthen the groom's own abilities. For example, the drum band with its flutes and drums has the same effect as the bard in the Western squad. It is a means of using music to enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops. Now the bridegroom official wanted to ask his men to speed up a little more so that they could chase Gushi back. As the drum band started playing, the groom looked at the remaining sedan chairs. Are you all ready? Now lend me all your power. As long as... Before the groom had finished speaking, he heard a bang, and the incarnation of death, which was suppressed by the blizzard, hit the ground hard. The incarnation of death, whose life has come to an end, has not forgotten his mission. He shrank his body inward, and a large amount of black mist enveloped him. If you still want to defend yourself, go to HL. Death Storm. When the White Walker hero saw the movements of the Death Incarnation, he thought that the Death Incarnation wanted to protect himself at this time. So he changed his hands, and released 2 black tornadoes blowing in the direction of the Incarnation of Death. But at this time, the Incarnation of Death has completed his preparations. The Incarnation of Death shrank himself this time not for defense, but because he wanted to self-destruct. The reason why he fell down and landed near the groom was entirely because Gushi had set the goal for him from the beginning to make the groom his primary enemy. Now the groom is not dead yet, and the Incarnation of Death is focusing all his attention on him. Seeing the death storm blowing towards him, the Incarnation of Death concentrated all his power. Then he roared at the sky. Boom! Chapter 111 Arrival at Sansan Garden. Ah! Gushi, who was lying on the coffin lid, felt a sudden pain in his head and screamed. Full speed ahead. After regaining consciousness, Gushi patted the coffin lid heavily, asking Sia Coffin to think of a way to increase its speed. Gushi already knew what happened just now. Death Incarnate died fighting. When he first attacked the wedding team, Gushi could see that the groom official was not that strong. If Gushi was not in a hurry, he could have stayed where he was and waited for the Incarnation of Death to kill the groom before leaving. As a result, the Incarnation of Death died in battle just a short time after he broke out. If there was no one else involved, Gushi would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Gushi has just been upgraded, and his death incarnation is now at level 12, which puts him at the pinnacle of strength in this world, coupled with the characteristics of the incarnation of death. If it were not for powerful troops or soldiers, it would be impossible to force the incarnation of death to become what it is now. The death of the incarnation of death was a reminder to Gushi that the enemy was very powerful. Gushi, who understood this, didn't even look back at the situation behind him. He just urged Sia Coffin to speed up. The moving speed of the evil coffin had actually reached its limit, but it could not withstand Gushi's request. So the evil coffin began to play tricks and take some unusual routes. For example, what should you do if you see cracks in the ice? Normally, we should take a detour. But now we don't care. The evil coffin will jump directly from above as soon as it accelerates. For example, if there is a hill, the evil coffin would originally take a detour. But now it doesn't have to take a detour. Just rush up the hill and experience the feeling of flying. With this method of running as straight as possible, Gushi quickly rushed out of the snowfield and discovered the Sansan garden in the distance. Although he hadn't arrived yet, as the scenery in front of him changed, Gushi knew that he was not in the wrong place. In front of him was a forest in the middle of the snow. The trees in the forest had turned into purple crystals. After entering the woods, the wind and snow from the outside could no longer blow in, and the temperature in the woods increased significantly. In this forest, Gushi saw many wild animals that were similarly affected, including deer with purple crystal horns, purple rabbits, and beetles that looked like ice sculptures. There were some flowers with purple crystals and grass with purple dew on the roadside. Entering the woods, Gushi felt as if he had entered another world. Don't stay in the woods. You can't stand the influence of the woods. Come in quickly. While Gushi was still observing the situation in the woods, a voice came from deep in the woods. Gushi was shocked and realized that this was the hero stationed here from Chaoyang Guild. So Gushi quickly patted the coffin lid and walked towards the direction of the sound. After bypassing some crystallized trees in front of him, Gushi's eyes lit up, and a city hidden in the woods appeared in front of Gushi. The city in front of you is full of the style of the mausoleums of Eastern emperors. In the middle of the woods is a large mound of earth that is 40 meters high. All city buildings are built around mounds of earth. Only near the mound of ceiling soil. Everything was not affected by the purple crystals, and still maintained its original color. As soon as he saw the situation in front of him, Gushi understood that the purple crystallization in the woods was the result of some kind of power that had been suppressed below overflowing. If you stay here for a long time, you will definitely be exposed to this kind of power. Eventually, you will be affected by this kind of power, and turn into the kind of crystallized monster outside. Only within the confines of this earth, which is a relatively safe zone, can the influence of overflowing power be shielded. But the city in front of me doesn't seem that big. The protection of the city by the ceiling mound is only within 1,000 meters outside the ceiling soil. Although this mound covers a relatively large area and expands a certain safety zone. In comparison, the city in front of us does not have much usable land. The city's buildings are mainly concentrated in the east and south areas. Various buildings of different styles are piled up here. The location where Gushi entered was just to the west of the sealed mound. Beyond a few inconspicuous buildings, there were a large number of fields planted with a strange kind of wheat. These wheats are somewhat similar to flytraps. Before they grow, they emit a large amount of special smell to attract various pests. As long as those pests get on this wheat, they will be stuck by the mucus secreted by the wheat, and eventually become nutrients for the wheat. I have to admire this kind of wheat care. Anyone who can produce this kind of wheat can be regarded as a super powerful expert. This not only solved the problem of fertilizer for wheat, but also solved the problem of insect pests. As long as there is water, this kind of wheat can be planted in large quantities, and there is no need to worry about the planting environment being unsuitable for wheat growth. Such an environment made Gushi's eyes light up, and he was thinking about whether he should get some seeds back and plant them in Aladovi City. Just then the previous voice sounded again. Don't stay there. Come to the south of Fingtu first. Gushi then remembered his mission. He hurriedly patted the coffin lid, making the evil coffin move towards the south of the mound. While moving forward, Gushi kept looking at the mound in front of him. Speaking of ancient tombs, what was buried under them may be different, but on the ground, their styles are somewhat unified. They are all piled as high as they can and as sharp as they can. At most, the materials are different, and the exterior, the decoration is just different. This mound looks like a pyramid of dirt. The mound maintains the style of an oriental mausoleum, with not even a root of grass on it. All the soil was packed tightly, and even strong winds and heavy rains would not have much impact on this mound. This also made Gushi wonder who the owner of this tomb was. To be able to build such a large mound of earth. The people buried underneath must be at least kings and above. Comrade. This way. Before Gushi could judge the situation of the sealed earth mound. The evil coffin had already arrived directly south of the sealed earth mound. This is the main urban area of Sansan Garden. As soon as he entered here, he saw a woman wearing a blue gauze skirt waving to him. The woman was carrying a long sword as tall as herself on her back. When she waved, Gushi also noticed that the woman was wearing silver gloves. Are you from the transport troop? I am a full member of the Blazing Sun Knights under the Rising Sun Guild. A level 5 Death Knight. You can call me Shudai. Let me ask you again. Are you a player who transports troops? Chapter 112 The Real Fairy Garden. Yes. He is a new intern at Chaoyang Guild. He received the task of transporting troops to Sansan Garden. 5 troops were transported this time. A total of 5,500 people. There was a battle on the road. And 204 people were lost in the battle. All others were transported to. When Gushi saw that Shudai also wanted to take care of business, he immediately started talking. At the same time, he was also preparing to open the city gate and directly hand over the undead troops that had been transported. Don't leave it yet. Don't leave the troops here. I'll take you there. In addition, when transporting troops, 10% are allowed to float. You only need to provide 5,000 soldiers later, and the rest will be yours. Ah, come on. Follow me. I'll take you to meet the city lord. But the guild has made a profit this time. The level cap has been reached directly during the internship period. It seems that you have a good talent. Level cap? Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that at some point, his experience had reached the level 5 standard. However, because the activation task was stuck, he was unable to upgrade to level 5 for the time being. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that all the excess experience was stored. Judging from the current situation, he had just gained more than 5,000 experience points. Gushi frowned and quickly flipped through the pages, finally finding clues in the prompts. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the White Walker leader, level 9. You get 5,133 experience points, experience plus 5%. The groom is dead, Gushi thought with certainty. Seeing Gushi frowning, Shudai, who was leading the way, also smiled. What? You don't know how to activate your talent? Ah. Yes. I never learned this in the academy. Gushi smiled and quickly explained the matter. Don't worry. If you don't learn it in the academy, the guild will definitely arrange it. You are a necromancer, so my method is not suitable for you. You can talk to the city lord yourself later. You will be able to activate your talent and level up again soon. As Shudai spoke, he led Gushi in a certain direction. Because Gushi was riding the evil coffin, Shudai also called out his mount, which was a purple warhorse. The whole body of the warhorse was wrapped in thick horse armor, with only a pair of flaming swords exposed. Eyes of faint blue flame. Next to the warhorse, there is a purple battle flag with a little fairy with butterfly wings painted on it. After riding on the horse, Shudai pulled up the battle flag, and 3 goblins flew out from nearby and followed Shudai. These 3 goblins are about the same size as normal goblins. They are wearing purple robes, and the butterfly wings on their backs are emitting a faint blue light. This is? Oh! My ghoul? Follow me. I will take you to see the city lord. Ghoul? Gushi was speechless. With a ghoul like that, I'm afraid he's joined a fake undead guild. The group of them soon arrived at a mud house next to Fingtu. Compared with the various buildings outside, the earthen house in front of us is not very high. From the outside, it looks only more than 2 meters high and has a single room. Inside this mud house, there was an old man wearing linen clothes and holding a broom. This old man is different from the guild leader, who has an immortal style. He is really old, and the wrinkles on his face are enough to kill someone. When he saw Gushi coming, the old man first put down the broom in his hand, and then straightened up. You are the comrade who came here to transport the troops. Right? Where are the troops? Bring them all with you and let them out now. Gushi glanced around, and saw that the space here was very small. Come in and talk. The old man waved to Gushi and asked him to enter the earthen house first. Shudai also said to the old man at this time, City Lord, the people have been delivered. I have to go on patrol, so I won't stay here any longer. You go ahead. I'll take care of things here. As the old man spoke, he waved to Gushi. Gushi knew that this was the city lord of Sansan Garden, so he let down his guard and followed him into the hut. This hut was where the 2 keepers lived next to the mound. Later, when we took over this place, we modified the hut and turned it into an elevator to enter the Sansan garden. Ah! Gushi was stunned on the spot. Elevator? He thought this was the meeting hall of Sansan garden. I didn't expect it to be an elevator. While speaking, Gushi also felt the ground shaking slightly. After the shaking stopped, the old man pushed open the door and walked out with Gushi. When he got out of the elevator, Gushi couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. At this time, they actually came to the underground cave. When they looked up, they found that the ceiling of the cave was all covered with purple crystals. The light refracted from nowhere fell on these crystals and was reflected out by the crystals. The whole cave turned purple. Inside the cave is a large city covering an area of at least 300 square kilometers. The entire city is built around a huge stone pillar. There were countless corpses crawling up the stone pillars. At the same time, Gushi noticed that a large number of light spots were constantly circling around the stone pillars. This is? The underground of Fintu Mound is also the main body of Sansan Garden. Of course, we don't know what this city was called before. The only thing we can know is that on the stone pillar, where the Fintu Mound tomb is, there is a person buried there. A loose immortal. Don't look at me like that. We found this when we were searching for information under the tomb. The person buried above called himself Sansan. The purple crystals you see above are all the energy overflowing from the body of this loose immortal. They are also the dragon blood crystals we usually need. The metal on the ground affected by the overflowing energy is what we call dragon steel. We are usually responsible for suppressing the situation here and preventing the balance here from being disrupted. At the same time, some materials were collected here. This time the world encountered an invasion. In order to deal with some situations, some soldiers in the city were transferred out, which made the situation a little difficult. By the way, where are your soldiers? Only then did Gushi react. He suppressed the shock in his heart and opened the gate of the city of death. 5 undead troops quickly walked out of the city. Seeing these soldiers appear, the old man changed his previous appearance and counted the number and strength of these 5 undead troops with a serious look on his face. After confirming that the number of people was sufficient and that the number was not filled with random undead, the old man nodded to Gushi with satisfaction and said, "Well done, comrade. The arrival of this group of troops has solved my biggest problem. I have something to do now, so I won't keep you any longer. This is proof that you have completed your mission. After you exit this world, you can go find government affairs. I'll exchange it for the reward." As he spoke, the old man took out a silver finger bone-like object and handed it to Gushi's hand. Then, without waiting for Gushi to ask what was going on, the old man ordered decisively, "E-phone camp," and Ghost Air camp took off, entered the underground camp, and suppressed the changes. Chapter 113 Sudden Battle. Seeing the old man busying himself, Gushi felt a little embarrassed. Where was he going next? Was he just going to watch here? Or is he ready to leave? Just when Gushi looked confused, 2 more players came out of the underground city. The 2 players are obviously dressed differently. One looks like a miner, and the other is wearing heavy armor, like a defender in the city. They quickly came to the old man. "City Lord, have the troops been sent here?" Before anyone could reach him, the man in heavy armor was already mumbling. The old man was commanding 2 ghost troops to the designated location. When he saw him coming, he spoke rudely. "Just worry about what you have. Look, those heavily armored zombies are for you. That's enough. That's enough. I knew the City Lord would never forget me. City Lord, you don't know? Ever since you transferred my troops, the dragon cub over there has become dishonest. You're the only one who talks too much." The old man glanced at the heavy armored player. Go. Divide the troops. Wu Qian didn't come. Lu Su, please help bring the ray shooter group assigned to him." "Okay." The player on the side, dressed like a miner, responded. The 2 of them quickly guided the remaining 3 troops and took them aside. They didn't even look at Gushi during the whole process. And the old man didn't intend to introduce them to Gushi. In the eyes of these players, Gushi is just a comrade temporarily sent to the army. After he leaves, Gushi will leave, and there may not be a chance to come to Sansan Garden again next time. It doesn't matter how good their relationship with Gushi is. This is just a waste of energy. Wouldn't it be nice for them to have that time to do what they want to do? This situation made Gushi a little embarrassed. Just when he was thinking about how to propose leaving, the ground suddenly shook. Gushi heard the sound of heavy drums coming from above. The old man's expression changed. "Here we go again." After finishing speaking, the old man turned around and looked around. and found that Gushi was still standing there. He thought for a while, and said to Gushi, "Comrade, there is a war above. There are not enough manpower here in Sansan Garden. We need to know. How about you come and help me too? Don't worry. Your work will not be in vain. The corresponding supplies will be sufficient when the time comes. Besides, those shameless guys are coming again. It's too late for you to quit the game now. So just consider it as some extra money. Okay. Who should I report to?" Gushi didn't mind participating in the battle. As a necromancer, any major battle was a good opportunity for him to upgrade. The old man's words were just what Gushi wanted. "You take the elevator up and report directly to Captain Wood. He will arrange everything. I have something to deal with here, so I won't leave you alone." As the old man spoke, he sent Gushi back to the elevator. When the elevator door closed, Gushi noticed that the ghosts from Yinfenjing and Giking that he had sent before flew to the tall stone pillars in the underground space. As they joined, there were obviously many more light spots hovering around the stone pillars. At the same time, the crystals on the ceiling were also much brighter. Some places even turned bright purple. Unlike before, which was the dark purple. Gushi finally figured out that these ghosts were used to suppress the corpses of Sansan above the stone pillars. Before he came, this place had been affected by some effects. The number of suppressing troops decreased, and the aura emanating from the corpses of Sansan was somewhat uncontrollable. The more than 5,000 troops he sent here were used to suppress Sansan Garden. As for the White Walkers outside, they are not actually paying attention to them. Perhaps in the eyes of these few, the White Walkers outside can be defeated by just a player. Just as Gushi wanted to take one more look, the elevator door closed, cutting off his sight. Soon Gushi was sent back to the cabin by the elevator. Before he opened the door of the cabin, Gushi heard the rapid sound of drums coming from outside. "Hurry up. Hurry up. Raise the battle flag for me. And send out all the troops. There is no need to wait for a certain time to use them." Amid the drumbeats, a voice spread throughout the city. Even Gushi, who was in the hut, could hear it clearly. Gushi became nervous when he heard the voice. He didn't have time to think about it, and pushed the door open. Among the chaotic crowd, Gushi caught a running necromancer player. "Comrade, I want to ask where Wood is. I want to report to Wood." The player who was held by Gushi looked Gushi up and down. "You are the transport team that sent the troops here, right? I don't have time to take care of you now. You should find a place to hide first until we finish this battle." After saying that, the player shook off Gushi's hand and ran in one direction. "Hey, wait a minute. I can join the fight too." Before Gushi could stop him, the player had already disappeared without a trace. Helpless, Gushi could only turn his attention to the other players. But no matter where he looked, no player wanted to pay attention to him. Finally, there was an old player who couldn't stand it anymore. He said to Gushi when he passed by, "Don't embarrass them. Wood's military orders are strict, and they don't dare to talk to you. If you want to join in, just go over there and find Wood." After speaking, the old player pointed Gushi in the direction. Looking in the direction pointed by the veteran player, Gushi found a strong man over 2 meters tall standing under a huge flagpole that was 30 meters high. He was wearing thick plate armor, which was covered with gold and silver skull patterns. In one hand, he held a staff that was taller than him, and in the other hand, he held a shield. Gushi couldn't figure out for a while whether he was a necromancer or a death knight. There were a large number of ravens hovering around him. From time to time, he would say a few words to the ravens and ask them to go down and deliver orders. At this time, the strong man also saw Gushi. He glared and said, "What are you doing standing there? Why don't you return to your position quickly?" "Well, I came here to transport troops. I just delivered the troops. Where should I go next?" "He's here to transport troops." "Oh, you're the little guy who just entered the city. How many troops do you have now? I'll arrange a place for you. There are still more than 400 people. But it's so few." "Okay." Before Gushi could finish his words, he was interrupted by the strong man. "You can go to area Bing 6. 400 soldiers are almost enough. I don't care what method you use to hold it there. I'll give you credit. After this battle is over, if you come to me, you will not be short of any rewards you deserve." After speaking, the strong man waved his hand, and a raven flew in front of Gushi. "You first follow the raven to area B6. If there are any new orders, I will ask the raven to take you there." After saying that, the strong man ignored Gushi and directed other players to come. Chapter 114, Garrison. Under the guidance of Raven, Gushi quickly arrived at his defense zone, which was an open space in the southwest corner of Sansan Garden. Behind him is a functional building, and in front of him is an open space about the size of a football field. This is Area B6 assigned to Gushi. And Gushi's task is also very simple, to prevent any enemy from passing through the open space in front and attacking the building behind him. As long as this building can be defended, there is nothing else to worry about. Hey, newcomer. What do you call me? After being in position, before Gushi could release his soldiers, a voice came from not far away. Gushi looked up and found a pure black full-body armor standing not far away. The voice came from this full-body armor. It's just that the full armor seems to be too big for this person, and Gushi can't see this person's face. Who are you? Death Knight Du Wuxuang is responsible for cooperating and fighting with you. The armored man tried to turn his head. Please rest assured, I am a level 4 Death Knight. I have enough combat power to protect your safety in battle. I never worried about my safety. Gushi had already sat on the evil coffin, but this time he did not wrap himself in a quilt, but pointed his hand and released the gate of the city of death. At this time, the gate of the Death City had already noticed changes. There was a section reinforced with thick bones at the front and rear of the gate. At the same time, a flagpole more than 10 meters high also appeared on the gate. Gushi's empty battle flag with nothing on it was hung on the flagpole. Although it was a white flag, the thumbs-up sign on the flag could still prove Gushi's identity. A chief. Although he is only the chief among the academy graduates, it is enough. Under Du Wuxuang's astonished gaze, large numbers of undead troops began to move outward. After the last battle, Gushi's men's combat effectiveness has been improved in all aspects, especially the skeleton soldiers of the bone-cutting battalion and the 2 combat teams. The newly added zombies all wore uniforms stolen from the ghost soldiers. A complete armor. There are 196 people in the skeleton battalion, 46 people in combat team 1, 49 people in combat team 2, 209 skeleton shooters, 59 zombies, and 52 ghosts. As his troops walked out, Gushi was already making calculations in his mind. Just after Gushi handed over the transported undead to the city lord, the remaining ghosts already belonged to Gushi. There was no need for Gushi to explain anything. Luna had already helped Gushi sort out everything. The skeleton soldiers were assigned to the 3 armies, and the skeleton shooters, zombies and ghosts were also gathered together. Although it has not been baptized and tempered in battle, the number is already sufficient. A total of 600 undead troops. The lowest strength is level 3, and the most advanced ghosts have reached level 7. This kind of combat power is ranked high in Sansan Garden. Seeing Gushi's undead troops standing in the open space ahead, Du Wuxuang was immediately stunned. The number of your troops? What's wrong with this amount? Gushi asked in confusion while directing the troops to stand in position. This number is a bit too much. There are at least 5. No. More than 600 soldiers here. Your strength has exceeded most of the necromancers left here. Are you a genius student in the guild? For a moment, Gushi had no way to explain the situation to Du Wuxuang. He can't say that because he transported troops once, he lost more than 290 undead soldiers, and they were all of a relatively high level. He could only laugh it off. Then he turned his gaze forward. Comrade, what should we do next? Just wait here until someone can kill us. At first, I thought it would take a lot of effort, but with you here, everything will be fine. Du Wuxuang explained with a smile. Can they hit here? That's so new. The Sansan Garden is only such a big place, and the ground is not valued. Apart from the amethyst forest outside, there is no city wall for defense. Individuals can come in from any direction. It's normal for the enemy to come in. But don't worry. There are a lot of players here in Sansan Garden. Every player has a certain amount of troops. After the incident this time, all the players who went out to do the mission have also returned. The current strength is enough to deal with all troubles. How many people are there? Why does it seem to me that the city lord is not willing to take care of things on the ground? Let me tell you this. Even if this part of the city on the ground is completely destroyed, the city lord will not even take a glance at it. He only cares about 2 things. The first is the collection of the overflowing energy of the loose immortals below. The dragon blood crystal with dragon steel. You necromancers are in luck. The second is to suppress the corpses of the immortals. He never cared about the rest. Matters on the ground are generally handled by a committee of 10. Council of 10? Yes. It is the city management organization composed of the commander-in-chief, knight commander, mage leader, blacksmith, doctor, tavern owner, farmer, hunter, scout and merchant. They all discuss matters on the ground. Unless there is something really big, the city lord usually won't interfere with their decisions. Commander-in-chief, Knight Commander, are these nicknames or what? Some are nicknames, and some are positions. For example, the Commander-in-chief is Wood. He is the Commander-in-chief of the Sansan Garden troops appointed by the guild. He has the right to mobilize all the troops in Sansan Garden. And he can also direct all players to participate. Fighting. The Knight Commander and the Mage Chief are just nicknames. They are the strongest Death Knights and Necromancers in Sansan Garden. Death Knights and Necromancers are also willing to listen to their opinions. The blacksmith is the owner of the blacksmith shop. Don't underestimate him. He is the strongest craftsman in Sansan Garden. I heard that as long as he has enough materials, he can even create purple equipment. The same goes for the doctor and the tavern owner. They both have some skills. Especially the tavern owner. He is the gossiper in the city. And you can just go to him if you want to know anything. As for the farmers and hunters, they are the managers of the non-governmental organizations in the city. The farmers' organization is responsible for the farmland in the west of the city. And the hunters are responsible for hunting the small animals in the amethyst forest. They actually provide food for the city. Although the status of 1 or 2 farmers and hunters is not high, when there are more people, they still have some status in the city. The same is true for the scouts and merchants who follow, except that their importance is actually not as great as that of farmers and hunters. Of course, the scouts here actually replace the miners, but you also know that the miners are underground, and they are not managed above ground. Even if you have opinions, there is nothing you can do. Anyway, in the end, it's all the business of those gentlemen. We can only accept whatever arrangements they like. Chapter 115 Enemies Attacking the City. Since there were no enemies, Gu Shi and Du Wuxuang chatted happily. From Du Wuxuang, Gu Shi also learned a lot about the Sansan Garden. At the same time, he also knew what happened when the world was invaded by foreign enemies. Let me tell you, I was doing a mission outside at that time, and suddenly a strange troop appeared. The enemies this time are not simple. Not only are they strong, but their various abilities are quite weird. Especially the ones wearing white baboon skin. I encountered one at that time, and almost couldn't escape. I asked after I came back and found that those wearing white baboon skins were all boss level, with at least level 9. If I met them, and came back alive, it was a sign of my strength. When Du Wuxuang said this, his full body helmet was still lifted upwards. His expression was clearly saying, "Hurry up, and give me a thumbs up." Do you want to listen to other people's bragging but don't give them a thumbs up? Gu Shi thought about it seriously, took out 2 pieces of white baboon skin, and asked calmly, "Are you referring to this kind?" "Ah. It's so boring to talk to someone like you." Du Wuxuang was also speechless. If she hadn't been wearing a helmet on her head, Gu Shi could even see her rolling her eyes. Gu Shi chuckled, and was about to say something when he suddenly stood up straight. "There are enemies. And there are 2 of them. Does it matter what is behind us?" When Gu Shi discovered the enemy, Du Wuxuang also saw the enemy appear. She didn't have time to answer Gu Shi's question now. Instead, she stared at the enemy who suddenly appeared. Just as Gu Shi said, there were 2 groups of enemies suddenly coming out of the woods in front. The headless knight rushing in the front was wearing heavy black armor. Because he had no head, the head covered with white baboon skin was placed right on the headless knight's neck. He was riding a tall war horse, and he didn't have any men behind him. He just held a spear in one hand and a long string of heads in the other. After rushing out, the spear in his hand was pointed at Du Wuxuang's position. When the headless horseman rushed out, the other leader of the White Walkers slowly walked out from behind. This is a skinny old woman, with a large number of cauldrons with legs behind her. When she walked out, the old woman pulled the white baboon skin she was wearing and smiled at Gu Shi. Before Gu Shi could say anything, liquids of different colors poured out from the cauldrons with legs, turning into twisted slimes in front of the old woman. "Who are these people?" Gu Shi complained and pointed forward. The skeleton soldiers of the bone-cutting battalion quickly moved forward. At the same time, the zombies and ghosts protected Gu Shi. The skeleton archer raised the bow and arrow in his hand, preparing for the first wave of attacks. Attack! Seeing Gu Shi's response, the headless horseman turned his spear in Gu Shi's direction. It was obvious that the headless horseman saw that Gu Shi was the commander of the undead troops in front of him, and was the priority to be killed on the battlefield. At this time, although Du Wuxuang knew that there was a big difference in level between himself and the headless horseman, he still stood up and stood in front of the headless horseman's spear. In Du Wuxuang's mind, Gu Shi was a necromancer, and had no melee ability. He had to be the one to provoke the Headless Horseman. Even if he died in battle, he still had to ensure Gu Shi's survival. Only in this way can Gu Shi's army have the possibility to exist. Seeing Du Wushwang's actions, the Headless Horseman was also a little dissatisfied. He was looking down on himself. A level 4 Death Knight dared to come out to provoke. So the Headless Horseman slapped his horse, and quickly rushed towards Du Wushwang. At this time, Gu Shi also waved his hand heavily, and the skeleton archer's arrows were faster than Du Wushwang. All these arrows focused their fire on the Headless Horseman. In the first moment, he actually pushed the Headless Knight back a few steps. Fortunately, at this time, the weird old woman had also completed the separation of her subordinates, and slimes of various colors began to jump towards Gu Shi. Gu Shi's attention turned from the Headless Horseman to these slimes. His skeleton soldiers immediately fought with the slimes. At this time, Gu Shi saw the slimes' condition. These slimes are all transformed into liquids and have different effects according to their colors. Green is toxic, blue is ice-like, red is explosive, and earthy yellow is corrosive. The level is not too high, just between level 4 and level 6, but they are quite troublesome to fight. Bows and arrows are not very effective against them. Even with arrows stuck in their bodies, these slimes can still jump around and attack. A slash with a sword can cut them in two, but they will quickly reassemble themselves. It was obvious that no matter how hard they cut, it was useless until their life force was exhausted. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed something. After releasing all the slimes, the cauldrons with legs actually squatted aside and lit a fire there. It looked like they were preparing to cook another pot of demonic food. Medicine. This situation gave Gu Shi some ideas. Zombie. Is there any way to drag those cauldrons over? Gu Shi asked about the part of the heavily armored zombies he had left behind. They held shields in one hand and iron hooks in the other, keeping an eye on the battlefield. Upon hearing Gu Shi's order, they all shook their heads. The old woman knew the level of the undead quite well. Those cauldrons were placed far away from Gu Shi. There was no way they could kill them without killing the slimes in front of them. Even the skeleton shooters couldn't shoot those cauldrons. At this time, the Headless Horseman was already irritated by the skeleton shooter. After being repelled 3 times in a row, the Headless Horseman lowered his spear to the ground. His horse seemed to be on fire, turning into flames and rushing towards the skeleton shooter's team. The impact force was like a rocket, instantly rushing into the skeleton archer. Gu Shi only heard a bang, and an explosion occurred in the skeleton shooter's team. A large number of body fragments flew everywhere in the explosion. Gu Shi didn't think much and pointed at the place where the explosion occurred. Corpse explosion. 10 corpses exploded in succession until no more explosions were heard. And then Gu Shi stopped using corpse explosion on this location. The Headless Horseman probably didn't expect that Gu Shi's reaction would be so quick, and the method he used would be so simple and direct. He had killed a lot of skeleton shooters just now, but all the subsequent explosions were eaten by him alone. When the dust and smoke caused by the explosion dissipated, Gu Shi found that the flames on the Headless Horseman had dissipated, and his armor had been blasted into holes. As soon as he rushed out, he roared at Gu Shi and rushed towards Gu Shi on his horse. Chapter 116. This is trouble. Just as the Headless Horseman charged angrily, the slimes at the old woman's place also received the order. They knocked away the skeleton soldiers blocking the way and began to rush towards Gu Shi. Luna! At this time, Gu Shi felt a chill on his back, and then a smile appeared on his face. Ah! Luna flew out from behind Gu Shi and screamed at the charging enemy. The Banshee wails. As this skill was activated, many slimes that could not be shot or chopped to death exploded on the spot. However, the Headless Knight was not affected much and continued to rush forward. At this time, the heavily armored zombie standing in front of Gu Shi also threw out the iron hook in his hand. The iron hook with the iron chain got stuck on the leg of the Headless Horseman's horse. He pulled it down hard and blocked the charge of the Headless Horseman. Interrupted. Seeing that the Headless Horseman was unable to charge forward, the ghost quickly rushed out. Gu Shi had used ghosts to deal with white ghost leaders of the same level before. Although there are fewer ghosts now, they still have the abilities they should have. Whether it is attack power or the ghost's ability to be immune to half of physical attacks, they have mastered them all. Under Gu Shi's order, the ghosts immediately pounced on him. The knight's combat effectiveness was halved as he was unable to move. Coupled with the close-range attacks of the ghost, the Headless Knight's spear had little room to maneuver. After a while, the Headless Horseman was beaten to a pulp. Seeing that the Headless Horseman was about to be beaten to death, The headless horseman actually picked up the head in his left hand and put it on his neck. Then the eyes of the human head that was placed on it suddenly widened. And with a push of the body, the ghost was shaken out. Then the headless knight stomped heavily on the ground and retreated dozens of meters. When the headless horseman landed, Gushi took action again. He points to where the headless horseman is, and that's a spell. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. It turns out that the place where the headless horseman fell was exactly where the slime was killed. When a slime dies, it leaves a pool of liquid on the ground. Gushi was not sure whether this liquid was considered a corpse. Anyway, he didn't want to make things easier for the headless horseman, so he immediately used the secondary corpse explosion skill. It turns out that this corpse explosion is really useful. The slime's corpse was a corpse, and the explosion brought a large amount of liquid, all of which sprayed on the headless horseman. The headless horseman's newly restored health dropped by half in an instant, and at the same time the ghosts rushed over. But at this time, the headless horseman had already distanced himself. He shot at it and killed a ghost on the spot. As a result, Gushi pointed to the place where the ghost died. Corpse explosion. The ghost still hanging on the headless horseman's spear exploded on the spot. The shock wave caused by the explosion blew away the head that the headless knight had just installed. Without the newly installed head, the life that the headless horseman had just replenished quickly disappeared. This time the situation of the headless horseman was not good. Many ghosts came from all directions and started to grab at the headless horseman. Under the attack of the ghosts, many of the headless horseman's movements were interrupted. He wanted to replace himself with another human head several times, but before they could move, they were dragged down by the ghosts. Go down. Finally, the armor on the headless horseman was torn apart, revealing the gray-white skin under the armor. Ghost summon kills the White Walker leader, level 9. You get 3,227 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. All summons participating in the attack each get 33 experience points. Dead? Attack. Looking at the message popping up in front of him, Gushi decisively issued the order. One of the two White Walker leaders died, and the remaining one was the old woman who looked extremely weak. If we don't take the initiative to attack now, then how long will it take? So Gushi pointed his hand and released all his troops. The skeleton shooter, who had just gotten up from the big explosion, rushed forward on the spot. Their shooting range is 150 meters, and they are still far away. When they rushed forward, they were still adjusting the appropriate attack angle. When they rushed to the corresponding position, all the skeleton shooters stopped. A bow and an arrow are drawn, which is a wave of shooting. This time it was the old woman who was targeted. As a legal entity, she did not have thick armor like the Death Knight. Facing this blow, the old woman had to take a step back. At the same time, she pressed her hands on the ground. A large number of tree roots popped out of the ground, forming a defensive net in front of the old woman, blocking this wave of attacks. But the skeleton archers had seized the opportunity at this time. They did not stop at all. The second and third waves of arrow rain fell from the sky and kept falling on the old woman's defense net. After 4 waves, the old woman could no longer withstand it, and the defensive shield composed of tree roots shattered, and she took this opportunity to retreat back more than 10 meters. At the same time, the living slime beside her also rushed forward, preparing to attack the skeleton shooter to give the old woman a chance to retreat. But at this moment, Gushi's 3 skeleton troops also rushed forward. The skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 raised their spears and pierced the slime. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers of the bone-chopping camp jumped over the slime and chased in the direction of the old woman. When the old woman saw that something was wrong, she jumped into a crucible. The bottom of the crucible had long legs, and it ran into the woods with the old woman like a big rooster. The remaining cauldrons took the initiative to face the skeletons of the bone-cutting camp, and poured out the magic potion in the pots towards these skeletons. The skeleton soldier, summon, kills the active crucible, level 5. You get 1 experience point. The bone-cutting battalion gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 13 experience points. The skeleton soldier, summon, kills the medicine slime, level 4. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 8 experience points. As experience prompts popped up again and again, Gushi knew that the battle was stable. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at his side. At this time, Gushi discovered that Du Wuxuang seemed to have disappeared. This situation made Gushi a little confused. Where did this person go? At this moment, there was an explosion behind Gushi. He looked back and saw a giant blood-red hand stretching out from the ground. The giant hand was more than 2 meters long. After it stretched out from the ground, it quickly pushed on the ground. And a demon with a blood-red body, a pair of curved horns on its head, more than 5 meters tall, and a white baboon skin around its waist crawled out from the ground. At the same time, the old woman who had just escaped came back on his cauldron. Behind him was a man with white hair, wearing a white baboon skin, and holding a long knife. Behind this man were more than 700 Ishigaru soldiers with crow heads, hats and armor. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi's expression became serious. Now we're in trouble. Chapter 117 Comeback. Gushi thought that was the end of the matter. But in fact, more troublesome things were yet to come. Just when the 3 white ghost leaders appeared here, there was a sound coming from the functional building guarded by Gushi. Gushi looked back and saw that a large amount of white paper flew out of nowhere and began to be pasted on the building. Du Wushwang, who was missing at first, was trying hard to resist the attack of the white paper. Seeing Gushigwa, Du Wushwang wanted to show that he could withstand it. But he didn't even have a chance to speak. At this time, Gushi could see that this time their position had become the focus of the enemy's attack. At least the building behind him is the key to this battle. But Gushi was also a little puzzled. What happened to this building? Would it change the world if it were occupied? Although he didn't know what was going on, Gushi made a decision immediately. Ghosts go help him. Zombies defend. Skeleton shooters target the raven head in front of him. Luna. As Gushi's contracted undead, Luna understood Gushi's meaning best. As soon as she heard Gushi's order, she let out a banshee wail at the red-skinned guy. After Luna yelled like this guy locked onto Luna and took the initiative to pounce in Luna's direction. And Luna quickly retreated, crossing the spot where the Headless Horseman died in battle. Because Luna calculated the landing point, she was able to get 1 step ahead of this guy every time. When Luna passed over the Headless Horseman's body, it happened to be the time when the monster fell. At this time, Gushi pointed decisively at the Headless Horseman's body. Corpse explosion. When the Headless Horseman's body exploded, it happened to be when the monster fell. And he even happened to step on the Headless Horseman's body. As an explosion sounded, the Headless Horseman's body and his armor exploded on the spot. And the armor fragments pierced into the monster's body like steel knives. However, the vitality of this monster is relatively strong. The power of the Headless Knight's corpse explosion this time did not kill the monster. As soon as Gushi saw this situation, he immediately pointed at the area and fired several more corpse explosions. It's just a pity that most of the slime corpses who died here in the last battle have been blown up by Gushi. And only a small number of corpses are left here. Gushi's corpse exploded 2 or 3 times, but it had no effect. At this time, Gushi yelled, Luna. Luna immediately understood what Gushi meant. Luna, who had been retreating just now, quickly rushed forward, bypassed the monster, and flew to Gushi's side. When Luna got around the monster, she had already used the touch of ice, and the ice directly turned the monster into ice blue. Of course, this kind of coldness is not too strong for the monster in front of him, and can only affect him for 1 to 2 seconds at most. But 1 or 2 seconds was enough for Gushi. Gushi stood on the evil coffin and used the speed of the evil coffin to rush to the monster. Death incarnate. Just when the ice on the monster's body disappeared and it wanted to move around, Gushi released the Incarnation of Death. The Incarnation of Death rushed out from the black fog and bit the monster's body. If the monster was still in its intact state, perhaps this attack would only seriously injure the monster. But the corpse explosion and Luna's icy touch just now have made this guy extremely weak. Now the Incarnation of Death appeared, opened its mouth and bit the monster's waist, and then shook its head hard. And the monster's body was torn into 2 pieces on the spot. And Gushi was not idle either. After swallowing the magic potion in 1 gulp, he directly hit the monster's head with the smashing staff. This blow even dented the monster's skull. You kill the White Walker leader, level 9. And you get 5,425 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. After killing this big guy, Gushi turned around and glared at the old woman and the white-haired warrior, which actually scared them back a few steps. Taking this opportunity, Gushi decisively turned his attention to the white paper attached to the building. Gushi has already understood the situation in front of him. These white papers are the key to this battle. Whether it is the old woman, the white-haired warrior, or even the red-skinned monster he killed, they are all used for attention-grabbing. Only by getting rid of this blank paper can the current crisis be solved. Gu Shi raised his hand to the sky, and the incarnation of death flew into the air. At the same time, the evil coffin under Gu Shi's feet was dragging Gu Shi towards the building. When Gu Shi took action, Luna had already taken over the command of Gu Shi's troops. Although Gu Shi scared the old woman and the white-haired warrior back a few steps, it did not mean that they did not need to be on guard. Now that the command was in hand, Luna commanded the skeleton soldiers to fight against those crow-headed weapons. The strength of these crow-headed warriors is comparable to the ghost soldiers that Gu Shi had encountered before. But the weapons they use are all spears, and the armor on their bodies is all trust armor, which is armor made of grass. I don't know how they can wear this kind of armor and use it with such confidence. Anyway, when the skeleton soldiers attack them, whether it is the two-handed long sword of the bone sword or other weapons of the skeleton soldiers, they are very harmful to the armor. The only thing that was restrained was the skeleton archer's arrows. When the arrow fell on the armor, it seemed that it could not penetrate too deep, and it would not even affect the fighting of these crow soldiers. Luna, who discovered this situation, immediately changed her direction and set her target on the old woman. Under Luna's command, the skeleton archer moved forward a distance, and was even about to rush to the front of the battlefield. However, the effect of such forward shooting was really good. The old woman was once again caught in the fire. This time she no longer had the strength to use the tree root defense net again, and could only rely on the long-legged crucible to keep watering. But the skeleton archers immediately switched to arrow rain attacks. This time it changed from concentrated fire to a large-scale attack. The old woman could no longer escape at this time. After a wave of attacks, the old woman herself was fine, but the long-legged crucible she was riding was nailed to the ground. Another wave of fire followed. The old woman also took various potions and tried to drink them for herself. But it was already too late. This method itself does not have much defense and vitality. Under 2 waves of concentrated fire attacks, the old woman was finally killed on the spot. Skeleton Archer, Summon Creature, kills the White Walker Leader, level 8. You gain 1613 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. And all summoned creatures participating in the attack each gain 41 experience points. Chapter 118 Uncovering the Enemy. As the old woman was killed, the situation at the scene returned to Gu Shi's control. What was originally a situation where at least 3 White Walker leaders surrounded and killed Gu Shi has now turned into a situation where Gu Shi's troops are fighting a White Walker leader. Although the commander changed from Gu Shi to Luna, the incarnation of death in the sky gave her enough confidence. Under Luna's command, Gu Shi's undead troops fought head-on with the crow soldiers. The strength of the two sides is almost the same, and the numbers are also similar. What they are fighting now is their respective command. Luna was not a professional commander, but Gu Shi's undead troops had a full range of troops, flying in the sky and running underground. The most important thing was that only the skeleton soldiers could produce 4 types of troops, and the cooperation between them was pretty good. Unlike the crow soldiers, there was only 1 spearman. Under Luna's control, the two sides still fought back and forth. Luna was even able to free up some ghost troops to pay attention to the battle on Gu Shi's side. Leaving the main battlefield in Luna's hands, Gu Shi drove the evil coffin to the building he was guarding. At first, Gu Shi was only chatting with Du Wuxuang and did not pay attention to the situation of the building behind him. Before I could even ask what the building was for. When he came over now, Gu Shi only saw white pieces of paper falling from the sky, sticking to the outer wall of the building, seeming to be transforming the building into a paper-made building. Death Knight Du Wuxuang was waving the heavy sword in his hand, cutting down the falling pieces of white paper. But his attack range was still too small. If he cut off a piece of white paper, a new piece of white paper would appear immediately. When the film appeared, there was no way he could handle the situation in front of him. When he saw Gu Shi coming over, the helmet on Du Wuxuang's head was still shaking, but he couldn't speak for a while. Do you know where the enemy is? Gu Shi knew at a glance that there was no way to hack at the moment. Unless the enemy was found, there was no way to crack it with this method. Du Wuxuang rolled her eyes in her heart when she heard this. If she knew where the enemy was, she wouldn't have been able to fight like this. Seeing that Du Wuxuang could not answer, Gu Shi ignored him and said loudly, "The incarnation of death." Moving in a large area. Upon hearing this, the incarnation of death, which had already flown high into the sky, flew straight from the sky. When he flew down, the effect of the black mist on him was fully activated. Anyone within a radius of about 10 meters around the incarnation of death will be affected by the black fog. This is the happiest time of the Death Incarnation. Previously in Aradovi City, when the Death Incarnation was flying, it did not dare to release its own black mist for fear of destroying the buildings below. It's different now. If Gushi wants to go all out, he should enjoy it. The Incarnation of Death rushed downwards and rushed into the range of the falling white papers. In the black mist, all the white papers were torn into pieces. The destruction speed was much faster than Du Wuxuang. With the Incarnation of Death taking over, Du Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not take any time off. When no pieces of white paper fell in the sky, Du Wuxuang rushed to the outside of the building and handed over the white pieces of paper that had been affixed, cut off. At this time, Gushi was paying attention to every move of the Incarnation of Death. He understood that after such a large-scale destruction of the enemy's attack, the enemy would definitely come up with new methods. Now we have to see where the enemy's white paper comes from. Sure enough, as all the white paper falling from the sky was shattered, new white paper appeared again. This time Gushi found that the white paper appeared in the southeast corner of the building. At the same time, the direction of Baiji's attack was no longer this building, but the Incarnation of Death flying in the sky. When Gushi saw this situation, he reached out and slapped the evil coffin, and the evil coffin went towards the southeast corner of the building. When he rushed to that position, Gushi happened to see the last piece of white paper flying into the sky from the corner. Gushi didn't think much at all. He just hit that location with the shattering staff in his hand. Hit someone. The feeling of the crushing staff came, and Gushi's eyes lit up. It would be fine if he hit someone. What he was afraid of was not hitting anyone, even if it feels different when hitting someone. Gushi turned his hand over and thrust the crushing staff forward. Bone spur. A bone spur thrust forward, and then a crash was heard. Gushi felt as if he had scratched something. When he took a closer look, Gushi laughed. In front of him was a paper man with a wall pattern drawn for him. If Gushi hadn't hit him, looking from a distance, one would not have been able to tell that there was such a paper man hidden here. This is really physical invisibility. While smiling, Gushi raised the smashing staff and hit the paper man. Every time he hit it, Gushi would curse. You're a paper man, right? You sneaked in, right? You want this building, right? Go to H.L. After 3 or 2 blows, Gushi smashed the paper man into pieces. Then Gushi waved to the sky. Fly close to the wall and the ground, and find all the paper figures hidden here for me. Black mist rolled up around the Incarnation of Death, and all the white pieces of paper flying towards him were smashed into powder. At the same time, the black mist was released, and the body of the Incarnation of Death expanded again. And according to Gushi's wishes, it was pressed against the ground, and the wall began to fly. Gushi wanted to chase the Incarnation of Death at first, but the flying speed of the Incarnation of Death was so fast that even the evil coffin could not keep up. And the Incarnation of Death was right in front of Gushi, right nearby, sweeping back and forth. Gushi could see everything clearly even if he stood where he was. In the end, Gushi just stayed on the spot and observed. Just as Gushi guessed, some hidden paper figures were soon found by the Incarnation of Death. Some paper figures still wanted to resist, but their fighting power was really not that strong. They just turned around and were torn into pieces, leaving nothing behind. As Gushi found a way to break the situation, the building behind was no longer affected by the paper. In addition, Du Wuxuang worked hard to clean up the paper stuck to the building, and the building slowly recovered the original appearance. At this time, Gushi also saw the condition of this building. This is a 2-story Oriental-style building. Due to the impact of the paper attack just now, the outer walls of the building have become much shallower. However, there were not many changes inside the small building. Gushi poked his head inside and found that there were a large number of stones and masonry tools piled inside the small building. Seeing Gushi come in, Du Wuxuang also explained to Gushi, this is a jewelry shop. In addition to making jewelry, it also makes stone figures, stone idols, and other things. Gushi understood instantly, and at the same time, he thought that making jewelry in this shop was probably a side job. Chapter 119 Kill. After knowing the origin of this building, Gushi's attention shifted to other places. He found that the white-haired warrior who was fighting Luna had already decided to quit, and there was a disconnect among the troops under his command. Some of the Crow soldiers seemed to have gone crazy. They took the initiative to rush forward and fight with Gushi's undead army, not caring about their own casualties at all. The other part of the Crow soldiers retreated to the white-haired warrior, seemingly protecting the white-haired warrior from attack. This is actually a very reasonable tactic. But there is a problem. Luna's control over the undead troops is not strong. She did not rush to attack the white-haired warriors, but made a smooth layout and attacked the crow soldiers steadily. The white-haired warrior's reaction was obviously wrong. He wanted to escape. Seeing that there were no paper figures nearby, Gushi quickly pointed in the direction of the white-haired warrior. Kill him! Don't let him escape. Upon hearing this, the incarnation of death flew up and turned into black mist and rushed towards the white-haired warrior. Facing the incarnation of death rushing towards him, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the white-haired warrior. Gushi's behavior clearly showed that he looked down on him. As a samurai, the white-haired warrior had a very high self-esteem. Looking at the incarnation of death flying over, the white-haired samurai pulled out the katana beside him and faced the incarnation of death head-on. At the same time, all the crow soldiers did not wait for the white-haired warrior's order, raised their spears, and aimed at the flying incarnation of death. The incarnation of death didn't care about this at all. He rushed directly towards the white-haired warrior, while his right eye widened, and a gray light flashed in his eye. The white-haired samurai had never seen the ability of Death Incarnation before, and thought that Death Incarnation relied on black mist to attack. He was quite confident in his sword skills. His sword could cut through waterfalls. Now he can also cut through the black mist, and cut through the bone dragon in front of him. But the incarnation of death had no idea of colliding with the white-haired warrior. When it flew less than 10 meters away from the white-haired warrior, the incarnation of death glared with its right eye, and a gray light was shot out. Melting light. The white-haired samurai's sword can cut through everything, but it cannot cut through light. When the gray light flew towards him, the white-haired samurai slashed it with his sword, but his sword melted on the spot. The white-haired warrior turned his body downwards, trying to roll away from the attack of the incarnation of death. Unexpectedly, another gray light fell, hitting the direction of the white-haired warrior's roll. The white-haired warrior temporarily exerted force on his waist, turned himself over again, and dodged the attack. But the few crow soldiers behind the white-haired warrior were not so lucky. When the gray light fell, they melted on the spot and died. Without the obstruction of the white-haired warrior, the black fog of the incarnation of death immediately swept in a large number of crow soldiers. These crow soldiers who were involved, like the white paper before, were all turned into pieces in the black mist. However, the incarnation of death did not forget his mission this time. He turned in the air and pounced on the white-haired warrior. The white-haired samurai pulled out his spare sword and was about to rush towards the incarnation of death again. At this moment, the incarnation of death released the melting ray again. This time it was no longer just one ray of light, but 5 rays of light emitted at the same time, shooting towards all positions around the white-haired warrior. Damn it! The white-haired warrior couldn't help but yell in his heart. How could such a powerful attack be used so many times in one go? Shouldn't this attack be used when breaking a game? Although the white-haired warrior shouted like this, he still kept twisting his body, trying to escape from the gray light. He never thought that the 5 rays of death's attack were just feints. One of the melting rays was hidden in another ray of light, and was secretly released. The 2 rays of light appeared to overlap on the surface, but in fact there is a certain angle difference in between. It wasn't noticeable when it first shot out, but when it was about to hit the white-haired samurai, the difference became much bigger. The white-haired warrior just dodged based on what he observed. As a result, he dodged the other 5 melting rays, but did not dodge the final blow. He was hit in the waist by this melting light, and was knocked away for a distance on the spot. Seeing this opportunity, the incarnation of death immediately rushed forward, and the bone claws in the black mist hit the white-haired warrior heavily. The white-haired warrior was hit by the melting light, and was seriously injured. With the blow of the bone claw, most of the white-haired warrior's bones were broken. But the incarnation of death had not let go of the white-haired warrior yet. He poked his head out of the black mist, and bit the white-haired warrior's upper body. He held the opponent down with his bone claws, and flicked his head. Then the white-haired warrior's body was torn into 2 pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The white-haired warrior died on the spot, with no hope of survival. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the White Walker leader, level 8. You get 4,615 experience points, experience plus 5%. After the news flashed through his eyes, Gushi shouted to Luna. Luna, come on! Luna instantly understood what Gushi meant, and she no longer suppressed Gushi's men. She waved her hand, and all the undead troops rushed out. The crow soldiers were also in chaos at this time. Their leader was gone, and now they didn't know what to do, facing the undead troops rushing over. Although the crow soldiers still fought back, They no longer had the energy and spirit they had before. They seemed to be responding to a battle. Only when the attack fell on them would they become unstable. And they did not cooperate with each other. This gave the undead troops a better opportunity to attack. And they quickly killed the crow soldiers in front of them. Seeing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned back to Du Wushang and asked, "Have you found the paper man yet?" "No. I don't know where he came from. But don't worry. I have reported this matter to the police. And someone will handle it soon." Gu Shi did not respond. He just raised his hand towards the battlefield. The incarnation of death flew into the air again. At the same time, Gu Shi also raised his shattering staff and pointed at the battlefield. Just now during the battle, Gu Shi didn't have time to use the soul extraction technique. Now that the situation is under control, Gu Shi will naturally not waste such a good opportunity. As the soul extraction technique was used, a large number of faint blue light points flew towards Gu Shi like meteors. Du Wushang was stunned by such an action. She had never seen a necromancer like Gu Shi. The battle wasn't over yet, so she was thinking about cleaning up the battlefield. Feeling Du Wushang's gaze, Gu Shi also looked back. Then he stretched out his hand, and the soul that had just been extracted quickly returned and fell into the corpse of the crow soldier on the ground. Necromancer. Get up. Chapter 120 Unexpected Loot. Hey. The battle isn't over yet. Why don't you waste your mana like this? Looking at Gu Shi's actions, Du Wushang was speechless. Gu Shi just drank a bottle of magic potion. Now he was wasting his mana here. If something happened again later, he could still take out a bottle. Magic potion coming? As a result, Gu Shi didn't respond to her. He just took out a bottle of magic potion and shook it in Du Wushang's direction. Then Gu Shi's attention was focused on the skeleton that had just gotten up. Gu Shi's spiritualism level was close to level 5. But the undead he summoned were still the same as before. No matter how powerful the corpses and souls used, all the skeletons summoned in the end were level 0 skeletons. There is nothing Gu Shi can do about this for the time being, unless he gets some corresponding equipment or special skills. However, what Gu Shi asked this time was not to immediately replenish the lost troops, but to increase his proficiency in spiritualism and recruit a batch of skeletons to clean the battlefield. The level 0 skeletons in front of him were just right. When these skeletons got up from the ground, they immediately picked up the original spears of the crow soldiers. As for the crow soldiers' hats and armor, they were already broken when the corpses turned into skeletons. And Gu Shi didn't look down on such garbage, so he naturally didn't let them collect it. Instead, the corpse of the white-haired warrior who was torn into 2 pieces by the incarnation of death, the corpse of the old woman who was killed by the skeleton shooter's fire, and the large and small crucibles were all brought to Gu Shi. Also sent over were the body of the red-skinned monster, and the flesh and blood of the headless horseman. By the way, the headless knight's horse was still alive. It was locked with an iron chain by a heavy-armored zombie, and was carried to Gu Shi by the skeletons. As each item was delivered, Gu Shi turned to Du Wushang and said, "If there is anything you want, you can come over and pick one." Du Wushang waved his hands repeatedly. "No. You are almost all responsible for this battle. I have no record at all. These are your trophies. I still don't want them. What's the point? We all guard the same place. This is fate. I see you only use 2-handed swords, so I'll give you this one." As Gu Shi said this, he took off the opponent's spare fighting knife from the white-haired warrior and sent it to Du Wushang. John Tai, blue. Main hand weapon. Attack, 6 to 9. After equipped, agility +3. Equipment requirements, agility 3. Special 1, cutting iron. Holding the knife with both hands, breathing calmly, and slashing out with one knife, which can cut all metal objects in 2. Special 2, continuous slashes. It is possible to perform consecutive slashes when attacking. The number of consecutive slashes is related to agility. Each sword is 85% of the power of the previous sword. Explanation: fast slashing and slow slashing have their own advantages, but balance is not optional. You must decide whether you want to go faster or slower. When she took the samurai sword, Du Wushang saw the properties of the sword, and she was also shocked by it. That's not okay. This is already of blue quality. It's very valuable. I can't have it. If you are asked to accept it, then accept it. There is nothing you can't ask for. Gu Shi stuffed the jantia into Du Wushang's hands and started to check other things. Apart from the iron-cutting katana, only a piece of white baboon skin remained on the white-haired samurai's body. All other armor and equipment melted under the influence of the light. As for his body, It was torn into 2 pieces, making it almost impossible to make it into a skeleton. However, Gushi still found something good about the white-haired warrior, and that was his white hair. Lion hair, green. The long hair transformed from the white lion's mane can be used as a tailoring material to make clothes or battle flags. Gushi also didn't expect that the white hair on this head was also good material. So he pulled out a long sword and shaved off all the white-haired warrior's hair in 3 strokes, turning the white-haired warrior into the bald warrior. After that, Gushi had the bald warrior's body dragged away and turned his attention to the old woman who had become a target. This old woman also has a white baboon skin on her body. Gushi already has 4 of these, and he doesn't know if he can summon the dragon if he collects 7 of them. Unlike the white-haired warrior, this old woman obviously has more things on her body. She should be a pharmacist, carrying many different potions with her. Magic potion, large, instantly replenishes 1500 mana points after drinking it. Life potion, large, instantly replenishes 800 health points after drinking it. Lion King potion, green, after drinking. Strength and agility +4. Lasting 30 minutes. Unidentified potion, gray, unidentified potion. No one will know the effect after drinking it. Failed potion, gray. If the potion fails to be brewed, there is an 80% chance of being poisoned after drinking it. Watching Gushi take out potion bottles of various colors from the old woman one after another, Du Wushwang, who was holding the iron-cutting katana, was also speechless. How many bottles are there? Who is the old woman in front of me? She has so many potions. At this time, Gushi took out a small thumb-sized potion bottle, which contained a potion that shone like a gem. It's the last bottle. This is really good stuff. Activity potion, blue. A special potion that is dropped on all items can make the items active, grow hands or legs, and produce a certain amount of wisdom. Looking at the bottle of potion in his hand, Gushi thought of the many crucibles with legs before, which seemed to be caused by the potion. So Gushi waved to the crucible not far away, and 2 skeletons came forward carrying a crucible. Dead active crucible, gray. For some reason, the alive potion crucible can automatically brew various potions, but it is obvious that this crucible is dead. You can boil medicine, but forget about boiling medicine automatically. After taking a look at the properties of this thing, Gushi looked up at the crucible stacked not far away and said, "How many are there here?" 117. All dead? At this time, Luna also floated to Gushi and answered Gushi's question. Take them all back. These are some good things. After I go back, I will try to find a copy of the architectural design of the alchemy laboratory and build an alchemy laboratory. Maybe these things can be used. Good. Luna happily agreed and commanded the skeletons to send these dead crucibles into the gate of Aridavi City. At this time, Gushi's attention turned to other trophies. Chapter 121, Harvest on the Battlefield. Like the white-haired warrior, the monster with red skin and horns on its head was also torn in 2 by the Incarnation of Death. There is really no place to store things on this thing. The only thing on it is a piece of white baboon skin, which is tied around its waist as a fig leaf. After the white baboon skin was taken away, the only flesh and blood on the body could be used. Gushi dismantled the corpse of the red-skinned monster in front of him, just like he had dismantled the one-eyed corpse before. But compared with the one-eyed spliced corpse, the body of the monster in front of him is obviously a unified and complete body. It took Gushi a long time to completely dismantle the monster, picking out the corner part with the skull, the nearly 5-meter-long spine part, a pair of steel arms, and there is a red heart the size of half a human, and a ball of grease that looks like lava. The remaining flesh and bones were all useless, and were all dragged back to Aridavi City by the skeletons, ready to be buried in the cult church to serve as a source of energy. The quality of these dismantled parts all have blue quality. It can be seen that the previous monster really used its body as a weapon to build it. White Walker skull. Blue comes from the skull of a powerful White Walker leader. It is huge and hard, and can be used to make shields or defensive armor. Twisted spine. Blue comes from the spine of a powerful White Walker leader. Each joint of the spine automatically twists and twists. It can be used to make weapons such as 2-handed swords, long whips, and spears. Steel arms. Blue, a pair of huge arms, coming from a powerful White Walker leader, which can be used to make giant stitched corpses, and can also be used to refine the metal. Magic power heart. Blue, a heart that uses the power of magma and magic to provide the user with sufficient mobility. Magmatized blood. Blue blood that has turned into magma contains a lot of heat and magic, which can be used to strengthen machinery or siege weapons. Looking at the things that were disassembled, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shi put in a lot of effort to remove these materials. Now that these things have been taken out, Gu Shi doesn't know what to do with them. He waved at the Incarnation of Death hovering in the sky. And the Incarnation of Death landed in front of Gu Shi. See if there's anything you want. Gu Shi clearly remembered that the Incarnation of Death had swallowed one eye of the one-eyed corpse and gained the ability to use melting light. Now I don't know what to do with these materials. So I might as well ask the Incarnation of Death if he needs any. The Incarnation of Death glanced at the materials here. His body turned into black mist. And his steel arms were swept into the black mist. Then the Incarnation of Death flew into the air. And Gu Shi watched there. He found that the huge steel arms were torn into pieces after being sucked into the black mist. But these pieces did not fall from the air, but disappeared into the black mist. Sometimes when the Incarnation of Death pokes its head out of the black fog, it will be found that the surface of the black body of the Incarnation of Death has an extra layer of metallic luster. It seems that this personification of death is metallizing his body. Regarding the idea of death incarnation, Gu Shi had to admit that this was a good direction. But he only took away this piece of material. What to do with the rest? Gu Shi's eyes couldn't help but turn to see a coffin. Would you like to take one and see if you can upgrade it to blue quality? See a coffin, who came to Gu Shi, glanced at the materials here, but showed no reaction at the end. What? You still don't like it? It's not that he doesn't like it. It's that he can't devour it. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Du Wuxuang came forward to explain. You are a necromancer, and you may not have learned mount science. The mount can be upgraded from white to green, just by swallowing green quality materials. But when upgrading from green to blue, there is a transition stage of green plus 1 quality in the middle. If you directly give it blue quality materials, it won't be able to digest them now. Ah! Is there such a thing? Gu Shi looked puzzled. Of course, unlike us Death Knights, necromancers have special mounts. So there is no need to learn this. Only when you meet them will someone say a few words. Du Wuxuang explained, put these away. You can keep the heart and blood. One can be used to increase the blue level of the evil coffin, and the other can be used to increase the blue level of the evil coffin plus 1. After this battle is over, the remaining skull and spine can be taken to the blacksmith shop and asked to be made into a shield and a whip by the blacksmith. Although they may all be of blue quality in the end, their power is definitely not weak. Gu Shi was also a little moved by Du Wuxuang's proposal. Is the blacksmith shop here open to the public? Of course. It is not only open to the public, but also as self-service. As long as you are a member of Chaoyang Guild, you can use it freely. It's just that these two materials are made of one. One is mainly for defense, and the other is probably for physical attack. I think you may not be able to use it. It's okay. Necromancers don't have much else but a lot of contracted undead. You can make some equipment and give it to my contracted undead. It just so happens that I plan to activate my talent and hit level 5. Then I can sign a contract with the undead. I will choose a bigger one and put all the equipment on it directly. Du Wuxuang was actually a little jealous of Gu Shi's thoughts. After being a Death Knight for so many years, Du Wuxuang has to have levels and equipment. It was difficult to put on the full body heavy armor, but the size was not suitable. As a result, Gu Shi is now considering equipping his contracted undead with weapons. The difference here is really huge. But jealousy was jealousy, and Du Wuxuang had no intention of snatching Gu Shi's things. After all, he saw Gu Shi's fighting prowess, not to mention anything else. The Incarnation of Death hovering in the sky could suppress any dissatisfaction. At this time, Gu Shi was dealing with the skull warhorse of the Headless Horseman. This skeleton warhorse is actually a pretty good mount. Skeleton warhorse, green plus 1. Mount a mount for undead players and heroes. It moves at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, can carry one person, and can charge. However, Gu Shi noticed that the warhorse was not the biggest gain. He found a skull in the saddle of the skeleton warhorse, which was the biggest gain this time. Headless Horseman Training Manual, Purple Death Knight Promotion Manual. Learning Conditions Death Knight Level 5. After learning, you can advance to the Special Profession Headless Horseman. Chapter 122 Defensive War Settlement. Hey! Gu Shi, comrade, can you take a look at this for me? Seeing Gu Shi take out the piece of skull from the skeleton horse, Du Wuxuang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, what? Is this useful? Gu Shi didn't think much and handed the Headless Horseman Training Manual to Du Wuxuang. Of course, you don't know how valuable this thing is. After activating the talent at level 5, players will have to consider the issue of advancing to level 10. The next step for the Death Knight is the level 10 Dread Knight and the level 20 Terror Knight. But the requirements for advancement to the Dread Knight are too high. Apart from other things, the Warhorse must reach purple quality. And 3 level 10 Black Guards will make everyone bald. You see, I'm almost level 5. And I only have this set of equipment all over my body. I don't even have full armor, let alone provide a full set of weapons for my Black Guards. This method of advancement is right in front of us. But it makes people feel unattainable. This is another way to advance. Although it is not as orthodox as the Dread Knight, it can be regarded as a way for Death Knights to advance. I think many Death Knights, who want to reach level 10, will want to get it. As Du Wushang spoke, he reluctantly handed back the Headless Horseman Training Manual. Keep this thing safe. This Headless Horseman Training Manual can be used at least 5 times. If someone wants to buy the reading rights from you, remember to ask for at least 3 copies of Dragon Blood Crystal or Dragon Steel. Don't sell it cheaply. Good. Gu Shi also knew the importance of this thing. He did not say that he would give it to Du Wushang for free, but silently put away the Headless Horseman Training Manual. At this time, Du Wushang seemed to have thought of something again, and she said quite seriously, replace this thing when you have the opportunity, and don't think about keeping it to form a Death Knight or something. If you do that, all Death Knight players will regard you as an enemy. Gu Shi also understands this. As one of the player's professions, the Death Knight will never become a servant of the Necromancer. This is a matter of dignity. Not even the 3 divine skills could change this. And Gu Shi would not be stupid enough to do such a thing. I know. By the way, is there any place selling this in Sansan Garden? If not, I might have to take it back to the guild to ask someone. Yes, there must be, Du Wushang said with certainty. When the battle is over, a small trade fair will be held at the tavern, and everyone will take the things obtained in the battle there for trading. Just go there and ask. While the two were talking, the skeleton Gu Shi had just transformed had already cleaned up the battlefield. Gu Shi didn't see anything that made his eyes light up. So Gu Shi waved his hand and asked Luna to drag the skeleton horse back to Aladovi City. As for the Incarnation of Death, the battle is not over yet, and Gu Shi has not dismissed him, just letting him hover in the sky, perhaps because of the suppression of the Incarnation of Death. In the following period, sounds of fighting and killing could be heard from time to time in the area near Gu Shi, but no more enemies appeared here. Gu Shi and Du Wushang spent more than an hour leisurely like this. It wasn't until a gong sounded loudly that Du Wushang took off his helmet happily and said, "Okay, the battle is over. Ha ha ha. I'll make a lot of money this time." Du Wushang jumped happily after taking off his helmet. And Gu Shi now understood why Du Wushang looked down on the Headless Knight's training methods. The full set of armor Du Wushang was wearing had a total height of about 1.7 meters. But after taking off the helmet, Gu Shi discovered that only the top of Du Wushang's head was exposed, and her face was just stuck at the neck of the armor. Calculated based on this height, Du Wushang may be only about 1.4 meters tall, close to 1.5 meters tall. If he transforms into a headless horseman, Du Wushang may really have to go to the children's table when drinking. However, Du Wushang only dared to take off the helmet. She was not brave enough to take off her full body armor now. The most she could do was remove some of the armor from her neck so that she could breathe. At this time, there was a sound of horse hooves coming from the southeast. Several Death Knights in blue armor rushed over from there. In Area C, report the battle results and defense situation. Necromancers can report battle losses, and 75% of the lost soldiers will be returned. Arriving in front of Gu Shi and the others, one of the Death Knights said loudly. Du Wushang was used to this kind of thing. As soon as he heard this, he immediately stepped forward and said, "We encountered 2 groups of attacks. The first group was 2 people, a headless horseman and a legal pharmacist. The enemies were all was killed. The second group of 3 enemies appeared, killed 2 of them, and the other one escaped. If it's a battle loss, Gu Shi, how much did you lose?" 104 skeleton soldiers, 18 zombies, and 11 ghosts. Gu Shi quickly reported a number. This number was what Luna told Gu Shi when she returned. Gu Shi originally thought that he would have to bear the loss this time, but he didn't expect that Sansan Garden could return it in proportion. Listening to the numbers reported by Gu Shi, several Death Knights looked at each other. So little? Gu Shi blinked, not understanding what it meant. Is there a problem? No. Your losses here are not big. I just came from several other places, and the battle losses there were hundreds of people. How come you only lost such a small amount? And you also experienced 2 ways of fighting. After hearing what the Death Knight said, Gushi understood. He pointed at the incarnation of death that was still hovering in the air. With that one here, my losses won't be that big. If I hadn't fought against the Crow soldiers this time, my losses might not have exceeded 3 digits. The Death Knight looked up and discovered the black bone dragon in the black mist in the sky. Is this the incarnation of death? The 3 magical skills of the necromancer? Have a vision. Gushi smiled proudly. I understand. Let me record it for you here. Because your loss is relatively small. We will not return it according to the 75% ratio. We will directly return all employees. This is a recruitment order. You can go to Sansan Garden, recruit a corresponding number of troops into the training camp. Of course, they have just reached the level. But you still have to figure out your own solutions regarding weapons and equipment. Xiao Lu, how are you doing there? It has been checked. The number of enemies is equivalent to the number they reported. And there is no problem with the record. Another Death Knight responded immediately. Then record it down. That's it. This is your battle record. You can go to the barracks later to exchange it for the reward for this battle. Chapter 123 After the War. Ha ha ha. I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich. I'm really getting rich this time. When several patrolling Death Knights left, Du Wuxuan couldn't help but jump up. In her hand was a certificate with the words 1,500 yuan in reward written on it. Seeing Gushi looking at him with a puzzled expression, Du Wuxuan quickly explained to the newcomer Gushi, 1,500 yuan. Do you know how much you can buy with this? At least 5 pieces of blue equipment. I never dreamed that I would still have a day where I would be completely blue. Seeing Gushi's unmoved look, Du Wuxuan's excitement slowly faded away. Okay. I know you are powerful, and you are a genius. But you can't expect everyone to be as powerful as you. Do you know how difficult it is for us at the bottom to make some money? I usually earn between 80 and 100 yuan for a task. Every day I just maintain weapons and equipment. And all kinds of supplies cost 50 yuan. Not to mention other expenses. I have been guarding this world for almost a year. And I have only saved 3,500 yuan. This is my accumulation in 3 months. Listening to Du Wuxuan's words, Gushi lowered his head and glanced at the battle record certificate in his hand, which read 5,000 yuan of battle record. In the end, Gushi did not use his record to stimulate Du Wuxuan, but changed the topic. It's okay now. Do you have time to help me walk around the city? Okay. I'll buy you a drink. After listening to Gushi's words, Du Wuxuan laughed happily. His carefree look was not like a girl at all. I'll pack up and leave. Gushi pointed his finger at the sky. And the incarnation of death that had been hovering in the sky turned into black mist and dispersed in all directions. Afterwards, Gushi took another look around and found that nothing was left behind. Then he followed Du Wuxuan towards the city. At this time, Du Wuxuan had also taken off his heavy body armor. Just as Gushi had guessed, Du Wuxuan was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, with long black hair tied into a single ponytail, and paired with that round little face. He looked quite lowly. Come here. Let's go eat first. Old Jason's hidden injury meal will only be prepared within an hour after the battle. He won't prepare it at other times. Du Wuxuan ran forward and waved to Gushi at the same time. Gushi, who was sitting on the coffin lid, followed Du Wuxuan smoothly. Du Wuxuan, I don't think I've seen your mount. I've gone to mount training. I really envy your necromancer's mount. It can be used for anything, even if it can fly with a manhole cover. Unlike us, there are requirements that it must be a horse type. We also have to learn riding skills and do some training. Equestrian training. You said that it's okay for the equestrian rider to learn it. But the mount also needs to be learned. The one I have at home is really deadly. I spent so much money. But I just can't learn how to make a sudden charge stop and a sudden charge turn. Perhaps because there was no war. Du Wuxuan kept talking as soon as he opened his mouth. Gushi also chatted casually. And they soon arrived at the northwest corner of the city. The battle was over at this time, and many players returned from the battlefield. Gushi noticed that most of the players here were relatively old, in middle age, but their levels were only level 4, and they were unable to reach level 5. After experiencing a big battle, they put their arms around each other, patted their bellies, laughed and shouted happily, and walked into the city. Looking at them, Gushi always had the feeling that they had just gotten off work and were going to have a meal with friends. Are they always like this? Of course. This is the normal state of players. Otherwise, what do you think the players are like? Gushi was stunned for a moment. Gushi, who had just graduated from the academy, thought that players would be serious every day. completing many tasks, and working hard to improve their level. He never thought that players would be so full of life. This allowed Gushi to see another side of the player. And he tilted his head, and his heart seemed to soften a lot. Hurry up. We're almost there. If we don't move faster, we won't be able to catch it. Du Wishwang didn't have so many thoughts. Seeing that Gushi's progress slowed down, she simply dragged Gushi and ran in one direction. By the time they arrived at a restaurant, the place was already crowded with players coming off the battlefield. Some of these players were still injured, but they didn't care at all. They came over with bandages, and some of the bandages even had blood on them. I didn't expect it. This is the most famous restaurant in the city. We usually eat here. The most important thing is that their dark wounds meal can not only restore life and replenish physical strength, but also can really resolve some dark wounds in the body. Geniuses like you may not know that some hidden wounds have an impact on the body. Maybe if you eat a few more bites here, the hidden wounds on your body will be healed, and your level will improve on its own. As he spoke, Du Wishwang and Gushi squeezed into the crowd. After waiting in a long line, they finally bought the secret meal that Du Wishwang had longed for before closing the stall. Speaking of this hidden injury meal, it is actually very simple. It is just a bowl of lime-colored rice, some green meat pieces, and dark green insect juice. When paired together, it looks a bit like the rat wine in the Aladobi Tavern. The most important thing is that they didn't even have a bowl. They couldn't find a place to sit down and eat, so they just wrapped a portion in lotus leaves, stuffed it into Gushi's hand, and drove them away. Gushi, who was pushed out of the crowd, looked at Du Wishwang, who was standing not far away, and there were only 2 words in his mind. That's it? Du Wishwang didn't have so many thoughts at this time. She had already opened the lotus leaf bag and grabbed the rice mixed with dark green insect juice and ate it in big mouthfuls. Seeing Gushi looking at him, Du Wishwang said excitedly, "Eat quickly. This thing is delicious. Let me tell you, this thing can only be found here. Do you know what kind of bug it is? It is the descendant of the corpse insect of the Sansan. They are all touched by the immortal energy of the Sansan. It is most beneficial for internal injuries and invisible injuries. If it weren't for a big war, the city lord and the others wouldn't take out this thing. Eat quickly. I'll take you to the tavern after you finish. There will definitely be a lot of good things this time. By the way, I saw you collected white baboon skins before. Do you have all these with you? With you. Do you have the idea of staying? If not, just take it to the quartermaster to exchange for good things. This is proof of killing the enemy leader. Each baboon skin can be exchanged for a lot of good things. Don't wait here. Go and change your things first. Otherwise they will be picked up." Chapter 124 Quartermaster. Sitting on the coffin lid, Gushi held the lotus leaves and ate the sticky rice inside. Although the food looked unappetizing, it actually tasted pretty good. At least there was no taste that Gushi couldn't eat. At the same time, Gushi could clearly feel that when he ate the rice, his body was getting hotter, and it seemed that there was a special power that was repairing the injuries he had suffered before, especially his stomach. Before taking office, Gushi had been hungry for too long. Although he didn't feel anything, his stomach was indeed damaged. This time, after eating the rice, he felt a distinctly warm feeling in his stomach. This made Gushi quite satisfied and attracted most of his attention. When the evil coffin stopped, Gushi found that he had eaten everything without even realizing it. "Comrade, come here quickly. I have already told the quartermaster about the situation. He promised to be accommodating and count your achievements on the way here as the number of kills." Gushi looked up and found a burly man in his 40s smiling at him. This big man had dark skin, but for some reason, he had a kind of affinity. When he smiled, Gushi wanted to laugh along with him. "Hello. My name is Gushi. I'm here to transport the troops. I know that in order to deal with the war, the commander previously mobilized 3,000 elite troops from the city lord's underground area. As a result, the city lord extorted 5,000 troops to replace them. You must have sent these troops here." Gushi didn't expect that there was such a thing behind his movement of troops. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. At this time, the big man stretched out his hand and patted Gushi's shoulder. "You don't know. The soldiers you brought here have been a great help to us. If it were any later, we wouldn't know what to do. Come on. Tell me about what you encountered on the road. Did you encounter many intercepting troops along the way?" "Yeah. It was fine when we came out. But the closer we got to the Sansan garden, the stronger the interception became, especially on the plains outside. The interception was so strong that I almost couldn't get through." "Really? Then what kind of enemies have you killed along the way?" Can you tell me about it? After playing this, Gushi was no longer sleepy. He quickly took out the white baboon skins left by the alien leaders he killed along the way and explained them to the big man one by one. The big man listened carefully and would exchange words with Gushi from time to time. Unknowingly, everything that happened along the way was revealed to Gushi. When all the strips of white baboon skin were placed on the table, Gushi felt something was wrong. What happened to him just now? Why did he tell everything at once? Looking at Gushi's confused eyes, the big man smiled slightly. The reason why he could sit in the position of quartermaster was because of his affinity. After all, who would have thought that a Death Knight's greatest talent and root would be leadership, diplomacy, recruiting troops, and financial management? These three branches were all filled up by him. The affinity just mentioned is just a manifestation of diplomacy reaching a certain level. And it was actually not difficult for him to get Gushi to say so many things. It was just some words to guide him. Gushi unknowingly regarded him as a friend, so he could talk to him more. Of course, Gushi regarded him as a friend, so he naturally had to regard Gushi as a friend as well. Brother Gushi, what you want this time is all on me. If you can break out of the siege and deliver what we need in Sansan Garden, let alone anything else, that is a meritorious service. Other places don't recognize it, but I definitely recognize it here. I will count each of these baboon skins as one military merit for you. You picked up 2 in total. Plus you said you killed one on the way, but you didn't have the baboon skin. So I will count half of your military merit as 1. In addition, during the battle just now, you killed several of the same bosses, and those with baboon skin will give you a score. If you say the headless horseman was blown up, it would be considered half a battle achievement. I will give you a total of 6 military merits. You are a necromancer, so I won't recommend anything else to you. The most important thing for a necromancer is the undead army. I will give you 6 combat achievements in exchange for the most useful to you. 6 boss level undead. Just tell me which soldiers you are using now, and I will be able to find the corresponding leader. Even if not, have you seen this skill? A special skill. The Death Decree. A quasi-divine skill. Do you know? Just say what you want. And even if you don't have it, I can transform it for you on the spot. Death Edict. All neutral creatures that surrender to join the Necromancer army will be automatically transformed into corresponding undead creatures according to their soldier level and upgrade status. Seeing the big man's complacent look, Gushi asked weakly, "Does the bone dragon count?" The big man stared at Gushi and blinked, his eyes full of expressions like, "Are you kidding me? Bone dragon. You plan to have a bone dragon leader lead the team. You have a dragon tomb at home." Even if he had the special skill of Death Edict, he would not dare to appear directly in front of the dragon. Not to mention running to recruit the giant dragon, and then transform the giant dragon into a bone dragon. Go. Go. Let's play. I want the bone dragon boss, if I have one. We don't have this. There are basic undead bosses, and we can also make up advanced undead bosses. But there are really no upper 3 categories. What's more, needless to say, bone dragon. You have a bone dragon, and the necromancer can directly reach level 10. So why bother hanging around here? Then I don't have any special requests. Gushi shook his head. As soon as he said this, the big man was stumped. No, I can't just be slapped in the face for bragging. I will definitely have something you can use. Just wait for me. After saying that, the big man pinned Gushi down on the chair, turned around and ran out. The big man's behavior confused Gushi. He turned around and glanced at Du Wuxuan, who was also confused. Is he always like this? No. He might have been provoked by you. After all, he asked for the bone dragon head right away because his only purpose was to get you. That was just an accident. But I really need a bone dragon leader. The other leaders don't mean much to me. While he was talking, the big man came back from outside, followed by a few undead who looked a little special. Come on, Brother Gu. These are the good things I have at the bottom of the box. If we didn't have a good relationship, I wouldn't have taken them out. You see, they were all selected based on the situation you described before. The best among them is this one, the leader of the skeleton shooter. While the big man was introducing them, Gushi's gaze fell on the figure at the end of the group of undead. Chapter 125. Boss? Hero? Leader? The strongest existence. Get out of the way. Before the big man finished the introduction, the man who made eye contact with Gushi pushed the undead leader in front of him away. The skeleton archer leader, who was emphasized by the big man, was pushed directly against a nearby wall, and was almost crushed into the wall. At this time, Gushi raised his head and looked at the leader who walked in front of him. Her skin is dark gray. Her eyes are bright yellow. And her lips are dark purple. She is 2 meters tall and has turned into gray-black feet. She is wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes and a black wide-brimmed hat on her head. He looks like he's 2.9 meters tall. She was wearing a long white dress and 3 roses on her chest. Given Gushi's height, the 3 roses were right in front of him. They were blood red, dark cyan and off-white. Walking in front of Gushi, she bent down, not caring about the deep groove exposed, and stared at Gushi's eyes with her bright yellow eyes. It's just you. Take me with you. The strong sense of compulsion made Gushi take a step back. But he immediately widened his eyes and stood up straight again. But at this time, Gushi still had a puzzled look on his face. After glaring at the undead leader to prove that he was not afraid of her, Gushi turned to look at the big man. The big man said helplessly, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect Demi to stand up. Since I found her, she has never thought of communicating with others." At this point, the big man seemed to have thought of something. But don't underestimate Demi. She is a leader with the potential to become a leader. It's just that her requirements are relatively high, and she has always looked down on other players. That's why she has been staying here. Leader potential? After hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but look at the tall female undead named Demi again. As a result, Demi rolled his eyes. A look of disdain appeared on his face, and ignored Gushi's gaze. This is unreasonable. If she really had the potential to be a leader, people would have been rushing to get her. No matter how unreasonable the request was, there would be people willing to pay. How could it be delayed until now? The big man said helplessly, "There is no way. Demi is an alien. She was an Amazon with Titan blood when she was alive. But she was transformed into an undead by me after her death. Originally she was supposed to be a warrior. But for some reason, she took the boss route. Not so many people are willing to accept her. Furthermore, she has very strict conditions for joining. With those conditions, you can sign a contract with the undead. Who would be willing to accept an undead leader with so many conditions?" So as time went by, no one wanted her, and it has been delayed until now. "What conditions?" Gushi asked with some curiosity. "Having your own city is the preliminary condition for me to join," Demi said calmly at this time. "I don't like a group of people who don't even have their own city. This request is really embarrassing. But with so many Necromancer players coming here, there will always be some who have their own city somewhere." Gushi looked at Demi with some confusion. There are some things that it is always best to ask clearly first. Having a city of my own is just the beginning. If you want me to join, I have many requirements. First of all, I need to have a secluded house of my own as a residence. Secondly, I need a cemetery of my own to grow herbs. Once again, I need a spiritual tomb of my own to serve as my laboratory. Secret house, cemetery, and spiritual tomb? Gushi muttered and immediately reacted. "You have occupied 3 training camps by yourself." "Yes. This is the reason why many players with cities give up their opportunities." The big man also added, "After all, our city is not very big at the beginning. Although occupied buildings can be rebuilt, large plots of land are not so easy to obtain. Many players are unwilling to use large plots of land for such a boss." Gushi was right when he thought about it. There were 3 large plots of land. A smaller city might not even be able to come up with 1, let alone 3. There are 3 large plots of land. If there is nothing wrong with building them, they must be used to support such a leader. But Demi didn't care about that. She curled her lips and said, "This is just a preliminary condition. I hope that the city I live in will at least have some of the attributes of a giant." After hearing this, Gushi instantly understood why Demi was willing to join him. This is not because he has a city of death, but because there is a piece of land in his city of death, which has the attributes of giants and death. Demi discovered all this with great discernment, and then took the initiative to stand up. This made Gushi have a little doubt about Demi's strength. Is she really just a potential leader? Is he really just a leader now? But even though he thought so in his heart, Gushi still said quickly, "I understand. You are welcome to join." "Hey, why don't you ask? What are the conditions for signing me to become a contracted undead?" Demi was surprised when Gushi reached out her hand. She glanced at Gushi with a smile and asked a question casually. "It's not necessary. If you really want to become a contracted undead, you would have put forward the conditions long ago. If you don't mention this condition, either you don't like the position of the contracted undead, or I can't do it. No matter what the situation is, we can't reach an agreement in the end. So why should I ask more questions?" Dini's eyes lit up. Very interesting little guy. I will be your subordinate from now on. If you need anything, please call me directly. After speaking, she stretched out 2 fingers and gently shook Gu Shi's extended hand. At this time, a message popped up in front of Gu Shi. Dimitrescu, level 0. Summon creature. Undead leader experience, 0/500, attack 5+3. Defense 4. Health 35+35. Skills, combat elite, attack +3. Giant bloodline, double health. Leader, can command zombies, ghosts, vampires. Can command up to 60 people. Pharmacist. Looking at the information in front of him, Gu Shi realized that Dini was not called Dini, but Dimitrescu. She carries the characteristics of a zombie, a ghost, and a vampire. So she also has control over these 3 arms. Although she can only choose to lead one of the troops now. As long as she grows up and becomes a hero, commanding multiple troops by one person will be absolutely easy. As for her level, everyone knows that when the boss, hero or contracted undead changes hands, the level will be cleared. This is an ironclad rule. The reason is that some necromancers passed down from their families will pass on the extremely powerful undead to the next generation for use. Therefore, Gu Shi did not look down on Dimitrescu because of her low level. Instead, his eyes lit up because she mastered 4 powerful skills. Is this the difference between potential bosses? If so, Gu Shi would like to ask, is there any more? Chapter 126, Choosing Skills. Seeing Gu Shi and Dini reach an agreement easily, the Han quartermaster was also a little embarrassed. He coughed heavily, attracting Gu Shi's attention, then cleared his throat, and was about to say, I said my friend, Dini is. Before he finished speaking, Dini stretched out her hand and pushed, dragging out the skeleton shooter leader she had pressed into the wall, holding it in her hand like a chicken. Gu Shi understood what Dini meant as soon as he saw it. In addition to the skeleton shooter leader you just recommended, I don't need other leaders. The number of undead under my command is not very large. Too many leaders would be a waste. By the way, besides changing the boss, what else can be exchanged for this battle achievement? Skull Archer, level 0. Summon experience, 0/500, attack 3. Defense 1. Life 13. Ammo 5. Skills, combat elite. Squad command, 29 people. Friend. This? No way. Isn't the price here a little merit for a leader? You don't want to raise the price, do you? No. How could I raise the price? The quartermaster shook his head hastily. For the first time, he felt that Gu Shi, who was confused by him at the beginning, was not an easy player to deal with. I just want to say that there are some pretty good bosses here. Don't you want to take a look? No need. 2 bosses are enough. By the way, apart from bosses, what else can I exchange for these achievements? Heroes? You can't exchange them for heroes. The quartermaster smiled and said, you could exchange them for some equipment. But these are not combat equipment. These are all campaign equipment that can be used by players, bosses, and heroes. These things are of similar quality, blue level. But you also know that the quantity of this kind of battle equipment is relatively small, so the price will be higher. 1 for each battle. In addition, the skill books of the necromancer are not complete here. But there should be some. And they are also 1 for each battle. You have your own city. Here are the design drawings of urban buildings. Small plots require 1 battle merit. Medium-sized plots require 2 battle merits. I don't have large plots here for the time being. If there is anything you want, 3 meritorious deeds, I will find it for you. After giving up some ideas, the quartermaster stopped worrying about Dini and began to introduce some things he had that could be sold. Of course, this time in order to prevent Gu Shi from taking any advantage. He also quoted the price. Gu Shi was still struggling with the equipment and architectural design drawings at first. But he turned around and said decisively, what are the skills you have here? Clever. When the quartermaster heard Gu Shi's choice, he immediately praised him. Everything else is foreign. Only skills are my own. I have professional skills, active skills and passive skills here, but no special skills. You know, those that requires preconditions. In addition, some of the professional skills have professional requirements. If you have not reached the professional level, some skills cannot be selected. These are marked, so you better read them carefully before choosing. Okay, Gu Shi said decisively. First take out all the skill books and let me take a look. By the way, how about the number of basic skill books you have here? You will know it when one of my Death Knights takes the leadership route. Gushi understood what the quartermaster meant as soon as he heard it. This clearly means that there are some relatively basic or necessary pre-skill books, which are very popular here. However, Gushi had his own plan. In fact, before he graduated from the academy, he had already considered what route he would take in the future and how he would arrange his skills. Although he has mastered 2 of the 3 magical skills, it does not mean that Gushi has to change his path on a large scale. Gushi's plan is still to go from Necromancer to Lich at level 10, then to Lich King at level 20, and finally attack the God of Death. According to Gushi's plan, one of the 3 ultimate skills on the Necromancer route must be mastered. Only in this way will there be a chance to transform into the Lich King at level 20. Otherwise, he can only transform into the Archlich. When he reaches level 30, he will not have any chance of a second transformation, and will live as a Great Lich until his death. The gap here is huge, although there are not many people who have reached level 20 in the entire Balian city. Gushi can consider that in the future. This may be a player's fantasy. Gushi, who has a dream, also thought about the skills he must learn from the beginning. It's just that his luck has not been very good. Since taking office, he has made 4 consecutive choices, and failed to choose what he wanted. Now that he heard that he had a skill book, Gushi would naturally pay more attention, and make sure that he could at least win one of his several targets. The skill books are all here. You can read them yourself. But you can only look at the cover. Once this skill book is opened, it will be read automatically. I will not retreat at that time. The quartermaster also saw Gushi's thoughts. I know. Let me take a look first. Is there no witchcraft? Luck? No. War mechanics? Hey, this one is available. Take it first. Logistics is gone. And there is no offensive strategy. What kind of military science is this? Economics? None of them are useful. Gushi flipped through the skill books one by one, and he first selected the non-professional skills category. According to his plan, for his non-professional skills, he has to learn 2 of the 5 types of witchcraft passive, luck passive, war mechanics passive, logistics passive, and offense passive. After searching for a long time, he only found a book on war mechanics and nothing else. War mechanics passive strengthens the power of war machines, increases the attack power, defense power and damage value of crossbow carts, increases the damage value of catapults, increases the healing effect of first aid tents when there are ammunition carts, gives additional attack power to long-range troops. As for war mechanics, this is something Gushi must definitely learn, not to mention other things. In terms of the cooperation between war mechanics and the undead route, there will be many different options, such as the plague tent that can appear after the medical tent is available. Another example is the corpse thrower that appears after selecting the catapult route, etc. There is even a corresponding skill that increases the attack power of the arrow tower. This is quite important to Gushi. After level 5 of his Death City, he can place a soul summoning tower on the battlefield. And after level 9, he can place city walls and moats on the battlefield. The city wall has its own arrow tower. It's just that Gushi's original research was not that detailed. I don't know what kind of changes there will be in war mechanics after combining the arrow tower with the undead profession. But Gushi was certain that war mechanics would be useful to him. And that was enough. Chapter 127, Choice of Professional Skills. Since he couldn't find a suitable passive skill among the most needed, Gushi turned his attention to professional skills. This time, there are more skill books here. Most of them are skills that necromancers should learn, such as second level corpse explosion, bone spur, bone spear, and bone shield, bone cage, and so on. Or some new skills, such as poison cloud technique, curse of weakness, etc. There are also skills specifically used to strengthen the undead, such as undead experiment, undead evolution, etc. It can be said that there are many more skills here than those before. When Gushi selected, he also chose what he could use. He still had 3 battle exploits left, and Gushi had to consider his own situation before making a choice. In terms of professional skills, Gushi needs a big move that can kill with one hit. After all, he can't just call the Incarnation of Death every time he encounters an enemy. This kind of move that directly draws away all the mana is not called a magnifying move. It is called desperate. So Gushi must have a big move that can kill him in one hit. In addition, Gushi needs a means of control. Finally, he has a skill. Gushi's choice is to enhance the combat effectiveness of his undead summons. The better ones in the skill books in front of me have all been picked away. Gu Shi carefully selected from the remaining skill books, and finally chose the 3 professional skills he wanted according to his own wishes. Bone Storm Level 1, 0 out of 100. Consumes 15 mana points. Forms a storm of bone fragments at the designated location, causing 180% of your attack power to the surrounding enemies within 10 seconds. This is the ultimate move chosen by Gu Shi. Gu Shi has heard of this move before. Although the designated location range is not large, and can only be stretched to a diameter of about 5 meters at most, everything within this range will be affected. Same blow. It can be said that all living beings are equal. The most important thing is that this trick can be used continuously as long as Gu Shi has enough mana, and it can also be used repeatedly somewhere. In other words, the power and effect can overlap. If Gu Shi's hand speed is fast enough, it shouldn't be a problem to superimpose 4 or 5 bone storms in the same place. In this way, no matter how strong the vitality is, it can't withstand the full attack of the bone storm. This can be regarded as a relatively easy to use ultimate move. Tendril of the Dead Level 1, 0 out of 100. Consumes 5 mana points. Forms a large number of flesh and blood tentacles or bone arms at the designated location, dragging all enemies who step here. When dragging the enemy, there will be a chance to poison the enemy, coma, cursed and other effects. This move is the control skill chosen by Gu Shi. The range of the undead tendrils is much larger than the range of the bone storm. The most important thing is that Gu Shi can change the scope of the undead tendrils. Whether Gu Shi wants to place them horizontally or vertically to form a circle, Gu Shi has freedom. As long as the enemy sets foot here, they will be affected, possibly by poisoning or falling into a coma. Anyway, this skill is mainly to delay the enemy's progress, so that the enemy cannot rush through this area in a short period of time. This skill is very useful if combined with Gu Shi's troops, or directly using Bone Storm or Corpse Explosion. The last skill is a skill used to strengthen the undead summons under his command. Skeleton Priest Level 1, 0 out of 100. Consumes 5 mana points, and releases a temporary skeleton priest at the designated location. He can increase the damage of all undead within 100 meters by 20% and restore 10% of the upper limit of life for them. Continuous 35 seconds. Gu Shi specifically asked the quartermaster about this skill. After all, there were some unclear points in the explanation of this skill. Regarding Gu Shi's question, the quartermaster made it clear that the 35 seconds mentioned here refers to the time the skeleton priest exists. As for the blessing brought by the skeleton priest, it will only be available within these 35 seconds. When the skeleton priest disappears, the 20% increase in damage will be gone. As for the restored life, it will not be affected. When he first heard about this situation, Gu Shi didn't want to choose this skill. Among the skills to strengthen the undead, there are also skills such as Steel Skeleton and Flesh Blooming to choose from. That is a skill that directly increases the defense power of skeleton soldiers or the attack power of zombie soldiers after selection. It can be said that choosing these skills will definitely save you time and effort. But Gu Shi chose the Skeleton Priest skill in the end. Not because this skill was stronger, but because he found that this skill could be used in conjunction with the Incarnation of Death. Although the Skeleton Priest is a skeleton, it actually has no entity. It can be placed on the back of the Incarnation of Death and move with the Incarnation of Death. In other words, this is the only enhanced ability that can keep up with the Incarnation of Death. For the Incarnation of Death, 20% damage is quite fatal. Whether it is the Melting Light Machine Gun or the Death Dragon's Breath, it will be affected by this effect. This makes the already super powerful Incarnation of Death even more powerful. It was this that made Gu Shi put aside other choices and choose the relatively rare Skeleton Priest. After choosing all 3 skills, the quartermaster did not embarrass Gu Shi. He just took out a notebook, recorded Gu Shi's choices, and then asked Gu Shi to take away all 4 skill books. These 4 skill books are still useful. After you learn the skills, you can read each book for another 3 hours. If you read carefully, you will get corresponding experience in the process of reading. This is a good opportunity to improve your experience and level. Don't waste it. Otherwise, it would be quite tiring to rely on using skills to level up later. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi expressed his gratitude to the quartermaster. He knows that these are common knowledge that others don't notice. If there is no special guidance from someone, many people may not know these in their lifetime. Now the quartermaster specially reminded himself, which brought a lot of convenience to Gu Shi. No matter how ignorant Gu Shi was, he still had to thank the quartermaster. After all, Gushi really took advantage of the quartermaster. Seeing Gushi's grateful expression, the quartermaster was also happy. It's okay. This is what I should do. If you want to repay me, then kill more of those White Walkers. Especially their leader. If you can bring me the white baboon skin, that is the best reward for me. That's easy. As long as the White Walkers dare to come, I can kill a few more. Then I will definitely send you the baboon skin. Okay. Very energetic. That's what I want. Chapter 128 Equipment Trading. After leaving the quartermaster's territory, Du Wushwang, who was leading the way, looked at Gushi. At this time, Gushi was sending the Demi and the skeleton archer leader he had just received back to Aladovi City. Where are you going next? Can you take me to the blacksmith shop? I want to forge a weapon. Also, I got some things I can't use before. These should be useful to the Death Knight. Who should I go to trade with? Upon hearing Gushi's question, Du Wushwang immediately slapped his chest. Leave this matter to me. I am most familiar with these. If you go to the blacksmith shop now, it must be very busy. At this time, all the people there are repairing weapons and equipment. I'll take you to the tavern first, where you can find anyone to trade with. You should sell some of your unwanted things first, and wait until there are fewer people in the blacksmith shop before going there. The charges there will be relatively high, and it will be better if you just repair equipment. It's okay to build weapons yourself, but if you need a blacksmith to customize weapons and equipment, the price will be expensive. Gushi understood the situation as soon as he heard it. It seems that this kind of thing is the same everywhere. Exclusive weapons and equipment. The asking price will be higher. If you just want ordinary weapons, you can just find a place to make them. It seems that some blacksmiths will be specially trained in the future. After listening to Gushi's words, Du Wushwang laughed. I have an idea. But you may not know how much it costs to train such a professional blacksmith. The blacksmith is not simple. He is already at level 5, and has learned specialized skills. He also masters fire magic, destruction magic and rune magic. These are the key. So you really shouldn't underestimate the profession of blacksmith. If you really want to train a blacksmith, you should at least start training from a young age. In the end, it may take more than 10 years to master it. Gushi was a little confused as to why the blacksmith in Sansan Garden had such good skills. However, they had already arrived at the Sansan Garden Tavern, and the lively scene here immediately attracted Gushi's attention, leaving him no time to ask about other situations. I just killed 3 level 9 White Walker soldiers. Take a look. Everyone. These are level 9 heads. The brains are still fresh. They only cost 15 yuan. Take a look. Take a look. Don't miss it when you pass by. The best white paper, not much in quantity, is of extremely high quality. The green equipment I just got, used by the necromancer, can be exchanged for it. Blue. Does anyone sell blue equipment? A set of undead soldier equipment. Plus 1 effect. 11 sets in total. Come here if you want it. Seeing the lively situation, Gushi was also a little stunned. He did not expect that there would be so many players in Sansan Garden. How's it going? Is it lively? It's very lively. But can the people here afford the price? Gushi was still somewhat worried. Don't worry. We mainly produce dragon blood crystals, dragon steel and blue crystals here. If you don't have any inventory now, you can just ask them to give them dragon blood crystals when the time comes. Generally speaking, blue equipment requires 2 pieces of dragon blood crystal, or 1.5 pieces of dragon steel. What about the purple one? It will increase tenfold. But no one is willing to sell purple equipment. Hearing this, Gushi smiled proudly, suddenly jumped to a high platform, raised his hand, and raised his head. Purple equipment is for sale. If you have dragon blood crystal or dragon steel, come and look at the goods. Du Wushwang was about to take Gushi into the tavern, but Gushi's behavior shocked him. He was about to say something when a voice came from not far away. You have purple gear? Of course. You have dragon blood crystal. Gushi glanced at the direction from which the sound came, and found a fat man in his 50s standing there. This fat man had a gray beard on his face, and looked like a big boss in his movements. Ha ha ha. I have dragon blood crystals. You can ask who owns most of the dragon blood crystals currently on the market. But boy, do you really have purple equipment? Don't try to trick me with something that glows purple. If you offend me, I can prevent you from receiving even a single dragon blood crystal. Don't worry. It's purple equipment. It has special effects and special effects. If it wasn't a physical equipment, I might just use it myself. When the fat man heard the term special impact, he knew that Gushi was right. And he had purple equipment in his hands. People who have never obtained purple equipment have no idea that when the equipment reaches purple quality, the special effects will have some negative effects. Take the things out, and I'll take a look. If it's suitable, I'll lead directly. The fat man stretched out his hand, and said to Gushi. The people nearby, including Du Wushwang, did not speak. In their eyes, the fat man's proposal was quite reasonable. Ding! Gushi flicked his hand, and the bear and hair ring of bloody battle flew out of his hand. Fatty didn't expect Gushi to throw out the purple equipment directly. He quickly stepped forward to catch it. And then he saw all the attributes of bear and hair link of bloody battle. The attributes of this piece of equipment are good. But the problem is that the punishment of this piece of equipment is also very serious. It will be activated as long as it is used. And the effect will still exist even if it is not used in the future. So the fat man fell silent quickly. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. And then said, 17 dragon blood crystals. Gushi had no objection to the price. But he did not agree immediately. Instead, he took out a magic potion bottle. All the people watching the excitement were speechless. What was Gushi doing? As a result, Gushi pointed his hand towards the sky. Death incarnate. A black bone dragon rushed into the sky with black mist. The next moment, all the players near the tavern exploded. Hack. My eyesight is not blurry. This is the third divine skill. Oh my god. The bone dragon type incarnation of death. This is the threshold of level 10. Hit me to see if I'm dreaming. Ah. Why do you want me to hit you so hard? Gushi ignored the people around him. He just moved his hand downwards, and put the bottle of magic potion into his mouth. As Gushi drank the magic potion, the incarnation of death also fell next to Gushi. The powerful pressure pushed all the players around him aside. Give him a try with Dragon Blood Crystal and Dragon Steel. When the death incarnation fell, Gushi said calmly, give him whatever he wants. If the purple equipment is not enough, I have other things, such as the purple training manual for the Death Knight to advance. When Gushi was talking, he kept looking at the fat man. Take it out. Don't lose the face of our Sansan garden men. Chapter 129 Death Incarnation Super Evolution. At the fat man's words, several strong men came over carrying 2 boxes. They placed the box in front of the incarnation of death, and opened it on the spot. One box contained pure blue crystals as thick as an arm, and the other box contained metal that shone with silver light. The incarnation of death glanced at Gushi, then patted the ground. 3 pieces of dragon blood crystal, and 7 pieces of dragon steel flew up. The incarnation of death sucked on these 10 pieces of material. And then blue lines appeared on the bones of the incarnation of death. Although these lines only flashed by, Gushi could clearly feel that the bones of the incarnation of death were no longer as black as before, but instead had a metallic luster. If the sunlight shines on the death incarnation from other angles, you will find that the surface of the death incarnation is coated with a blue light film. Name, Death Incarnation, Summon Creature. Race, Bone Dragon Form. Level, Level 12, 0/0. Talent, Rule Creature. Status, Life, 960/960. Magic Power, 450/450. Attributes, Strength 12.4. Agility 9.6. Constitution 9.6. Intelligence 16. Perception 10.4. Charisma 10.2. Skills, Death Dragon Breath. Undead Creature. Curse Attack. Incorporeal. Melting Light, Fusion Skill. 10 times a day. Dragon Steel Membrane, Fusion Skill. Can resist magic below level 2. Crystal Storm, Fusion Skill. Flying Black Mist brings 15 points of damage per second. Looking at the new attributes of the incarnation of death, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. This incarnation of death has grown again. Not to mention the increased attributes. These 3 new skills are powerful enough. The melting ray was obtained by swallowing the eyes of the one-eyed Splice corpse. The melting ray used 10 times a day was now used by the incarnation of death as a machine gun. The dragon steel film is clearly the metal film plated on the surface of the death avatar's body. When the death avatar's body was partially metallized, Gushi thought it would only strengthen the death avatar's body. As a result, after swallowing dragon steel, the effect was fully activated, and the effect of enhanced magic resistance was activated. Now all magic below level 2 will do no harm to the incarnation of death. If a mirror counterattack is added, all the magic that may fall on him can be bounced back. Gushi was not sure what the final crystal storm was, but he believed it was related to the storm that caused the black fog when the Incarnation of Death was flying. It seemed that the previous dragon blood crystal was integrated into it, causing the change of this skill. Looking at the new attributes of the Incarnation of Death, Gushi turned to look at the fat man again. How many dragon blood crystals are needed for the bone dragon and the ghost dragon? Help me match the rest. By the way, I have the Headless Horseman training manual, which is purple quality. Do you want it? The bone dragon only needs 1 part of dragon steel, and the ghost dragon needs 1 part of dragon blood crystal and 2 parts of dragon steel. Thaddy was quite familiar with this, and he immediately told the materials needed for the bone dragon and ghost dragon. But now most of the players here are only level 5, which is still far away from the bone dragon. At most, they would only buy 1 copy of dragon steel, or 1 copy of dragon blood crystal, or 2 copies of dragon steel, as a souvenir for themselves. If one day they reach level 5, they will start preparing for the bone dragon. A purchase like Gushi's was similar to shopping in a supermarket, not to mention the crowd of onlookers. Not even the fat man had seen much. However, the fat man's reaction was faster, and he immediately divided the remaining materials. Your purple equipment is worth 17 dragon blood crystals in total, according to the exchange ratio of dragon blood crystals and dragon steel of 2 to 3. You just took away 3 dragon blood crystals, plus 7 dragon steel. I count you a total of 7 dragon blood crystals, and you also owe me a piece of dragon steel. The rest will be exchanged in proportion. 4 pieces of dragon blood crystal and 9 pieces of dragon steel. If you take it in proportion, it will be 4 pieces of dragon blood crystal and 8 pieces of dragon steel. The extra piece will be returned to me. Thaddy's algorithm was quite convoluted. Gushi listened to the calculations of this and that. Gushi felt that his brain was boiling. Okay, don't forget it. I'm just asking you. Is this a real number? Yes. The fat man nodded affirmatively, looking like he was a math genius. Gushi didn't want to say anything to him. It was clearly an algorithm used by primary school students to crack their fingers. Older primary school students didn't bother to use it, but he could still play it by himself. After collecting the corresponding amount of dragon blood crystals and dragon steel, Gushi asked again, "Do you want the purple Dullahan training manual?" "No. You have to take this thing back to the guild to sell it. You can't sell it here. Most of the people who can come to this world are those who have no growth potential. This kind of thing can only be used after reaching level 10. Now give it to them, it's just a waste." Listening to the fat man's words, Gushi also understood that this was correct. But he immediately pointed to the Incarnation of Death in front of him and said, "Do you have anything that can be used by him? No matter who it is. Please take it out first, and let me take a look. I still have some equipment on hand. As long as we can reach an agreement, anything can be exchanged." As Gushi spoke, he took out some useless items that he had collected previously. Things like the Dragon Torn Bracer, a large number of unidentified potions that depended on luck, and skeleton war horses, etc. Anyway, as long as Gushi thought that these were of no use to him, he would put them all in front of the Incarnation of Death. Seeing the dazzling array of merchandise in front of the Incarnation of Death, some of the onlookers also became excited. There are so many things. Look, it's a skeleton warhorse, or a green +1. As long as I take it back and train it, I can pass the Death Knight driving test. That's a strength-enhancing wristband. My strength has always been just a little bit behind. This is a good thing. Hey, these potions look interesting. Do you want to gamble? While they were discussing in 2s and 3s, a thin necromancer stepped forward cautiously and asked, "How much does it cost to pack all the potions here?" "As long as the green quality materials or items satisfy him. That's all. I don't care about that anyway," Gushi said with a smile. "This isn't expensive. I want all of these potions. I don't have any money, so I'll give this to you. What do you think?" The thin necromancer dragged out a slab of stone covered with mud from under his robe. There were words engraved on the slab, which looked very much like a tombstone. But Gushi had a different feeling when he saw this thing. Is this an architectural design? Well, the architectural design of a medium-sized plot must be attached to a cemetery or near a cemetery. It is called a cemetery herb garden. You can borrow the energy of the cemetery to plant some herbs such as cemetery moss and blood moss. I know medium-sized plots aren't that valuable, but this is really all I have. I've replaced the others with herbs, just to do you a favor. Changed. Chapter 130. A good person. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. The thin necromancer held Gushi's hand and kept thanking him. Such a polite look made Gushi a little speechless. He didn't know what was wrong with the thin necromancer. He looked like he had saved his whole family. After thanking him, the thin necromancer did not leave. He picked up various packaged potions on the spot and poured them into his mouth. No matter what properties these potions have, or whether they are poisonous or not, these potions are all his now, and he can use them however he wants. Gushi was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Just as he was about to say something, several necromancers crowded in from nearby. Stop him! What are you doing? When Gushi saw this situation, he couldn't help but stop them. You sold the poison to this guy? Do you know who you offended? One of the necromancers hadn't seen the situation clearly yet, but when he saw Gushi coming to stop him, he shouted back on the spot. Before Gushi could say anything, the incarnation of death that had been lying on the ground looked over. The skeleton dragon's face was glaring at the necromancer, and his right eye began to flash with gray light, as if the other party said something wrong. The melting light will be emitted. At this time, Gushi also raised his head. Come! Tell me again. Who did I offend? The necromancer was suppressed by the aura of the incarnation of death, and couldn't help but take a step back. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but facing the incarnation of death, he could not say anything. Gushi stared at the necromancer closely, looking at the way he wanted to say but didn't dare. A trace of disdain flashed in his heart. Roll. Just wait for me. When several necromancers saw that there was nothing they could do, they stopped provoking. They said harsh words and left quickly, looking at the backs of them leaving. Gushi didn't pay too much attention, but said to the crowd caused by the chaos. Come! Come! Come and have a look. Here we have a skeleton horse and a green equipment. If you want any of them, I'll sell them to you at a low price. This time, Gushi really attracted the attention of some death knights. Plus, Gushi's asking price was not high. As long as the death incarnation was satisfied, any green material would do. So several death knights really took out some things to attract the attention of the death incarnation. Soon Gushi noticed that a death knight took out something that attracted the incarnation of death. It was a stone-like drum. Stone drum. White. This stone drum was dug out from a cemetery. No one can beat it. And no one knows what it is used for. That's okay. What do you want? Gushi looked back at the expression of the incarnation of death and found that the incarnation of death was very satisfied with the stone drum in front of him. So he picked up the stone drum that was taller than him and threw it in the direction of the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death opened its mouth and swallowed the stone drum. Gushi took a look and found no changes in the incarnation of death. Gushi didn't care about this. The incarnation of death swallowed a pair of metal arms before, and there weren't many changes. This kind of thing always adds up, and it's useless to be too anxious. The Death Knight was also very happy when he saw that Gushi took a fancy to what he took out. He pointed to the bracers and said, I want those bracers. Take it. Gushi pushed the wristband forward and put the wristband into the Death Knight's hands. When taking the wristband, the Death Knight whispered to Gushi, You have to be careful about those necromancers just now. They are the tyrants in the Sansan garden. If you offend them this time, you will not be able to do it next time. So peaceful. What happened? Gushi also became curious at this time. The Death Knight shook his head, took another look at the thin necromancer who was still filling the potion, and left quickly. At this time, Gushi noticed that the thin necromancer had already drank half of the potion. Because he drank too many potions, the necromancer's stomach became obviously bloated. At the same time, the effects of various potions also affected the necromancer, making his face even paler. Big beads of sweat flowed down the necromancer's face. But the necromancer didn't care at all and kept drinking the potion. Now Gushi could see the problem. He was about to step forward to stop the necromancer from continuing like this. You must know that many of these potions are unidentified. If someone dies from drinking, it would be a big problem. But just when Gushi was about to stop the necromancer, a Death Knight asked nearby, Comrade, how about I trade this for the skeleton war horse? After being interrupted, Gushi did not walk towards the thin necromancer, but looked at what the Death Knight took out. It was a green glowing gem. The gem was the size of a human head. The green light made the Death Knight himself feel disgusted. When he saw Gushi coming over, the Death Knight put the gem on the ground, preparing for Gushi to check the properties of the gem. But at this moment, the thin necromancer staggered over, clutching his stomach as if he had drunk too much potion. This cannot be accepted. As he walked away, he poured the last few bottles of potion into his mouth. Gushi looked at the necromancer with some surprise. Why? The necromancer did not explain. but kept pouring the last potion into his mouth. When all the potion was drunk, he covered his mouth to prevent the potion from being spit out. Seeing him like this, Gushi wanted to step forward and help this guy aside. The Death Knight didn't know what to do. After the necromancer calmed down, he said, "That gem is a strange thing. It can bring you certain benefits every day, but it requires more things to worship. Moreover, this thing cannot be thrown away or destroyed. Only someone who wants it can give it away. I am right." The necromancer looked up at the Death Knight. The Death Knight was a little helpless, but he finally nodded. "That's right. I don't want to either. I see that you, comrade, have the incarnation of death. And you are enthusiastic. I believe this little thing shouldn't trouble your comrade. There is an incarnation of death. But what does it mean to be zealous for others?" Gushi was confused. At this time, the thin necromancer also said, "Did you want to transfer this thing to him because he helped me?" When Gushi heard this, his eyes narrowed. "Is that so?" Being stared at by Gushi, the Death Knight also took a step back, not daring to look at Gushi. Roll. Seeing his expression, Gushi knew what was going on. He shouted and then waved to the others. "Everyone, leave. I won't sell the skeleton warhorse anymore. Everyone, leave. If you dare to come and plot against me again, I will release the avatar of death to bite you to death." Chapter 131, taking on a long-term mission. Seeing that Gushi was angry, the onlookers quickly left, with only the thin necromancer still sitting there. When everyone was almost gone, he propped himself up and said, "I'm causing trouble for you. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. Those guys are just too bold." Gushi patted the head of the incarnation of death. "Because there is no battle. The incarnation of death cannot last long outside. Normally, it will disband itself after the battle, or it will automatically disappear half an hour after the battle. It was now time for the incarnation of death to disappear." Gushi patted the head of the incarnation of death with one hand while scanning the players present. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it almost dripped out. Gushi wanted to find a target to establish his authority and let the players of Sansan Garden know that he was not easy to deal with. If you want to plot against him, you have to be prepared to be bitten to death by him. After taking a look, he found that no one dared to look at him. So Gushi laughed disdainfully. "You idiot." Then Gushi said to Duwishwang, "Let's go. There is nothing to sell. Let's go to the blacksmith shop." With so many things happening just now, Duwishwang was always watching from the outside. With her strength, she couldn't help much even if she wanted to step forward to help. When Gushi called her, she quickly said "oh," and quickly came to Gushi. At this time, the thin necromancer also walked up. "Shall we find a place to talk?" Gushi was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that there was nothing to talk about between us. But looking at the look in the eyes of the thin necromancer, Gushi nodded anyway. The thin necromancer reached out and led Gushi forward to a nearby corner. "My name is Lu Kai. And some of them also call me Kane. The people who were looking for you before were Lu Ming, my brother's men. They have been destroying my chance to activate my talent." Lu Kai told the situation quite directly. And at the same time, he also explained his own characteristics. "I am following the path of a plague necromancer. To activate my talent, I need to take 500 different potions, which can be poisons, antidotes, or buffing potions. But because of my older brother, I could never get enough potions. In the end, I had to learn to brew potions on my own, and even took a certificate in magic potions. The batch of potions you packaged and sold to me just solved my biggest trouble. I have now met the prerequisites for activating talents, and can activate them. Before that, I think I should explain this to you clearly. After all, my brother has a very small mind. If you meet him, just fight him back. Only if you scare him will he not dare to come over and mess with you again. So that's it. I understand. It's a family conflict." Gushi nodded. "But you said there are prerequisites for activating talents. What are these conditions?" "Each player has different prerequisites. But one thing is required. Undead knowledge and magic knowledge must reach level 6. And the necromancer's professional skills must reach 8. And each professional skill must be at least level 4. You should pay attention here. The choice of professional skills will affect the direction in which you activate your talents. If you want to take the route of a plague necromancer like me, then you must master the 2 key skills of poison gas bombs and corpse poison in the early stage. In addition, when it comes to professional skills, it is not which one you learn first that will be chosen, but is ranked according to your skill level, and the 8 strongest skills will be selected to determine After these two conditions are met, you can start the prerequisite tasks. After completing the tasks, you can start the activation ceremony. When Liu Kai was explaining how to activate his talent, Gu Shi had been listening attentively. Finally, he turned his head and glanced at the Incarnation of Death behind him, and then thought about his own City of Death. These two are his key skills. When his level was raised to level 4, the Incarnation of Death had also reached level 4. But this is not the case with the Death City, as that requires upgrading the city level. Gu Shi's Aladovi City is only at level 2 now. It will take quite a long time to raise the level of the Death City to level 4. It's too far behind. It seems I have to work harder. Liu Kai nodded in agreement. Yes, many people are stuck at the key point of level 4 because of insufficient accumulation in the past. So the influence brought by Lu Ming this time has allowed me to grow further. After I activate my talent, it will be his unlucky time, Liu Kai said seriously. Seeing Liu Kai's expression of hatred and recalling the attitudes of the necromancers just now, Gu Shi didn't say anything more. At this time, Liu Kai said to Gu Shi again, "Sir, you are the only one willing to help me over the years. This is a mission clue I got accidentally, which is very useful for activating talents. I have taken advantage of this task before, but because the potion you gave me is enough, I don't need it anymore. Now I will share this task with you." After saying that, Liu Kai took out something that looked like a dry weed and placed it in Gu Shi's hand. You get the dry bark map of the wisdom tree. Activating a long-term task. Long-term mission, Fading Wisdom. Task description, find the lost wisdom tree and help the wisdom tree find 3 items. Quest requirements, find the lost tree of wisdom 0 to 1. Find 3 items, 0/3. Task reward, a professional skill level is raised to level 4. Note 1. Some restricted skill levels cannot be improved. Note 2. After leveling up, the experience required for upgrading will also increase. Note 3. If the level of all professional skills exceeds level 4, a new professional skill reaching level 4 will be automatically learned. Looking at the task in front of him, Gu Shi knew what Liu Kai had been planning. He clearly wanted to bypass some of the prerequisites for activating his talent. But for some reasons, he didn't use it. Now he needs to activate his talent. It would be a waste to go back and do this task. So he thought of transferring this task to Gu Shi. On the one hand, it was to thank Gu Shi for his help. And on the other hand, it was also to flatter Gu Shi. After all, everyone can see Gu Shi's strength, as long as Gu Shi is not dead. Even if his talent is not activated, and he has not reached level 5. Gu Shi's level 12 Death Incarnation can still sweep the low-end field. With such an opportunity to win over Gu Shi, this is something anyone is willing to do. Gu Shi glanced at Liu Kai, then smiled and said, "Thank you. I can use this. It's good if you can use it. I was worried that you wouldn't like it." Chapter 132, Weapon Building. After putting away the last things, Gu Shi took Du Wushuang and left the tavern before the Incarnation of Death dissipated. Du Wushuang was chirping along the way. She had no objections to Gu Shi's choice. She was just a little surprised that such a disappointing thing could happen in the guild. She could also see that without Gu Shi, Liu Kai would definitely be pinned down to the level 4 position by his brother. No matter how potential he had, it would be useless. If he was stuck at one point, he would be stuck at the level 4 position. Road. No wonder Liu Kai found the opportunity and swallowed all the potions on the spot even if he tried his best. He knew that if he didn't take those potions on the spot, these unidentified potions would definitely cause various problems on the way back. This kind of thing happens a lot. I've seen it before in the academy. That's why I like the undead. At least the undead won't betray you. Gu Shi just shrugged at Du Wushuang's words. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. This matter was soon forgotten by Gu Shi. And even the map to find the Tree of Wisdom was almost forgotten by Gu Shi. They soon arrived near the blacksmith shop. Just as Du Wushuang said, after the war, most players chose to go to the blacksmith shop to repair the equipment damaged in the battle, then deal with the rest. Now that I'm here, the crowd that was crowding in the blacksmith shop has dispersed a lot. There were not many people handling the equipment in front of the furnaces and iron mats that must have been lined up in the blacksmith shop. A big, muscular man was sitting in front of the furnace, drinking something green. When Gu Shi and the others came in, he didn't even raise his head. This is the master blacksmith in Sansan Garden. Level 5. All his experience has been added to blacksmithing. I don't know how strong his combat power is, but his blacksmithing skills are definitely not weak. Master, I'm free. I want to build a weapon. When he came to the blacksmith, He opened his mouth and became polite. Hearing Gushi addressing she, a happy smile appeared on the blacksmith's face. Don't call me master. I'm only level 5. I can't be qualified. I can't be qualified. But the way he looked clearly meant that you knew how to talk. So just say more. He is not a master. I brought a lot of materials that are not from this world this time. I just wanted to ask the master to make a special weapon for me. What does this mean? It means that the master's reputation has spread to other worlds. Gushi's voice just drifted away. He really couldn't say that he didn't know a place like Sansan Garden before entering this world, let alone a blacksmith in it. But the blacksmith was very happy after hearing this. Am I so famous? Nice, young man. You are a necromancer, right? What kind of weapon do you want? A dagger? A staff? A sickle? Or an oriental morning stick? I want a long staff. I don't know what materials I need. If you want a long staff, you need a better staff body first, and then a staff head. Forget it. Take out all the materials you have, and let me take a look and see what kind of design it can be. Because of the flattery, the blacksmith was quite easy to talk to. He was willing to take a look at the materials in Gushi's hand before considering what kind of staff to make. But the blacksmith also said, you should pay attention. Among weapons, I am best at making spears and broadswords. I am also good at sickles. I can only say that I am good at making staffs. You have to think about it yourself. Upon hearing this, Gushi understood what the blacksmith meant. It seemed that Death Knights were the ones who often came here to forge weapons in the past. Necromancers actually did not consume a lot of weapons. Gushi nodded and started to take out the materials. The first one he took out was Babel Pea. Seeing Gushi take out a small seed, the blacksmith was a little surprised. Your seeds? This is a good material for making long-handled weapons. It can also be used to make staffs. No wonder. But you can't plant it here. It would be a waste if you plant it here directly. What kind of necromancer are you? Undead scourge? Plague? Curse? The natural disaster of the undead, coupled with a corpse explosion. Oh, I know the master of Enrun. Then I know how to strengthen it. Lao Lu. Go to the warehouse at the back and push out the flesh and blood grinding wheel. The blacksmith pointed an apprentice to work, and then started playing with Babel Pea. There. This is a good thing. I'll give you all the trump later to make a staff. But can you leave the extra branches and leaves for me? Sure. Gushi didn't know what the pea leaves were for, so just give them to the blacksmith if he wanted them, just to increase his favorability. That's great. By the way, your staff now only has a stick. Next, you need a gemstone or a source of magic. In addition, it is best to have a piece of metal and several decorative materials. The more materials, the better. It mainly depends on the matching. See if you have the right ones on hand. If not, we also have some good materials in the warehouse behind us. But those materials are more expensive. While talking, the apprentice named Lao Lu had already pushed out a rusty press. Under the press, there is still some dried flesh and blood. Put the seeds in. Upon hearing this, Gushi immediately put the Tantian pea into the flesh. The moment the seeds were buried, a green light lit up, and then the seeds quickly began to take root, sprout, and climb upwards. Neither Gushi nor the blacksmith paid attention to the growth process of the vines. They just watched from the sidelines. It's just that Gushi is paying attention to the changes in the growth of Babel peas, while the blacksmith is paying attention to the length and hardness of the vines. It's a very good material. Your pea vine is actually more suitable for making a staff. Making a long-handled weapon will be a bit curved. If you don't have enough strength, it will be very difficult to hold it. As he spoke, the vine had already grown to about 3 meters. The blacksmith then asked, how long do you want your staff to be? A little more than 2 meters is enough. That's now. The blacksmith stepped forward and broke it hard, and the 3-meter pea vine was broken on the spot. Then the blacksmith explained to Gushi, there are 3 nodes when a pea like yours grows. One is when it grows to 3 meters long. All the essence is concentrated in the pea vine. At this time, the material is the best. If you miss this opportunity, you can't cut down the pea vines until they have grown over 3 meters. You have to wait until the vines grow to the thickness of an arm before cutting them, and then process the outer skin, leaving the inner vine core. This is the toughest part, suitable for making polearms. Finally, when the vine reaches its end, no other part of the vine can be used. Only the tender strips hanging from the top can be used. This is the best material for making weapons such as long whips. Chapter 133 Casting the Staff. While explaining the situation here to Gushi, the blacksmith dealt with the newly broken vines. At each step, the blacksmith would explain the reason for the treatment to Gushi. After about 10 minutes, only about 2.5 meters of the 3-meter-long vine remained. Putting the vine aside, the blacksmith looked at Gushi. Gushi knew that he had to take out other things at this time. So Gushi took out some of the materials he had obtained after taking office one by one. Catastrophic soul. This quantity is relatively large, because it cannot be regarded as a serious soul. So it can be used as a crafting material. Corrupted head was Gushi's initial secondary item. But because the upgrade process was interrupted, it turned into a gray item. This is also a top quality material. Broken birchwood fragments came from the battle in this small building in Victoria's City. Because he wanted to make a magic wand, Gushi took this thing out. Broken sickle fragment. Gushi's trophy when he first met the leader of the White Walkers. When he got this, Gushi still thought about using a sickle as his main weapon. Now that he thinks about it, Gushi decided to use a long staff. Good. Ice power device. This was dug out from another one-eyed zombie. The blacksmith asked for a power source. And this is actually a very good power source. Twisted spine. This thing was taken out by Gushi to make up the number. After all, it is too long. A full 5 meters. And it is the material used to make weapons such as two-handed swords, whips or spears. Gushi didn't think that the blacksmith would be able to use this material. However, Gushi never expected that the first thing the blacksmith picked up would be this twisted spine. Very good. Some of your materials are of blue quality, and some are green, but with relatively strong potential. There is no problem in making them. Now there are 2 different options. First, with these materials and this vine, I will try my best to upgrade them to purple quality. But you have to pay attention to yourself. This purple is not the best purple, and there will be penalties for purple special effects. You also know this. I can't guarantee whether the punishment will be light or heavy. It's all a matter of luck. Another way is to make it blue for you. But you can slowly improve the quality in the future. And you may even hit the purple quality. As for whether you can hit it, it depends on your luck. Gushi was silent for a moment, and then said decisively, make it blue and growable for me. The blacksmith laughed when he heard this. I knew you would choose this way. Don't worry. The growth rate of the growth equipment I sell is as high as 80%. So there is no chance that it will fail. While he was talking, the blacksmith had already removed all the twisted spines. He dismantled the 5-meter-long spine and tailbone into pieces. Each piece will be soaked in molten iron by the blacksmith, and then forged by his blacksmiths. Then the blacksmith took up the broken birch pieces and called over a blacksmith. Hash this into powder. Make sure it's a fine powder. Soak these souls in water. When the souls turn into liquid, soak the powder in it. The blacksmith under his command went down to do some work. And Gushi asked at this time, Master, what are you going to do with this? If you want to make a long staff, you can't use more casting methods. It just so happens that the soul you brought can be boiled into glue. When I have processed the spine, I will use the glue to stick the things back piece by piece. Listening to the blacksmith's explanation, Gushi was surprised. He didn't expect that weapon making could be fun in this way. But this blacksmith can be considered a master, and he can always come up with different methods. In the end, Gushi could only believe in the master blacksmith's choice. Soon the twisted spines were taken out one by one, and now these spines looked like pieces of silver metal. The master blacksmith personally took a stylus and wrote some words on each piece of metal. Gushi has a relatively high level of magic knowledge, but he can't figure out what these words mean. The only thing he can tell is that they have a meaning of cold. It can be seen that the master blacksmith has already considered some attributes of Gushi's long staff. After all the metal pieces had words written on them, the blacksmith took out the broken sickle fragments. This time he took matters into his own hands, melting the fragments and rebuilding the metal. What kind of shape do you want? A sickle? A palm or something? Can the bone dragon's head be okay? Gushi put forward his own idea. I have an idea. But that's beautiful. Isn't it? The blacksmith didn't say whether this was okay. He just made it there himself. Then he picked up the pea vine and placed it near the still hot iron block to compare and adjust. Sometimes after comparison, the iron sheet with the words just engraved on it will be put in. At this moment, a blacksmith came over dragging a large basin of blue liquid. This was the catastrophic soul that had just melted, and Gushi felt that it was filled with the feeling of death. It seems that those souls are not really useless. At least they are useful now. Okay. All the materials are ready. The next step is the most critical step. You put a drop of blood in it. Can I still recognize my master? Of course not. But at least, it would have a sense of ceremony. The blacksmith smiled at Gu Shi and said, for the sake of his weapon. Gu Shi had no choice but to accept the blacksmith's words. He made a cut on the palm of his left hand, and dripped a few drops of blood into the blue liquid. As the blood dripped in, the blacksmith immediately threw the ice power device in. Then he raised the pea vine, and plunged it heavily into the bucket of liquid. Under the blacksmith's mysterious spell, all the liquid began to swirl around the pea vine. The blacksmith quickly threw the various items he had just forged into the liquid. Gu Shi watched from the side, and he noticed that as the blue liquid swirled faster and faster, the appearance of the liquid also changed, and finally turned into a skeletal dragon with ice exuding all over its body. It's pretty good. Many of the necromancers who come to me to make their staffs choose bone dragons or ghost dragons as the shape of their staffs. So I'm familiar with this set. While speaking, all the liquid on the side of the long staff had been absorbed, and the long staff slowly fell in front of Gu Shi. This is a withered yellow long staff with a height of 2.5 meters. The body of the staff seems to be inlaid with countless fine diamonds like ice. At the head of the staff is an iceberg the size of a fist, and hovering on the edge of the iceberg is a metal bone dragon as long as an index finger. At this time, the blacksmith threw the corrupted skull on the top of the long staff. As the corrupted skull let out a wail, a thumb-sized skull decoration hung under the iceberg. Okay, give it a name. This is your staff. Chapter 134 Staff Cold Wind. Unnamed, blue. Main weapon. Attack, 13 to 16. After equipped, Constitution +2. Intelligence +3. Equipment requirements, Strength 2. Physique 3. Intelligence 3. Special 1, Chill +3. The attack has a +3 cold effect. When using attacks or defensive spells such as Corpse Explosion, Bone Spikes, and Bone Shield, all attacks have a +3 cold effect. Special 2, Babble Vine. The length of the staff can automatically change between 2.5 meters to 7.5 meters. When the length of the staff exceeds 2.5 meters, the staff will actively launch attacks, physical attacks, against approaching enemies. Mosaic Position, Rotten Skull, Bone Shield +1. Empty. 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 Explanation, as a wizard, charging with a staff in hand will be the most beautiful spell you can use in your life. Looking at the long staff in front of him, Gu Shi didn't rush to pick a name. He reached out and pulled it up. The moment he got the long staff, Gu Shi knew why the equipment required 2 points of strength. This staff was taller than Gu Shi's. Without enough strength, Gu Shi wouldn't be able to lift it with both hands. Unlike now, Gu Shi could still lift it with one hand and use the staff like a spear. There is a wooden man over there. You can go there and experiment with the effect of the staff. Good. Gu Shi nodded and responded, then led by the blacksmith apprentice to the shooting range near the blacksmith shop. It is different from the shooting ranges in other places. In addition to the wooden figures standing upright as targets, there are also some wooden figures lying upside down on the ground. Gu Shi was stunned and understood that these were the corpses needed to simulate the necromancer. This makes Gu Shi quite satisfied. After all, he has many skills that require corpses to be released. Bone Spur. Gu Shi turned his hand, raised the 2.5 meter long staff, and a bone spur flew out. As the bone spur flew out, Gu Shi clearly felt that this bone spur was completely different from the previous ones. The bone spurs that flew out before were all white bones, but now they are a little light blue. When the bone spurs landed on the wooden man, a dark blue aura also appeared on the wooden man. Gu Shi, who had fought with Luna, understood that this was the effect of being frozen. It seemed that the effect of the cold wind +3 was very good. Then Gu Shi turned the direction of his staff, pointed at a wooden figure on the ground and said, Corpse Explosion. The wooden man exploded on the spot, and all the targets nearby that were blown up by the wooden man's fragments turned dark blue. After trying it several times, Gu Shi found that the current staff was still effective. As long as he pointed forward, the spell could be released smoothly. At the same time, Gu Shi could clearly feel that the power of the spell would be slightly improved. Even the tendrils of the dead and the bone storm that Gu Shi had just learned were also blessed. It can be said that the first characteristic greatly improved Gu Shi's combat effectiveness. Of course, the biggest change here is the bone shield. When Gu Shi releases the bone shield, a layer of ice will appear on the bone shield, and the level of the bone shield has increased to level 2. And the bone shield appearing around Gu Shi has become more obvious. This gave Gushi the idea of inlaying something more on the staff. However, Gushi also understood that something like a rotten head was something that could only be encountered but not sought. If it weren't for the opportunity of making the staff to integrate at this time, the rotten skull wouldn't be able to be used for inlaying. Next time you want to inlay something special, the first feature of the staff, Gushi, has been tested. That effect is called a good one. So he began to experiment with the second feature. It's just that Gushi searched for a long time and couldn't find a way to change the staff. The staff was still as long as he got it, and there was no possibility of it becoming longer. This made Gushi speechless. Isn't this second characteristic a useless skill? Gushi, who looked puzzled, wanted to experiment more here. After all, there was a characteristic there. If not taken care of properly, this staff might as well be a green staff. Somewhat helplessly, Gushi could only place his staff on the ground and seriously thought about what went wrong with him. But he didn't expect that he accidentally used force with his hand and plunged the staff into the ground. Then the staff began to change, and new vines began to grow on the head of the staff. Inside the vines were many metal pieces that looked like vertebrae. This situation made Gushi's eyes light up, and he quickly pulled out the staff from the ground. As a result, as soon as the staff was pulled out, it returned to its original appearance. After trying it a few times, Gushi understood what was going on. This change can only happen if the staff is driven into the ground. After the change, the staff will no longer be controlled by Gushi and will only protect Gushi silently. Anyone who wants to get close to Gushi will be hit by the vines and spine. However, due to the length of the vines, the protection range is almost 5 meters. As for the defensive and offensive effects of the vines and metal pieces, since there were no offensive wooden figures in the shooting range, Gushi could not experiment. However, Gushi finally understood the function of this second characteristic. The effect of this characteristic is quite good. At least it is not a useless skill. After trying the skills a few more times, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. I have to admit that the effect of this staff is quite powerful. It has comprehensively enhanced Gushi's combat capabilities. This is not a waste of so many materials that I took out. The happy Gushi returned to the blacksmith shop with his staff in hand. Before Gushi could speak, the blacksmith apprentice told the blacksmith the information he had just recorded. The blacksmith nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I've released another well-known piece of equipment. How about it? Have you thought of a name for this staff? Think about it. The biggest feature of this staff now is the cold wind. This feature greatly improves my combat effectiveness. Now this staff is called the cold wind. After the cold wind reaches the purple quality, I will use it according to the later changes. Change the name. On the way back, Gushi had already thought of the name of the staff and even considered how he would take care of it next. Hot phone? That's a good name. It seems you really like this staff. Of course, this staff is quite good. So, the cost of making the weapon is 3,000 yuan in total. Do you want to pay it in cash or go through the guild process? Pay now. Gushi didn't know what the guild's procedures were, but he happened to have some money on hand, so he wouldn't go through such a complicated process. As for whether this staff would be expensive, Gushi didn't think much about it. He thought the cold wind staff was really worth the price. After receiving the money, the blacksmith said to Gushi, "You can find time to enchant the staff. With the characteristics of the cold wind, it would be good to enchant the frost soul or the dead domain. In addition, if you want to set gemstones, you can go to a jewelry store to find some good gemstones for sale." Chapter 135 Intermission. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Gushi was still touching the cold wind staff with a happy look on his face. But Du Wushwang, who had been following Gushi, leaned over to look at him. "Comrade, what are your plans next?" "No, I came here to transport troops. I have completed my mission here. The previous garrison was just a temporary encounter, so I got involved. As for where to go next, I really don't have any plans, but I should check here to see if there are any tasks that I can take on. After all, even if I go out now, I will definitely be arranged to come back in the end." Gushi was very clear about the situation. The invasion of foreign enemies is not over yet. If you exit the game at this time, you may be assigned other tasks. That way you would have to run back and forth, and the mission rewards wouldn't be as much as they are now. Rather than that, it would be better to hang out here in Sansan Garden and wait for the invasion to end. In the battle just now, Gushi clearly felt that the enemy was getting weaker and weaker. The White Walker leaders Gushi fought at the beginning were all level 9, and were accompanied by level 10 or 11 soldiers. Later, when they fought their way to this plane, the White Walker leader was only level 9. and the powerful soldiers who followed him were gone. Later, during the battle to defend the city, Gushi even defeated a level 8 White Walker leader among the White Walker leaders. This shows that the enemy's strength is getting weaker. If we do this a few more times, the invasion of foreign enemies will almost be over. If we don't take this opportunity to attack the enemy more, how long will it take? After hearing Gushi say that he would stay for a few more days, Duwu's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. You just arrived at Sansan Garden, and you don't have a place to stay yet. The tavern here in Sansan Garden is not comfortable, because you and I are comrades. I will help you, and let you stay at my house for a few days. I won't charge you for accommodation either, and don't charge me any other fees. What else can I ask for? Gushi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Before he could ask clearly, Du Wuxuang dragged Gushi and ran in one direction. Only then did Gushi realize that despite her small stature, Du Wuxuang was quite powerful. With Gushi's strength, he couldn't fight against Du Wuxuang, so he was dragged away by her. Gushi still wanted to struggle, but Du Wuxuang simply carried Gushi on his shoulders and ran towards his home in large strides. Du Wuxuang is quite familiar with the path of Sansan Garden. It only took 7 or 8 minutes to run to the house she rented in Sansan Garden. The city on the ground of Sansan Garden is actually quite crowded, and Du Wuxuang's strength is not the strongest in Sansan Garden. Her room was only about 20 square meters. Apart from a bed, there was only a sofa and a dining table. The rest of the room was occupied by Du Wuxuang's weapons, equipment and armor. The room in front of me was vastly different from the guild's apartment building. But think about the situation in Sansan Garden. As long as people don't live in the underground city, most of them live in small rooms like this. For the players who are stationed here, it is enough to live in them. Anyway, they usually go out of the city to complete tasks, and don't really spend much time living here. Du Wuxuang did the same. She opened the door in a familiar manner, and first put Gushi on the sofa. Then he said to Gushi, "You sit down first, and I'll get something to drink." After saying that, Du Wuxuang pushed away a pile of armor beside the bed, and took out a wooden box from under the armor. As soon as the box was opened, a cold air rushed towards him. When the cold air dissipated, many large and small wooden wine barrels could be seen in the box. At this time, Gushi was looking around at everything around him. He noticed that small pink strawberry pieces of cloth were scattered randomly on the sofa. Just this one glance, and Gushi's eyes turned red. What is going on? Did I see something I shouldn't have seen? Should I leave now? Others have invited me to come and sit for a while, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to leave now. If you don't sit down for a while, it might be fine. Gushi lowered his head and tried hard not to look around. At least don't rush around the room looking for something. Just then Du Wuxuang came over, carrying 2 2-liter wooden barrels. Come and try this. This is the specialty of Sansan Garden. Crystal wine. Ah! Before Gushi understood what was happening, a large bucket of wine was stuffed into his hands. If you're a man, come and have a drink. Du Wuxuang's performance was quite strong at this time. Without waiting for Gushi to see clearly what was in the barrel, he directly clinked glasses with him with the barrel in his hand. I did it. You can do whatever you want. This time Gushi's anger was aroused. What do you mean you did it? I'm free to do it. I'm a grown man, and I can still let you do it. Gushi muttered this, opened his mouth, and poured the wine into his stomach. This kind of crystal wine contains a large number of fine crystal fragments. When you drink it, the taste of the wine is not too strong, but the feeling of the crystals scratching your throat is quite strange. The most important thing is that this crystal has more or less magic power. When you drink it, you will feel like a fire. After just one sip, Gushi felt like his whole body was burning, and he wished he could take off all his clothes. But Gushi understood the truth and knew that now was not the time. He blushed and suppressed some of his actions to prevent himself from appearing too unbearable. Unexpectedly, before Gushi could suppress the anger in his heart, Du Wuxuang came after him. She lifted up Gushi's collar, raised her right leg, and pressed it on Gushi's body, staring into Gushi's eyes. Am I pretty? Gushi took a look at Du Wuxuang and found that Du Wuxuang was actually quite good looking. It's just that Gushi is taller, and he was sitting on the evil coffin before. What he usually sees is the top of Du Wuxuang's head. He has never really seen what Du Wuxuang looks like. Now being stared at by Du Wuxuang with a stern face, Gushi was a little surprised to find that Du Wuxuang was still very cute like this. There was even a hint of evasion in her eyes. Beautiful. Really beautiful. With a round face that I like. As long as you like it. You just drank crystal wine. Just close your eyes and don't resist. No. What do you mean? Just don't resist. Before Gushi understood what this meant, Du Wushwang picked him up and threw him onto the bed. When he was thrown down, some small pieces of cloth rolled up on Du Wushwang's bed were shaken, and even a small black piece of cloth fell on Gushi's face. Just as Gushi was about to take off the piece of cloth, his hand was held down by Du Wushwang, and then the lights in the room were turned off. In the darkness, Gushi couldn't help but said, "Did something fall on my face?" "Warm. You? Don't worry about this. Close your eyes, and let me take care of everything. Can you do it?" Chapter 136 The Unable to Build Building. In Aradovi City, Gushi stood in front of the door of the council hall, with one hand on his waist, and the other on the wall. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Gushi staggering towards her, Luna hurried forward and supported Gushi. "It's okay. Just my waist flashed a little." Gushi waved his hand to tell Luna not to support him. Then he supported himself with a cold wind staff with his right hand and stood up straighter. "How is the situation in Aladovi City now? Is the Demi who was sent in yesterday still honest?" "People are relatively honest. But what's wrong?" Seeing the embarrassment on Luna's face, Gushi couldn't help but ask. "She made a lot of requests, and this is the design she left behind for us to build according to the requirements." Luna pointed helplessly at the table in the nearby meeting hall, and Gushi then discovered that there were 3 objects of different sizes placed on it. Did she pick the land in the 100-armed cemetery area? Yes. She fell in love with that place as soon as she arrived. Then do as she asks. It's a matter of land anyway. I'll go to the tavern to find the bartender and see if you have all the information I want. If there is information, we will go and take down the remaining 2 districts. No matter how big of a deal it is, it won't matter. Gushi said quite confidently that even if the remaining 2 districts of Aladovi City were not large, it would not be a problem to occupy 4 more large plots. All Demi wants is 3 large plots of land. If she really has the ability, as the quartermaster said, then let her take it. No. Sir, these buildings have prerequisites for construction. Only then did Luna reveal what was embarrassing her. Ah? Gushi walked to the table and picked up one of the design drawings and looked at it. Herb Cemetery, large use 1500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build an herb cemetery, large building, in the city. After completion, 20 zombies can be trained every week, automatically converted into zombie farmers in the cemetery. Before construction, you need to build a level 1 herb garden, medium-sized building, and a level 1 alchemy laboratory, medium-sized building. After completion, it will have regional linkage with the herbal garden and alchemy laboratory. Where can we find the herb garden and alchemy laboratory? Luna shrugged. I don't know either. But fortunately, at least there are no special requirements in this regard. Maybe you can always find it somewhere. As she spoke, Luna gestured to Gushi to look at the other 2 designs on the table. It was obvious that these 2 designs were the most troublesome. Gushi picked up the other 2 designs with a puzzled look on his face. After taking a look, Gushi felt that the situation in the herb cemetery might still be good. Spiritual tomb laboratory, large use 2500 resources. 15 units of stone. And 15 units of wood to build a spiritual tomb laboratory, large building, in the city. After completion, 10 ghosts can be trained per week, automatically transferred to ghost scholars in the tomb laboratory. Before construction, you need to build a level 1 ghost power tower, medium-sized building, a level 2 alchemy laboratory, medium-sized building, upgraded building, and a level 1 ghost converter, medium-sized building. After completion, it will have regional linkage with the ghost electric tower, ghost transformer, and alchemy laboratory. What does this ghost power tower refer to? What is the ghost converter? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Regarding the question of rest, Luna also shook her head. To be honest, Demi's request was really more than just 3 large buildings. Between plus and minus, for medium-sized buildings were already included. And that's not the only thing that's really outrageous. Yojai is the big one. Blufffield House, large use 3500 resources. 20 units of stone. And 15 units of wood to build a Blufffield House, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 5 vampires every week, automatically converted into vampire servants. Before construction, it is necessary to build level 1 magic tower, core building, level 3 alchemy laboratory, medium-sized building, level 1 blood garden, medium-sized building, level 1 basement, medium-sized building, level 1 blood pool, medium-sized building. After completion, It will be linked with the alchemy laboratory, blood garden, basement, and blood pool generation area. Core building? What is she planning to do? I don't know. You have to ask her about this. But fortunately, she only asked for these things. Not time. As long as it can be built. It doesn't matter when. Before these 3 buildings are built, she will stay in the city of Aridavi. But she will not go out to fight. If there is anything happening in the city, she will take action. But she will not communicate with us at other times. On the other hand, the skeleton shooter leader felt pretty good. At least he was obedient. A combat team is now being formed at the White Bone Demon Temple, and is ready to go at any time. Forget it. I'll ask about the design drawings of these buildings later. How is the situation in the dock area now? Have the dock market and dock warehouse been built? It has been built, and is functioning normally. Let's take a look, Gushi said decisively when he heard this. But when he walked out of the meeting hall, he couldn't help but help his waist. Finally, he released the evil coffin and sat on the evil coffin, letting Luna lead the way. In the city of Aryov, the wind blowing towards you was not that cold. Gushi sat very upright, holding the cold wind staff in one hand and the soul lamp in the other. He looked like a necromancer who had just crawled out of a coffin. Luna followed Gushi, leading the way and explaining to Gushi the current situation in the city of Aridavi. After the dock warehouse and dock market were built, all construction work stopped. Even the auxiliary buildings were not built anymore. Now we are accumulating negative energy and preparing to build the Keel laboratory. But my lord, the area of our cities is still a little smaller now. Only 1,000 points of negative energy can be produced every day. It will take another 5 or 6 days to accumulate enough resources. It's okay. We don't have any other architectural design drawings on hand. And after we get the information, we will attack the nearby areas. At that time, whether it is the strange energy beads we grabbed or the new place we occupy, we can convert it into enough negative energy. After we captured the place, we first built the Dragon Bone Laboratory. This time I was fighting outside, and the Incarnation of Death played a big role. And the combat effectiveness of the Incarnation of Death was greatly improved. It is the most important thing for us to build the Keel laboratory first so that the Incarnation of Death can have a nest. Other things can be put aside for the time being. Luna immediately understood the meaning of Gushi's words, which meant that the various buildings Demi needed should be put away first. She is familiar with this and can do it. Chapter 137 Dock Warehouse. Here we are. After passing the skeleton sword soldier camp in front of the dock area, Luna stopped. Gushi put the cold wind staff on the ground and stood up on the evil coffin with the help of his strength. Gushi discovered that in just a few days, the dock area in front of him had already undergone great changes. Although the original dock area was close to the river bank, there was still thick land. But this time, in front of Gushi were streets and alleys that had turned into rivers. It didn't feel like a replica of Victoria City, but more like a replica of Water City, Wineshire. Even behind the skeleton sword soldiers camp, there is a small dock, and there are even several small wooden boats docked at the dock. This is how the same thing. Gushi jumped off the evil coffin and looked up at Luna. The reason for regional linkage? Not entirely. There is also the Walrus Cemetery that was introduced before. When it was introduced, half of the lake was diverted, turning the dock area into this. Is there no way to change back? There is no other way. The Walrus Cemetery has been integrated into it. But fortunately, the area of the dock area is still there, as are the various large, medium and small plots. In addition, a new auxiliary building has been provided, which is the kind of small dock that can park a wooden boat. Now the auxiliary buildings in the city can finally stop being streetlights. Well, as long as it doesn't affect the city. How do we get there now? By boat? Gushi glanced in front of him. The road ahead had been cut off by water. As for the nearby boats, they were obviously just decorations. Gushi didn't think these boats were useful now. No need. Sir, there is a bridge over there. Luna pointed in another direction, and Gushi discovered that there was a small wooden bridge there. After crossing the bridge, you enter the dock area that has been regionally linked. As soon as you enter, you will see a dock warehouse composed of many wooden houses. Before Gushi could stop, several people rushed out from the dock. The leader was a bald man, but Gushi knew when he saw his eyes that he was a zombie. Behind him were a group of strong zombies, their gray skin making their movements quite weird. My lord, you are here. Wharf Warehouse Manager Kane. Gushi understood as soon as he heard it. This was the same existence as the drunken girl, and was given as a gift for constructing the core building. He glanced at Kane, and relevant information immediately popped up in his eyes. Building name, Wharf Warehouse. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: can store 30,000 units of negative energy. It can store 3,000 units of food, 1,000 units each of wood, stone, and metal, and 100 units each of mercury, sulfur, crystal, and gemstones. It can store 100 sets of weapons and equipment and 300 plus 1,000 bottles of various medicines. Dock special effects are stored here first. Dock Warehouse Manager, Kane, Level 1. Feature Impact: be stingy. You can issue tasks to ask idle soldiers and residents in the city to find herbs for you. Knowledgeable, can be responsible for identifying herbs, medicines, and some magic props, and can ask for some related knowledge. Pharmacist, the inventory of medicines in the warehouse increases by 1,000 bottles, and 6 bottles of medicines are automatically replenished every day. Explanation: Kane's level is equal to that of the dock warehouse, and he has no combat power. The only thing that can save his life is that he is not attacked in the dock warehouse. Grown-ups. Kane bowed politely to Gushi. After seeing Kane's attributes, Gushi's attention fell on Kane's fingers. There were indeed some traces of the potion on his fingers. I can understand that you care about everything when you manage the warehouse. After all, this is a necessary attribute for taking care of the warehouse. I can understand even if you are knowledgeable. After all, the materials entering the warehouse need to be inspected and accepted, and some appraisal skills are required. But how do you know what a pharmacist means? Kane grinned when he heard this. Sir, I was a pharmacist during my lifetime, but I really didn't have any talent. After my death, I was assigned to take care of the warehouse. The only advantage is that I can handle the extra herbs in the warehouse that are about to go bad. That sounds good. With just one sentence, handle it yourself. Gushi understood why Kane was a pharmacist. Can the medicine you make from these herbal medicines that are about to expire and go bad be usable? Other potions may have problems, but poison is definitely fine. For undead, isn't it normal for them to use some poison? Well, this is a pretty honest undead one. After having a certain judgment about Kane, Gushi walked around the dock warehouse again. He discovered that the dock warehouse was actually composed of many small rooms. Each room is used to store different supplies. Each room has a corresponding environment, such as a warehouse used to store mercury. What is placed in the warehouse is not a box, but a lead can. It can be said that every room has its own characteristics, and Kane handled everything very well in this regard. Well done. After going around in a circle, Gushi was quite satisfied with Kane's work. He patted Kane on the shoulder and said, "You've done a pretty good job in this area. I'm very optimistic about you. Do you have any plans next? How can the dock warehouse be upgraded to level 2? In terms of work, are there any other requirements?" Speaking of plans, I do have one. Our dock warehouse is actually linked to the 3 docks outside, but my situation is not suitable for me to go out to the dock and communicate with the sailors and captains. I have been wanting to ask if it is possible to arrange for some people to come over, and I would like to ask the captain who comes in every week to bring some things over for me. As soon as Gushi heard this, he knew that this was the result of Kane's preoccupation with his characteristics. He is different from the drunkard. Kane has a different obsession with collecting various supplies. Maybe this is why he could become a warehouse manager, while the drunkard can only become a tavern owner. Okay, I'll take care of this. During this time, you will manage the warehouse first. Other things are not important. Supplies are the key right now. Whether these supplies can be stored depends on your performance. Sir, please rest assured, as long as I am here, the warehouse supplies will not be lost. Then I'll leave this place to you. Luna, let's go to the market. After telling Kane not to send any more, Gushi jumped on the evil coffin, turned around, and headed towards the dock market. The location of the dock market and the dock warehouse are still relatively far apart. There are almost 3 piers between the two. When I passed by, I also noticed the changes in the pier. At these 3 piers, all the ships that were spawned this week have been docked. There are still some people walking back and forth on the pier, and there are even fights in some places. Looking from a distance, there is always a very busy feeling. Chapter 138: The Treasure Chest at the Weird Pier. Buzz. When passing by the first pier, Gushi heard the sound of a bowstring being shot. He looked up and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that the skeleton shooter leader who had just joined his team was leading the 29 skeleton shooters, who were included in his team to conduct long-range attacks on the strange enemies in the dock, looking at the strange ships docked at the pier, as well as a group of coral people covered in seaweed who wanted to be killed off the ship. Gushi then remembered that this was the most troublesome of the 3 piers. Weird pier. It seems that this ship of coral people is the one that came out to attack the dock area of Arida's city this time. They came here to rob. After landing, they immediately began to convert the ground into coral, preparing to rush to the dock warehouse closer to them. As for the skeleton soldiers, who were originally arranged to patrol here, they were transformed into coral by these weird corals before they could react. As a result, the number of strange coral people who rushed off the ship suddenly increased from 6 to 18. If the leader of the skeleton shooter hadn't gotten the news and brought people here to spruce up the weirdness, there might have been even more of these weird coral people. Now, judging from what Gushi saw, the situation was already under control. The skeleton shooter boss does pretty well. He had a very accurate assessment of the battle situation and had several attack plans. Although he could not speak, with just a gesture, the skeleton archers behind him would make different attacks synchronously. And there was no need for precise command at all. What Gushi sees now is that he can focus fire with the leader, control the size of the arrow rain, shoot 3 consecutive shots in batches, etc. These are things Gushi couldn't do when commanding the skeleton shooter. With Gushi's command over the skeleton shooters, the most he could do was to let them fight who they should fight. As for how to fight, it all depended on fate. It's different now. Gushi discovered that the skeleton archer leader easily controlled everything in front of him. Those weird coral people who were arrogant at the beginning were suppressed 150 meters away from the skeleton shooter, unable to take a step forward at all. If the skeleton shooter leader hadn't been there to train his men to understand each other, they would have killed all these weird coral people long ago. When Gushi appeared, the leader of the skeleton shooters quickly became energetic. It seemed that he also knew that Gushi was watching the battle, and he wanted to show off his abilities in front of Gushi. So he waved his hand forward, and the skeleton archer troops, who were standing motionless, moved forward. Their movements are the same as those of the spear skeletons in Combat Team 1. They are constantly repeating a set of decomposition movements. Step forward, draw your bow and shoot, and change arrows to let the skeleton archer behind you move forward. Such waves of attacks are like a tidal wave. Each time they took away the lives of 2 to 3 coral people, and within 7 or 8 steps, all the coral people were nailed to the dock. When these coral people are killed, their bodies will shrink rapidly, leaving only some corals of different colors. And the strange ship parked on the dock had lowered its sails and began to sink into the water. Gushi looked at the sinking speed of the strange ship and estimated that the ship could last for about 1 day. It seemed that it was set. After defeating the sailors on the ship, it took almost 1 day to rob the ship of supplies. Luna, I'll wait here. You go ask Kane to send someone to move things. When Luna heard this, she quickly backed away, while Gushi immediately jumped onto this strange ship with a cold wind staff. The boat in front of me is obviously the kind of boat that has been soaked in the water for countless years and has become one with the coral. At least the deck has turned into coral. When Gushi stepped on it, he could clearly feel that there was a special power coming from under his feet, which seemed to want to transform Gushi into a coral person. However, Gushi was now strong enough. He thrust the cold wind staff onto the deck, and the cold wind staff turned into protective mode, with 5-meter-long vines beating against the ground. At the same time, a large number of metal pieces were like flying knives, piercing back and forth on the ground and digging into it. After 7 or 8 blows, a big hole was made on the deck where Gushi was standing. Gushi could see a leaking cabin below the deck. There was also a treasure chest covered with coral in the cabin. At this time, half of the treasure chest was already submerged in water. Gushi understood that if he hadn't broken the deck, he would have missed this strange treasure box when it completely sank into the water. Gushi reached out and grabbed the cold wind staff, and the vines on the staff wrapped him up and sent him to the treasure chest. As soon as he touched the treasure chest, Gushi felt that the corals seemed to come alive, and he wanted to stop Gushi from opening it. But Gushi was not used to them, and when he saw that there would be such resistance, he casually took out the crushing staff and smashed it down hard. This strike drove back the corals that were rushing over. Taking this opportunity, Gushi opened the treasure chest. You opened the strange treasure chest. You got 317 gold coins. You got weapon fragments, white, *33. You got metal or *19. You get soldier recruitment coupon, level 3, *2. You get building stone, level 1, *1. You get coral shield, level 1, *1. You get the holy object, level 1, *1. Weapon fragments. White broken weapons can be equipped for soldiers. Each piece can give soldiers attack +1. Metal ore, unsmelted metal ore. Each piece can be smelted into 2 to 3 units of metal. Soldier recruitment voucher, level 3. You can qualify for soldier recruitment once in your own neutral or friendly towns, and directly recruit 20 level 3 soldiers in the current city. Building stone, level 1. A level 1 building can be completed immediately. An architectural design drawing is required for construction. Coral shield, level 1. A shield made of hardened coral. Players and heroes can equip it. After equipping, the defense of all soldiers brought will be +2. Holy objects, level 1. A unique product of the game. Each game can have a total of 5 to 10 holy objects placed in the city. They can improve the city's attributes and occupy auxiliary building slots. But the quality is equivalent to one core building. Looking at the treasure box in front of him, Gushi was speechless. He didn't see anything else. He just saw the word holy object. Gushi had heard of it when he was in school. Each game will generate 5 to 10 sacred objects. But no one knows where these sacred objects are hidden or how to get them. This kind of thing cannot be obtained by completing a task, but depends on luck. Sometimes I get lucky and pick up a stone on the roadside, which is a sacred object. Gushi's luck has come in front of him, although he doesn't know what this sacred object is. For Gushi, having it is enough. Chapter 139, Sacred Artifact Sword of Courage. Gushi ignored everything and carefully took out the holy object he had just obtained. It was a two-handed long sword carved from stone, with moss even growing on the tip of the sword. Relic Sword of Courage, level 1, can be placed in a city. Every leader, hero or leader in the city, or the player occupying the city, will receive a permanent bonus of +3 attack power. Note 1. Once the sacred objects are placed, they cannot be moved. After the city is captured, the sacred objects will be destroyed. Note 2. Holy objects can be placed in auxiliary building locations. After placing holy objects, city experience +3. Note 3. Holy objects can be upgraded through special methods, or by hand. Looking at the properties of the holy object, Gushi hesitated for a moment. He had no way of judging whether the holy object was good or bad. The only sacred object he knew about was from the textbook when he was in school. It was said that the sacred object could cause enemies who attacked the city where the sacred object existed to have a 3% chance of turning into flowers on the spot. This is completely different from the effect of the Sword of Courage in Gushi's hand. Gushi hesitated for a while. At this moment, footsteps were heard on the pier. Gushi stretched out his hand, and the cold wind staff sent Gushi to the deck. "My lord, I call Kane over." As Luna spoke, she floated to Gushi's side. Seeing Luna coming over, Gushi also smiled and said, "Luna, you came just in time. Take a look at this." Gushi raised the Sword of Courage, and Luna's eyes lit up. "Holy object? Hey, can you tell?" Gushi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luna to have such insight. Well, it can be seen that there was one in Victoria City before, and it was even copied to Aladovi City, which is in the upper city. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. Is this a double happiness today? He never expected that after just obtaining a holy object, he would immediately hear news about another holy object. However, Gushi immediately asked seriously, "Luna, I saw the description on the holy relic, which said that if we take down the city, the holy relic will be destroyed. If we take down the upper city, will this holy relic be destroyed? Probably not. Although we have a hostile relationship with Uptown. Both ours and Uptown are called Aladovi. We are actually a city. As long as we can occupy the upper city area, the holy object will be ours. At most, it will be where the holy object was originally placed. We cannot move it." "That's good. You can take this holy object back first. Oh, and I'll give you this one too." As Gushi spoke, he took out the building stones. "We will use it directly when we build the Keel laboratory." Luna took the building stone and just took a look at it, knowing what it was used for. This is actually a construction accelerator that compresses the construction work that originally took a day or two to complete into a moment. Although this kind of thing is not very common, it is not that rare. Luna just glanced at it and put away the building stone. "Sir, let me deal with the sacred objects first." Seeing that she didn't take out anything else, Luna immediately spoke. "Okay, I will wait for you here. Please hurry up." Luna showed a look of understanding, turned around and floated out again. At this time, on the dock, Kane and several of his zombies were cleaning up the bodies of the strange coral people. Seeing Gucci coming out of the boat, Kane quickly said, "Sir, what do you want to do with these bodies? Is there anything wrong with these bodies?" Gucci took a look at the corpse that had turned into corals of different colors, and was somewhat curious. These corpses are some good medicinal herbs. Different colors have different properties. If adults don't need them, I will store them as medicinal herbs. After hearing what Kane said, Gucci lost interest. Save the herbs first. I remember I have a blueprint in my hand called the Tomb Herb Garden. I will see if this kind of coral can be grown as a herb. Kane had no objection to Gucci's order. Don't worry, sir. I will store all the herbs. These are my job. While talking to Kane, Kane's men suddenly came over dragging something. When he saw Gucci standing next to Kane, the subordinate hesitated a little. He didn't know whether to hand the thing in his hand to Kane or to Gucci. I don't know how to identify it. Let Kane see it. Gucci could see where the zombie was hesitating at a glance, so he gave up a position. However, he still looked over there curiously, wanting to know what the zombie had found that would be sent over for Kane to identify. Kane took the thing and took a look and found that it was a rusty short knife. Kane frowned. He thought the zombies had picked up a weapon, although this weapon was better than the zombies in front of him. They were zombies guarding the dock warehouse. They did hard work and did not need to fight. What's the use of holding a rusty short knife? But as he looked at it, Kane felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with this short sword. Is this what it is? Kane touched his hand on the dagger, then seemed to have discovered something, and turned to look at Gucci. Sir, take a look. Gucci didn't expect that he had his own things to do while watching the show. He took the dagger and found that it was actually a mission item. Ding! You find a quest item, and you can activate a temporary quest. Temporary mission, map carved on the blade. Mission description, open the hidden secret room, and kill the guardian in the secret room. Quest requirements, open the hidden chamber, 0/1. Kill the guardian, 0 out of 1. Quest reward, secret room treasure box. Level depends on the level of the secret room. Note 1. There is a map on the blade of the blade. Just pierce it wherever you think it looks like a secret room. Note 2. The secret room is always located in the enemy's place. Sometimes a secret room will bring you different things. That's interesting. Gucci gained a lot of weird peer today. Such an ordinary temporary can no longer attract too much attention from Gucci. However, Gucci would not refute Kane's kindness. He patted Kane on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll take this short knife away. If there are any temporary tasks like this in the future, you can just put it in the warehouse and see if anyone is willing to take on these tasks. Please don't worry. Sir, I know how to handle it." Just at this time, another voice came from Gucci's ear. The holy relic sword of courage is placed in the city of Aridavi, and the attack power of all the leaders, heroes and bosses in the city is permanently increased by 3. You are affected by the sword of courage, and your attack power is permanently plus 3. Chapter 140 Pier Market. Bone Spur. Holding the cold wind staff, he aimed a blast of bone spurs at the sea. Gucci was finally sure that the 3 points of attack power added this time were not only added to the summoned creatures under his hand, but also increased to his own attack power. In terms of skills, at this time Luna floated back again. Grown-ups. Okay, let's go. Kane, I'll leave this to you. After saying low to Kane, Gucci jumped onto the evil coffin and headed towards the next pier. The next pier is the haunted pier among the 3 piers. There is also a ship dock here, but it is different from the ship at the weird pier. The ship parked on the pier is obviously a ghost ship. The sailors on the ship were already down and milling around the dock. Gucci took a look at these sailors and found that most of them looked like skeletons. When they saw Gucci passing by the dock, these sailors would take off their hats and say low to Gucci, because the other party was not hostile. Gucci would naturally not have any conflict with them. After taking a look at them, Gucci headed towards the evil pier. What ship is coming out of evil pier this week? Someone at the market has identified the smuggling ship. They brought a shipload of wine, but we didn't ask for it. The wine was only of ordinary quality, and their asking price was relatively high. Luna stayed in Aridavi city all day long, and she was well aware of every change in the city. As soon as Gucci asked, she responded immediately. Upon hearing this, Gucci had no intention of going to the evil pier again. Let's go directly to the pier market. We will go to the tavern later. There are still many things to do today. Luna didn't say much, and immediately led the way in front of her. They bypassed the evil pier and the haunted pier, and soon arrived at the pier market located at the other end of the dock area. This dock market is larger than the dock warehouse, but the layout is more messy. There are many stalls in the market that have no owners for the time being, and a chubby zombie is sitting in front of the stall, swatting flies out of boredom. Seeing Luna leading Gucci over, the fat zombie immediately stood up. "My lord, you are here. Well, let me come and take a look. Are you the manager of the dock market?" "Yes, sir. I am the tax collector of the dock market. You can call me DeRosnan." Gucci raised his head and took a look, and DeRosnan took another look at the dock market in front of him, and the information automatically appeared in front of him. Building name, Pier Market. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: in the market, resources can be bought and sold. The exchange rate depends on the market level and quantity. The black market is open from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. every day, where you can buy different things. Allows selling treasure for half the purchase price. Priority is given to purchasing smuggling ships to transport supplies. Dock Market Tax Officer, DeRosnan, Level 1. Feature Impact: Qianchuanzi, master accounting skills, and be able to quickly calculate the highest and lowest price points. Excellent eloquence, when trading. You can automatically increase the selling price by 10% and lower the buying price by 10%. Black Hand. The chance of dangerous items appearing on the black market will be increased by 35%. Explanation: DeRosnan's level is equivalent to the level of the dock market. At the same time, he has no combat effectiveness, but he is not attacked in the dock market, even if he angers the enemy. What a great tax collector. Looking at DeRosnan's attributes, Gucci's eyes also lit up. At his level, Gucci must be taking advantage during transactions. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. Here, I'll give this to you. You can help me change it to negative energy." Gucci stretched out his hand and took out the gold coins he had obtained from the strange ship. While waiting for Luna, Gucci studied these gold coins and found that these gold coins had no communication effect. It can only be regarded as a collection of some pirates. It's okay to use it as an antique, but it's really useless for trading. When DeRosnan took the gold coins from Gucci, his eyes lit up. "Sir, do you plan to package and sell them? Or do you want to sell them separately?" "Sell them separately. I know they can be sold at a better price. I only want the negative energy now. You can handle the rest." Gucci could see DeRosnan's thoughts at a glance. "Sir, don't worry. Just leave this matter to me. It just so happens that those smugglers like these things the most. Let me deal with it, and the results will be available today." As DeRosnan spoke, he took the gold coins and went to a nearby stall. He didn't see any movement. All the gold coins were placed on the stall and started to be sold. A zombie was sitting behind the stall, staring at everything in front of him dully. Gucci walked over and took a look, and found that just now, all 317 gold coins had been appraised, and the prices had been arranged. The cheapest gold coin could be exchanged for 3 points of negative energy. The most expensive gold coin can even be sold for 500 points of negative energy. This is almost half a day's negative energy income of Aladovi City. This price shocked Gucci, but he was also worried about whether anyone would be willing to buy it at such a high price. But Gucci didn't expect that after he took a few glances here. Several drunken smuggling sailors and smuggling businessmen staggered over from the smuggling dock. As soon as they saw DeRosnan, they said loudly, "Brother, you really can't raise your hands. We brought a large boatload of wine here. You can't let us run away in vain. It's not that I don't accept your things, but the price you charge for these drinks is too high. And you have also seen who we are here. The Undead. The Undead cannot drink your wine. If you drag a boatload of corpses over, I will buy them all without saying a word. But this wine is not acceptable. Do you understand?" DeRosnan also looked helpless. He had spoken to these smugglers countless times. The drinks they brought were not suitable for the Undead. But why didn't they believe it? The smugglers wanted to say something else, but suddenly their eyes lit up. "Hey, are these gold coins for sale?" "For sale. Do you want it?" "Of course. The quality of these gold coins is good. But you see, I have shipped so much wine, and I don't have any spare money on hand. Can the price of these gold coins be lowered?" "How is that possible? I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating the price of these gold coins. Look at this one. It's a gold coin from the Arota Empire. You should know what it represents. Arota Empire. The Ghost Empire on the sea. Maybe this is the key to entering the Ghost Empire. The asking price is really not high." Chapter 141 Keel Laboratory. Bravo. Gushi watched Derosing keep talking. The smuggler nodded. And gold coins were sold one by one. And he felt quite impressed. Gushi was quite convinced by such a person, who could bargain and dared to bargain. After all, Gushi himself is not the kind of person who knows how to bargain. Whatever he liked, he would buy it directly if the price was within his acceptable range. There has never been a concept of counteroffer. The scene before him really taught Gushi a lesson. Gushi was thinking in his mind whether he should also learn some bargaining techniques in the future. Apart from other things, if he learned the skills of accounting and eloquence, would it be cheaper to buy things? While Gushi was still thinking about this matter, Derosing had already arrived in front of Gushi. Sir, fortunately, all the gold coins have been sold. A total of 9,873 negative energy points have been obtained. We need to deduct 10% of the tax, resulting in a total of 988 negative energy points. This is for market maintenance and upgrades. It is indispensable and applies to everyone. You can see that the remaining 8,885 points of negative energy are all here. Upon hearing this, Gushi immediately turned back and looked at Luna. That's enough. My lord. As soon as Luna looked at Gushi's eyes, she knew what Gushi wanted to ask. And she immediately responded. Walk. When Luna heard this, she quickly floated away. At this time, Gushi didn't care about anything else and jumped onto the evil coffin and followed. Just now, Gushi had confirmed from Luna that all the resources required for the Dragon Bone Laboratory had been gathered. Nothing else matters now. Only Keel Laboratory is the key. After leaving the dock, Gushi and Luna quickly split up. Luna went to the council hall. After all, the orders for the construction of the building had to be issued there. Gushi went to the Walrus Cemetery where he was captured. After annexing the dock area and the abandoned old city, Aladovi City has a total of 6 large plots. After the abandoned old city was turned into a 100-armed giant cemetery area, 2 large plots of land had corresponding attributes. The joining of Demi is equivalent to directly taking away these 2 large plots of land. As for the remaining 4 large plots, 3 of them are occupied by the Evil Church, the Evil Bone Temple, and the Skeleton Sword Soldier Camp respectively. The remaining vacant space is located right here in the dock area. Originally, Gushi's plan was to place the Keel Laboratory at this location. But during this trip to transport troops, Gushi accidentally occupied the Walrus Cemetery. In Gushi's eyes, this Walrus Cemetery became a more suitable place to place the Keel Laboratory. So before coming here, Gushi had already discussed with Luna that when he was away from Aradovi, if enough resources were accumulated, the Dragon Bone Laboratory would be built in the large open space of the Walrus Cemetery. Now that Luna was back to arrange construction matters, Gushi naturally went to take a look at the Walrus Cemetery. After all, this was related to the linkage of his 3 divine skills, so he had better see it with his own eyes. After driving the evil coffin to a road that was soaked in water, Gushi quickly found the Walrus Cemetery. When he got close to here, Gushi didn't expect that the Walrus Cemetery would be like this. This almost turned over the bottom of Baishing Lake. The lake water that was merged in at the beginning washed half of the dock area into a mess. On the contrary, the Walrus Cemetery that was originally located at the bottom of the lake was not submerged under the water again this time. Instead, it occupies a beach space that is half the size of the dock area directly on the other side of the river. When Gushi arrived here, what he saw was the corpse of a walrus buried in the mud. If the walruses can get here before they die, they have already used up the last of their physical strength. It is good that they can come, and there is no need to expect them to choose a geomantic treasure land for themselves and bury themselves properly. So the corpses of walruses were scattered in the Walrus Cemetery, and some corpses were directly on top of other corpses. Most of the walrus carcasses were turned into white bones, and some walruses had no bones because they had been buried for too long. Gushi was not surprised by this messy Walrus Cemetery. This was more like the style of the Undead. And his attention at this time also fell on the huge corpse lying upside down in the middle of the Walrus Cemetery. That was the walrus mound that was initially suppressed by the Incarnation of Death in White Star Lake. At first, Gushi thought the body had been decomposed by the lake water. Now it seems that this is not the case. This corpse was actually dragged to the city of Aladovi. This incident surprised Gushi. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. So Gushi took the cold wind staff and gently knocked on the evil coffin. And the evil coffin headed towards the corpse in the walrus tomb. When he came to the corpse in the walrus tomb, Gushi realized that he seemed to be overthinking it. The corpse was still the same corpse, but now this corpse could no longer be the same as before. It was the product of Gu Shi's killing. Find a way to decompose this body. Looking at such a large corpse, Gu Shi said with some regret. What a great corpse. It's so big. If it's dragged to the 100-armed giant cemetery area, it will definitely suit the attributes there. Just as Gu Shi finished speaking, a ray of white light fell from the sky, drawing a circle with a diameter of 500 meters, with the body of the walrus tomb as the center. Gu Shi, who was relatively close to the walrus tomb, was quickly pushed out of the circle by the white light. Then Gu Shi saw a large amount of smoke rising nearby, blocking Gu Shi's sight. Gu Shi understood on the spot that Luna had returned to the council hall and had begun building the Dragon Bone Laboratory. At the same time, he should have used construction stones. Now the construction stones are compressing the construction time that takes 1 or 2 days into a few minutes. This will cause the changes before us. But Gu Shi never expected that the Dragon Bone Laboratory would center on the body of the walrus tomb, which almost made him lose face. After understanding what was going on, Gu Shi sat on the evil coffin and watched the changes not far away. Soon the smoke and dust slowly fell, and the person from the Dragon Bone Laboratory appeared in front of Gu Shi. The style of the Dragon Bone Laboratory in front of me is completely different from other buildings in Aladovi City. The bottom of the building still looks like a masonry structure, but when you look at the top of the building, it is clearly a dragon's nest made of mud and bones. The head of the walrus mound was penetrated by a 10-meter-long black wooden stake and propped up in front of the door of the Keel Laboratory. Next to the walrus head is a staircase more than 3 meters high. Pushing open the door, you can see everything inside the Dragon Bone Laboratory. Chapter 142, Strengthening the Incarnation of Death. Building name, Keel Laboratory. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: the residence and resurrection point of the Death Incarnation. Whether the Death Incarnation is dismissed on the battlefield or the Death Incarnation who dies in battle will come out here. And the summons to the Death Incarnation will also be summoned from here. The Incarnation of Death is no longer limited by combat and time, and will no longer return to nothingness. Every time the Death Incarnation returns, it will automatically restore its vitality and the number of times it has used up its combat skills. Every battle harvest of Death Incarnation can be archived in the laboratory, and you can choose whether to load the battle in the next battle. It can produce regional linkage with other buildings that produce bone dragons, ghost dragons, and ghost dragons, and the production speed of all undead dragon units will be +1. Note: the Dragon Bone Laboratory cannot change the rules of the Death Avatar itself. Players cannot pass through the gate of the Death City and bring the Death Avatar into the battlefield without consuming mana. Looking at the information from the Dragon Bone Laboratory in front of him, Gu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. The situation in the Dragon Bone Laboratory was both what Gu Shi had imagined and some that surprised him. At the beginning, Gu Shi's idea was to build a Dragon Bone Laboratory and let the Incarnation of Death stay in this Dragon Bone Laboratory and live in the city of Aridov. If necessary during battle, Gu Shi would use Death City's skills to send the Incarnation of Death to the battlefield, which would somewhat reduce the consumption of mana. But given the current situation, this does not seem to be true. Especially the note below directly negates this item, which makes it impossible for Gu Shi to find a bug even if he wants to. The only thing that is certain now is that the Incarnation of Death can now always exist, unlike before, which will automatically disappear as soon as the battle is over or the time is up. If Gu Shi was more ruthless, he would just release the Incarnation of Death in the Sansan Garden. He would definitely be the most handsome boy in the Sansan Garden, and the pets he would bring with him would be much bigger than others. However, in Gu Shi's opinion, this point does not actually have much significance, as he does not rely on this to show off. When encountering a strong enemy, Gu Shi still needs to disband and then summon to overcome the bug of Death Incarnation skill, and the mana that should be consumed still has to be consumed. On the contrary, Gu Shi was somewhat surprised that he could choose whether to load the battle gains. In the previous battle, the Death Incarnation devoured the enemy's various powers, which clearly showed the growth characteristics of the Death Incarnation. Gu Shi thought this would continue to improve. I didn't expect that I could choose how to arrange things in the lab. This means that in the future, the Incarnation of Death can be a melee tank dragon with strengthened steel bones all over the body, and the body becomes dozens of times larger and heavier. It can also be a speed dragon that only carries the black mist that destroys everything and moves at a super fast speed. Gu Shi can put forward different requirements for the Incarnation of Death based on the situation he faces the enemy. It seems that with the Dragon Bone Laboratory, the attacks of the Incarnation of Death will become more targeted and extreme. Grown-ups, While Gushi was studying the Dragon Bone Laboratory, Luna also rushed over. The Dragon Bone Laboratory has been completed. Well, I see. How many resources do we have? There is still a lot of wood and stone. But the negative energy has been exhausted. It seems that Aladovi City has been under a lot of pressure this time in order to build the Dragon Bone Laboratory. But it won't be like this next time. Luna, get ready and gather all the troops. I will go to the tavern to get the information first. After the information is obtained, we will capture the other 2 districts in one fell swoop. After Gushi finished speaking, he raised the cold wind staff and pointed at the sky. Death incarnate. Under Gushi's command, the incarnation of death drained his mana and surged into the sky with black mist. Then the incarnation of death seemed to understand the function of the building in front of it. It circled in the sky and landed above the Dragon Bone Laboratory. Seeing the incarnation of death falling, all the black mist around him was gathered up, revealing the skeleton shining with metallic luster. After lying down in the dragon's nest, the incarnation of death glanced at Gushi, as if waiting for his order. Improve yourself and wait for me at the bridge outside Shangqing District in half an hour. After hearing Gushi's order, the incarnation of death flew up on the spot. He clearly didn't want to stay in the Dragon Bone Laboratory for half an hour. Regarding this situation, Gushi could only helplessly shake his head. Fortunately, Gushi could clearly feel that as long as the incarnation of death could hear his orders, it would not require Gushi's mana to be used to attack or return to the Dragon Bone Laboratory. In addition, returning to the Dragon Bone Laboratory can also restore the vitality and various skills of the Death Incarnation, which is equivalent to clearly telling Gushi that the Death Incarnation can always be used in Aladovi City. This relieved a lot of the depression in Gushi's heart. At the same time, it also made Gushi understand that the greatest benefit of the establishment of the Dragon Bone Laboratory was not in external battles, but in the battle for the city of Aladovi. This made Gushi even more confident, and he turned his head to look at Luna. How about it? Is the current incarnation of death very energetic? Very energetic, judging from his appearance. He really wants to rush out to fight. Sir, how about letting him handle an area by himself? Gushi looked at Luna in surprise. He didn't expect that Luna would sometimes joke. However, when staring at Luna's empty eyes, Gushi found that there was no joke on Luna's face. At this time, Gushi fell silent. Is this feasible? It depends on the final information. But I think it is feasible. We have all seen the combat effectiveness of the Death Incarnation. Whether it is one-on-one or one-to-many, the Death Incarnation has strong enough combat effectiveness. As long as there are no beings with combat power higher than level 12 in these 2 urban areas, it will not be a problem for the Death Incarnation to fight alone. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. Yes, his incarnation of death is strong enough. And there are no strong enemies in several districts of Aridov City. If there were really powerful enemies that exceeded level 10, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to touch them despite the small number of troops he had. As for enemies below level 10, will Death Incarnate be afraid of them? That is simply not possible. Gushi's eyes lit up when he wanted to understand this. Right. That's it. Luna, go organize the troops first. I'll go find the wine girl. We must take down the 2 districts today. After saying that, Gushi took the cold wind staff and knocked hard in front of Siakofan. And Siakofan took Gushi quickly out of the dock area and headed towards the tavern. At this time, Luna had already begun mobilizing the troops in the city to prepare for the next battle. Chapter 143 Assigning Tasks. My lord, are you ready to fight? In the tavern, Gusisi was talking to the wine girl about 2 city area intelligence matters, when Dini suddenly poked his head over. Due to her height, Dini was much taller than Gushi. When she spoke, Gushi felt something soft pressing on his head. Yeah, it's time to take over the other 2 districts. As Gushi spoke, he pointed at the 2 pieces of information in his hands, which the wine lady and her men had spent a lot of effort to obtain. Shangqing District, covering an area of 1.2 square kilometers, with a population of 3,229 shadow, can be occupied by 3 large plots. For medium plots, 6 small plots, and 1 core plot, limited to the construction of Magic Tower, Tower Bridge, Garrison Attack +2, Uptown Defense Office, 400 shadows, level 2, 150 shadows, level 3, 60 shadows, level 4, and Shadow Leader, level 5, 1, Violent type. Attack 11, 1 Shadow Boss, level 5, Mage type. Masters the Cone of Ice technique, 1 Shadow Boss, level 6, Combination type. Elite. After taking Tower Bridge, you will get a large plot of land, which can be used to build a large bridge. Special note. Uptown seems to have a special power. Please pay attention. Shongu District covers an area of 1.1 square kilometers and has a population of 4,533 Guiying. After occupying it, there can be 3 large plots, 6 medium plots, and 7 small plots. Ancient City Gate, Garrison Troops Defense +3. Medieval District Defense Office. Station Ghost Shadows, Level 2, 260. Ghost Shadows, Level 380. Ghost Shadow Leader, Level 4, 1, Defense Type. Defense 28. Ghost Shadow Leader, Level 5, 1, Night Type. Master Charge. After taking down the Ancient City Gate, you will get 1 large plot of land, which can be used to build city gates and arrow towers. Looking at the information in front of him, Gu Shi was filled with regret. If he had known the enemy's strength was like this, he would have come in to deal with it long ago. When asked by Dimi, Gu Shi also looked confident. These 2 places should have been taken down long ago, and Aladovi City should maintain its due integrity. After I take these 2 districts, my next target will be Eridavita. Sir, there are no powerful enemies in Eridavita, but the situation is different in Eridavita. According to the intelligence I have obtained, it is a key area, and its military strength is stronger than those of the 2 city districts combined. The wine girl supported her chin with both hands, and her empty eyes seemed to have eyelashes blinking, which was clearly what she was talking about. Come and beg me quickly. If you beg me, I will help you get information. But the drunkard didn't even think about it. With her skull face, no serious person would like her. Not even a beautiful skeleton. Gu Shi couldn't stand being stared at by the drunkard. Just as he was about to turn his head, he felt his head being held down by Dimi. My lord, do you need me to help you disassemble this pile of bones? No. No need. Gu Shi twisted his body, trying to get out of the feeling of cotton. Drunkard, help me keep an eye on Aladovita. In addition, after I take over the entire city of Aridov, new enemies will surely appear nearby. I need you to stay alert and find out all the information about the enemy, so that I don't know nothing when the enemy arrives. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will help you keep an eye on this matter. But my lord, we are just a group of people selling wine and making fun of others. You can't put all the scout work on our shoulders. If we really had that kind of ability, we wouldn't be allowed to go out in the city. I know. I will remember this. But I don't have the manpower right now. Shea hasn't come back yet, so I can only hand this matter over to you first. Gu Shi made a gesture to show that he still had something to do, picked up 2 pieces of information, and ran out of the tavern. When Gu Shi left, the wine lady took out a glass of rat wine and placed it in front of Dimi. Madam, why are you doing this? If you really have nothing to do, just find a coffin and bury yourself. Don't bother me all the time. Dimi drank the mouse wine in 1 gulp, and then she stuffed the mouse into her mouth and chewed it. It's just you. You can protect yourself first. I'm idle, but I can be of great use later. What use can you be? Just hug and lift me up and banish me. Dimi rolled his eyes and ignored the wine girl's words. At this time, Gu Shi had arrived at the square in front of the gate of Aladovi City. This is where Gu Shi usually gathers his troops. Gu Shi's bone-cutting battalion and various troops have arrived. Those who were organized followed their leader, while those who were unorganized all stood together, waiting for Gu Shi's order. Luna, is everyone here? Standing on the coffin lid, Gu Shi handed the information to Luna. Everyone is here. Okay. Then Death Incarnation will attack the Middle Ancient District, and we will attack the Upper City District. You should pay attention to the situation in the rear. No matter whether I take the Upper City District first, or Death Incarnation takes over the Middle Ancient District first, you will be there. Occupy the city immediately. Don't worry. The expansion of the city is in my best interest. I will keep an eye on all this. After hearing what Luna said, Gu Shi felt relieved. Among so many undead subordinates, Gu Shi trusts Luna the most. After explaining the matter clearly, Gu Shi led all the troops and rushed towards the bridge in the upper city. At this time, the Incarnation of Death was already standing at the bridge waiting, because of the level and momentum of the Incarnation of Death. Even though he had not yet entered the range of the tower bridge, the strange shadows on the tower bridge had already stood up. There are a lot of these ghosts, and the most important thing is that they seem to have received some order, and now they have formed a battle formation on the bridge. When Gu Shi came over, He happened to see a group of shadows about 3 meters high climbing to the highest level of the tower and directing the positions of the troops below. This ghost shadow is the strongest one in the upper city. Now he looks like a ball more than 3 meters tall, and looks like it is made up of countless arms. With every breath, all the arms on his body opened up, much like a flower blooming rapidly. Seeing such a strange existence, Chingu not only was not surprised, but instead ordered calmly, "Leave this to us. Death Incarnation. Your target is the medieval district. You capture their city gate first. I don't care what method you use to kill all the ghosts in the city. If you feel seriously injured, you can return to the Dragon Bone Laboratory to recover and replenish your blood. You don't have to worry about enemies coming to our city." At first, when Gushi said that this was left to him, the Incarnation of Death was still a little dissatisfied. But as Gushi's order was issued, the black fog around the Incarnation of Death became thicker and thicker. From the perspective of Death Incarnation, Gushi is willing to let himself handle one distinction, which is trust in himself. As for which area, it actually doesn't matter to Death Incarnation. Then the Incarnation of Death flew high, circled in the sky, and flew towards the Middle Ancient District. At this time, Gushi looked at the strange shadows on the bridge and raised the cold wind staff. "Bring it on!" Chapter 144, Gathering the Fire Boss. Ding! You are entering the upper city area. Your actions will cause a reaction from the upper city guards. Please retreat quickly. Warn! You are entering the upper city. Your actions will cause a war. Please return quickly. Bone Spur. Attack! As Gushi fired the first shot of the attack, his undead troops also began to enter the tower bridge. Although not all of these undead were led by undead leaders, Gushi had arranged positions for them from the beginning. The bone-severing battalion rushed to the front, followed by all the skeleton shooters led by the skeleton shooter leader. Combat Team 1 and Combat Team 2 were standing just in front of Gushi, and the remaining soldiers were scattered on both sides, preparing to charge together. The zombies were right next to Gushi's evil coffin. It wasn't that Gushi didn't want them to charge, but they were moving too slowly and charging would have no effect. Instead, the ghosts flew up on the spot and pounced on the mysterious shadow from the sky. They were flying very fast, and it was clearly the skeleton soldiers who started charging first. But the ghosts were the first to rush to the enemy. The number of these ghosts is quite large. The ghosts that Gushi originally got from the academy, plus the ghosts that disappeared during the delivery, add up to 52 people. Their strength is also quite high. Even the ghosts obtained from the academy start at level 5. Not to mention the ghosts that disappeared, who start at level 7. As soon as these ghosts rushed out, they brought up a thick dark wind on the spot. They didn't even look for the level 2 and 3 ghosts in front of them, and pounced directly on the ghost leader at the highest position on the bridge. The mysterious shadow leader didn't expect that someone could hit him from where he was standing. At first, Gushi hit him with a bone spur attack, before he could react to the bone spur attack with ice effect. Now these ghosts pounced on him again. This is really not looking at yourself as the leader. What's the matter? Your level is higher than mine. But I'm a boss template. I have higher health, attack and defense than you. Why do you think so? The angry shadow leader screamed on the top of the bridge, and the black arm wrapped around his body opened instantly, revealing the most real part of his body. Only then did Gushi see clearly. He discovered that there were really all kinds of things in the shadow. Forget about the ones that looked like centipedes and huge eyes before. The one in front of him actually looked like a tree. It should be a big tree similar to the mimosa, which usually curls itself up into a ball, and when needed, it spreads out its body and doubles its size. After opening his arms, the shadow leader reached out to catch the ghosts flying towards him. Such behavior even made Gushi wonder if the ghost leader had no brains. Didn't he realize that all the ghosts flying towards him were stronger than him? I still want to catch the ghost. But the next moment, Gushi was stunned. These outstretched arms actually caught the ghost that floated past. After catching the ghosts, the shadow leader kept dragging the ghosts towards him, as if he clearly wanted to eat these ghosts. Damn it. Bone spurs. Focus your fire. Gushi was speechless when he saw this situation. While he released the bone spurs, he asked the leader of the skeleton shooters to focus the fire. The leader of the skeleton archer also saw this situation, although he did not know what the situation of the shadow leader was. Under Gushi's order, he still led his men to shoot all arrows at the shadow leader. But something that surprised Gushi happened again. The leader of Shadow's arms were flexible enough to block all the arrows, and he hasn't let go of the ghosts yet. This situation left Gushi speechless. This was obviously wrong. There was such a huge difference in level and quantity. How could he be beaten under pressure? But now Gushi has no time to deal with this matter. Because the shadow leader has the upper hand and improves the morale of the shadows below. Those shadows with only level 2 and 3 actually take the initiative to charge towards Gushi's team. Come over. Ignore it and attack the leader head-on. Gushi took a look at the situation in front of him and made a judgment in his heart. If all of Gushi's troops were used now to resist the small ghost shadow rushing over, the battle would be over soon. Because the weakest skeleton soldier under Gushi's command is only level 3. And they can kill the ghost shadow in a one-on-one fight. But so what? The most important thing now is this shadow leader. Gushi didn't know why he was so crazy that he was so difficult to beat. Those arms on his body could attack and defend. But he only needed to use spells. In the current situation, if Gushi focused on those small ghosts, it would be equivalent to giving up on these 52 ghosts. After killing Xiao Guiying, Gushi had to turn around and ask his subordinates to assemble the leader of Guiying. Rather than that, it would be better to focus all the combat power on the shadow leader. As for the soldiers who rushed over, Gushi didn't take them seriously at all. Tendrils of the Dead, Bone Storm, Skeleton Priest. 3 magic spells were released by Gushi in a row, and a passage composed of bone arms and tentacles appeared immediately in front of the battlefield of Juing. This passage directly blocked the rushing shadows, making their bodies all dyed with blue light. The moving speed of the ghosts slowed down, and they even collided with each other. Even the 2 shadow leaders, who were mixed in the shadows, were also affected. Then countless bone fragments spread outward, with these ghostly shadows as the center. Each bone fragment was like a blade, cutting the bodies of the ghosts, and reaping their lives. It can be said that with these 2 magics, Gushi blocked all the strange shadows that rushed towards him. As for the skeleton priest released at the end, it was Gushi's last support for his undead men. Because when Gushi withstood the attack of the shadow army alone, he no longer had the heart to look at the situation in other directions. At this time, Gushi was squeezing his magic power with all his strength, and kept throwing the bone storm again and again into the group of ghosts. In order to better seize the position, he even rushed across the battlefield of the undead troops and rushed to the forefront of the battle. When the evil coffin moved, Gushi's spells did not stop for a moment. Each spell will accurately fall on the place with the largest number of shadows. At the same time, a series of messages kept popping up in Gushi's eyes. You kill the shadow, level 2, and get 6 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. You kill the shadow, level 2, and gain 11 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. Chapter 145, Killing the Shadow Leader. With Gushi fighting hundreds of shadow troops on his own, Gushi's soldiers finally took on new changes in their battle against the shadow boss. All the soldiers under Gushi fought around this shadowy leader. Some of the heavily armored zombies that floated away still had their original chains and hooks. Although they walked slowly, the shadow leader was there, and they could walk no matter how far away they were. After rushing out a few steps, the heavily armored zombie threw the iron hook at the shadow leader. The shadow leader's arm quickly grabbed the chain. But the problem was that the heavily armored zombies wanted this effect. After the chain was pulled, they stood still and pulled back hard. As a result, the shadow leader's arm that grabbed the chain was pulled away, and his body was unable to shrink as before. At this time, other undead souls had already rushed in front of the leader of the shadow. They were all blessed by the skeleton priests. Although the time was short, it was enough for the undead. More than 600 undead of various kinds attacked in some orderly and some chaotic ways. Some are powerful, some are ordinary, but all the attacks had the effect of increasing the damage by 20%, and landed on the shadow leader. Each hit can take away a certain amount of life from the shadow leader. But the problem is that these undead soldiers don't care about the enemy's life at all. When they rush over, they have only one goal: to chop off the arm of the shadow leader. Only by cutting off all the arms on his body can the undead army's attack fall on the shadow leader's body. The ghosts also understood this. They no longer actively attacked the shadow leader. Instead, they flew outward and pulled away the arms that grabbed them. As the shadow leader's arm could not be retracted, more and more undead found their attack targets. The arms that were dragged away were like branches, and the undead holding the long sword kept cutting. Especially the undead in the bone-cutting camp. The two-handed long swords in their hands are now the best weapons for cutting arms. As long as the shadow leader stretches out his arms, their two-handed swords will chop down heavily. Each time the sword strikes, 1 or 2 arms will be chopped off. Although the shadow boss looks like it has countless arms, the number of arms is actually limited, as arms were cut off one after another. The undead troops behind also joined the attack. Without the protection of his arms, the skeleton archer's arrows can accurately hit the shadow leader's body. It is no longer possible to be blocked by arms like before. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 kept thrusting forward with their spears. They were not like skeleton archers, who had nothing to do if their arrows could not hit the enemy. Their attacks were quite mechanical, thrusting forward and retreating. Stab forward again. Each time, it can accurately pierce some arms, and pierce the body of the shadow leader, even if the spear is caught by the arm. The skeleton soldiers coming from behind can cooperate with each other. In short, the fight becomes smoother and smoother. After a while, the shadow leader was forced back a distance by the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the biggest weakness of the shadow leader was also discovered by the undead under Gushi. No matter how powerful the shadow leader looks on the surface, he has a serious problem. He is only level 6. Even though he is a boss template, his life is stronger than some other elites. But the upper limit of his life is always limited. 1 or 2 attacks might be nothing, and he was almost invisible. But as more and more undead rushed over and the attacks fell on him, the life of the shadow leader also dropped rapidly. Now even if the shadow leader wanted to pretend he didn't know, he couldn't. He turned around and wanted to retract his arms, so that he could regain some of his life and strengthen his defense. But when the heavily armored zombies saw this situation, they decisively exerted force and dragged the arm that was about to be retracted. In this way, the shadow leader's plan to shrink his body failed. The troops of the bone-slashing battalion took this opportunity to move forward and cut off the arm that was trying to be retracted. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 also sped up, continuously stabbing with their spears. At this time, the skeleton shooter leader, who has been looking for opportunities, also locked a position. He raised his left hand high, letting all the skeleton archers see the bow in his hand. Behind him were all the skeleton shooters under Gushi. Some of them joined the battle team of the skeleton shooter leader, and the other part were skirmishers. But the influence of the skeleton shooter leader was still there. In the absence of anyone to give orders, all the skeleton shooters looked at the leader. What he meant by raising the bow in his left hand was to watch his movements and shoot accordingly. For a moment, all the skeleton shooters raised their bows and made the same action as the leader of the skeleton shooters. Without looking back, the leader of the skeleton archers knew what was happening behind him. He opened his bow, aimed at the position he just saw, and shot an arrow. Then more than 100 bone arrows flew after the arrow shot by the skeleton archer leader. It has to be said that the skeleton archer leader has good vision. The position where he shot the arrow happened to be the core of the shadow leader. One arrow from the skeleton archer leader was nothing, but the more than 100 arrows that followed could kill the shadow leader. Just this time, half of the shadow leader's life was gone, and at the same time, his body took a few steps back. At this moment, the eyes of the skeleton soldiers in the bone-cutting battalion lit up. They could all clearly feel that the vitality of the shadow leader in front of them had been reduced to 1/10. And it was time to kill him. So the skeleton soldiers of the bone-cutting battalion raised their two-handed swords and struck out to kill one after another. It doesn't matter if one skeleton soldier can't kill the enemy. There are many skeleton soldiers behind them. They take turns to kill them one by one. If one sword can't kill them, there will be many swords behind them. After being killed like this again and again, the shadow leader didn't even have a chance to resist. When he was killed for an unknown number of times, the shadow leader couldn't help but scream and turned into many black shapes. His arm fell to the ground. The skeleton soldier, Summon, kills the shadow boss, level 6. You get 18 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow experience storage. Participating combat troops each get 1 experience point. And participate in the call to kill the object gains 14 experience points. Gushi, who was fighting in the front, suddenly saw this prompt. He immediately knew that the biggest trouble in this battle was solved. So Gushi slapped his hand on the coffin lid and said, "All troops, look here. Target those ordinary ghosts and kill them." Chapter 146-2 Incredible Gains. The undead troops that had just killed the ghost shadow leader decisively changed direction upon hearing Gushi's order. The ghosts, who initially attacked the leader of the shadow, but did not achieve much success, pounced on the shadow immediately. They need to prove themselves with more records. When these ghosts rushed to Juing, They didn't give Juing any chance at all. As soon as the ghost clawed down, Juing was killed on the spot and turned into a pile of strange energy beads that fell to the ground. At this time, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood on top of the evil coffin, holding the cold wind staff and looking at the battlefield in front of him. He himself didn't expect that with his own strength he could hold off the enemy for such a long time. The most important thing is that the spell he cast just now successfully killed at least 80 or 90 ghost shadows. Now Gu Shi can definitely say that he is a mage. Even if there are no undead, he still has the ability to control the battle situation. After laughing, Gu Shi sat down on the evil coffin and watched the battle in front of him. The number of ghosts is running low. In order to prove that their fighting power is not as strong as imagined, the 52 ghosts are killing these ghosts one child at a time. Even unknowingly, they kill the other 2 shadow leaders, who were mixed in the shadow group. Seeing that the ghosts were already fighting from one end of the bridge to the other, and were even about to rush into the upper city, Gu Shi couldn't help but turn his head and look at the other undead behind him. What are you still doing? Follow up. After clearing the shadows on the bridge, there are still more in the upper city area. Take down the upper city area first. Only then did the undead troops react. Some rushed directly to the other end of the front bridge, while others followed behind the leader. No matter what, in less than a minute, all the undead on the bridge had entered the upper city area, leaving only Gu Shi sitting on the coffin lid at the end of the bridge, looking at the strange beads on the ground. He even noticed that where the shadow leader died in battle, there were still several items left behind that had not been converted into strange chi orbs. Curious, Gu Shi jumped off the evil coffin and walked over with a cold wind staff. At the place where the shadow leader died in battle, Gu Shi saw 3 things on the ground: a slightly rolled arm, something similar to a heart, and a black air ball. Gu Shi immediately picked up the rolled up arms. After all, the combat power of the arms on the shadow leader had impressed Gu Shi deeply. You got the fairy hand, blue. Strange immortal hand, blue. Decoration. Defense 5. After equipped, Constitution +2. Equipment requirements, Physique 2. Special 1, Extreme Resistance. Shield skill level +1. Some black arms will appear on the edge of the shield skill, which can make up for the deficiencies in defense during combat and block some attacks for the user. Special 2, Captor. After wearing this decoration, there will automatically be an extra layer of protection against long-range damage around you to resist some long-range attacks. Explanation: isn't it enough to have hands for defense? Just looking at the properties of Odd Fairy Hand, Gu Shi knew that it was for tanks. If this thing is taken to the Sansan garden, I believe that 3 dragon blood crystals will not be a problem. After all, the 2 attributes of this thing are directly stuck on the point that tanks like most. But when Gu Shi got the spiritual immortal hand, a thought flashed through his mind. Do you want to try this equipment and see if your bone shield counts as a shield skill? However, Gu Shi quickly gave up this idea. At this time, he reached out and picked up the thing that looked like a heart. You get the Seeds of the Twisted Giant Tree, Assistant. Seeds of the Twisted Giant Tree, Auxiliary. You can master the construction method of the Twisted Giant Tree. An auxiliary building. After mastering it, you can plant the Twisted Giant Tree in the city by consuming 100 negative energy. Twisted Giant Tree, auxiliary decorative buildings in the city. Each time one is built, the city experience +1. This situation surprised Gu Shi. He didn't expect that this turned out to be an original architectural design drawing. However, the design drawing of the auxiliary building occupying the auxiliary building position is obviously without any added attributes. This can be regarded as greatly enriching the decoration of Aladovi City. At the beginning, Aladovi only had auxiliary buildings such as street lamps. After swallowing the Walrus Cemetery, due to the dock area, an additional pier for docking boats was added to the auxiliary building. Now this Twisted Giant Tree has joined the mix. Gu Shi believes that his city will become more and more beautiful. With a smile, Gu Shi reached out and picked up the black ball of air. At first, Gu Shi thought this air ball was a large group of strange energy beads. After all, judging from Gu Shi's previous combat power of the Shadow Leader, with his appearance, there shouldn't be so few strange energy beads after killing him. But when Gu Shi picked up this thing, he realized that he had thought wrong. This is not just a large ball of strange energy beads. It is clearly the biggest gain of this battle. You get the Shadow Stand 3/3. Shadow Stand 3/3, a rule-based item that can erase one of the penalty effects of tricks and equipment of purple quality or above, and reduce the impact of using such materials. This shadow stand can be used 3 times in total. Just by looking at the properties of the condition, Go substitute in front of him. Gushi knew that he had really picked up a treasure this time. Gushi has encountered all kinds of strange objects, purple equipment, and rule-based items. To be honest, these items are good, but the penalties are also quite severe. Like the purple ring that Gushi sold to the fat man last time. Just looking at the penalty conditions, Gushi didn't want to use it. What's the use of having good equipment? In the end, you'll end up becoming neither a human nor a ghost. But the existence of this, Go substitute, brought something different to Gushi. Whether it is to erase the effect of punishment or to reduce the impact of punishment, it is a good thing. The effect of 3 erasures allowed Gushi to think about the scenario of obtaining the purple equipment. Putting away the shadow stand, carefully, Gushi touched the cold wind staff and whispered, Staff, please quickly upgrade to purple quality. When Gushi spoke, the battle in the upper city area was almost over. The ghosts were rushing in front. The houses here could not block the impact of the ghosts. The ghosts hiding in the house were driven out of the house before they could react. Under the attack of the undead that rushed over, the ground was hacked to death. At first, the Shadows in Shengqing district planned to organize a resistance. But as several of the strongest phantoms were killed, their organization was quickly bulldozed. The strange shadows turned into strange energy beads on the ground, and the houses were cleared. Finally, Luna, who was far away in the council hall, saw a message on the map. There are no more enemies in the upper city area. The annexation begins. Chapter 147 Ghost Tower Bridge. As Luna began to annex the upper city area, Gushi noticed that the power with the aura of the undead was flowing towards the upper city area from where he stood along the bridge that had just been knocked down. When the aura of the undead surged through, a large number of strange energy beads on the bridge that had not been cleaned up quickly changed in front of Gushi, turning into negative energy crystals. At the same time, the decorative style of the bridge deck also changed, and skull statues began to appear on the floor of the tower bridge. The speed of this transformation was relatively slow at first, but as Gushi's undead army returned from the direction of the upper city, the speed of transformation suddenly increased. Gushi, who was standing at the tower bridge, looked at the returning undead troops, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Clean up the battlefield. All the strange energy. No. All the negative energy soldiers can get 10%. The combat team can get 10%. And the rest must be handed over to me. When the undead soldiers heard this, they immediately changed from combat troops to laborers. They are already quite familiar with this kind of transformation, and they don't think there is anything wrong with picking up things and cleaning up the battlefield. At this time, Gushi took a few steps forward. The tower bridge in front of you is different from ordinary bridges. There is a square defense tower in the middle of the bridge. This part is somewhat similar to the border tower Gushi built last time, but it is obviously smaller. The strongest shadow boss before was standing at the top of the defense tower. After being attacked by Gushi, he jumped down. When Gushi attacked the Guiying team, he also hit the defense tower. However, there was no arrangement at the defense tower, and even the door inside the defense tower was open, so you could see the situation behind at a glance. After Gushi's leader was killed in the battle, all Gushi's men went to the upper city area, and he was not in a hurry to enter the defense tower to investigate. Now that all his troops have returned, Gushi has become somewhat interested in the defense tower. He holds the cold wind staff and walks towards the defense tower. You are approaching Tower Bridge, which is no longer occupied. How do you choose to deal with Tower Bridge? Occupy it or give it up? Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gushi was not surprised. When he killed all the ghosts on the tower bridge before, he had actually seen the prompt to take down the tower bridge. But at that time, Gushi was a little confused as to why the choice this time did not include the option of destroying this place. After thinking about it seriously on the tower bridge, Gushi realized that other places could be destroyed. But the tower bridge was really difficult to destroy. If such a bridge is destroyed, the connection between Aradovi and the upper city will be severed, and Gushi will have to spend time rebuilding it. Now that the undead have all retreated, Gushi no longer has the idea of waiting. After directing the undead to pack up their things, Gushi turned his attention to several undead leaders. Occupy. Arrange a combat team. Huh? Gushi also planned to arrange a combat team to enter the defense tower and use it as their base. I didn't expect that something went wrong at this step. The intelligence clearly stated that after the tower bridge is taken down, it can be converted into a garrison. How come such a prompt pops up? Please choose the future function direction of tower bridge. Training camp, treasure room, prison, ordinary bridge. This is how the same thing. Didn't you agree on the location of the barracks? There were 2 border defense stations and 2 camps. Gu Shi had already arranged the places when he arrived. There will be 1 battalion of skeleton soldiers holding spears and 1 battalion of skeleton archers. It turned out that this place was not converted into a military camp. This time Gu Shi was a little confused. But after being confused, Gu Shi could only admit it. He couldn't let go of the tower bridge. Now he could only choose whatever they gave him. So Gu Shi quickly looked at the 4 options. Among these 4 options, the ordinary bridge is definitely not an option. He has been fighting for so long and excitedly chose to occupy this place. Not just to keep an ordinary bridge. So as long as he has no water in his mind, he will not make such a choice. Among the remaining 3 options, the one that Gu Shi couldn't understand the most was prison. Does this mean you want to lock people on the bridge? But where? No. Gu Shi shook his head. Why did he consider such a problem? Shouldn't he consider that there are no people under him who can be imprisoned? So Gu Shi gave up the prison option at the first opportunity. Then the training camp and treasure room are both more reasonable options. Since there were no other hints about the training camp, Gu Shi could not tell what kind of training camp the training camp given this time was. But judging from the situation in Aladovi City for so long, the ones that can give hints should not be some weird training camps, but more likely to be undead training camps. The most important thing is that this is a large land. If it is not used as a training camp, it will be a loss if it is used as a treasure room. When his thoughts turned to this, Gu Shi already had an idea in his mind. It doesn't matter if he doesn't need a treasure room or anything like that. He doesn't have anything to hide now. But he must have one in the training camp. He can't waste such a large plot of land in vain. Choose a training camp direction. Just after Gu Shi finished speaking, the tower bridge shook again. Gu Shi discovered that the appearance of the defense tower originally located in the center of the tower bridge had changed. The undead-style decorations that had just been put up were taken down again, and windows appeared on the originally solid defense tower. At every window, there were dark figures looking out. This strange situation shocked Gu Shi. However, after taking a closer look, Gu Shi discovered that these figures were clearly unfinished statues, and he didn't know who had erected these statues in the window. As the statues appeared one after another, Gu Shi noticed that some squatting stone statues also appeared on the railings on both sides of the bridge. These stone statues all looked like demons, with fangs, curved horns, bat wings and long pointed tails. This look reminded Gu Shi of a military unit he had learned in the academy. Gargoyle? Sure enough, the next moment, the notification sound that the conversion was completed rang. Function transformation completed. Tower bridge transformed into Ghost Tower Bridge. City experience +3. Building name, Ghost Tower Bridge. Level 1. Trainable troops. Gargoyle, level 3. Automatically train 15 gargoyles every week. Each gargoyle costs 20 points of negative energy. Gargoyle, level 3. Summon troops experience, 0/500, attack 6, stone claws. Defense 4, stone skin. Life 16. Skills, inanimate troops. Flying creatures. Extremely fast movement. Chapter 148, The Exploding Medieval Area. Ghost building? Gargoyle? Well, gargoyles are really one of the few serious troops that can cooperate with the undead. The gargoyle belongs to the inanimate army. Even if he is said to be alive, he is not. Even if he is said to be dead, the undead will not recognize him. It is said that it is a machine, but it really has no mechanical part. It is said that it is a magical creature, but it does not belong to the elements. So he can be said to be of no importance anywhere. Only various wizards are willing to place some gargoyles in front of their towers to guard their homes. The appearance of some gargoyles here is not a bad thing for Gu Shi. At least the initial level of gargoyles is equivalent to that of zombies. Moreover, they are also flying troops, and their movement speed is super fast. Having such a force is very beneficial to Gu Shi's battle. Faced with this, Gu Shi finally nodded, acknowledging the existence of such a training camp. Then Gu Shi shook his head at the battle T1 that had been called out. Forget it. Let's make arrangements next time when we have a chance. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang in the distance, as if something exploded in the distance. Gu Shi looked in the direction where the sound came from, and found that it was another medieval area where a battle was taking place. Gu Shi was shocked and quickly jumped onto the evil coffin without having time to think about it. Walk! Without waiting for Gu Shi's order, all his undead troops quickly followed and rushed towards the central ancient district. When Gushi rushed to the Zhongdu district, Luna was already on her way. When they met on the road, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Luna, what happened?" "I don't know either. But I just found at the council hall that a lot of land in the Middle Ancient District has been destroyed." "Sir, could something happen to the Incarnation of Death?" "No. If something happens to the Incarnation of Death, I will feel it immediately. It is because I don't feel it that I ignore the battle situation over there." Gushi and the others were talking as they rushed towards the Zhongdu district. Just as they were on their way, a dragon roar came from the sky. Gushi looked up and found that the Incarnation of Death was turning into black mist and flying towards the Dragon Bone Laboratory. "The Incarnation of Death is fine. Don't worry about anything else. Luna, go back and pay attention to the situation in the medieval area. I will lead my men there to clean up the battlefield." Luna also knew the priority of the matter and did not refuse. She turned around and went back to the meeting hall. Gushi, on the other hand, led his troops and quickly rushed to the ancient city gate in the Middle Ancient District. Before even getting close to the ancient city gate, I felt something was not right nearby. Gushi had also been near the city he occupied before and had seen the ancient city gate in the distance. That city gate was much larger than the ones Gushi usually used. The thick city wall was 30 meters thick. There was also an iron fence that could be raised and lowered hidden in the door opening of the city gate. When the iron fences at both ends are lowered, a troop of at least 30 people can be trapped inside. At the same time, the city gate is over 30 meters high, and there are thick walls on both sides of the city gate. It is the most difficult area to defeat among the 3 areas of Aladovi City. So there was a reason why Gushi chose to fight the Tower Bridge himself at the beginning and let the Incarnation of Death deal with the ancient city gate. But now, what Gushi saw before his eyes was a ruin. The ancient city gate had simply disappeared, and everything had been razed to the ground. Only broken bricks and molten iron showed that there had originally been a tall city gate here. Standing on the scrap bricks of the city gate and looking towards the medieval area, Gushi saw ruins. The medieval area that originally had the same style as Aladovi seemed to have been plowed through. And there was no way to find a complete building here. Even the ground was beaten to pieces. And at the same time countless black energy was pouring in from the outside. Attack! Clear out all the shadows. Although he didn't know what happened, Gushi made a judgment immediately. Now is not the time to think about what is going on. What we need to do now is to clear out all the strange shadows here, so that Luna can have a chance to occupy this medieval area. As for what happened here, it was after occupying the lower Middle Ancient District. Following Gushi's order, the undead troops rushed forward quickly. They had just done this kind of thing in the upper city area. So it could be said that this was the time when they were rich in experience. They all knew what they were going to do without any need for guidance. At this time, Gushi jumped down from the evil coffin, stood on the ruins of the ancient city gate, touched the broken bricks on the ground, and couldn't help but say something. Pity! Yes, a good city gate is gone. Moreover, all the buildings in the medieval area were destroyed, and they were full of building materials. How much effort will it take to rebuild these houses? Gushi's heart was bleeding. Everything that was originally his was now gone. At this moment, another dragon roar came from the sky, and the Incarnation of Death flew back from the direction of the Dragon Bone Laboratory. At this time, Gushi noticed that the body of the Incarnation of Death had obviously changed, and the black mist around him was filled with silver-blue powder. This makes the black mist around Death Incarnation look even more dazzling. At the same time, the Incarnation of Death seemed to have put down something. His movement speed was obviously much faster, and the spread of the black mist also became wider. When flying over Gushi's head, the Incarnation of Death also saw Gushi. But instead of saying "Hello" to Gushi, he rushed towards the end of the Zhongdu district. As the Incarnation of Death crashed in, Gushi noticed blue electricity and green light coming from the black mist. 100-meter-long dark green vine-like tentacle came out of the black mist and slapped heavily on the ground. As the tentacles slapped, the ground cracked rapidly, and the buildings that had become ruins were turned into powder, while the tentacles seemed to be absorbing the power of the earth and replenishing their strength. This made Gushi's eyes flash with anger. This is my territory. This is all mine. The angry Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin and rushed forward. Following Gushi's move, all the undead rushed towards the tentacle. The leader of the skeleton archers immediately locked the position of the tentacle and shot the first arrow at the tentacle. Concentrate fire and shoot. More than 100 skeleton archers shot the arrows in their hands at the same time. In an instant, the tentacles were pierced by arrows. At the same time, The iron hooks of the heavily armored zombies were also nailed to the tentacles. The heavily armored zombies dragged the iron chains hard to prevent the tentacles from having any chance to return to the black mist. Gu Shi, who rushed to the front line of the battlefield, raised the cold wind staff. Bone storm. Skeleton priest. Bone cutting camp. Cut off this tentacle for me. Chapter 149 cut off everything. Although he didn't know what had happened, Gu Shi could clearly feel that the tentacles in front of him were the culprit for the destruction of the medieval district. If he continues to destroy it like this, the medieval area in front of him will no longer be available. So the angry Gu Shi decisively issued the order. He had only one request: to keep the vine tentacles in front of him. Gu Shi's undead men quickly surrounded the tentacles, not caring that every time the tentacles hit the ground, they would take away some nearby lives. At this time, the undead warriors exerted their most powerful characteristics and did not care about life or death. Even if they die, they will still cause some damage to the tentacles. Some even bite the tentacles and hang their bodies on the tentacles. Gu Shi, who used the evil coffin to dodge the tentacle attack, seized the opportunity and unleashed a burst of powerful output such as corpse explosion and bone storm on the corpse hanging on the tentacle. He did not stop until all his mana was consumed. Not far away, magic potions began to be poured. At this time, the tentacles were somewhat injured under the attacks of Gu Shi's undead and spells. A large number of wounds appeared on the surface of the tentacles, and a green juice even flowed out. But now no one pays attention to this, and the undead are trying to bring some damage to the tentacles, especially the soldiers from the bone-cutting battalion. They all climbed onto the tentacles and tried their best to kill them without risking their lives. However, the tentacle's life has not yet ended, and killing it can only leave a wound on the surface of the tentacle at most. At this time, Gu Shi had recovered most of his magic power. Looking at the tentacle that was about to be raised high and hit the ground, Gu Shi decisively pointed at the tentacle. Bone storm. Corpse explosion. Bone storm. Gu Shi's spells fell on the tentacles again and again. The bone storm would cut open the skin of the tentacles, and the corpse explosion would take away the life of the tentacles. It was okay once or twice, but after repeated attacks, the tentacles discovered Gu Shi's existence. The tentacle began to chase after Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't care about this. He stepped on the evil coffin, held up the soul lamp in his left hand, and laughed loudly. Come! Come to me! If you have the ability, come! Under the attraction of the soul lamp, the tentacles kept chasing Gu Shi as if they had lost their minds. The length became longer and longer, and the movements became slower and slower. In the end, the tentacle finally reached its limit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not reach Gu Shi. Gu Shi, who noticed this, said decisively, Come on, take another step forward. The provoked tentacle was still about to be raised high. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly jumped up from the evil coffin. The cold wind staff pierced the tip of the tentacle heavily, nailing the tentacle to the ground. On the ground, at the same time, the cold wind staff began to deform, and the 7.5-meter-long vine kept hitting the tentacle's skin. Each blow would take away a large amount of the tentacle's skin and some black-green juice. At this time, Gu Shi was not idle either. He let go of the cold wind staff, but did not let go of the attack on the tentacles. The bone storm unleashed its full force, hitting the tentacles again and again. The undead under Gu Shi also seized this opportunity, and quickly rushed to the tentacles, using their own abilities to drag or attack the tentacles. At this time, in the black fog outside the medieval area, the Incarnation of Death was also engaged in a final battle with the tentacle's body. Before, the tentacles could move flexibly in the black mist. No matter how the Incarnation of Death pursued him, he could easily dodge. But this time, one end of the tentacle was nailed to the ground by Gu Shi, and the situation became different. The movements of the tentacle became obviously rigid and could only move back and forth within a few ranges. This gives the Death Incarnation a chance, and the Death Incarnation's body turns into black mist and flows upstream along the tentacles. Where he flew, a large number of wounds appeared on the skin of the tentacles, and there was a strong black aura above each wound. These black breaths are like salt on a wound, destroying everything under the skin of the tentacles. But the Incarnation of Death didn't care about this. He followed the direction of the tentacles and kept heading towards the source of the tentacles, until it reaches the end of the black mist and can no longer fly. At this time, the Incarnation of Death could see that this tentacle stretched out from the void. At its thickest point, it was even more than 100 meters in diameter. When he got here, the Incarnation of Death no longer held back. He glared with his right eye, and a gray melting ray shot out directly. At the same time he opened his mouth, and the dragon's breath of death spurted out at the same time. When the death dragon's breath fell to the base of the tentacles, one after another melting light also melted in, increasing the power of the death dragon's breath. In the end, the originally pure green death dragon's breath turned into a gray-green color. The dragon's breath was like a hacksaw, cutting back and forth at the base of the tentacles. With each blow, a large amount of dark green liquid would spurt out from the wound and onto the body of the Incarnation of Death. But the Incarnation of Death didn't care about these at all. He found that every time the melting ray fell on the death dragon's breath, the power of the death dragon's breath, which already had little effect, would be enhanced again. As a result, the death dragon's breath, which originally only lasted about 10 seconds, was increased to more than a minute on the spot with the support of the melting light. Under the attack of the death dragon's breath that can directly destroy a city gate, it is useless even if the tentacle comes from a more powerful being. More than a minute of death dragon breath attack finally cut off the tentacle. Then, there was only a crashing sound, and the originally tight tentacles quickly bounced away. The Incarnation of Death, which had been fighting beside the tentacles, had no time to dodge, and was beaten to pieces on the spot. Gu Shi, who was playing magic in the medieval area, suddenly felt a pain in his head, and his nostrils were bleeding. Death incarnates and dies in battle. Gu Shi reacted immediately. Without thinking, he raised the shattering staff, and said to the tentacle stuck on the ground by the cold wind staff in front of him, "Death incarnate." The black mist surged out, and the Incarnation of Death rushed out of the black mist, turning around and standing in front of Gu Shi. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly saw something rolling in the black fog in the distance. At this moment, Gu Shi had just used up all his magic power, and he was about to take out the magic potion to replenish his magic power. As a result, I heard a roar, as if something was rushing towards me from the black mist. Gu Shi roared immediately. Be prepared to react. The next moment, a large amount of dark green liquid fell like a downpour, drenching the land in the middle ancient district. At the same time, Gu Shi saw that the tentacle he had pinned to the ground was also being pushed hard by a strong force, shaking constantly on the ground. Finally, it got rid of the cold wind staff that Gu Shi had pinned to it, and opened a diameter of a deep pit of more than 200 meters. Chapter 150 Level 3 Aradovi City. After everything calmed down, Gu Shi noticed that the tentacle that he had nailed to the ground had turned into a tree root full of lifeless energy. The root was stuck straight into the deep pit, and the part exposed on the ground was enough. It is more than 100 meters long. The tree roots were covered with scars of varying sizes, and there were also some skull fragments and half-dead zombies hanging on them. Before Gu Shi could understand what was going on, dark green rain fell on him. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that when this dark green rain fell on the ground, a large number of weeds actually grew on the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the ruined medieval area was completely submerged in weeds. It felt as if this place had been abandoned by humans for decades, and nature and abandoned buildings merged into one. Before Gu Shi could see clearly what was going on, a force surged from the direction of the ancient city gate. Under the influence of the dark green liquid, the lush weeds quickly turned into dark purple or dark green, and the dark green liquid falling from the sky also began to flow towards the deep pit made by the roots of the tentacle tree. In a short while, the deep pit at the roots of the tree turned into a small green lake. Seeing the changes in front of him, Gu Shi didn't know what happened. He looked back at the Incarnation of Death, but the Incarnation of Death had no way to communicate, and no way to tell Gu Shi what was going on. Gu Shi just watched as new weeds grew rapidly on the nearby land, and even some inconspicuous small trees grew. In the far distance of the middle ancient district, close to the black fog, the rolling black fog there has also subsided. An invisible defensive shield is blocking the invasion of the black fog. Is this a successful occupation? Gu Shi's mind moved. Maybe Luna's side had already annexed this medieval area. If so, that would be great. Although the ancient area in front of me has been completely destroyed, it was finally occupied. The worst case scenario is that we'll have to deal with it again later. All troops, gather to me. Gu Shi understood this and stopped worrying about it. He raised the cold wind staff high and called on the troops to come closer to him. However, the call was much slower this time, and Gu Shi could also see that in the battle with the tentacles just now, Gu Shi's troops suffered considerable losses. Many of the undead have even been dispersed, and now it will take time for them to come over. However, Luna arrived very quickly, before Gu Shi could gather all his troops. Luna had already rushed over from the meeting hall. Grown-ups. Luna. You're here. What happened just now? Has this medieval area been occupied? It has been occupied. But because more than half of the ancient area was destroyed, the size of the available land is obviously much smaller. The most important thing is that these plants cannot be treated, which affects our layout in this area. Forget it. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it. It's a good thing if you can occupy it. By the way, do you know what happened here? She was actually very curious about what was going on. How could a good old-fashioned district become like this? I don't know much about this. The only thing I know is that there is an extra passage at the end of the Middle Ancient District. Go and have a look. Upon hearing this situation, she said quickly. Luna didn't say much, and quickly led the way in front, with the Incarnation of Death following behind, protecting Gushi as they headed towards the edge of the medieval district. Arriving at the edge of the Middle Ancient District, Gushi saw more and more vegetation growing on the edge, even forming a path filled with flowers and thorns. This is it. Following the weird path to the edge of the black fog, Gushi found that the black fog in front of him had obviously been opened by external force. There seemed to be something twisting in the depths of the black fog. Just taking a look inside, Gushi made a judgment in his mind. Seal it up until we become stronger. Okay. Luna responded decisively. At this time, Gushi had time to sit down. He pressed his forehead. His mana was drained, and his head still hurt a little. But now is clearly not the time to rest. Gushi still has things to deal with. If you don't know why something like this happened in the Zhonggu district, then you don't know? But it has been occupied, so it naturally needs to be developed properly. Luna, from now on, don't call this the Middle Ages district. Let's call it the Magic Plant district. Good. Luna actually didn't care what this area was called. And Gushi just looked at the weird plants in front of him and felt inspired. In fact, he was more concerned about the current situation in Aladovi City. City name, Aradovi. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, original city. This city is the starting point of a metropolis, which can be expanded through occupation, attack, integration, annexation, etc. City level, level 3, 23/100. Core buildings, for 6 assembly hall, gives 1250 negative energy points every day. Tavern, dock warehouse, dock market. Large buildings, 511's evil church. White Bone evil temple, regional linkage is in progress. Skeleton sword soldier battalion, bone cutting battalion is stationed. Dragon bone laboratory. Ghost tower bridge. Medium buildings, 6/16 white candle factory. Library. Owl house. Haunted pier. Weird pier. Wicked pier. Small buildings, 221st well. City gate. Auxiliary buildings, 35/60th street lights *20. Small dock for parking boats *15. Special building, sword of courage. Evilwood lake inactive. Heroes stationed, none. Garrison troops, bone cutting battalion. Looking at the information from Aladovi City, Gushi couldn't help but sigh to himself. It's a pity. If the Zhonggu district had not been destroyed, we would have many more large plots of land that could be used. Luna nodded affirmatively on the side. As an elf of Aladovi City, Luna's level is linked to that of Aladovi. Only by building new buildings or occupying other cities can Luna's experience be improved. If most of the medieval area had not been destroyed, Gushi would be able to build at least 2 more large buildings. After they are built, it would be 6 points of city experience. Sometimes, this small difference in city experience may mean the difference between heaven and earth in the level of a death city. If it had been before, Gushi might not have cared about this. However, as Gushi learned the prerequisites for activating his talent, he realized that he had to upgrade the 2 skills, Death City and Death Incarnation, to level 4 as the key skills to activate his talent. Now there's more than just a little difference here. Gushi had to think about how he would deal with this matter if the city's experience was a little worse by then. Chapter 151 Prioritize Construction. After returning to the Parliament Hall, Gushi found a stone statue in the open space outside the Parliament Hall. The statue was a warrior holding a long sword in his hand. The long sword in the statue's hand is the holy object obtained by Gushi. The Sword of Courage. Is that how you arrange it? Gushi pointed at the Sword of Courage and turned around to ask Luna. Yes. This statue is well made. I originally wanted to make it look like an adult. But after thinking about it, an adult is more handsome with a staff. It's okay. I was just asking. After hearing what Luna said, Gushi blushed for a rare moment. Then, they walked into the meeting hall. As soon as he entered the door, Gushi felt his eyes go dark. When he raised his head, he realized that Dini was already standing in front of the council hall. Grown-ups. Why is she here? Gushi glanced at Luna. There was a problem in the ancient district. No. The magic plant district just now. I was worried about something. So I specially invited her to sit here. As long as the meeting hall is not occupied, Aladovi City will still be under our control. Only then did Gushi understand what was going on. Dini was not the kind of person to run away when she saw someone. When she saw Gushi coming, she actually took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Gushi. After sitting down in the council hall, Gushi pointed to the map and said, "Next, our focus will be on the 2 core buildings and medium-sized buildings. One of the 2 core buildings is locked for building a magic tower. This is exactly what I want. After all, we are also going to build a magic tower. Building it first is a sufficient benefit to us. Now what we need to consider is the core building of another place. My idea is barracks." Before Gushi finished speaking, Dini interrupted Gushi. "With a barracks, you can arrange for the reorganization of soldiers who are not under the control of leaders. And you can arrange for leaders to complete city tasks and improve their levels. Without the barracks, you can only watch the city fall into chaos. It's okay now. You only have a few soldiers. But when there are more soldiers and horses later, you won't be able to control it by yourself. The boss level undead are better, and they can be summoned after killing several enemy bosses. But what's the speed at which you can get troops now? And you haven't learned much about the spell supporting your spiritualism? What level of undead domination is it? Can spiritualism produce zombies? Also, you have a new gargoyle. This is not a boss level thing that can be summoned by spiritualism. It is better to have a small number now. How do you want to manage it if the number is large?" Dini asked questions one after another, and Gushi fell into silence. To be honest, Gushi had no intention of going to the barracks first. His idea was to take down the blacksmith shop first. What he encountered at the Sansan Garden blacksmith shop this time made Gushi find that it was somewhat uncomfortable not having a blacksmith shop of his own. Gushi thought that if he had a blacksmith shop and started training blacksmiths now, he would have manpower available when he needed to change weapons and equipment. But he never expected that the barracks was the most important existence of Aladovi in the stage. Gushi glanced at Luna and found that Luna was also nodding there. "Okay. After the magic tower is built, we will build the barracks first, and then start building medium-sized buildings. But before that, all the auxiliary buildings must be built for me. Auxiliary buildings have been built in both the Magic Plant District and the Shangqing District. The upper city area should be equipped with chandeliers, and the Magic Plant area can be used with twisted giant trees. Dini doesn't care about auxiliary buildings. To put it bluntly, auxiliary buildings are only used to decorate the city. What auxiliary buildings are used in the city actually has little impact. Besides, Dini is still waiting for Gushi to build a medium-sized building and quickly gathers the prerequisites for her 3 main buildings. How could there be any obstacle to Gushi in this regard? So Luna quickly agreed to the matter. Then Gushi took another look at the distribution map of open space in the city and began to think about what small and medium-sized buildings should be built. When thinking about this matter, Gushi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Dini. Among these small and medium-sized buildings, Dini had many buildings that were lined up first, especially the alchemy laboratory. This building needs to be upgraded to level 3. Now all the buildings in Gushi City are level 1. Gushi doesn't even know what is needed for the upgrade. Where can he get it? Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but press his eyebrows. After the matter in Aladovi City was settled, it would be best to go find Lukai. If he can get a copy of the architectural design drawings, he must know the source of other architectural design drawings. Ask him, and see if he has any new ideas. At the very least, he needed to find a place where he could buy or trade architectural blueprints. Regardless of whether it is worth money or not, there must first be a place to sell it. If you have money but no place to buy it, that would be a problem. "Sir, are you tired? If so, go and take a rest. There is no war in Aladovi City right now." "No. I've just run out of mana and feel a little uncomfortable. There's nothing else to do. I'll go to the upper city to take a look first and see what's going on in the open space where only magic towers can be built. By the way, didn't I say last time that there was also a sacred object in Shangqing District? Because I rushed to the Magic Plant District. I haven't gone to Shangqing District to take a look yet. The sacred object should still be in Shangqing District. Right? It should still be there. Speaking of this, I almost forgot. Sir, let me take you there. Dini also became interested upon hearing this. Holy object. What is that? Something like the sword on the hand of the statue in front of the door? Dini has been staying in Aradovi for the past few days, and has almost become a street kid. He has nothing to do all day long and wanders around Aradovi city. There's no sun here anyway, so if you go out for a walk more often, you won't get sunburned. So in the past few days, Dini appeared wherever there was excitement. It can be said that apart from Luna, Dini is the one who is most familiar with Aladovi. She saw every change in the city of Aladovi. It can be said that every time there is a new street lamp in the city, she will go over to take a look. The assembly hall of Aladovi city was the place she visited most often. She had already noticed when there were more statues here. Now when Gushi said that there was another sacred object in Aladovi city, Dini immediately jumped up. Sir, you have taken over the upper city, and I haven't been there to take a look yet. How about I go with you to take a look? Okay. You can follow along. Gushi turned around and walked out of the meeting hall with a cold wind staff in hand. On the way out, Gushi did not forget to communicate with Luna about the needs of small and medium-sized buildings in the city. Chapter 152 Core Land. The upper part of Aladovi city has not been cleared out yet, because Gushi quickly went to the medieval district to join the war after taking it. All the trophies on the ground were turned into negative energy crystals. Let someone come and clean it up later. There is so much negative energy. I think in the next period of time, whether it is sending troops or building buildings, we will not be short of money. Yes, think about it. In order to build the Dragon Bone Laboratory, we have stored negative energy for so long. If we had known, we would have directly started this war. Luna nodded in response. There won't be such a smooth battle to fight next. Luna, you have to keep an eye on the passage in the magic plant area. Don't let foreign enemies take the opportunity to invade. In addition, you should pay more attention to Aladovida. We don't know the situation in other places, and we don't know where the newly copied cities are. Aladovida is most likely our next target. Only by winning this place can Aladovi city reach level 4. So no matter what we build next, you still need to pay more attention to the situation here in Aladovida. Good. Luna agreed to the matter. And while she was talking, Gushi and the others arrived at the upper city. This upper town is built to replicate the original upper town of Victoria's City. All the buildings are in the same architectural style as the main city of Aladovi city, but they are all small manors with gardens. It was obvious that the people who lived here at that time were wealthy. Status people. Therefore, the houses here are relatively larger, and are equipped with maids' rooms and servants' rooms. But Gushi didn't come here just to see this. After a while, some of the useless buildings here will be demolished and new buildings will be built. By then, it won't matter whether you have a master's room or a servant's room. The same life was torn down. Gushi came here to find a different house. He wanted to see why a piece of land was set aside as a core plot for building a magic tower. Gushi and the others followed the map to an open space on the edge of the upper city. According to the map, this is the core plot that can be used to build a magic tower. When they arrived here, Gushi and the others saw an inconspicuous short cane stuck in the middle of the open space. This short cane must have been stuck in the ground for many years, almost integrated with the ground. If there were nothing else nearby except weeds, no one would even notice this short cane. Is this another holy object? A thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind, and he turned to look at Luna, who was following behind him. Luna also looked puzzled. She had seen a copied sacred object before, but it was not the short cane. The sacred object had been placed in the small palace in the middle of the upper city. Luna was also thinking about taking Gushi to see the holy object after things here were over, to see how to better deal with it. She didn't know what to do with the short cane in front of her. Seeing Luna's puzzled expression, Gushi quickly stepped forward to pull out the short cane. At this moment, there was a sudden tinkling sound in Gushi's ear. May I ask if you want to pull out the stick of nature? If you pull out the land here, it will turn back into a normal large land. Nature staff? Gushi thought about it for a long time and realized that he had never heard of anything like this. But judging from the information in front of him, this stick of nature should be from the natural system. There is no direct connection with their undead line. After I go back, I will ask someone to see if they know what is going on. For now, it is better for the stick of nature to stay where it is. If this is pulled out, this land will become an ordinary large land. This is not what Gushi needs. He needs a magical tower that can be built. Okay, this is something called the Rod of Nature. Because of this place becomes a magical place. After it is pulled out, the magic gathered here will change back. This place will not be suitable for building a magic tower. We don't need to worry about it. Luna, let's go find the holy relics. Hearing the term staff of nature, Luna fell into deep thought. Luna, what's wrong with you, Luna? Seeing that Luna didn't respond to him, Gushi called out a few more times. Only then did Luna react. Sir, you called me? Yes. Let's go find the holy object. But what happened to you just now? Do you know what the rod of nature is? Yes. If you hadn't mentioned this term, I might not have remembered it. But now that you mentioned it, I have some impression of it. Seeing that Luna knew about the rod of nature, he asked curiously. Tell me the story. It is said that the staff of nature is a British tradition. Every British lord, when leaving home, will get a short staff made of branches from the elders of the family. They will walk along the way, holding the short staff in their hands, until the short staff falls to the ground and cannot be pulled out, because they believe that the magical short staff was telling them that this location was the most suitable location for building a city. At the same time, as long as the stick is not pulled out, the city will always exist on this land. After hearing what Luna said, Gushi also understood that this nature's wand was clearly the British version of feng shui's acupuncture technique. It's just that this feng shui acupuncture technique sounds a bit unreliable. However, when Gushi thought about it, this might be the reason why no one had touched this rod of nature for so many years, regardless of whether the statement here is true or false. Thanks to the wand of nature in front of him, Gushi obtained a core piece of land that can be used to build a magic tower. This was enough for Gushi. The rest of the things to consider is what to do. So that's what the staff of nature means. It seems that Luna knows the city best, so I won't touch him here. As for whether the staff of nature is placed here or built in the magic tower, then decide as things go. Let's go look for the holy object now. After we find the holy object, I have to go back to Sansan Garden. We still have a lot of architectural design drawings to go. I plan to go there to look for it. Now is not the time to waste time. Okay. Sir, please go this way. Luna no longer hesitated after hearing this, and headed towards the center of the uptown area with Gushi. Luna remembered clearly that she saw the sacred object in that location last time. Although so much time had passed, and she had handled it several times in the upper city, Luna believed that the sacred object must still be in the same place, because the sacred object is so big that ordinary people cannot steal it. Chapter 153 Level 3 Sacred Object. Under the leadership of Luna, Gushi and the others came to a manor located to the north of the upper city. As he approached the manor, Gushi saw something erected in the manor. When he got closer, Gushi's eyes widened. Could this be a holy object? Yes. In my memory, they spent a lot of effort to find the exact same holy object. Isn't it amazing? It's really awesome. Looking at the style of the thing in front of him, Gushi was really impressed, and he couldn't help but ask Luna a question. Luna, I really want to know, when the people in Victoria City saw this sacred object in front of them, did they have no other reaction? I don't know about this. Maybe they have never seen the sacred object? Luna was also a little unsure. After all, the holy object in front of her was too conspicuous. It was a 30-meter-high bell tower, and the bell tower was covered with ivy. However, when the wind blows over, you will find that what is climbing on the bell tower in front of you is not a serious ivy, but a group of snakes of various colors. Something of this style actually looks quite harmonious when standing in front of an old English manor. This made Gushi feel quite speechless. But the scene before him forced Gushi to admit that such a large object could not be transported away even if someone knew it was a sacred object. Gushi shook his head and headed towards the bell tower in front of him with a cold wind staff. He wanted to go up and have a look and see what the condition of this sacred object was. As a result, before he even got close, Gushi suddenly felt that his bones seemed to be a little rusty, and they would make a clicking sound when he moved forward. Before Gushi could react, Luna dragged Gushi out of the bell tower. Sir, be careful. Anyone who comes close to this sacred object will be turned to stone inexplicably. So don't go there. Then how can I check the properties of this holy object? Gushi asked speechlessly. There's no way he can't do anything while the holy object is there. Luna also shook her head. I don't know. Even ghosts can't get past this place. After hearing this, Gushi felt somewhat unwilling. He pointed at the clock tower with the cold wind staff. Death incarnate. The incarnation of death flew over as soon as he heard it, and the black mist rushed away from the snake-shaped creeper on the bell tower. But just when the incarnation of death was about to rush to the top of the clock tower, his movements suddenly froze. and as soon as the black mist dissipated from his body, he hit the ground heavily. Seeing the situation of the Incarnation of Death, Gu-Shi quickly pointed over there. Disperse. The disbanded Incarnation of Death disappeared from in front of Gu-Shi and returned to the Dragon Bone Laboratory. And Gu-Shi also knew the situation of the sacred object in front of him. He glanced back at Luna. Has this petrifying effect existed from the beginning? Or did it only appear later? Luna shook her head. There was no situation here in her memory. After all, living people rarely appeared in Aladovi City. As for the shadows, who cares whether they are petrified or not? But now Gu-Shi obviously wanted to go over and take a look himself. And Luna couldn't guarantee Gu-Shi's safety. Forget it. I'll do it myself. I'll ride over to the evil coffin later. And I'll let the heavily armored zombies drag the evil coffin away. If anything goes wrong, give me the order to drag me out. After saying this, Gu-Shi began to prepare. He first let the evil coffin circle around the bell tower to find the most suitable position to attack. After the heavily armored zombies came over, Gu-Shi took the iron chain, jumped onto the evil coffin, and rushed towards the bell tower in the direction he had chosen at the beginning. When the coffin rushed forward, Gu-Shi didn't hear any different changes in himself. But his movements obviously slowed down a lot. But Gu-Shi stared at the bell tower with no intention of stopping. Just as Gu-Shi was about to rush to the bell tower, the evil coffin stopped. Gu-Shi had already thought of this possibility. He jumped forward and shook his hands. And the skeleton warhorse that had not been sold appeared. An iron chain dragged the evil coffin outward, while Gu-Shi rode a skeleton horse and rushed into the bell tower. Entering the bell tower, Gu-Shi heard a voice in his ears. You came into contact with the sacred object and found that it is located in your city. Should you dismantle the sacred object or directly occupy the sacred object building? Hearing this voice, Gu-Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. And he said decisively, Occupy. Following Gu-Shi's order, Gu-Shi finally understood what was going on. Luna's memory was correct. But she didn't see some details. When they were building the city of Aradovi in imitation of the city of Victoria, they took out another holy object. But they actually took a shortcut. The sacred object in Ciudad Victoria was the gear of a large clock. So they built a clock tower around it. And in order to build Aladovi City, they couldn't find the same gear again. So they built a bell tower on the spot and put a sacred object in it. But it was not a gear, but a pointer on the bell tower. Although both relics represent clocks, the properties of the relics are completely different. So there will be some deviations here. As a result, this sacred building slowly lost control. And the sacred object like a pointer played there by itself. Gu-Shi just felt like his body was rusty. And there was a sense of petrification that he couldn't rush in. In fact, it was not petrification. But that time had been extended. Now that Gu-Shi has occupied this place, the connection with the same location in Victoria City has been cut off. Now this holy object is under Gu-Shi's control. Holy Object Time Pointer, Level 3. It can be placed in the city and provides corresponding effects according to the level of the building where the holy object is stored. Sacred Object Effect, Level 1. Activating the Sacred Object Pointer can allow a building in the city to quickly produce a week's output, but a training camp or resource building, used once a week, cannot be superimposed. Sacred Object Effect, Level 2. Reversing the Sacred Object Pointer can return the combat status of all soldiers in the city to an hour ago, used once a week, cannot be superimposed. Sacred Object Effect, Level 3. Activate the Sacred Object Pointer, causing the person who is subject to the fatal or unsolvable effect to stay in this state until the locking effect is released. It can only be targeted at one person at a time, and cannot be used at the same time. Clock Tower, Level 3. An auxiliary building built for the Holy Relic Time Pointer. It can fully utilize the Holy Relic Time Pointer's functions and prevent outsiders from entering the clock tower and controlling the Holy Relic Time Pointer. Note 1. The clock tower can store 2 sacred objects. Please put the sacred objects with the same or similar attributes. Note 2. You can set up defense lines outside the clock tower, but please do not destroy the clock tower's structure. Chapter 154. Recruiting Soldiers. After taking over the clock tower and obtaining the second holy object, Gu-Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved to Luna outside, then went down the stairs of the clock tower to the second floor, from where he could see the situation outside and also remove the influence of the holy object. Gu-Shi cleared the effect that fell on the evil coffin, and then took a look at the situation inside the clock tower. This clock tower is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the main entrance to the clock tower. The second floor is a small room that can control the defense of the clock tower. And the third floor is the real bell tower of the clock tower, which can actually work. In the city of Victoria, the sacred gear is installed in the big clock of the clock tower. And the sacred object in front of you is the huge pointer placed outside the clock tower. If Gucci wanted to remove the sacred object, the time pointer, he would definitely go up to the third floor. But Gucci is not stupid. All the sacred objects have been arranged. Why would he want the clock tower to be demolished? After understanding how the clock tower worked, Gucci had nothing else to check. So he hurried downstairs and opened the door. Luna, this building has been taken. After hearing Gucci's words, Luna approached Gucci. Gucci explained the effects of the holy object, the time pointer. Luna immediately nodded to show that she understood. Don't worry, my lord. I will make good use of the effect of using it once a week, and will not waste such a good effect. When Luna said this, she felt happy. As an elf in this city, she knew all too well how it felt to be just a little bit worse sometimes. Now having such a sacred object is equivalent to having a hand that can control the output at any time. When there is a slight difference, a little push will make the situation different. After Luna took over the Shurjan building, Gucci took everyone around the upper city again. After making sure that nothing was missed, Gucci said to Luna, I'll leave the work here to you first. The core building will be built first. The other buildings will be left empty without design drawings. The planning must be done first. And we will wait until I get the design drawings. Luna said affirmatively, My lord. You can rest assured. Gucci said nothing more. He raised his hand and exited Aladovi City. As the master of Death City, Gucci can enter and leave Aladovi City at will. However, access is restricted. Outside the city, Gucci will be in the same place where he entered the city of Eredovii after he went out. When entering the city from outside the city, he would appear at the meeting hall every time. As for leaving Aladovi City, there were no restrictions. This is actually a kind of alternative teleportation, a trick that allows him to return to the council hall from anywhere in Aladovi City. When he raised his hand, Gucci saw a chica in front of him. And then a piece of metal armor appeared in front of him. The armor was about as tall as him. And there was a piece of black translucent cloth hanging on the helmet. Looking back, Du Wishwang was sleeping soundly with a quilt in his arms. Gucci shook his head helplessly. Why did all these players in Sansan Garden look like bastards? Don't they have any lofty goals? He had already returned to Aladovi City and captured 2 districts. Why was Du Wishwang still sleeping? Gucci lowered his head and glanced at his clothes, then opened the door with the cold wind staff. Now that there is still some time, Gucci plans to go to Sansan Garden for a stroll. But just when Gucci was about to push the door open, suddenly there was a bang in the sky. The sound was like thunder and drums. Just when Gucci didn't know what was going on, a fierce drum beat sounded again. This reminded Gucci of the situation he encountered when he first came to Sansan Garden. There won't be another White Walker coming to attack the Garden of Fables. Get up quickly. There's a battle to be fought. Although Gucci didn't understand the meaning of the drum sound, he still looked at Du Wishwang instinctively. Unexpectedly, Du Wishwang reacted faster than him. Du Wishwang, who was hugging the quilt and exposing his short legs, jumped out of bed. She didn't care what clothes she was wearing. So she touched a piece of pink cloth from somewhere, tied her hair up, and jumped in front of a piece of armor. Do you want me to help you? Seeing Du Wishwang working hard to dismantle the heavy armor, Gucci couldn't help but ask. No, you don't know how to do this. If you come to help me, it will only make it more difficult. It's better for me to do it myself. When Gucci heard this, he did not go up to help, but instead asked about the meaning of the drum sounds in Sansan Garden. Can you hear what the drum sounds mean? I can't hear it. And there's no need to hear it. The more urgent the drumbeat, the more urgent the situation. Now this sound is obviously not that urgent. When we go to report to it later, we can bring something to eat. As she spoke, Du Wishwang had already put on the armor. She then held the helmet in her arms and tried hard to look outside with her eyes exposed from her neck. How about it? It looks good. It looks good. But I remember you didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. Is that okay for you? It's okay. The armor is lined inside and won't hurt my skin. Let's go. Otherwise, Wood will be there again later. After finishing speaking, Du Wishwang quickly opened the door, turned his body, looked around, then pointed in one direction and said, At the general platform. It seems that there is a big mission today. Let's go there quickly and grab a good mission. But there will be good rewards. As Du Wishwang spoke, he held up his helmet and dragged Gucci with one hand and ran towards the direction where the drum sound came from. Seeing Du Wushwang like this, Gu Shi turned over his hand and jumped onto the evil coffin. At the same time, he temporarily lent Du Wushwang the skeleton war horse. When Du Wushwang was set to the skeleton war horse, Gu Shi realized why Du Wushwang's mount had been set for training. Her legs were still too short. It might be better if she wore armor made according to her proportions. But Du Wushwang didn't want people to think she was shorter. She usually wears tall armor, so her fine control over her mount is definitely not that good. In addition, the Death Knight's mounts are all undead creatures. They do not have that much intelligence and require the Death Knight to exercise subtle control over them. As for Du Wushwang's subtle control, Gu Shi just thought about it and let it go. With this thought in mind, Gu Shi stretched out his hand to control the direction of the skeleton horse. In this way, the two of them moved forward much faster. Du Wushwang showed the way in front, and soon they came to the general stage where the drums were played. Wood, whom Gu Shi had seen once, was standing on the platform with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood a necromancer with a long white beard and a Death Knight in golden armor. The Knight Commander and the Mage Leader are here. Something big is going to happen this time. Chapter 155, Fighting Back Against the White Walkers. What happened? Gu Shi looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but ask Du Wushwang. I don't know either. But the three of them are the strongest on the ground in Sansan Garden. They usually don't appear at the same time. Now that they come out, something big must have happened. While Du Wushwang was talking, Gu Shi also noticed that more and more players were rushing here. It is just such a small Sansan Garden. But there are more than 3,000 and nearly 4,000 players. Players gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing what had happened. At this moment, Wood stood up and pressed his hand to let the scene be arranged. I called everyone here today because I have good news to inform you. The counterattack is about to begin. As soon as Wood said this, the scene was silent for a moment. And then all the players cheered. They all understood Wood's words. The Chaoyang Ray Guild had stabilized the situation in the world, and the fight against the White Walkers' invasion of the world could now begin. Those invading White Walkers are no longer a thing. Now, by killing the White Walkers, not only can you get experience and other benefits, but you can also get rewards from the Chaoyang Guild. This is a good opportunity to grab a record and make a fortune. All the players raised their weapons and shouted loudly, "Kill! Fight back! Go! Go! Go!" Wood watched the players' actions on the spot. After they vented, Wood raised his hands and asked people to be quiet again. We Sansan Garden, as the 3 pillar cities in this world, naturally have to cooperate and fight together. And we will not attack randomly. We will act in an orderly manner. Next, the Knight Commander and the Mage Leader will tell you about the next plan. After Wood finished speaking, he took a step back. And then the Knight Commander wearing full body armor stood up. All Death Knights gather here. You will launch a charge with the official Death Knights of the Knights of the Burning Sun. We have only one target, and that is a White Walker hero who appeared near the Fairy Garden this time. As long as he is killed, the power of the White Walkers invading this world will be weakened by more than half. This will be our opportunity and a test for us. Death Knights, raise the weapons in your hands and tell me what the slogan of the Knights of the Burning Sun is. The Scorching Sun, shine on me as I move forward. All the Death Knights raised their weapons. Even Du Wushwang, who was standing next to Gu Shi. Very good. Now all the Death Knights come to my side. Distribute holy oil and pray. We are ready to go. As soon as the Death Knights heard this, they quickly walked out of the crowd and headed towards the direction pointed by the Knight Captain. At this time, the Mage Leader also stood up. Necromancers, don't worry. We also have a mission. This time the Death Knights have left. In addition to being responsible for guarding the Immortal Garden, the Necromancers also have an extremely important mission. All Necromancers came to report according to their respective departments. We are going to use the Sansan Garden as a basis to start a ritual of undead natural disaster. This ceremony is very important. The 3 pillar cities in this world will start the undead disaster at the same time. Whether we can cut off the channels for the White Walkers to invade depends on our performance. I won't say anything else here, but I will just say that after completing the undead catastrophe, I will apply for whatever you want. If anyone dares to make a mistake here, I will turn you all into undead. As soon as the Mage Leader finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a while. Gu Shi looked at the necromancers around him and found that they were all silent. Okay. Everyone will be grouped according to their own departments and routes. Report to the front. And be sure to clearly state your best abilities. If you do not reach a certain level, but forcefully occupy some positions, and finally cause the undead natural disaster ceremony to go wrong, then I will never let you go. Looking at the necromancer screaming above, Gushi finally understood why a good necromancer was called the chief mage. This guy looks more like a knight than the Death Knight commander. If it weren't for the necromancer's robe on his body, people would believe that he was a gangster. But after all, he is also the boss of all the necromancers in Sansan Garden. As soon as he finished speaking, many necromancers raised their arms and wanted to come forward to sign up. Gushi found Lukai was also inside. He raised his hand and said loudly, I, the poison-type necromancer, have completed the prerequisites for activating my talent. I can enter the dungeon and activate my talent. There is no necromancer below level 5 who is stronger than me. The 8 necromancer skills all focus on the poison root. The same goes for other players. They raise their arms or staffs one after another, shouting loudly about their strength and skills, as if they spoke a second later, their position would be taken away. Looking at the chaotic situation ahead, Gushi slammed the cold wind staff on the ground, and the high gate of Death City appeared behind Gushi. Get out of my way. Level 4 Necromancer. Mastering the 3 divine skills Death City, and the 3 divine skills Death Incarnation. Death City has reached level 3, and Death Incarnation is directly at level 4. I want to be the first to go there. If you have any objections, just hold them in. After hearing Gushi's words, all the necromancers turned to look at Gushi. However, they thought about the level of the Incarnation of Death and the characteristics of the City of Death, and finally shut up. I don't know where the guild found such a ruthless person. Usually it is quite rare to see one of the 3 divine skills. But now this person is actually cheating, mastering 2 of the 3 divine skills. Although the Incarnation of Death was not released, many people still remember the incident when Gushi released the Incarnation of Death in front of the tavern at the end of the previous war. The necromancers all had expressions of envy and jealousy on their faces. They wanted to step forward to stop them, but they had to make way. In the end, Lukai reacted quickly. He waved to Gushi. Comrade, this way. Come up quickly. Wood and the mage leader on the general stage both turned their attention to Gushi. Wood didn't have much impression of Gushi. He only remembered that he seemed to have met him once, but he had forgotten when he met him. But the eyes of the mage leader were flashing brightly. Seeing the city gate behind Gushi, the mage leader felt that this mission was secure. When Gushi walked onto the general stage, the mage leader took the initiative to greet Gushi. He held Gushi's hand and said, Comrade, it's all up to you this time. Chapter 156, Blueprint? Okay. Before Gushi could react, the mage leader dragged Gushi aside and said, You came just in time. I heard the city lord talk about you before, and I was still thinking about how to invite you here. Come on. Let me explain to you what's going on here. You may have only been to Sansan Garden for a few days, but you may not know that Sansan Garden is one of the 3 pillar cities in the world. You may not know what this pillar city means. Let me tell you directly. Without Sansan Garden and the other 2 cities, this world does not belong to our Chaoyan Guild. It can be said that Sansan Garden and the other 2 cities are the foundation for us to gain a firm foothold in this world. Gushi listened and nodded repeatedly, but he didn't quite understand why he was talking about this at this time. At this time, the mage leader changed his tone. Below our 3 cities, what we suppress is the rift in the world. Only by occupying the 3 pillar positions can the world be stabilized and players can be controlled from entering and exiting the world. This is actually the first thing you need to learn when entering any major guild after graduation. You can tell at a glance that he is a newcomer who has not been led by anyone yet. So you don't know this? So when I talk to you, I just want to tell you the characteristics of our Sansan Garden. At the same time, we already have enough troops this time, and we can now start to fight back against the invading White Walkers. The Knights of the Burning Sun went out to find the White Walkers for a decisive battle. The reason why we necromancers want to arrange undead natural disasters is to guard the cracks in the world that we need to guard. Your 2 skills are very useful to us. I hope you can obey orders and fight on the front line in this operation. After speaking, the mage leader said with a serious face, as if he was afraid that she would not be willing to do so. Don't worry. All the necromancers participating in the battle this time will receive rewards from the Sansan Garden, and the guild will also give rewards of the same level. Just tell me what you want, and I will find a way to find it for you as long as it is available. After the mage leader explained this, Gushi roughly understood the situation in front of him. He thought about it, and realized that this was an opportunity. So Gushi said decisively, I want architectural design drawings. Small and medium-sized design drawings are given priority. The more the better. If you want large design drawings, I may still have a headache. But for small and medium-sized design drawings, there is no problem. I will help you solve it. When the mage leader heard this, he thought, that's it? No problem. He slapped his chest and said decisively, in the heart of the mage leader, he was still glad that Gushi's requirements were so low. If other necromancers wanted to go to war, they would definitely need troops, technology, magic, and even equipment. There are these scattered immortal gardens, but there are not many of them anymore. He still needs to consider how to use the least resources to get all the necromancer players to take action. What Gushi wanted was the last thing that anyone in Sansan Garden wanted. Sansan Garden has existed for so many years, and even though the output rate is not high, it has accumulated a large number of design drawings. These blueprints are only picked out when preparing to build a new city. They are usually left in a warehouse to gather dust. Now as soon as Gushi asked for a design, and it was not a large design that was easy to sell, the mage leader immediately agreed. I will give you 5. No. 10 small and medium-sized design drawings as a deposit first. As long as you obey the orders and cooperate with the battle, I will give you 20 small and medium-sized design drawings after the completion. In other words, a total of 30 design drawings can be obtained in this battle. Gushi silently glanced at the lack of small plots in Yaladowai City, and responded decisively, okay. It's settled. Okay. Welcome to join. I'll ask someone to take you. Lu Zisher, come here for a moment. The mage leader called, and a necromancer came from nearby. He was obviously a level 5 player. When he saw Gushi, he nodded. This friendly reaction made Gushi stunned. Do I know him? Gushi thought about it, and realized that he had never seen this person before. He didn't quite understand why he showed kindness to him. At this time, the mage leader whispered a few words to Lu Zisher, and then took out a token as proof. After taking the token, Lu Zisher came to Gushi. Comrade Gu, the architectural design drawings you want are usually stored in warehouse number 9. Usually only players who take the builder route can use these things. Warehouse number 9 is a bit far from here. We have to hurry up and go there now. Do you have a suitable mount? Yes. Let's go. Gushi moved his hand and released the evil coffin. Lu Zisher took a look and said, it's a demon coffin. It's of green quality and hasn't been modified yet. It's a new demon coffin. Gushi was just about to ask, is there any problem with the new evil coffin? Unexpectedly, Lu Zisher also released an evil coffin. However, his evil coffin was obviously much larger than Gushi's evil coffin. A reed shed was built on the lid of the evil coffin. An incense table was set up. White candles were lit, and a funeral procession was prepared with music and music. Comparing Gushi's evil coffin with Lu Zisher's evil coffin, it was really the distance between a sampan and a ship. At least Lu Zisher sat on the coffin lid and put some incense so that the wind could not blow on his face. Comrade Gu, follow me. Speaking of Lu Zisher, a large amount of black smoke spewed out from the evil coffin, and there was even weird music coming from the black smoke. In the sound of this music, the evil coffin was like a snowmobile entering the slide, and rushed out for a long distance with a whoosh. If Gushi hadn't been keeping an eye on Lu Zisher's every move, he might have missed the other person driving the evil coffin and following Lu Zisher. They moved quickly on the road to the Sansan Garden. Lu Zisher knew the Sansan Garden quite well, and many times his evil coffin took small paths. As a result, their state slowly turned into a racing state, and Gushi also changed from sitting on the coffin lid to lying on the coffin lid. At this time, Gushi was also thinking about whether he should add something to the evil coffin like Lu Zisher did. At least the tent should be there. While Gushi was still thinking about this, Lu Zisher's evil coffin stopped in front of a small room. This is it. Seeing Gushi jump off the evil coffin, Lu Zisher also stepped forward and said, we will only take 10 copies of the design drawings this time. Small and medium-sized ones. As for the design drawings, you can take whatever is given. This thing is not gotta pick. Can't you choose? No. Someone has done it before and picked away all the good ones. There are more and more designs that no one wants. So I made a rule. Let's bet on your luck. Anyway, there are more small and medium-sized designs. So take them. If something goes bad, you can try it again another time. Chapter 157, 10 consecutive architectural design drawings. Seeing that Gushi agreed, Lu Zisher opened the door of warehouse number 9. As the door opened, the three metal statues in the warehouse turned their heads at the same time. These three metal statues have empty eyes, no mouths and noses. They look quite scary in the already gloomy environment. Kern, let's get small and medium-sized architectural design drawings. 10 pieces at random. Lu Zisher was already familiar with the situation in warehouse number 9. When he saw the three metal statues turning their heads, he immediately stated his request. At the same time, Lu Zisher showed the statue the token given to him by the mage leader. Sure enough, under the influence of the token, the two metal statues walked into the warehouse, leaving only the metal statue named Kern standing in front of Gu Shi. Kern is the administrator of warehouse number 9. I heard someone said that when warehouse number 9 was originally built, someone changed the design of the warehouse, which made Kern look like what it is now. Can the design drawings of the core building also be changed? Gu Shi was a little confused. The warehouse was the core building of the city. It was built by the city, and did not require design drawings. How could it be possible to change it? Lu Zisher had no way to give an accurate answer to this question. He thought about it carefully for a moment, and finally said, I don't know about this, but I seem to have heard someone say that as long as there is a core building built in the city, a few more similar buildings can be built in other locations in the city. The design drawing at this time should be able to be modified. After listening to Lu Zisher's words, Gu Shi frowned. This was not very credible. However, the situation of Sansan Garden in front of us is here again, not to mention other things. The warehouse in front of us is obviously not a core building, and warehouse number 9. There should be 8 similar warehouses in front of it. While Gu Shi was thinking about this matter, the two statues who went in to pick up the goods also came out, each holding 5 palm-sized boxes in their hands. From the outside, each box looks exactly the same. All small and medium-sized design drawings are like this. Here are 10 in total. Open them yourself and see how lucky you are. While Lu Zisher was speaking, the two statues had already stood in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi was actually complaining in his heart. After all, no one could see clearly what was going on inside the warehouse. You asked me to open 10 consecutive boxes, but you always let me know what the prize pool is for opening the box. It's boring to play like this. While complaining, Gu Shi opened the top box. You get the Endless Mine Pile Design, Medium Size, *1. Endless Mine Pile Design, Medium Sized, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of metal to build an endless mine pile, medium-sized building, in the city. People can be sent to dig 3 single stones or 2 units in this mine pile every day. Metal or upgradable. Gu Shi's eyes lit up when he saw the information popping up in front of him. It seems that these design drawings are still acceptable. If they are all similar designs, then it won't be a loss this time. Thinking of this, the discomfort in Gu Shi's heart disappeared. He quickly opened the other boxes one by one, and took out 5 medium-sized and 4 small-sized architectural design drawings. Blood-dripping alchemy laboratory design, medium, use 500 resources. 5 units of stone, 5 units of metal, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of herbs to build a blood-dripping alchemy laboratory, medium, building, in the city. This alchemy laboratory can be used to make magic potions, upgradable. Underground alchemy laboratory design, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of metal to build an underground alchemy laboratory, medium-sized building, in the city. This alchemy laboratory can perform magic transformation and other alchemy experimental, upgradable. Corpse tree pit design, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a corpse tree pit, medium-sized building, in the city. It can produce a large number of corpses every day, and can be used as a large building like a cemetery. Linkage can be upgraded. Witch hut design, medium, use 500 resources. 10 units of wood, and 10 units of herbs to build a witch hut, medium, building in the city. You can buy 3 different quality and effect potions or props here every day, upgradable. Lonely pedestrian square design, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a lonely pedestrian square, medium-sized building, in the city. 5 to 8 units of gray garbage can be picked up in the square every day, upgradable. Gu Shi didn't know what to say about the 5 new medium-sized designs. These 5 intermediate design drawings were actually not to Gu Shi's liking. Except for the 2 alchemy laboratories that Gu Shi needs now. The other 3 are going in different directions. Although these medium-sized buildings look good, they are not what Gu Shi urgently needs. It seems that if Gu Shi wants to get the architectural design drawings he lacks in a short period of time, he must set his goal on the next 20 rewards. compared with the medium-sized design drawings. The small architectural design drawings actually did not attract Gu Shi's attention much. After all, the small design drawings did not exist in the design drawings he urgently needed now. This time, the 4 small-scale building design drawings did not make Gu Shi dissatisfied. Nor did they surprise him. Corrosion mode design, small, use 200 resources, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of herbs to build a corrosion moat, small building in the city. All enemies that enter the moat will receive 3 points of damage per second, upgradable. Garrison gate design drawing, small, use 200 resources, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of metal to build a garrison gate, small building in the city. Soldiers stored in this gate can gain attack +2 in combat. Effect, upgradable. Eagle Eye Arrow Tower design, small, use 200 resources, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of wood to build an Eagle Eye Arrow Tower, small building in the city. The range of all archers arranged on the arrow tower will be increased by 50%, upgradable. Design of a strong morale drum tower, small, use 200 resources, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of wood to build a strong morale drum tower, small building in the city, which can increase the morale of the defending troops by 1 point, can be upgraded. It can be said that among the 4 small architectural design drawings, only the morale drum tower is of no use. After all, the undead cannot use morale. The other 3 small buildings can be used immediately on the battlefield by Gu Shi. So after looking at Lu Zixi, Gu Shi closed his eyes, and his city gate appeared behind him. Chapter 158 Outside the World. After Gu Shi sent the 10 architectural design drawings he had just received back to Yaladovi, Lu Zixi said to Gu Shi, "Let's go. We wasted some time getting here. The boss asked me to take you directly to the battlefield. And your task is very simple. You will know it when you get to the battlefield." Gu Shi was not surprised by Lu Zixi's impolite attitude. After all, you have gained benefits, so you have to complete the tasks given by the other party. So the 2 of them drove the evil coffin in the other direction of the Sansan garden. This time, Gu Shi tried hard to make the evil coffin follow Lu Zixi's evil coffin, while also chatting with Lu Zixi. "Comrade Lu, I would like to ask, how does this evil coffin need to be modified?" This question immediately touched Lu Zixi's heart. He was able to change the evil coffin into the shape, so he must be a man with ideas. Just like in the real world, someone changes an ordinary car into a sports car, and all they want is the praise of others. If you were to ask him these questions, you would definitely get all kinds of bragging and explanations. The same is true for Lu Zixi. As soon as he heard that Gu Shi wanted to ask about the transformation of the evil coffin, he immediately became energetic. "Since you mentioned this, I have to explain it in detail. You probably have never thought about what is inside the evil coffin, right?" Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. "Do you still have such a problem?" Seeing Gu Shi's expression, Lu Zixi started talking there. The reason why the evil coffin is called the evil coffin is nothing more than 2 parts. One part is the coffin, and the other part is the evil thing inside the coffin. You have also seen the modifications to the coffin, but they are just a few ways to prevent wind and increase the movement speed. You don't know much now, so you can stick on the talismans first, and then find some materials similar to oak or locust wood to remake the outer sh.l of the coffin. Or you can find some blood to paint the coffin. These are the best conventional means. Many places have these services. If you don't want to change it yourself, you can find someone to change it. But you have to deal with the evil things in the evil coffin by yourself. What did you use to feed the evil things inside? Feed? Do you need to feed this thing? Gu Shi was confused. But luckily he reacted quickly and said decisively, "Innards." "Oh, the internal organs are pretty good. But you'd better use more good materials so that the evil things inside can slowly develop spirituality. By the way, you must pay more attention to the properties of the materials. You can't mess around. You can't just feed the ice properties, and then feed the fire properties right away. Evil things like that won't be able to stand it. In addition, if you can find suitable corpses, you can also put 1 or 2 in to suppress evil creatures. After all, this evil thing is not safe. If there is no coffin, we may not be able to defeat this evil thing." While talking, they came to a building in the north of Sansan Garden. "We are here. This is where we enter the ceremonial battlefield. After you enter, don't worry about anything. Follow me and rush forward. Your goal is to be at the front line." Although he didn't know what the mission was, looking at Lu Zixi's serious look, Gu Shi still nodded. After getting off the evil coffin, Gu Shi followed Lu Zixi and entered the building. As soon as he entered this place, Gushi discovered that it was the same as the mausoleum guarding hut in Sansan Garden, with a downward elevator. This situation surprised Gushi. Could it be that this ceremony was held underground in Sansan Garden, which was also the tomb of Sansan? Without waiting for Gushi to react, Lu Zisher took out the token and started the elevator in front of him. Then Gushi felt a downward pulling force, as if he was being stretched dozens of times. He felt like his muscles were about to be stretched out. But in the next moment, the pulling force was quickly interrupted. Gushi felt that all the pressure in his body bounced onto his body, and his internal organs felt like they were tumbling, as if their internal organs were not in their original positions. As soon as he landed, Gushi fell to the ground, which looked even uglier than before when he was blown away by the cold wind on the evil coffin. Lu Zisher didn't look too good at this time, but he still stood up reluctantly. This is a troop transport channel for transporting undead troops. It's normal to feel uncomfortable. But who told us not to get back to the general platform? Can you still stand up now? Can. Gushi supported the cold wind staff and tried his best to stand up. But to be honest, he really wanted to find a place to lie down and let his internal organs return to their original position. Okay, let's get ready to go. Lu Zisher summoned the evil coffin, turned over and jumped on it. When Gushi saw it, he quickly called out his evil coffin and followed him. But at this time, he had no intention of lying down. He simply lay down on the evil coffin and turned on the follow mode. While lying on the evil coffin, Gushi suddenly discovered a problem. They were obviously heading downward. But why did the starry sky appear in front of them? This made Gushi sit up immediately. Comrade Lu, are we underground in Sansan Garden now? Of course not. Our current location is on the periphery of CC80, at the crack in the world passage. Beyond that, we will be out of this world. CC80 is what people in this world call the world-numbered UYHDDS04CC80. Gushi understood what he meant as soon as he heard it, but he had a puzzled look on his face. It's the outer reaches of the world. So what are we going to do? At this time, Lu Zisher pointed to the 3 light pillars that appeared at the end of the sky behind him. Did you see it? They are the cracks suppressed by the fairy garden, the extremely frozen sea, and the death snow peak. All we have to do is guard these 3 places. Cracks? Don't let them be occupied. Us? Just the 2 of us? Of course, it's not just the 2 of us. It's all the necromancers. Otherwise, what do you think the undead disaster ritual is for? This is a war to protect our world, and everyone must contribute. Your matter is the most important. After I send you to your place, I will retreat, and you will be the one guarding the front line. Don't worry. I will guard there. Pay attention to yourself. We are now on the periphery of the game world. When we go out, we will enter the real world. Don't be careless. If you get lost here, you may be dead. Gushi nodded affirmatively. He is not stupid. He has even guessed what the mage leader wants him to do. The City of Death and the Incarnation of Death are the best combination to take root in the shortest time and wait until the Undead Scourge ritual begins. As for whether he can hold on, that depends on Gushi's ability. If this task was not difficult, the mage leader would not directly give 30 architectural design drawings as a reward. Chapter 159 Gushi's Mission. The evil coffin advanced very quickly, and in almost a blink of an eye, Lu Zisher led Gushi to an open space. Jumping off the evil coffin, Lu Zisher took out the token given to him by the mage leader. At this time, the token was flashing with a dazzling light, indicating that this was their target location. This is it. I will place the token here later. Your task is to guard this location until the light on the token disappears. After hearing this mission, Gushi's eyes also condensed. There's a saying that goes well. The bigger the matter, the fewer words. The task at hand sounds simple, but a lot lies beneath the words. Like guarding this position. How big is this position? And if the enemy passes nearby, is it necessary to attack? And how long will it take to wait until the light on the token disappears? If Gushi can't stand it anymore, will someone come to help? These are all problems. But Lu Zisher had no intention of explaining to Gushi. When Gushi nodded, he quickly placed the token on the ground. Then Gushi discovered that layer after layer of black magic arrays appeared on the ground with the token as the center. At the location where the magic circle spread, Gushi could even feel something crawling underground. After the black magic circle expanded into a huge magic circle with a diameter of about 1,000 meters, Gushi understood how large the area he needed to guard was. At the same time, where the token was originally placed, a platform began to rise upward from the ground. and the token was stuck on the platform. This token was emitting a kind of light, and the last faint white light directly enveloped the magic circle in front of it. Seeing this, Lu Zisher nodded with satisfaction. Okay. I've finished my work. Now it's your turn. Wait, Comrade Lu. I want to ask. If a war breaks out, this battlefield. Oh, everything on the battlefield is yours. Just clean up the battlefield yourself. But I want to remind you of one thing. Don't use corpse explosion unless it is necessary. You are not allowed to use corpse explosion? Why? Just after Gu Shi finished asking the question, he felt the ground shake and some arms stretched out from the ground. Then some skeletons began to rise from the ground. These skeletons were obviously level 0 skeletons at first, but under the light of the token, they began to upgrade rapidly. They had bone swords in their hands and broken armor on their bodies. This is? Gu Shi glanced at Lu Zisher. Lu Zisher said with certainty, this is part of the undead natural disaster array. The rear is summoning souls on a large scale, and the undead will be sent to the front line through the magic array. Whether you can use these undead to defend this place depends on your own ability. By the way, the upper limit of the number of undead controlled by the magic circle in front of me is 3,000. Once it is full, it will be replenished after the undead die in battle. You also know the level of the newly summoned undead. If the level does not go up, and you treat them as cannon fodder, or train them seriously, it all depends on your own choice. What about my troops? Gu Shi asked seriously after listening to Lu Zisher's words. As many as you want. I see. Gu Shi understood the situation as soon as he heard it. So he thrust the cold wind staff in front of the platform. And then the gate from Aladovi City appeared behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi used the city gate to protect the platform in front of him, where the tokens were stored. With the appearance of the city gate, Luna also drove out of Aridov with Gu Shi's undead troops. My lord, what is going on? Looking at the troops following Luna, Gu Shi asked with a serious face, Luna, how many troops do we have now? There are 121 people in the bone-cutting battalion. 26 people are left in combat team 1. 29 people are left in combat team 2. The total skeleton shooters are 133 people. There are almost 39 zombies. And there are 32 ghosts. Listening to the data reported by Luna, Gu Shi took a deep breath. He knew that his battle losses in the Middle Ancient District were relatively large. But he never expected that he would lose so much. This almost directly reduced half of the troops to go in. Moreover, Gu Shi had not had a chance to summon the souls of the dead. It could be said that Gu Shi had absorbed all the losses this time. No, Luna. You go and replenish your troops. I remember that last time I opened the treasure box and got 2 recruitment coupons. You first recruit a group of skeleton soldiers and a group of skeleton shooters. Skeleton soldiers are added to combat team 1. And skeleton shooters are mixed. Also, go to the Ghost Tower Bridge and recruit all the gargoyles for me. Also, you need to speed up the construction of the Magic Tower and the barracks. Once these 2 core buildings are completed. Have you seen the 10 design drawings I sent back? The City Gate, Arrow Tower, and Moat should be built in this order. And you need to be quick. Luna had followed Gu Shi for so long, and her tacit understanding with Gu Shi was the strongest. As soon as she heard it, she understood that the situation in front of her was quite dangerous. So she turned around and returned to the city, acting according to Gu Shi's request. Stand up. At this time, Dimi, who was bored, also walked to the city gate. She looked at Gu Shi, who was standing on the evil coffin with the ice staff, and said something leisurely. Sir, you have to prepare for a big battle. But your current situation doesn't seem to be very good. You obviously don't have much magic power. Don't you plan to take a rest first? Gu Shi looked back at Dimi, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm just saying that I can't help you fight now. But I can still do it by reminding you. After all, I am relying on you now. And I don't want to wake up one day and find you and your city gone. Thank you very much. Gu Shi looked back at Dimi, then lay down on the evil coffin quite simply, put the quilt on his stomach, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. As for the battlefield in front of him, there was no need for Gu Shi to keep an eye on it. Luna was commanding undead troops coming out of Aradovi one after another, under the command of the undead leader. Gu Shi's undead troops had already taken their positions on the battlefield. At the same time, affected by the undead natural disaster magic circle, skeletons crawled out of the ground one after another. Their strength was briefly enhanced under the light. Of course, their strength cannot be infinitely improved, depending on the strength of the individual undead. The upper limit of their improvement is also limited. Some skeletons can only be upgraded to level 1, while others can be upgraded to level 3. Without Gu Shi's command, several undead leaders under Gu Shi began to actively communicate with those skeletons with good talents, hoping to incorporate them into their own team. But for some reason, these undead are willing to obey the command of the undead leader, but are unwilling to join the formation. After several attempts, the undead leader had no choice but to give up the formation of these undead, and instead tried to find a way to direct them to position and wait. Chapter 160. The enemy appears. My lord. Wake up. My lord. In a daze, Gu Shi heard Luna's voice, and even a cold little hand pressing on his face, as if trying to wake him up. Gu Shi sat up and looked up at Luna. Luna was holding a roasted owl and a cup of green ghost in her hands. Thanks. That's just what I need right now. Luna, how long have I been asleep? After taking a look at the undead, who had already taken their positions, Gu Shi reached out and took the food and wine. About 2.5 hours. Sir, the gargoyles, new skeleton soldiers, and skeleton archers are already in place. Also, the enemy seems to be arriving soon. Arrive? Gu Shi tore off one of the owl's legs and bit it hard while looking outside. He noticed that about 7 or 8 kilometers away from his current position, a large number of strange creatures were walking towards him. These creatures looked like mummies, but their skin was red. In the ranks, there were some people riding on the backs of yaks, beating drums made of unknown skin, directing the troops to move in this direction. Gu Shi could only see their appearance from a distance, and had no way of judging their number and strength. He turned to look at Luna, and then climbed up the stairs behind the city gate to the top of the city gate. Above the city gate, 15 gargoyles were huddled and standing on the edge of the city wall. They wrapped their wings around their bodies, like stone statues, waiting for the order to attack. Go check on the enemy, Gu Shi ordered seriously. If he hadn't been chewing owl meat in his mouth, maybe he could be more dignified. As soon as the gargoyles heard this, they flew up and divided into 3 groups, with 5 in each group flying towards the distance. Gu Shi, who was standing on the city gate tower, found that this was a more suitable position to command the battle. Standing here, he could easily see everything within 2 kilometers. This will make it much easier to command in battle. However, Gu Shi also knew that in this position, he was actually somewhat out of touch with the battlefield, and the range of many spells could not extend to every corner of the battlefield. At the same time, his position cannot take into account the battle below the city gate, which will be a blind spot. While Gu Shi was studying the feasibility of commanding the battle from the city gate tower, the gargoyles flew back again. Although they couldn't speak, communication was no problem. They used dust to draw pictures of their enemies on the ground. The 3 round scrolls in the shape of Tunpin represent the battle formations arranged by the enemy when they advance. Although it is uncertain whether the number is 3,000 or 6,000, one thing is certain: the enemy is not the kind of guy who rushes in without thinking. There should be corresponding commanders among them. What kind of troops do they have? Finding that the enemy was not so easy to deal with, Gu Shi quickly asked. Several gargoyles were gesticulating and explaining the situation to Gu Shi through their actions. Gu Shi could tell a lot from the gargoyles' movements. Gu Shi understood that there was a reason why the gargoyle could become the wizard's most capable subordinate. Their movements are quite standard and also easy to understand. After just watching for a while, Gu Shi knew the general situation of the enemy. The strength of this wave of enemies rushing over was not very strong. According to the gargoyles' own judgment, their strength was not much different from that of the gargoyles. That is between level 3 and 4. There were 3 groups of people, mostly humanoids. They didn't move very fast, and the gargoyles could easily come 4 or 5 times over their heads before they could react. As for the opponent's combat power, I haven't seen it clearly yet, but judging from the situation of the enemies in front of me, they don't move very fast, and they are the kind with thick skin and high blood. Gu Shi pondered for a moment and looked down at the bottom of the city gate tower. At this time, Luna was leading the undead troops there and commanding the ordinary undead that had just been transformed. Faced with this situation, Gu Shi said decisively, "Luna?" After hearing the sound, Luna raised her head and glanced at Gu Shi, and found that Gu Shi on the city gate tower made a push-forward motion. So Luna flew forward with the ghost. And at the same time, the skeletons that had been staying in the undead plague circle also went out under Luna's guidance. The skeletons that rushed out were all newly transformed skeletons. They didn't even have a set of suitable equipment. The weapons in their hands were long swords or short axes turned from bones. But under the leadership of Luna, They stepped out of the momentum of a young victorious army advancing. As for Gushi's troops, only the leader of the skeleton shooters got the order and followed him out, while the rest stayed in place. Even the bone-slashing battalion was the same, with no intention of attacking. As the undead troops attacked, Gushi also ran down from the city gate tower. He stood on the evil coffin, with the cold wind staff in one hand, directly on the front line of the battlefield, watching the undead troops attack. In the sky, there are 15 gargoyles hovering. As the undead troops walked out of the control range of the undead scourge, Gushi could feel the ground beginning to shake again. This is because there are no longer a sufficient number of undead here. So the ritual of the undead disaster is sending new undead here. However, because the undead that originally belonged here did not die, the new undead can only stay underground and cannot climb out. With this discovery, Gushi also laughed. Now he doesn't have to worry about the number of troops at his disposal. Without having to consider the strength of the undead, there is only one way for the undead to fight, which is to attack head-on. Kill! Hearing Gushi's roar, the skeletons that were originally walking began to charge. They took the initiative to rush in, but they shocked the 3 troops who rushed over. In the eyes of the red-skinned mummy, this is something very unreasonable. It was understandable that the undead troops would leave their defenses. After all, there will always be some players who are used to blocking enemies from their own defense lines. But now the distance between them is obviously more than 1,500 meters. Why did they launch a charge? Is it possible that among these skeleton soldiers, there are other ways to fight without being attacked by others? The red-skinned mummy leader was also a little helpless. He hesitated, raised the weapon in his hand, and gave the order to charge to the charging skeleton soldiers. Then all the red-skinned mummies started running, and even the drums in their ranks became significantly faster. Seeing the red-skinned mummy also charging, Gushi also smiled. As soon as they charged like this, the team was in chaos. Moreover, the early charge also disrupted the opponent's rhythm. Now the situation is under Gushi's control. At this time, Gushi used the cold wind staff to push the evil coffin a little higher, and the evil coffin began to move forward with all its strength, rushing towards the battlefield. Chapter 161 The First Battle. When rushing out of the undead scourge ritual formation, Gushi suddenly turned his head and found that behind him was a huge magic formation covered by a lavender-like curtain. The position he was guarding was just a point in this magic circle. Nearly 100 defense points similar to his were forming a large magic circle around a straight beam of light. A large number of undead are being generated and gathered in this magic circle, and are finally being moved to different locations. As long as the enemy dares to break into the ritual circle of the undead natural disaster, they will become part of the magic circle. After death, they will be used to fill the magic circle's consumption and become a skeleton in the undead natural disaster. At this time, Gushi also understood his mission. What he is guarding is a node of the magic circle, and it is also an attack node. There is a constant aura emanating from here that attracts the enemy. Without looking, Gushi could also tell that other players at the same node were now directing the 3,000 skeletons they had just acquired to prepare for defense. But Gushi is different. Gushi had only one thought, now that he had become a necromancer. There was nothing he couldn't do when charging with the undead. Killing the enemy outside your own defense range is your skill. Gushi, who understood the current situation, turned his hand and pointed the cold wind staff at the red-skinned mummy that had begun to charge. Bone storm. In the direction Gushi pointed, a tornado formed by a large number of white bones advanced towards the red-skinned mummy. These white bones carry a +3 coldness, and as long as they touch some, they will freeze people. As the bone storm pushed forward, a frozen passage appeared among the enemy's charging team. This immediately disrupted the charging team of red-skinned mummies, and the mummies rushing from behind even pressed on the companions in front. This kind of confusion was directly caught by Luna on the front line. She pointed her hand in the direction of the enemy, and followed the leader of the skeleton shooter in the undead army to understand instantly. Buzz! A wave of arrows fell from the sky, pinning the confused enemies to the ground. Then a group of skeletons rushed to the mummies. They held the simplest weapons and slashed and smashed them. Because of the collapse and confusion, the mummies lost the opportunity to fight back immediately. Even though the skeletons' weapons weren't very good, they quickly gained the upper hand. At this time, Gushi also followed the troops to the front line of the battlefield. He noticed that at the very back of the team, nearly 30 red-skinned mummies were carrying a chair made of wood and white baboon skin. Sitting on the chair was a red-skinned being that looked like a hill. This red-skinned being looks like a shrunken abomination. But when he looked up, wisdom actually flashed in his eyes. He is the commander of this red-skinned mummy army. He is a rare leader among the White Walkers, who possesses both wisdom and strength. He is different from other White Walkers. He believes that he is a general, and fighting head-on the battlefield is what he should do. The kind of sneaking and plotting against others through weird means is not what he wants. Only by attacking the enemy's defense line head-on will he be happy. At the same time, he will also personally kill some enemies he recognizes, and sew the enemy's corpses to his body. In his mind, this is the only way to be worthy of such a battle. The chaotic scene in front of him was not what he wanted. Seeing that the red-skinned mummy he had finally trained was charging again, the abomination became angry. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and an iron rod with a hook appeared in his hand. "Get out of my way!" Abomination roared loudly. Upon hearing this, the red-skinned mummies in front of him quickly moved to both sides. Abomination rushed forward in large strides, roaring back as he rushed. Everyone looked at me, and the first brigade charged after me. The other troops were flanking them on both sides. Didn't they see many of them? Surround them. And you can. Damn it. Who would shoot a cold arrow against me? Before the abominable order could be given, a bone spur hit him in the face. The power of the ice almost froze his mouth. Looking in the direction where the bone spur came from, Abomination discovered that Gushi was standing on the evil coffin and pointing his ice staff at him. This did not arouse any hatred and anger. He looked around decisively, trying to find the meaning of the other party's action. In the eyes of Abomination, Gushi is just a necromancer. A necromancer who was supposed to be in the rear appeared on the front line and actively provoked him. This is totally unreasonable. Therefore, there must be an ambush nearby. This necromancer is just a bait. He wants to lure him there and separate himself from the army, so that he can be killed first. Many thoughts flashed through Hate's mind. At the same time, I also thought of many ways to deal with it. But he never expected that Gushi didn't think that much at all. The reason why he took action against Abomination was simply because he happened to see Abomination rushing out. In order not to affect the battle situation on the front line, Gushi didn't mind taking action. If there really was any plan, then the bone spurs should not have been used. You can learn about Gushi's other skills. After discovering that his attack did not cause much damage to the Abomination, Gushi began to prepare for the second move. At this time, when the hatred was still thinking about whether Gushi had any conspiracy, Gushi had already cast a spell towards that side. Bone Storm. A bone storm quickly formed with the Abomination as its center, and a large number of bones kept hitting him, each one taking away much of the Abomination's life. I don't understand the hatred now. He had clearly thought of many ways to target himself just now. But why didn't he use them there? A necromancer cannot be so insane. There must be something wrong here. While Abomination was resisting the attack of the bone storm and thinking about this problem, Gushi was also a little stunned. What's going on with this guy? Do you just ignore his attacks while taking advantage of your health? After a second thought, Gushi turned around and ordered loudly, "Skeleton Archer Leader, focus the fire." As soon as the leader of the skeleton shooter took a look at the situation on Gushi's side, he knew who the target was to deal with. He raised the longbow in his left hand toward the sky, and all the skeleton archers looked at him. Then the leader of the skeleton archers opened his bow, and the bow and arrows flew toward the Abomination with a hiss. Abomination also raised his head when he heard this voice, just in time to see a large number of arrows flying toward him. Only then did Abomination react. He turned the iron rod in his hand, ding 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 ding, and quickly blocked many arrow attacks. But at this time, Gushi also took action again, pointing his soul lamp in the direction of hatred. Confusing people. Chapter 162. The First Kill. The skill of bewitching people's hearts actually doesn't have a strong impact on the undead. It is common knowledge that the dead have no hearts. What Gushi wants is not to hypnotize the enemy, but to make the enemy have a moment of trance. Sure enough, as Gushi took action, the abominable movement that was resisting the skeleton shooter's fire suddenly paused. The speed of swinging the iron rod in his hand was obviously much slower. Just at this time, the leader of the skeleton shooters started the second wave of concentrated fire. This time Abomination was unable to block these attacks. More than 100 arrows were all pierced into his face. If it weren't for the strong vitality of hatred itself, he might have died at this moment. The hatred at this time was also angered. He no longer considered ambush or not, and rushed towards Gushi with the iron rod in his hand. Gushi pointed in the direction of hatred. Tendrils of the dead. A large number of arms and tentacles stretched out from the ground and tightly grasped the legs of the Abomination, making it impossible for him to move forward. Then the situation on Hatred's side was also discovered by those ordinary skeletons. The previous killing of red-skinned mummies gave these skeletons a lot of experience and benefits. Now it looked like there was another advantage to be taken advantage of. So a large number of skeletons pounced on them. These skeletons jumped on the abomination, scratching and biting. Abomination was already angry at being unable to move. And now it only added fuel to the fire. Abomination waved the iron rod in his hand and swept away the skeletons on his body with one sweep. But more and more skeletons pounced on the abomination, just to bite the abomination or take a little flesh from him. At this time, Gushi saw the situation in front of him and ignored abomination. He pointed at the red-skinned mummy, who had gathered around to rescue abomination. A storm of white bones quickly formed, blocking the path of the red-skinned mummy. Luna knew what she wanted to do as soon as she heard this. She quickly rushed into the group of red-skinned mummies with her ghost, attracting the attention of these red-skinned mummies. Without the help of red-skinned mummies, abomination could not withstand the waves of skeletons. After killing 3 waves of skeletons, the hatred finally couldn't stand it anymore. His body was covered with wounds, and the flesh and blood that had been stitched together on his body had been torn and scattered all over the floor. Only the bones and internal organs that had been pieced together were still there. At this time, you can see that this abomination is equipped with more than the normal amount of internal organs. In addition to 7 pieces of lungs, there are 4 hearts of different sizes and different processing methods on the chest. At the same time, there is a row of brains soaked in liquid on his back, on both sides of the spine. It can be seen that the reason why this abomination can be both civil and military is inseparable from these internal organs. Now, the situation is different. Since the flesh and blood of hatred was torn apart, these internal organs have no function. The skeletons tore off the internal organs one by one, and some skeletons even placed them on their own bodies. Abomination still wanted to snatch his internal organs back, but his flesh and blood had been exhausted and his life had been reduced to the lowest level. The reason why he could still survive was entirely because his head had not been chopped off yet. But that's about it. The hatred that makes him unable to move his whole body can't stop others from pulling his head off his body. In the end, all the bones of hate were dismantled, leaving only the head with a bunch of brains left in front of Gushi. Looking at the things brought by the ordinary skeletons, Gushi couldn't help but smile and said, "Do they still know how to offer sacrifices?" Then Gushi wanted to refuse. But when he looked at what the skeletons brought to him, Gushi had a thought in his mind. Let the skeletons clean up the battlefield on their own. Give the skeletons 30% of what they grab, and recycle the rest. Luna. As soon as Luna heard Gushi's order, she looked at Gushi and found that Gushi was pointing at the things that the skeletons had snatched from the red-skinned mummies. Luna and Gushi's tacit understanding was quite high. She understood Gushi's thoughts immediately. She quickly flew towards the city gate, preparing to carve out a piece of land there, and let the skeletons here be handed over this time. Harvest on the battlefield. As for whether it was right to ask these skeletons to hand over their things, Luna had never even considered it. No necromancer needs to consider the thoughts of the undead. Gushi was willing to give them 30% just because they still had the potential to grow. Skeletons that couldn't grow wouldn't be able to get anything from them even if they were cleaning the battlefield. When Luna was about to leave, Gushi said again, "Luna, take out all the armors in the city. When the battle is over, I will let the skeleton soldiers above level 3 go over to change their armor. I can tell from this battle that the enemy's strength is not weak. We don't just use skeletons as cannon fodder. We need to pick out some with potential and raise them." Luna nodded to express her understanding, and then quickly floated towards the city gate. At this time, Gushi was commanding the skeleton archer leader to shoot directly at the more chaotic and difficult areas on the battlefield. Under Gushi's command, the battlefield was slowly brought under control, and the skeletons who had just climbed out of the undead natural disaster circle also grew up in the battle. Some with more brutal fighting styles have even reached level 3 and become official skeleton soldiers. It's just that the weapons in their hands are still bone weapons. After becoming skeleton soldiers, they don't have a direction or anything. They almost use whatever weapons they have in their hands. Gushi could see the chaos in this battle. If he hadn't seized the opportunity and disrupted the enemy's rhythm, he didn't know what would have happened in the end. So these undead must adjust. Some hard work must be done. These skeletons must learn the spearman combat style of Combat Team 1. This type of spearman's fighting style is the simplest and most practical, and is most suitable for skeleton soldiers who are not afraid of death. And the spear is the best weapon to make. Even if you don't have a suitable spear, you can use it with a stick. In addition, ordinary swordsmen and axemen should also be equipped so that they can make the finishing blow after the spear rushes through. Only with proper coordination can these skeletons grow up in battle after battle. Otherwise, they will be summoned after death, and then die again after being summoned. In the end, they will be nothing more than a group of cannon fodder. Now they can still win with Gushi's help, but there will be more enemies later. Who knows what kind of enemies Gushi will encounter here next? So Gushi has to think about it for himself. After returning this time, as long as the skeletons can reach level 3, all the skeletons will be equipped and rearranged for training. By then, they will be the main force in the Gushi battle. Chapter 163, Cleaning the Battlefield and Upgrading the Evil Coffin. As Gushi's orders were issued one by one, the battle here slowly came to an end. Under Gushi's command, the skeletons' battle became much more orderly. They began to learn to cooperate with each other, and slowly the skeletons' battle became much smoother. Although no one was directing, the cooperation was gradually in place. At the same time, some of the things they snatched from the red-skin mummies were used on themselves. Their weapons and equipment began to be replaced, and their combat effectiveness began to increase. And in front of Gushi, piles of garbage began to appear. There are chopped off arms, torn off red skin, and some hair. I don't know why the skeleton thinks these things are good things. The most important thing is that these items actually have attributes. When placed in front of Gushi, Gushi will actively receive prompts, and he has no choice but to know them. You get plucked hair, gray. You get palms with nails, gray. You get large patches of skin, gray. Among the gray garbage sent by the skeleton, the human head and a bunch of brains from the abomination are the best materials. Spliced skull, gray. A large number of brains were spliced into the skull, perhaps in the mind of the original owner of this skull. The brain was a good thing to improve intelligence, but his idea was a bit self-evident. In the end, this thing has lost its original function. The only benefit is that it is a good material for making equipment. It is precisely because of the existence of this spliced head that Gushi is willing to keep watching this information pop up. Even if it is gray, he will not miss it. Of course, there are also white quality weapons, but after taking a look, Gushi found that most of them are equipment for soldiers. Dagger, white weapon for soldiers. Attack +1. Commoner, white armor for soldiers. Defense +1. Iron-headed stick, white weapon used by soldiers. Attack +2. These weapons were quite messy, and Gushi did not accept them. He distributed them on the spot. Basically, they belonged to whoever found them. Gushi did not expect to organize a legion with such a small amount of weapons and equipment. On the contrary, the chair that was originally used to carry hate was dismantled and 3 green items were obtained, which was Gushi's biggest gain this time. White baboon skin, green +1. Identity proof, a stronger white baboon skin after being strengthened. With this baboon skin, you can walk freely in the void, but the effects of strange influences will also be enhanced. Blooded wood, green wood affected by various stained blood. The stained blood has been covered with countless layers. It is the best material used to strengthen things like chairs or treasure chests. Flesh cushion, green, a cushion made of the flesh, skin and hair of the defeated, which can improve some of the quality and attributes of the chair. Gushi thought about these 3 items for a moment. The white baboon skin was proof that he had killed the enemy. This one had to be put away. The other 2 items, Gushi didn't have a throne of his own, were of little use now. He just used it directly on the evil coffin. When the wood was thrown into the evil coffin happily swallowed the wood. Then Gushi noticed that the lid of the evil coffin had become noticeably thicker. The flesh and blood cushion was draped over the evil coffin, and then the black energy coming out of the evil coffin digested the flesh and blood cushion. When the black air dissipated, the outer SHL of the evil coffin also underwent some changes. Gushi could clearly see that there were several new talismans on the evil coffin, and at the same time, some black talismans appeared on the edge of the coffin lid. Shredded pork. Evil coffin, green +1. Mount for undead players and heroes. Moving at a speed of 150 km per hour. Can ride 1 person, and can temporarily increase the speed to 300 km per hour, limited to 20 seconds. This situation made Gushi's eyes light up. After the evil coffin was strengthened, not only did its speed increase, but it also had a function that could temporarily accelerate the charge. It seems that the quality of this mount is indeed better. After thinking about it, Gushi simply took out the magic power heart that he had saved before and placed it in front of the evil coffin. At this time, the evil coffin had just completed the promotion from green to green +1. As soon as it saw the magic heart, The evil coffin quickly moved in front of the heart, sprayed out black air, and dragged the magic heart to the heart. The next moment, the evil coffin was completely covered by black air, and even Gushi couldn't get close to it. Gushi understood that the evil coffin was being upgraded, but judging from the current situation, the upgrade might take some time. At this time, Gushi ignored the evil coffin and turned his attention to the battlefield. At this time, the last few enemies had been cleaned up by the skeletons. There was no need for Gushi to give any orders, and the skeletons automatically started cleaning up the battlefield. Some idle skeletons helped Gushi transport the gray garbage piled in front of him back to the undead scourge circle. During the transportation process, Gushi even had time to sort these items into categories. Those that can be used to make equipment and weapons are singled out, and those that can be used to make alchemy and medicine are placed in a separate pile. Finally, there are those things of unknown use, all piled together. When the battle is over, Gushi plans to send them to the dock warehouse to let Kane see if there are any other different things in there. At this time, Luna had also transported a large amount of weapons and equipment from Aladovi. Most of the weapons in Gushi's city were trophies from the last time Gushi fought the ghost soldiers. Most of them are weapons such as broadswords and full sets of armor. The number is quite large. There are more than 1,000 complete sets, and there are even more incomplete sets. When the skeletons were carrying things over, Gushi waved to the skeletons. Those who are above level 3 should come and line up to get weapons and equipment. Those who have not reached level 3 are waiting with the newly summoned troops. Mixed. If you don't work hard, you will end up as cannon fodder. Go faster and take care of the battlefield. Luna, drag these things to Aladovi City and let Kane handle the sorting. Luna turned her head and glanced at the large pile of gray items brought in by the skeletons. She didn't ask any questions, just pointed behind her, and Gushi's unorganized skeleton soldiers began to send these items into the city. In the door. At this time, Gushi also began to direct the skeleton soldiers who had just reached level 3 to come and get weapons. Seeing these skeleton soldiers being armed one by one, a smile appeared on Gushi's face. At this moment, the magic circle on the ground suddenly extended outwards, and new skeletons crawled out of the ground one after another, actively adding to Gushi's team. Gushi placed these newly added skeletons separately from the skeleton soldiers who had reached level 3. After some counting, Gushi now had a total of 876 skeleton soldiers above level 3 and 2,124 skeletons below level 3. This combat effectiveness is better than before, but not much better. It seems that we have to wait for the next battle to improve the combat effectiveness of these undead. Chapter 164 The Reorganized Undead Army. Sir, the equipment has been transported. Kane is conducting an appraisal on the materials he sent in. I believe the results will be available soon. After being driven out of Aladovi again, Luna immediately reported the situation in the city to Gushi. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. As Gushi spoke, his hands were not idle. At this time, Gushi was dragging several skeleton leaders there to classify the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton leaders of the bone-chopping battalion and the 2 combat teams all have their own criteria for judging excellent soldiers. According to their analysis, they can actually see what positions the 876 skeleton soldiers are suitable for. Although these skeleton soldiers were not incorporated into the team, the biggest characteristic of the undead is obedience. Gushi was planning to let these skeleton soldiers follow the leader and fight together like the skeleton archers. This way the next time they fight, the situation won't be as chaotic as the last battle. Seeing this, Luna stepped forward to help. He was also talking to Gushi about the final situation of the battlefield. Gushi also listened carefully. He knew very well that the current situation was no joke. There were some things that Gushi had to be aware of. Just as Luna was saying this to Gushi, several gargoyles suddenly flew down from the city gate tower. Luna looked at the gargoyle and was about to say something, but Gushi stopped her. I arranged it. I asked them to keep an eye on the battlefield outside. If there is any movement there, they will come over and notify me immediately. It seems that an enemy is coming. Gushi turned his head and glanced at his side. The evil coffin was still shrouded in a black mist and could not be used for the time being. However, the skeleton soldiers have already assigned their positions and are now undergoing the final formation of the team. As soon as the enemy appears, they can send troops at any time. The controllable force made Gushi instantly full of confidence. I'll go up and have a look. As he spoke, Gushi climbed up the city gate tower and looked in the direction of the previous battlefield. At this time, There were still many corpses scattered on the battlefield. Most of these corpses were red-skinned mummies, and some were skeletons of people who had been beaten to death. When Gu Shi was cleaning the battlefield, he only considered usable things. These corpses could not be used as materials for corpse explosions, and Gu Shi did not have that much magic power to summon their souls. So he simply gathered them together and threw them on the spot. But Gu Shi never expected that these corpses piled together would be affected by the undead natural disaster magic circle, and they would actually get up from the ground at this time. The number of corpses that got up was only about half of the corpses. But regardless of whether they got up or not, all the remaining corpses rotted rapidly under the influence of some mysterious force, and finally turned into black water that seeped into the ground and disappeared on the battlefield. Superior. More than 80% of the corpses that got up again turned into skeletons, while some of the rest turned into zombies and undead, and a small number turned into ghosts floating in the air. When they got up, they all stood still, motionless as if waiting for some order. When Gu Shi, who was standing on the city gate tower, saw this situation, his heart suddenly moved. Could this also be the effect of the undead natural disaster magic circle? The killed corpses can be immediately transformed into new undead to join the battle? No wonder Lu Zisher specifically told him not to use corpse explosions at the beginning. It seems that the enemy's corpse is also part of the material of the undead natural disaster magic circle. It's just that Gu Shi dragged the battlefield outside the magic circle, and did not drag the corpses back after cleaning the battlefield. This also caused the influence of the undead natural disaster ritual to weaken. It was only now that he completed the treatment of these corpses. Transformation. Now these undead souls are waiting for Gu Shi's orders. Of course, it was not Gu Shi who provided them with resurrection magic, so Gu Shi could only command them, but was not their master. There is no way to change this. But this sudden appearance of 1,500 additional soldiers gave Gu Shi another hope. Luna, call all the undead outside, and send the organized troops outside. In this battle, our chances of winning are a little higher. Seeing Gu Shi's excited look, Luna floated outside even though she didn't know what was going on. At this moment, another gargoyle flew over from a distance. He landed on the city gate tower and made gestures to convey a message to Gu Shi. What did you say? New enemies have appeared. Many of them this time? Gu Shi saw many things from the gargoyle's movements. Looking at Luna, who was about to come out, Gu Shi shouted loudly, Luna, take the troops out. The enemy is coming. Prepare to fight. Luna, who was about to float out of the range of the undead natural disaster magic circle, decisively pointed at several undead leaders. The undead that had just been assigned went out with the undead leader. Behind them were ordinary skeletons that were organized together, but no one wanted. Before they reached level 3, their status is cannon fodder. After Luna attacked, Gu Shi's attention turned to the evil coffin wrapped in black aura. He didn't know when the evolution of this evil coffin would be completed. Anyway, there is no way to use it now. In desperation, Gu Shi could only release the skeleton warhorse, holding the cold wind staff, and rush to the edge of the undead natural disaster magic circle. At this time, Luna had also come into contact with the undead that had just climbed up from the pile of corpses. As soon as they came into contact, these undead souls had already accepted Luna's control. As long as Luna orders, they will execute it quickly. Under Luna's influence, these undead quickly integrated into the undead army controlled by Gu Shi. However, because they are undead that have just been summoned and have not been affected by the undead natural disaster magic circle, no matter what type they are, their levels are all level 0 now. In this respect, they are obviously no match for the undead that crawled out of the undead scourge magic circle. Now this group of more than 1,500 undead can be considered cannon fodder. Then, there were more than 2,100 skeletons as the second-class troops, and behind them were the skeleton soldiers and Gu Shi's main force, who had reached level 3. This arrangement allowed Gu Shi to easily control the entire battle situation. At the same time, Gu Shi had already considered that he wanted to drag the battlefield back a little. The effect of the undead scourge ritual array is still very good. It would be a waste if we don't make good use of everything that can be used. Only by making good use of the undead natural disaster array in front of him can Gu Shi survive the subsequent battles. While Luna was organizing her team, the enemy the gargoyle mentioned had also appeared. The number of enemies that appeared this time was more than 3,000 to 5,000. But a steady stream of troops. Looking at the enemy coming out of the darkness, Gu Shi tightened his grip on the cold wind staff. Ready to fight. Chapter 165 Battle. Luna did not ask Gu Shi why she wanted to take the initiative to attack. After receiving Gushi's order, she began to lead the troops towards the enemy. At this time, Gushi also saw the appearance of the enemy. The first enemies that appeared in front of Gushi were a group of corpses that looked like they had just been fished out of the water. Water was dripping from their bodies. Some had water plants hanging on their heads, and fish or crabs biting on their bodies. Some bodies have been swollen in the water, and their bodies are no longer human-like. But no matter what their appearance is, they all have one thing in common. Their skin is red, whether it is vermilion, pink, or even blood red or dark red. The main focus of these enemies is a red skin. Their movement speeds are also obviously different. Some can even run and charge, while others can only move forward step by step. When rushing out, it always gives people a very chaotic feeling. Among the enemies, the leader of the opponent can be clearly seen this time. 3 red-skinned leaders, wearing white baboon skins, commanded the chaotic troops in an orderly manner. Their division of labor is quite clear. There is one person who rushes to the front of the battlefield with a weapon. Another person in the middle of the team who directs everything. And finally there is another person at the back of the battlefield, who seems to be preparing some magic there. It can be seen that when they rushed out, they already had all the plans. But when Gushi rode on the skeleton horse and came to the battlefield, he also had his own plan. Looking down at the remaining magic power, Gushi tightly held the magic potion in his hand. The spiritual lamp was hung on the neck of the skeleton warhorse, and the cold wind staff was always held flat, watching every move on the battlefield. After Luna's undead men killed the first red-skinned enemy, Gushi immediately pointed at the corpse. Soul draining, spiritualism. After this combination, the blood and flesh of the killed red-skinned enemy quickly dispersed, and a skeleton stood up from the ground. You successfully use spiritualism and get a skeleton, level 0. Spiritualism experience 1 point. Undead control automatically strengthened. Incorporated into Combat Team 1. Team members +1. The skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 quickly stepped forward and made a move towards the skeleton, which was only level 0. A spear appeared in the hands of the skeleton. Success? A hint of joy flashed in Gushi's eyes. In fact, when he was on the city gate, Gushi had been thinking about how he would conduct the next battle. But he had no idea until the news brought by the gargoyles made Gushi see the corpses thrown outside, which were being affected by the undead natural disaster ritual and turned into new undead. Only then did Gushi think of a possibility. These corpses can be used by the undead natural disasters, and naturally can also be used by his spiritualism. He took this opportunity to replenish his troops, so it shouldn't be anything. Gushi's requirements were not high. He only needed to fill up the 2 combat teams plus the bone-slashing battalion. As for the newly summoned skeleton being only level 0, it doesn't matter at all. As long as the battle begins, all undead have the possibility of upgrading at any time, especially in a war like the one at hand. The attack method of Combat Team 1 would be the most appropriate way of fighting. As long as they had a sufficient number of spearmen, they could quickly dominate the battlefield, even if it was only a small one. After the experiment was successful, Gushi took action decisively. He rode a skeleton war horse and followed behind the undead army, constantly pumping and summoning souls. After Combat Team 1 was replenished, the new skeletons quickly joined Combat Team 2 and the bone-cutting camp. Slowly, the situation on the battlefield soon came under Gushi's control. Gushi's actions also attracted the attention of the red-skinned enemy. The one in the middle of the opponent's camp sent a signal, and the fierce general at the front immediately turned his attention to Gushi. The red-skinned leader was about 2 meters tall. He was holding a big knife about the same height as him. There were long upside-down bone spurs around his eyes, where the bone spurs broke through the skin. Black blood was flowing continuously. It was flowing downwards, clearly looking like tears of blood, except for the bone spurs next to his eyes. This leader has no other barbs or bone spurs on his body. He is wearing a bone armor made of white bones, with a bone shield hovering around him, and a white baboon draped behind his back. Pai proved his identity as the leader. When he was staring at Gushi, he swung the big knife in his hand faster. It was clear that he had the idea of appearing directly in front of Gushi and hacking Gushi to death with one strike. However, his current location was still some distance away from Gushi. When he saw the leader staring at him with a vicious look, a look of disdain even flashed in Gushi's eyes. Facing the direction of the enemy leader, Gushi raised his hand and made a gesture on his neck, making a motion to kill you. Then Gushi's eyes turned to the red-skinned corpse that had just been killed. With the strength of Combat Team 1 fully replenished, the situation was actually under Gushi's control. The skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 has a strong commanding ability. His fighting style is to line up his men in a row, move forward, stab directly, and then attack in the row behind. Such a simple and crude attack method is quite useful on such a battlefield. Almost every time, 10 to 15 enemies would be stabbed to the ground by spears. Then, there would be no need for them to hit the target, and skeletons would immediately come forward to kill the drowned dogs. Afterwards, Gu Shi's soul drawing and spiritualism techniques would immediately come over him, regardless of whether they were successful or not. Combat Team 1 would not make any stop at all, and would just rush forward. As this battle unfolded, the battlefield turned into a vortex of flesh and blood with Combat Team 1 as the center, attracting red-skinned enemies to rush towards it. Now Gu Shi could only follow behind and keep calling for spirits. Even if you observe the situation around you and provoke the enemy leader, you can only do it when you have time. Now his attention is still on soul extraction and spiritualism. At this moment, the opponent's fierce leader was angered by Gu Shi. He roared, swept away the skeleton in front of him with one stroke of his knife, and strode towards Gu Shi. When he roared, Gu Shi naturally noticed it. After taking a look at his remaining mana, Gu Shi said unhappily, "I still have 201 mana points. I can recruit at least 200 more skeleton soldiers. You ruined all of this. You deserve to die." After saying this, Gu Shi pointed the cold wind staff at the charging leader. Death Incarnate. Chapter 166. Soul Summoning brings out a new boss. When the fierce leader was killed in front of Gu Shi, the Incarnation of Death turned into black mist and rushed out. When the fierce leader was slashed at him, the head of the Incarnation of Death pressed against the leader's blade, knocking him down. "Go out." After being knocked back, the fierce general leader did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and was about to chop towards the Incarnation of Death with the big knife in his hand. Seeing the knife slashing at him, the Incarnation of Death turned his body, and the black mist rolled towards the leader of the fierce generals. Since the Death Incarnation of Dragon Bone Laboratory, although the level has not been improved, the attributes have changed. In addition, he can choose to install different combat attributes in different situations. This time the Death Incarnation was called out to deal with a large army. So in addition to the 4 basic abilities that could not be removed, he also added the fusion skill of Crystal Storm. In order to expand the Black Fog and increase its movement speed, the Incarnation of Death even removes some useless bones. In this way, the defense power and attack methods of the Death Incarnation will be reduced. So in that moment, the Incarnation of Death failed to kill the fierce leader with one blow. But even so, the strength of the Incarnation of Death is much greater than that of the fierce leader. Faced with the enemy's renewed attack, the Incarnation of Death directly used the power of the Crystal Storm to roll up the fierce leader and send him into the sky. Then the Incarnation of Death threw his body forward, and his entire body turned into black mist and advanced towards the enemy's battlefield. All enemies carried by the black mist will be carried into the air. By the time they smash down from the sky, it's often a corpse. With such an impact, the Death Incarnation directly advanced nearly 300 meters. At least more than 700 enemies died in the Death Incarnation's attack. The moment Death Incarnation took action, Gu Shi's eyes were filled with pop-up messages. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the drowned blood corpse, level 3. You get 11 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow storage. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the underwater zombie, level 5. You get 22 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow storage. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the blood-skinned wet corpse, level 4. You get 18 experience points, experience plus 5%. Level cap. Overflow storage. Death Incarnate. After rushing out of the enemy's battle formation for more than 100 meters, the Incarnation of Death stopped. When he looked back, Death Incarnate realized that he had penetrated the enemy's battle formation, because the route he rushed out was wrong. The leader who commanded the enemy's battle formation at the beginning was fine, but the mage leader, who had been in the rear, was quite unlucky. It happened to be blocking the path of Death Incarnation's impact. Death Incarnation didn't even look at it at that time. He turned himself into black mist and rushed forward, ignoring everything. As a result, the leader of the legal system was brought in. As a legal leader, he should actually have some self-protection spells. But the problem is that this man is quite confident about the situation at hand. He has always believed that he is located at the rear of the battlefield, and no matter how hard he attacks from the front, he cannot be hit. But he never expected that Gu Shi would have such a big killer weapon as the Incarnation of Death. And when it was released, it jumped directly in front of him. As a result, when he raised his head, he saw black mist falling on his head. And then he was rolled up by the black mist. And finally, he was torn into pieces in the sky. Gushi didn't even know that he was dead. After all, there were so many pieces of information, and Gushi couldn't confirm them one by one. At this time, Gushi had just drank a bottle of magic potion, and was using spiritualism to find the body of the slain general leader. You successfully used the necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0. And gained 1 necromancer experience point. You successfully used the necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0. And gained 1 necromancer experience point. You failed to use spiritualism, and gained 1 spiritualism experience point. You use spiritualism successfully, and get a skeleton boss, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. The newly transformed skull leader was holding a 2-handed sword that was about as tall as him. And the bones on his body were obviously much thicker than a normal skeleton. After being summoned, he immediately turned his attention to the battlefield, as if he wanted to kill something. Skull boss, level 0. Summoned object experience, 0/500, attack 3. Defense 1. Life 14. Skills, combat elite. Beheading. Squad command, 32 people. Looks like a very strong skull boss. Gushi thought for a moment, then pointed at the skeleton leader and said, "You will be incorporated into the Bone Severing camp, and become the second leader of the Bone Severing camp. You can take the skeletons you just summoned with you." After receiving Gushi's order, the skeleton leader headed towards the bone cutting camp. Only a few things were left on the ground. After taking a look at the white baboon skin that was already in disrepair, Gushi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that after summoning the soul, there would be something left behind. So he pointed forward, and several skeletons quickly brought the things left by the skull leader to Gushi. You get white baboon skin, gray. Damaged, *1. White baboon skin, gray. Damaged, a piece of broken white baboon skin. Although it has lost its function, has also lost its influence on the user. You can find some clues from it. Huh? Looking at the white baboon skin, Gushi paused obviously. He didn't expect that there were some clues on this white baboon skin. This surprised Gushi a little. At this time, Gushi became a little curious. Could it be that there was some big secret hidden behind this white baboon skin? Just as Gushi was thinking about this, the last red-skinned leader on the battlefield also realized that something was wrong. At this time, he quickly locked eyes with Gushi, who was meditating at the back of the battlefield. Over there, and kill the man riding the skeleton horse. Under his order, all the red-skinned troops pressed towards Gushi. Seeing this situation, the Incarnation of Death quickly rose into the air, wanting to breathe a death dragon's breath towards the enemy leader. When he saw the Death Incarnation rising into the air, Gushi immediately knew what he was thinking. Don't waste the death dragon breath. I can handle it. After receiving Gushi's order, the Incarnation of Death did not breathe out the dragon's breath of death, but turned into black mist and fell from the sky, landing in the center of the enemy. Thousands of the undead under Gushi also raised their weapons and charged forward. The two sides collided in front of Gushi and started the final fight. Chapter 167 War breaks out in full force. As the troops of both sides fought each other, Gushi's attention was focused back on the battlefield. He ignored the Incarnation of Death in the sky and kept releasing a storm of bones at the place where the enemy was the most numerous. Gushi has already experimented. This kind of bone storm is the most useful for the big scene in front of him. Often when a bone storm goes down, all enemies within 5 meters will be smashed into pieces. Outside the bone storm, there will always be some enemies who are squeezed into the scope of the bone storm due to the squeezing of the troops behind them, thus increasing the success of the bone storm. For this reason, with Gushi's blessing and the Incarnations of Death rushing downward from the sky from time to time, although the number of people was about the same, Gushi's troops slowly gained the upper hand. Several undead leaders were leading their troops to press forward. The skeleton battalion, which had just gained another leader, was even more excited. Under the leadership of the two leaders, all the skeleton soldiers waved their long hands, sword or long knife, rush into the enemy's battle formation. They didn't care about the enemy's attack at all. They just raised and dropped the weapons in their hands. And their forward speed was no slower than that of a full combat team one, where they rushed through. Most of the enemy corpses were beheaded or split into 2 pieces on the spot, and the direction of their attack was towards the enemy leader. At this moment, Gushi, who was riding on the skeleton warhorse, suddenly heard a bang behind him. He looked back, and was surprised to find a white defensive shield appearing over the undead natural disaster ritual circle. The explosion just now came from there. Could it be that while Gushi was dealing with these enemies, someone secretly went around and went to the undead natural disaster array to steal the house? This thought shocked Gushi. His mission was to guard the token, not to kill as many enemies as he could. If you lose the token in order to kill the enemy, then the gain outweighs the loss. So Gushi didn't think much, turned around and ran towards the city gate. After running a few steps, Gushi found that the token was still under the protection of the city gate and had not been attacked at all. Fine. Gushi, who breathed a sigh of relief, was able to think about the situation in front of him. What happened to that explosion just now? Not only was it loud, but it also activated the protective shield. In fact, Gushi didn't know that just now, the 100 outermost nodes of the undead natural disaster ritual formation were all attacked by a large group of White Walker troops at the same time. The necromancer players guarding these node positions have no ability to stop the enemy from the undead natural disaster array. They can only use 3,000 skeletons in each node to set up a defense line here, and then bring hundreds of graded undead in their hands to act as elites, waiting for the enemy to attack. Of course, there is an advantage to this. The skeletons killed in battle will be quickly replenished by the undead natural disaster ritual. The corpses of enemies killed at the same time will be transformed by the undead natural disaster ritual circle immediately, turning into new undead and joining the player's army. As long as you can withstand the first wave of enemy attacks, the number of undead will only increase, and failure is generally impossible. The players selected by the mage leader for these 100 nodes are usually necromancers, who are relatively well known and powerful in Sansan Garden. Everyone has 1 or 2 specialties. They could still withstand the first 2 or 3 waves of attacks. The explosion that Gushi heard just now was nothing more than the effect of the undead scourge ritual array caused by the enemy's attack. This is the first wave of defense against the enemy, and it is also a reminder to players in other nodes that a node has been attacked. So you better pay attention. Gushi had never experienced this kind of thing. He had just arrived at the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild and had not yet received any special training from the guild. But he was sent to the Sansan Garden, so he didn't know this. When he heard the explosion, Gushi still thought that the position he was guarding was under attack, which made him withdraw from the battlefield and rush back to the city gate. Seeing that the token that needed to be guarded was fine, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want the token to be stolen by the enemy at this critical moment. After checking the token, Gushi was about to return to the battlefield. But at this moment, Gushi noticed that because of his early exit, Luna thought something had happened behind him. So she quickly arranged some of the troops came over. This gave the enemy, who was originally suppressed, a chance to breathe. Looking at the troops of ghost and skeleton shooters arriving, Gushi was somewhat moved. Luna sent the most important troops here even though she knew that the fighting outside was the fiercest. From this, it can be seen how much Luna takes herself to heart. I'm fine. Skeleton Archer Leader. Take the Skeleton Archer troops out. The battle outside is not over yet. Upon hearing this, the leader of the skeleton shooters decisively turned around and headed back the way he came. Behind him were all the skeleton archer troops in Gushi's hands. Just when they were about to leave the scope of the undead natural disaster ritual circle, the light on the token suddenly lit up. The voice of the mage leader came from the token. Everyone, pay attention. The first wave of attacks has arrived, and some places have already engaged the enemy. I don't care what the situation is now, and no matter what kind of enemies we face, I just hope that my comrades can protect the nodes they are guarding and not use corpse-destroying spells such as corpse explosions. This battle will last a long time, so please make sure to calculate your military strength and support it for at least 24 hours. In 24 hours, the Undead Scourge ritual will enter its second phase, and then our pressure will not be so great. During this period, the enemy will carry out 3 to 4 waves of attacks. If you encounter an emergency, you can activate the distress signal on the token, and nearby patrol troops will rush over to support you. But everyone has only one chance to ask for help, so don't use it casually. Please also ask some comrades who have spare capacity not to interfere in the defense of other nodes. That would be irresponsible to yourself. Listening to the chattering voice of the mage leader, Gushi finally felt relieved. He had already heard from the words of the wizard leader that the explosion just now was not caused by a problem on his side, but by someone fighting with the White Walkers at other node locations. The White Walkers even hit the inside of the Undead Scourge circle, causing an explosion. It seems that his decision to reject the enemy from the undead natural disaster ritual circle was correct. Otherwise, he might be the one who is embarrassed. Chapter 168 Spiritualism Level 5. Listening to the voice of the mage leader coming from the token. She was still studying the function of the token. Luna had already hurried back with her troops. Although the leader of the skeleton archers brought her the news that there was no problem in the rear. She did not need to arrange troops to guard it. But Luna still felt uneasy. Even though she suffered the loss of troops, she still fought hard against the undead and the enemy, and quickly ended the final battle. The leader of the White Walkers was finally torn into 2 pieces under the attack of the Incarnation of Death. After the battle, Luna did not lead the undead to clean up the battlefield, but quickly rushed over with men to check on Gushi's condition. When he saw Luna rushing back with her troops, Gushi knew what she meant. Luna, I'm fine. It's not that there's a problem on our side. It's just that other nodes are also engaged in battle with the enemy. How is the fighting situation outside? It's over now. Because I was in a hurry. The loss was a bit big. When Luna talked about losses, she looked at some skeletons following behind her. Gushi understood at a glance that the skeletons that suffered the most serious losses were those sent by the Undead Scourge Ritual Array. Judging from the number of skeletons that had returned, most of them were probably killed in the battle outside. Okay. I'm fine. I'm a necromancer. What can I do? I just go clean the battlefield first. These lost skeletons will be replenished. Gushi was right. When the undead troops retreated to the position of the Undead Natural Disaster Ceremony Array, the array on the ground had already lit up, and the lost skeletons began to be replenished. At this time, Gushi could also notice that it seemed that the Undead Natural Disaster Ritual Circle could determine which undead were sent by them, and which undead were obtained by using their power to summon the souls of the enemy corpses. They replenished their force of 3,000 men, and only replenished the batch of skeletons they sent over. Others will not be supplemented. However, the undead souls obtained by summoning the souls of enemy corpses can also be blessed by experience as long as they enter the scope of the Undead Natural Disaster Array. Some undead that have not been upgraded on the battlefield have entered the scope of the Undead Natural Disaster Array. The level has actually been improved, seeing that the undead army had been further replenished. Luna was finally relieved. Several undead leaders took action together, directing the skeletons that had just crawled out of the ground to clean up the battlefield. After Gushi arranged for the heavily armored zombies and ghosts to guard the token, he rushed out on a skeleton horse. Gushi had just experimented with the effects of spiritualism on the battlefield. The skeleton summoned by the necromancer using necromancy can be incorporated into Gushi's troops to supplement his own strength. In these few battles, Gushi's losses were quite serious. He planned to take advantage of the opportunity in front of him to replenish his troops. Now is such an opportunity. Once again, breaking out of the control range of the Undead Natural Disaster Array, Gushi took the initiative to use soul extracting and spiritual calling techniques on several areas where the fighting was fiercest. You successfully used the Necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0, and gained 1 Necromancer experience point. You failed to use spiritualism and gained 1 spiritualism experience point. You successfully used the Necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0, and gained 1 Necromancer experience point. You failed to use spiritualism and gained 1 spiritualism experience point. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton mage boss, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. Your spiritualism level has been improved and is now level 5. Spiritualism level 5, 0/2500 consume 1 mana point. 1 unit of soul and 1 corpse. There is a 45% chance of summoning an undead to fight for you, level 0. The undead types are skeletons and zombies. You can growth. Unlimited quantity. You use spiritualism successfully and get a zombie, level 0, with 1 spiritualism experience point. After using up all his mana in 1 breath, Gushi looked up at his results this time. After spiritualism reaches level 5, spiritualism finally changes from quantitative to qualitative changes. When Gushi summons souls, he has a certain chance of recruiting better undead such as zombies. And the chance of summoning a zombie does not depend on luck, but on the corpse. If the corpse is complete and full of flesh and blood, then the spirit summoned from the corpse is a zombie. This made Gushi's eyes light up. It's not that Gushi likes zombies or something, but as both are level 0 undead. Zombies have higher combat power than skeletons. Zombie, level 0. Summon troops experience, 0 out of 100, attack 2. Defense 4. Life 20. Skills undead. Combat bite. In terms of growth, zombies are also much stronger than skeletons. It can be said that except for the speed that cannot keep up with skeletons, zombies are much better than skeletons in other aspects. A zombie of the same level can deal with 2 skeletons at the same time without external force. This transformation greatly improved Gu Shi's combat effectiveness. At this time, Gu Shi was thinking whether these newly transformed zombies could use weapons such as spears. If so, the fighting method of Combat-1 could be used on them. In addition to these zombies, there is also a skeleton mage leader among the newly summoned undead. Gu Shi didn't know how this person was summoned. Anyway, he just stood there, looking different from the other skeletons. It was obvious that he had no lower body, and he was floating forward like a ghost. The head is a skull. Yes, but there is a special symbol on the forehead. Gu Shi had never seen a skeleton mage, so he took a closer look, and with his knowledge of magic, he recognized that the symbol contained lightning. Skeleton Mage Boss, Level 0. Summon Experience, 0/500, Attack 4. Defense 1. Life 12. Skill, Lightning Bolt. Squad Command, 27 people. Such strength, among the undead leaders of Gu Shi, is quite impressive. It's just that the skeleton mage leader is extremely unlucky. He is the only skeleton mage under Gu Shi, and the rest are all skeletons, zombies, ghosts, etc. In Gu Shi's team, only Gu Shi and Luna can be considered as mages. Gu Shi couldn't arrange Luna into the battle team of the leader of the skeleton mage. Therefore, until Gu Shi's undead dominance level is improved, the skeleton mage leader can only fight alone. As for the other uses of a normal mage, this skeleton mage leader is unable to do so. Without a brain, he cannot help the necromancer research spells like the corpse witch. In Gu Shi's eyes, the skeleton mage leader in front of him had only one position. Tasteless. Chapter 169 Harvest on the Battlefield. Everyone, take action for me. Send all the corpses that are not affected by spiritualism to the area of influence of the undead natural disaster circle. And all the things that can be picked up on the ground. Pick them up and transport them away. Don't leave any of them behind. After just a glance at the skeleton mage leader, Gu Shi focused his attention on the battlefield outside. Things like cleaning up the battlefield need to be speeded up. After all, other nodes are still fighting, and Gu Shi is not sure when new enemies will arrive at his location. However, the newly recruited undead are hardworking, and both skeletons and zombies are experts in cleaning the battlefield. Their cooperation with each other is much more tacit than fighting. After a while, a large number of complete corpses were dragged into the undead natural disaster ritual circle. Just as Gu Shi guessed, as soon as these corpses were thrown into the magic circle, they were immediately affected by the magic circle and began to transform according to the conditions of the corpses. Those with flesh and blood intact were transformed into zombies on the spot. Those whose flesh and blood are not so complete will turn into skeletons. Those who are unlucky and don't even have a whole body. It depends on the situation. Those with a high enough level or a relatively intact soul can be transformed into a ghost. If there is nothing, it can only be turned into a bone weapon to equip the newly risen undead. Of course, due to incomplete reasons, the corpses thrown in will always leave part of their flesh and blood after becoming new undead. But all this flesh and blood will quickly turn into black liquid and be absorbed by the undead natural disaster array, leaving no residue behind. This makes it much more convenient for the players guarding these nodes. At least they don't need to clean up the battlefield. They only need to count the harvest left behind. But Gu Shi didn't have such a good thing. He placed the battlefield outside the node he was guarding. Although this is safer, the end result is that after each battle, he has to send people to clean up the battlefield. And sometimes he would miss some good things left on the battlefield. This forced Gu Shi to go out in person and check whether there was anything missing on the battlefield. This action really allowed Gu Shi to find some good things. There are 2 white baboon skins of different qualities. One is from a midfield commander type leader. His baboon skin is well preserved and of green quality. It can be used as evidence for Gu Shi to kill the White Walker leader. The other one was torn into pieces. When Gu Shi got it, only a baboon head was left. Of course, this thing was gray and could be used to study the special information contained in the baboon skin. In addition, because one of the bosses was transformed into a skeleton mage boss, his original equipment was also affected and nothing was left behind. On the other hand, the other leader of the White Walkers, because Luna rushed back to support Gu Shi, did not deal with and clean up the battlefield. In addition, Gu Shi's necromancy did not affect this side. So the two pieces of equipment were preserved without being damaged. One was a tattered hood, which looked like a hood used by a normal mage. But the properties of this thing have nothing to do with mages. Instead, it is the favorite of bosses such as commanders. Blood Brain Hood green. Helmet. Defense 1. Equipment requirements Intelligence 1. Special, when a leader, such as a boss, hero or leader is equipped, the number of people he commands will be doubled. Explanation. This hood looks shabby, but it can make you look more like a leader. Holding this, Blood Brain Hood, Gushi thought seriously that if he replaced the bohemian-style hat on Dimi's head with this tattered one, Dimi would definitely go crazy. As for everyone else, Gushi finally summoned the skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 and handed him the Blood Brain Hood. After all, the spear skeleton soldiers are the most useful unit on the battlefield. Now Combat Team 1 can also expand its manpower. Another piece of equipment would be relatively better for Gushi. This was a half-person high basket that looked a little damaged. And inside it was some food that was obviously out of date. And even a little rotten. But this is a good thing for Gushi. Rotten Endless Food Basket. Green provides 100 units of rotten food every day, which can be eaten by the undead. After eating, the undead certain attributes will temporarily +1. Explanation. Eat with an open belly. Even if you are a ghost, you must be a satiated ghost. This thing is for the undead to eat. Although I don't know how much rotten food there is in 100 units. I can be sure that Gushi's undead soldiers will definitely like these foods. Moreover, on the battlefield, being able to improve an attribute by 1 point is equivalent to an extra chance of survival. For Gushi, it is equivalent to an extra chance of winning. This is definitely better than getting some potions. This is a good thing. Take it to the city gate. Gushi pointed at the rotting endless food basket and called 2 skeletons to carry it away. Finally, he searched for the remaining items with other skeletons on the battlefield. At first, Gushi thought he would get a lot of gray garbage or white useless items this time. But Gushi never expected that this time he would find something among the garbage. It was a small ball of grass that looked like water grass. Gushi didn't pay much attention to this thing at first. It wasn't until he took it in his hand that he realized that it turned out to be a blue item. I don't know if this is his luck or what the reason is. Murderous water plant. Blue can be placed in the city moat. Killer water plant will grow in the moat. All enemies entering the moat will stay in the moat for 30 seconds. At first, Gushi was still thinking about why the aquatic plants that could only trap enemies in the moat were called murderous aquatic plants. But he reacted immediately. The characteristics of the moat should also be included. According to the architectural design drawings Gushi obtained, the moat in his hand could cause enemies entering the moat to suffer 3 points of damage per second. That is to say, in 30 seconds, 90 points of life were gone. Generally, enemies with relatively weak vitality may not even be able to pass the moat level, let alone attack the city. This is a good thing, and it will come in handy when the moat is built. With this thought, Gushi casually put the murderous water plant into his pocket. Looking at other things, he hoped that his luck would be better, and he would pick up 1 or 2 good things. However, after cleaning the battlefield, Gushi didn't find any suitable items. At most, he sorted out the gray garbage and white materials, packed them, and sent them to the city gate for further processing. Chapter 170 Organizing the Troops and Evolving the Evil Coffin. Returning to the city gate, Gushi discovered that the corpses that were brought back at the beginning had already completed the soul-calling transformation, and Luna had also organized the team. After the last battle and replenishment, Gushi's military strength has undergone new changes. There were still 3,000 skeletons given away as part of the Undead Natural Disaster Ceremony. But this time, the number of skeleton soldiers who reached level 3 had reached 1,372. It can be said that this unit has made great progress now. Even if it encounters a melee, they can play a certain role. Unlike before, they could only be used as cannon fodder. In addition, because of Gushi Quan's use of spiritualism, his bone-cutting battalion and 2 combat teams were fully staffed. The bone-chopping camp has become quite powerful because of the addition of a new leader and the upgrade of its level during battle. Replenishing 2 combat teams with full manpower at the same time can also play a considerable role in the subsequent battles. Bone-cutting camp, level 3. Characteristics: Attack +7. Defense +3. Life +5. Experience 193 out of 1000 Commander, 2 halves, Level 3 Skeleton Boss. Level 1 Skeleton Boss. Team members: 479/479, 56 Level 5 Skeleton Two-Handed Swordsman. 67 level 4 skeleton two-handed swordsman. 109 level 3 skeleton two-handed swordsman. 247 skeletons below level 2. Combat Team 1, level 3. Unnamed. Characteristics: Attack +4. Life +4. Experience 42 out of 1000 Captain, 1 out of 1, level 3 skeleton leader. Team member, 88/44 + 44, level 4 skeleton soldier, 9 people. Level 3 skeletons, 27 people. Level 2 skeletons, 16 people. Level 1 skeletons, 18 people. Level 0 skeletons, 34 people. Combat Team 2, level 2. Unnamed. Characteristics: Defense +6. Life +5. Experience 296 out of 500 Captain, 1/1, level 3 skeleton boss. Team members, 53 of 53, level 4 skeleton soldiers, 6 name. Level 3 skeleton soldiers, 24 people. Level 2 skeleton soldiers, 23 people. In addition, the number of skeleton shooters is still at 133 because they have not received new reinforcements. There are still about 651 ordinary skeletons without formation. The number of skeleton soldiers in Gushi's hands has exceeded 1,000 for the first time, reaching 1,404. This can be regarded as a big gain. It can be seen how much Gushi gained from this battle. At the same time, the same is true for zombies. After Gushi's spiritualism reached level 5, most of the spiritualism summoned were zombies. Gushi just used all his magic power in one breath. The chances of success and failure are equal. Plus some are transformed into skeletons. This time he harvested a total of 213 zombies. Plus the heavy armored zombies that Gushi got from the academy before. And now he has 226 zombies, which can be regarded as a strong force. Stronger. Finally, adding 28 ghosts and 15 gargoyles who hardly participated in the battle and suffered no losses. This was almost all Gushi's troops. In addition to these two troops, there was also a group of skeletons, zombies, and ghosts standing in front of Gushi's city gate. Because this unit is affected by the Undead Natural Disaster Ritual Circle, the success rate of summoning souls will be relatively high, and the number of zombies and ghosts will be relatively large. This force has a total of 1,677 people, including 892 skeletons and skeleton soldiers, 651 zombies, and 134 ghosts. Although their levels have also been affected by the Undead Catastrophe Ritual and have been somewhat improved, their status is still not as good as the biological sons of the Undead Catastrophe Ritual. The amount of improvement was relatively small. In Gushi's eyes, they would only be used as cannon fodder for a long time to come. Regarding this situation, Gushi was relatively happy with the strength of the troops in front of him. Even if the next wave of enemies came with 5,000 or 6,000 people, Gushi could just go forward and kill them. Just as Gushi was counting the troops and arranging their positions, the evil coffin, which had been shrouded in black aura, finally completed its evolution. The black mist was swallowed into the evil coffin, revealing the evolved coffin. When he saw the new evil coffin in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He wanted to evolve the evil coffin, but he never thought that the evil coffin would look like this after it evolved. The evil coffin in front of me is obviously larger in size. The length from head to tail is. The original wooden coffin material had changed to metal, and the coffin lid was even polished until it was shiny. Even a fly would slip if it stood on it, let alone a human being. All the talismans previously attached to the coffin were gone. Instead, there were iron chains as thick as forearms at the four corners of the coffin, locking the coffin tightly. Even if he stopped where he was, Gushi could still notice that there seemed to be something in the evil coffin that was constantly knocking on the lid of the coffin, as if it wanted to crawl out of the coffin. At the same time, Gushi also discovered some details, such as black blood dripping from the four sides of the coffin from time to time. Because of the dripping time, the four sides of the coffin were a little rusty. The coffin was obviously coated with an unknown number of layers of red paint, but at a glance, one could still see the metal effect of the coffin. This situation made Gushi a little curious about the evil coffin in front of him. He stepped forward and touched an evil coffin. The cold feeling in his hand made him understand that this was no longer the original blank evil coffin. Evil coffin, blue. Mount for undead players and heroes. It moves at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. It can accommodate one person. It can temporarily increase the speed to 450 kilometers per hour, limited to 30 seconds. It comes with a storage space, 0/1. 3 mosaic positions, 0/3. Note 1. The storage space can store corpses, holy relics, special weapons and equipment, etc. Note 2. The inlay position can be inlaid with gemstones, decorations, additional props, etc. Note 3. The evil coffin can be enchanted, and affixing talismans to the outside of the evil coffin does not count as inlaying. Gushi's eyes lit up when he saw the information about the evil coffin in front of him. This speed is so fast. 250 kilometers per hour, which is equivalent to the forward speed of a train. If this moves at full power, then, thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but glance at the evil coffin. He felt that if he really had to run with all his strength, he might fly out. Thinking about that scene, Gushi wondered whether he should install a safety belt or something on the evil coffin. While thinking about such things, Gushi took care of the evil coffin in front of him. Gushi couldn't use the storage slot for the time being, but when he saw the inlay slot, Gushi thought of the brains in his head that he got when he defeated Abomination. At first, Gushi was thinking of embedding this human head into the cold wind staff, but there was never time, and the opportunity was missed. Now Gushi has found a good place for this bunch of brains. He quickly stuffed the spliced skull into the evil coffin. Chapter 171 Accident in Victoria City. As the spliced head was stuffed into the evil coffin, the black air in the evil coffin surged out along the side of the coffin. In the black air, Gushi could still see a twisting human face, which seemed to be the spliced head. Look! Inlay and piece together the skull. The evil coffin mastered new skills. Automatic navigation. Automatic navigation. Provide the corresponding map to the evil coffin. And then, you can let the evil coffin move freely. The evil coffin will send you to the location you want to go within the specified time. Looking at the information that popped up in front of him, Gushi almost understood what was going on, because he inlaid such a thing into the evil coffin. It turned the evil coffin's original automatic pathfinding ability into a specialized skill. In this way, after resting, you can place the lid on the coffin, take a nap, and go directly to the designated position. This is a good way to be lazy. But for Gushi, it doesn't mean much. The original evil coffin had such an ability. But at most, they just locked in a direction and followed a vague concept. It's not like it is now, where you just give them a map, and they will navigate you there. Regarding this situation where it seemed like an improvement, but also like no improvement, Gushi didn't know where to start complaining. At this time, Luna also floated over. She glanced at the evil coffin, turned to Gushi and said, "Sir, your mount. What's wrong with this mount? This mount is obviously very fast." Gushi asked with a puzzled look on his face. "No. What I want to say is that you may not be able to ride this mount. If you stand on it, it will slide directly off." Gushi felt embarrassed now. He climbed onto the evil coffin and tried it. Just as Luna said, the lid of the evil coffin was too slippery. If Gushi hadn't been holding on to the iron chain, he wouldn't have been able to sit down. Can't live. And he wanted to sit astride the evil coffin like before, but found that not only did the evil coffin become longer, but it also became much wider. With this width, he could not sit astride it at all. As for standing on the evil coffin, that was even more impossible. As soon as he climbed to his feet, he felt like he was standing on ice. Gushi believed that if the evil coffin moved even slightly, he would be the one thrown out. "Luna, what do you think? Sew a coffin cover like a saddle." Luna offered her opinion. When Luna said this, Gushi reacted, "There's no need to sew a coffin cover. It's not that troublesome. Where's my war flag? Put the war flag on the coffin lid and press it down with iron chains so that people can sit on it. I don't know what evil things are inside this coffin. What's the origin? After death, a flag is placed, which is the treatment of a state funeral." Having said that, other thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind. He counted the few pieces of magic pattern cloth and lion hair and beards he had left, and then calculated how much material could be used for weaving in the gray garbage. His battle flag needed to be remade. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna actually thought about it seriously. "It's okay to cover the battle flag. But sir, our battle flag needs to be designed. We can't just use this battle flag every time we go to war. Those who can see the thumb will know that this is the chief battle flag. If you can't see it, you might think it's a white flag. Okay, after I go back this time, I'll find someone to design the battle flag. I'll make sure to design something eye-catching." As he said this, Gushi pressed his forehead. 2 consecutive battles had drained his energy. The 2 large-scale spiritualisms and the summons to the Incarnation of Death had drained Gu Shi's mana twice. I still feel nothing when cleaning the battlefield. Now Gu Shi just feels like he can't do it anymore. Let me get some sleep first. I need to recover my strength and mana. Luna, you stay here and watch. If anything happens, wake me up. After saying that, Gu Shi didn't care about anything else. He lay down on the evil coffin, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Seeing Gu Shi sleeping, Luna said nothing, just pointed at the evil coffin, and let the evil coffin fall to the ground. The evil creature inside the evil coffin still wanted to move, but Luna glared at it with her hollow eyes, and the evil coffin quickly calmed down and didn't dare to move at all. At this time, Luna was silently directing the undead to their respective positions, arranged the gargoyles to conduct external exploration, and arranged the ghosts to go outside to find a suitable battlefield. In the end, she even arranged for people to return to Aladovi City to prepare food for Gu Shi. It can be said that when Gu Shi was away, Luna handled everything in an orderly manner by herself. Gu Shi didn't know about all this. At this time, he had achieved the feat of sleeping on the battlefield. When he fell asleep, he didn't even move, but his right hand was tightly holding the iron chain on the evil coffin. Gu Shi slept for about an hour and a half. The ghost who was sent to Aladovi City to prepare food for Gu Shi suddenly flew out. He whispered a few words beside Luna. Luna's empty eyes widened considerably. Then Luna looked at Gu Shi with some embarrassment. Just when she hesitated, Gu Shi, who still had his eyes closed, said slowly, "Just do whatever you have to do. I'm already awake." Grown-ups. Seeing Gu Shi speak, Luna quickly floated in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi turned over and sat up. "What happened? You looked like you were in a hurry." "It was Shea who came back once. Seeing that we were not here, she left a message in the council hall, saying that Victoria City had become more and more chaotic, and that the small building we installed in Victoria City was also being targeted. It seems that Aladovi City is going to undergo another change. She asked us to be prepared and not miss this opportunity." What happened to Victoria City? After a good night's sleep, Gu Shi's energy has recovered well. He still rarely has the energy to consider the gossip issues here. I don't know either. Shea didn't leave much message. I want to go back and find out. Gu Shi nodded. He understood that Luna's strength was closely related to Aladovi City, and Aladovi City was the mirror image of Victoria City. Every news about Victoria City is important to Luna. Okay. You go back first and take those ghosts with you. Oh! And take that skeleton mage leader with you as well. There's no use for him to stay here, so you don't have to worry about what's happening here. I have almost slept, and my mana has recovered well. Even if a more powerful enemy appears later, I still have the Incarnation of Death. Even if I can't win, I can still guard this place and prevent the enemy from coming in." Gu Shi had a relatively clear view of his own strength. As for the battlefield in front of him, Gu Shi was still very confident in handling it. "Grown-ups, don't worry. It's not a big deal. You go over there first and take a look. If you need anything, you can be transferred directly from Aladovi City. Go ahead. This is an order." Chapter 172 Reward for the Victor. After Luna returned to Aladovi City, Gu Shi let out a long sigh. He patted his face to make himself sober, and then he turned his attention to the undead under his command. Although Luna left with part of the troops, Gu Shi still had enough troops. Gu Shi didn't have to worry about things like the lack of troops under his command after Luna left. After readjusting the undead troops, Gu Shi found a place to sit down, took out a few skill books, and started reading. From the previous 2 battles, Gu Shi already knew that the 4 new skills he learned were quite useful in big battles. Now that he was free, Gu Shi took out 4 skill books and read them to increase the corresponding experience and level of each skill. While Gu Shi was reading, the undead souls under his hands were not idle either. Several undead leaders are selecting and training undead that are not under their control. Let them know how to cooperate on the battlefield. At the same time, they also allocated some weapons and equipment to these undead. The skeleton boss from Battle Squad 1 is even there teaching some zombies how to use spears. However, the undead natural disaster ritual array is not omnipotent. They have no way to conjure corresponding weapons for the undead. Most of the thousands of undead soldiers now use bone weapons. But they were quite honest. No matter how weak their weapons were, they were always practicing cooperation with each other. Every 20 minutes or so that Gu Shi would read, he would look up at the undead, then lower his head again and continue reading. This time, it was very safe outside the undead natural disaster ritual circle, and the enemy never appeared. Gushi didn't know the reason for this. Anyway, for him, if the enemy didn't show up, he would just wait. Time just flew by while Gushi was reading and training. About 4 hours later, a white light flashed on the token protected by the city gate, and the voice of the mage leader came again. Comrades, we have repelled the first wave of enemy attacks. This is our victory. Now all players are asked to give orders to let their undead men raise their weapons. After hearing the words of the mage leader, Gushi was also stunned for a moment. It seems that no enemies have attacked during this period because the battles at other nodes have not ended yet. But what is the purpose of making all the undead men raise their weapons? Is it a new ritual? Although he was confused, Gushi still issued the order. Everyone listen up and raise your weapons. After saying that, Gushi raised the cold wind staff himself. Under Gushi's command, all the undead raised their weapons. Even the ghosts without weapons raised their right hands. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting all the undead accurately. Gushi himself was also attacked by lightning. After a period of numbness, Gushi felt that his strength seemed to have become stronger. He quickly checked his status, and found that there was a small line of words behind his status. Rewarded by the victor. Level 1. Life and mana doubled, lasting until the end of the undead disaster. After taking a look at his own condition, Gushi quickly jumped in front of several undead men under him. He found that the undead under his command had also been blessed, but they received a level +1 reward. This improved level would be maintained until the end of the undead natural disaster ritual circle. It can be seen that the reward for the winner this time is to improve the level of the undead troops. This is to allow players to have more powerful troops to deal with increasingly powerful enemies in the next battle. However, the undead souls that were sent or summoned by the ritual array of the undead scourge were the ones that suffered more changes. In addition to all having their levels increased by 1 level, they also have some additional weapons and equipment in their hands. Gushi noticed that the weapons and equipment given this time were not given according to the most basic route, but according to the player's arrangement for the undead. For example, the zombies who are being trained by the skeleton boss of Combat Team 1 have an extra spear in their hands instead of the hatchets and kitchen knives held by normal zombies. This point also struck Gushi. At this time, he was also thinking about whether he should learn the ritual of the undead natural disaster. This kind of magic circle looks really useful. At this moment, the voice of the wizard leader came from the token again. Attention, comrades. The enemy still has 2 hours to arrive. Now you can get familiar with your men who have improved their strength. I hope you will continue your efforts in the battle in 2 hours and kill all the enemies. Now let me say it again. The enemy will arrive in 2 hours. Now you can take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the strength of your men. Eat and drink. Take a good rest. And prepare for a new battle. In this kind of battle, we will face 3 waves in total. I hope everyone can survive the next battle. Listening to the words of the mage leader, Gushi was a little confused. He felt that he had been abandoned. Why what the mage leader said was different from what he faced. Just when Gushi was wondering, a large raven flew over from a distance and landed directly in front of Gushi. Gushi was a little puzzled about the sudden appearance of the raven, but the raven stretched out its claws to Gushi, allowing Gushi to see the letter tied to its claws. This reminded Gushi of the messenger from the Rising Sun Guild. Gushi quickly took down the letter, opened it, and found that it was the letter sent to him by the mage leader. Comrade Gu, you must be very confused now as to why the position you are guarding is different from other positions. In fact, your location is the starting point for enemy invasion. The enemies you encounter there will be earlier and more frequently than at other nodes. Although I'm not sure why. Until now, I haven't received any news from the array feedback that your node is under attack. But I believe you must be suppressing this node. I also hope that you can always defend this position, no matter what the battle situation is in other places. As long as you can defend your position, victory will be ours. Looking through the text messages in front of him, the last trace of doubt in Gushi's heart slowly dissipated. Some of the things that puzzled Gushi were also explained. At the same time, Gushi also guessed the plans of some mage leaders. No matter how big his plan was, in this battle Gushi was just a chess piece, nailed to the spot, unable to move. It seems that the strength is still insufficient. Gushi turned his gaze to the outside of the undead scourge formation, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 173, The Crazy White Walker Leader. What Gushi said was very right. He had really been waiting for a long time. Ever since he learned something. Gushi also became looking forward to the enemy's attack. But he never expected that, as the first line against the enemy, and the most critical node, he did not encounter any attack in the next 3 hours. Even nodes in other places were attacked. But there was still no movement at Gushi's side. Gushi was worried that this was some kind of enemy conspiracy. He had no way to send troops to other nodes to check. He could only let the gargoyles, who went out to explore the information, fly farther and farther. But no matter how long Gushi waited, the enemy did not appear. In the end, Gushi didn't even bother to read those skill books. He just held the cold wind staff and circled in place, taking a look at the situation outside from time to time. About 15 kilometers away from Gushi, a group of White Walker leaders wearing white baboon skins were sitting together. In the middle of them is a clown wearing a white baboon skin. This clown is one of the few people who dares to modify the white baboon skin. He changed the white baboon skin into a formal suit, but then graffitied on the suit, "Make this white baboon leather suit red and green." But the clown didn't care at all. Instead, he was very proud. From time to time, he would shake his purple hair, as if he was crazy. His face seemed to have been painted white, and the areas where his eyes and nose were not the normal clown red, but a distorted green. As his mouth opened, his sharp shark-like teeth were revealed. Isn't that guy crazy yet? Why don't you think he's crazy yet? If he stays there alone, surrounded by skeletons, why won't he be crazy? The clown screamed loudly, and none of the white ghost leaders surrounding him dared to speak at this time. They all knew that if they spoke at this time, they would go crazy with this clown. They are just white ghosts, not fools. They don't want to offend a madman who doesn't know when he will explode. Sure enough, the crazy clown slowly calmed down when no one responded. Then he smoothed his hair back and said with a very elegant expression, "Okay, don't be so nervous. I just want everyone to relax. After all, I've been waiting here all this time, so it's hard for everyone. Let's all smile and be happy. We don't know how long we have to wait. Smile. Why are you all so stern-faced?" The clown's voice suddenly became louder. "You have to be like me and smile happily. If you don't smile, I will go crazy. Why do we have to wait here? Why can't you listen to my opinion? What's the point of scattering attacks? Wouldn't it be better to just cut into one point directly? That guy is obviously such a node. It's at a very central location, and it's right in front of us. If you put such a large piece of meat in front of a dog and don't let the dog eat it, the dog will go crazy. Otherwise, that big guy you attack secretly, I can guarantee that after you go out, I will tell the higher-ups that it was me who asked you to go, and I won't make it difficult for you." As the clown spoke, he walked up to a leader of the White Walkers. It was a 3-meter-tall White Walker with khaki skin and barbs all over his shoulder muscles. His white baboon skin was directly made into a hat, which he wore on his head. Seeing the clown coming to him, he couldn't help but take a step back. He knew exactly what would happen if he got involved with this clown. Last time, the abomination that was about the same size as him was induced by the clown to attack in advance. But in the end, even the bones were not recovered. What Abomination paid for with his life was that the clown was quiet for 2 hours. And then he went crazy again. This time the clown took a fancy to him, and the leader of the White Walkers didn't want to use his own life to calm down the clown. "Oh, don't you want to? It doesn't matter if we don't have enough troops. I can prioritize some troops for you." The Joker took another step forward, his eyes fixed on the eyes of the leader of the White Walkers. The leader of the White Walkers only felt like he was enveloped in a cold breath of madness. It seemed that as long as he didn't want to, his mind would be filled with all kinds of crazy ideas. Under such pressure, the leader of the White Walkers became more and more confused. And finally, he couldn't help shouting loudly, "Why don't you go by yourself? If you go, we are willing to go with you." Quiet. The air suddenly became quiet, and all the White Walker leaders looked at the Joker. At this time, the clown grinned. He loosened his hand and let go of the strong leader of the White Walkers, who was holding him. "Ha ha ha. Why didn't I think of that? I can go by myself. No, I should actually have thought of it. But someone didn't let me think about it. They just wanted to watch me guard this poor place here. And they didn't want me to participate in the war at all. They just want me to watch. They want me to go crazy in this place. I can't stay here. I want to go to war. I want to." Before the clown had finished speaking, several white ghost leaders rushed over from nearby and held the clown down. One of the white ghost leaders, who looked like a nurse, even injected a blue potion into the clown's body. The clown struggled a few times and finally fell asleep on the ground. Only when he fell asleep did the madness slowly dissipate. Looking at the clown lying on the ground, the other leaders of the White Walkers also looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. How about we report this information to the top and ask an adult to come over? If this continues, I will go crazy. At this time, a leader of the White Walkers raised his hand and suggested, come here as an adult. Do you think that leaders, like us, are just cabbage on the roadside, available everywhere? If a leader is really that easy to find, do you think the higher-ups would assign such a madman to command such a big battle? I think it's better to forget it, and give him another injection to calm him down, and give him the correct order. But the question is, can this clown really calm down? No one knew. The leaders of the White Walkers were all looking at the clown sleeping on the ground. No one dared to say that the clown would not go crazy again. The White Walker leaders looked at each other. And finally one of the White Walker leaders' eyes lit up. By the way, I suddenly discovered that according to the plan, I will lead the team to attack the front node. This matter has been delayed for so long. I still have to deal with it. And I will leave the matters here to everyone. Hearing this, all the White Walker leaders reacted. Wait a minute. There are a lot of enemies at that node, and it's difficult to deal with them. I happen to be a free force. I can help you. I'll go there too. As long as we capture this node, half of our mission will be completed. Chapter 170 for the White Walker Army. Is it finally here? About 2 hours after other nodes were attacked, Gargoyle finally brought back the latest news. This wave of attacking enemies has already arrived. It's just that the number of enemies is a bit confusing. The Gargoyle, who can't speak, can't tell the exact number of enemies, and can only give an estimate. Nearly 10,000 people. Gushi was also speechless about this news. He didn't expect that the enemies would either not come at all, or come in so many at once. This amount is clearly 2 waves of enemies attacking together. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the enemy was already coming, and Gushi always had to fight. Gushi, who was standing on the city gate tower, knocked the ground heavily with his cold wind staff. The enemy is already in position, and everyone is ready to fight. This time there are more enemies. We cannot leave too far to engage in the battle. As required, the zombie troops are dispatched first, and set up 50 meters away from the Undead Natural Disaster Ceremony Array. The skeleton archer troops follow behind. The other troops separated on both sides, and got ready quickly. Before the boss attacks, come to me to get some food to strengthen the fighting power of your elite men. Having said this, Gushi pointed in the direction of the rotting endless food basket, and asked his men to take action. However, after arranging all his subordinates, Gushi couldn't help but touch his belly. It seems that since Luna went to Victoria City, no one has cared about Gushi's affairs. Not to mention sending green ghost drinks that can increase mana. They didn't even send some food. Gushi was quite hungry now, and the contents of the rotten endless food basket can only be eaten by the undead. This made Gushi quite speechless, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Before, he had even eaten rat meat in the cell, and he would go hungry when there was nothing to eat. That's nothing right now. After this battle is over, he can find another opportunity to go back to Aladovi City to have something to eat. For now, he still has to deal with the enemy first. While Gushi was arranging his men, the White Walker's troops had also appeared on the other side of the horizon. Gushi looked at it from a distance, and finally understood what the gargoyle meant. It's really hard to count the numbers of the White Walkers this time. Among the army of nearly 10,000 people, there are more than 20 completely different and strange races. The soldiers of these races mixed together made the entire army look like a ragtag army. And their leaders didn't care about this matter. They all seemed to have something on their minds, just lowering their heads and rushing forward with their men, without any thought of organizing the troops. Such a chaotic battle formation naturally makes it difficult for the gargoyles to judge the number of opponents. In fact, let alone the gargoyles. Even if Gushi saw the scene in front of him, he could only sigh and casually estimate the number of nearly 10,000 people. As for the opponent's strength, Gushi had no idea at all. The zombies with spears are ready to attack when the enemy gets closer. Gushi just thought about it for a moment before making the decision to fight head-on. As Gushi's order was issued, the incarnation of death in the sky also landed on the city gate tower, staring sideways at the White Walkers' troops rushing towards them. At this time, a group of the fastest-moving White Walkers had already approached the Undead Natural Disaster Ritual Circle. Gushi, who was standing on the city gate tower, saw some arrangements among the White Walker troops. There are a total of 9 White Walker leaders in the White Walker team, and 3 of them are rushing in the front. What attracted Gu Shi's attention the most was a Cheongsam woman holding an oil paper umbrella. However, unlike normal people, this woman's skin was obviously as blue as the sky, and her hair and eyebrows were red. The white baboon's skin was draped over her shoulders like a shawl. As she walked forward, a layer of ice appeared on the ground, and there were even many snowflakes falling on the surface of her oil paper umbrella. When she was only about 50 meters away from the zombie army, the Cheongsam woman raised her oil paper umbrella. The weather has changed. It's snowing heavily. At this command, the woman's feet were quickly frozen, and then the cold wind spread around with the woman as the center. Those standing on the city gate tower also felt snowflakes falling from the sky. This is a weather type spell. Gu Shi looked at the falling snowflakes speechlessly, and his judgment of the alien leader improved a little. Why doesn't he have such a leader? At this time, 2 of the 3 White Walker leaders, who were rushing in the front, also attacked at the same time. One of the White Walker leaders was covered in frost. His skin shriveled and his muscles shriveled. His hair had turned gray, and the white baboon's skin was wrapped around his chest like a bandage. It could be seen from the part exposed under the baboon's skin. A big hole was opened in his chest. In his hand, he held a spear made of ice crystals. As the woman released the snowflakes, he jumped up and rushed forward on the snowflakes. It was obvious that he wanted to jump over the front line of defense and face Gu Shi directly. The other one was dragging a black coffin forward slowly with an iron chain. The white baboon's skin was covering the black coffin. It was not known which one was the real body, the coffin or the leader of the White Walkers holding a rapier. Dragging the coffin, he walked faster and faster. Before the White Walker soldiers could catch up behind him, he had already rushed to the front of the zombies. Before the zombies could take action, the leader of the White Walkers just swept his hand, and the coffin that had been dragged behind him was thrown in front of the zombies. The zombies had already received Gu Shi's orders, telling them not to panic when encountering the enemy, but to just follow the steps and stab out with the spears in their hands. So when faced with the coffin crashing towards them, they still acted as usual. But they never expected that the coffin was so strange. They just touched zombies, but all the zombies seemed to have lost their souls, turned into stiff corpses, and fell down on the spot. This situation made Gu Shi think of a possibility. The necromancer's greatest enemy, soul stealer. This is a profession that is not very powerful, but highly targeted. Their greatest feature is that they can extract the souls of the undead summoned by necromancy. In other words, it would be a tragedy for the necromancer to fight them with bone sea battle. Fortunately, this profession is not strong in other aspects. Their extraction of souls can only target the undead summoned by spiritualism, and the undead that appear naturally will not be affected, not to mention some living people. Therefore, unless they are extremely hostile to necromancers, few people will choose this profession. Gu Shi didn't expect to encounter such a profession here, which made him stunned. While he was distracted, the White Walker holding an ice crystal spear also rushed to the city gate on snowflakes. His target was Gu Shi, who had been standing on the city gate tower. Chapter 175 Kill. Looking at the leader of the White Walkers rushing towards him, Gu Shi was about to raise the cold wind staff in his hand. The Incarnation of Death lying on the city gate tower moved much faster than Gu Shi. He opened his mouth and sprayed the Death Dragon's breath at the leader of the White Walkers, who was rushing towards him. The leader of the White Walkers looked like he was flying in the air, but in fact, he was walking on snowflakes. The dodge range was obviously not that wide. At the same time, he didn't notice the huge Incarnation of Death lying next to Gu Shi at first. He only thought about killing Gu Shi so that he could easily resolve the battle in front of him. When he saw that the situation was favorable to him, he rushed over in excitement. Unexpectedly, he rushed in front of Gu Shi, and before he could take action, a Death Dragon's breath sprayed out from the front. Under the green light, he didn't even have a chance to dodge, and was directly pushed back a few steps by the Death Dragon's breath. Then the Incarnation of Death opened its wings and turned into black mist and rushed towards Xiang Ji. When he rushed past the White Walker leader, who was hit by the Death Dragon's breath, he lowered his body and dragged the White Walker leader's body over 100 meters away. Death Incarnation, spell product, kills the leader of the White Walkers Ice White Walkers, level 8. And you get 3,115 experience points, experience plus 5%. When the Incarnation of Death pounced, the attacking White Walkers also noticed the situation here. They didn't expect that Gu Shi had already killed a powerful leader of the White Walkers just after they met each other. This made the White Walkers a little overwhelmed for a moment, and their attacks paused significantly. Gu Shi's men did not stop attacking. Even under the influence of the Soul Stealer, The zombies would fall down if they touched the coffin. But they still thrust out the spears in their hands step by step, as they were trained. The Soul Stealer was no longer as calm as before. He had to dodge the spears that were thrust at him, because he was not invulnerable, and could not ignore all attacks. At this time, the skeleton soldiers also rushed out from both sides of the zombies, and rushed into the White Walkers team. The White Walkers that could rush over at this point in time were all those that moved relatively fast. Because of the racial chaos, they had little room for cooperation with each other. The skeleton soldiers rushed into their team. Just follow the training method and fight together. Some of these skeleton soldiers were trained by Combat Team 1. The spears they held did not care about their own safety at all. They just thrust forward, and then thrust forward again. Such a simple and crude method of attack is the best way to deal with these chaotic White Walkers, because they don't care at all what methods these ghosts have, or what weird abilities they have. Anyway, a White Walker as big as you is here, and 7 or 8 spears can't kill you. So let's try again. As for what attack method you have when the spear comes out, the skeleton soldiers use their bodies to catch it. As long as you can't kill hundreds or thousands of skeleton soldiers instantly, there will always be skeleton soldiers coming to kill you. The attacks from both sides were like the claws of a crab, constantly squeezing the White Walker troops. This is equivalent to cutting off the fighting space of the Soul Stealers in front. At the beginning, there were some White Walkers following the Soul Stealer. They helped the Soul Stealer block the attacks from behind, giving the Soul Stealer a chance to deal with the situation on the zombie side head-on. In the hands of the Soul Stealers, the number of fallen zombies has reached nearly 100. But now that the White Walkers behind him were cleared away, the Soul Stealer was attacked from both sides. Several skeletons even raised spears or other weapons and slashed at the Soul Stealer head-on. The Soul Stealer was now numb. Originally he had to deal with the zombies head-on, but now he had to shift his attention away from the zombies. He used more force with his left hand and swung the coffin in his hand like a windmill. This way he was safe for the time being. But it also greatly consumed his physical strength, and he had to reconsider how to deal with this situation next. But at this moment, the Soul Stealer suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. When he looked up, he saw a long arrow flying towards him. After this long arrow, there were hundreds of bone arrows. The Soul Stealer quickly dodged back. Unfortunately, he had just rounded the coffin, and now he was giving up. He dodged backwards, and his body was carried away by the coffin. Not only did this dodge not move too far, but it opened an empty door in his chest, and more than half of the more than 100 bone arrows hit him. Under such an attack, the Soul Stealer fell to the ground on the spot, and his coffin flew out. When the nearby skeletons and zombies saw this opportunity, they all stabbed the Soul Stealer with their spears. As they stabbed him like this, the Soul Stealer was finally stabbed to death on the spot. And as he died, his black coffin, which was dragged by iron chains, disappeared into the air and never appeared again. Disappearing together were more than 100 souls imprisoned in coffins. This is why necromancers hate Soul Stealers the most. The souls taken away by the Soul Stealers cannot be found even if they are killed. After killing the Soul Stealer, Gu Shi's undead troops felt that they were okay again. More undead entered the White Walkers team, and several undead leaders turned their attention to those at the front of the scene. The leader of the White Walkers. It was the Cheongsam woman holding an oil paper umbrella, but her body was already piled up with snow. Seeing the eyes of the undead turning to herself, the Cheongsam woman did not hesitate at all. She knew her position and her abilities very well. Apart from changing the weather, which could directly turn into snow, she had no other choice. Other uses. All remaining means are defensive means. Seeing the undead surrounding her, she immediately froze herself into the refrigerator. After that, she stared wide-eyed inside the refrigerator, staring outside, watching the undead trying to destroy the refrigerator, but feeling helpless as they were unable to break the thick ice. But the leader of the White Walkers also forgot that Gu Shi also had an Incarnation of Death under his command. When everyone was dealing with the Soul Stealer just now, the Incarnation of Death bypassed here and rushed towards the White Walkers' troops at the rear. Under the influence of the Crystal Storm and the Black Mist, the Incarnation of Death rushed back and forth among the White Walkers, killing many White Walkers in just one encounter. Then the Incarnation of Death turned around again and flew back from the group of White Walkers. Just when he flew back, the Soul Stealer was easily killed. The Incarnation of Death shrank his body, and the Black Mist and Crystal Powder gathered together and hit the refrigerator heavily. Under the surprised gaze of the leader of the White Walkers, he took the refrigerator into the air and flew higher and higher. Chapter 176 Head-on Collision. as the Incarnation of Death flew over 700 meters. The leader of the White Walkers, who locked himself in the refrigerator, began to become nervous. The refrigerator can defend against most attacks, but it does not mean that the refrigerator is truly invincible. Jumping from a high place or opening the refrigerator is impossible to prevent. The current height was beyond the level she could defend. As long as she was thrown from this position, she would definitely die. The leader of the White Walkers did not intend to die like this. She wanted to struggle again. But the Incarnation of Death did not hesitate at all. He continued to fly into the sky until he reached a position of 1,500 meters. Then the black mist dispersed, allowing the refrigerator to fall directly downwards. The location where the refrigerator fell was exactly where a wave of White Walker troops were rushing towards them. Here is the main force of the White Walkers. Among these White Walkers, there are more than 6,000 White Walkers. They were led by a White Walker leader who was as big as a hill. The White Walker leader was huge, with a crossbody bag made of a log cabin around his waist, and white baboon skin wrapped around his fingers, serving as a ring. The ground was shaking when he ran, but it was obvious that he was a professional, like a paladin. When he runs forward, a special halo will appear on the ground, and all the White Walkers shrouded in the halo will have their physical strength greatly improved. Behind this hill-like leader of the White Walkers is a leader of the White Walkers, with many balloons of different colors wrapped around his body. He is like a mummy hanging on the balloons and floating in the low altitude. He was holding a white baboon skin in his hand, but judging from the way he was holding it, he should have wrapped the weapon in the baboon skin. Behind them was the chaotic army of White Walkers. Some of these White Walkers ran faster, while others ran slower. They were also of different sizes, and the chaotic scene made them not look like an army at all. At this time, the undead troops resting in front of them were also ready for battle, and the formation that had just been disrupted by the battle had been rearranged. When the White Walkers' troops rushed over, these undead only had White Walkers in their eyes. They stared at the White Walkers rushing in front of them. No matter how strong the White Walkers were, how big they were, or their movements when they rushed over, no matter how ferocious, the undead all move in the same way. Take one step forward, attack with a slash or stab, then take another step forward. As for whether they hit the enemy, there is no need to consider this at all. The White Walkers are all crowded together, and even if there are White Walkers with super dodge ability, they can't move around. On the contrary, in this kind of battlefield, saturation attack is the most suitable. Every blow of the undead will take away some white ghosts. The aliens, on the other hand, are not organized. When facing the impact of the undead, they are relatively chaotic. Some want to dodge, some want to attack, and some are ready to rush directly. As a result, their behavior made their team even more chaotic, making it impossible for their comrades around them to take direct action. This gives the undead some opportunities. Each of Gu Shi's undead men attacked mechanically, then moved forward and attacked again. Attack after attack left the White Walker troops battered. Even the most basic combat power has not been exerted. At this time, the giant white ghost leader, who looked like a hill, also noticed this situation. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and prepared to sweep away. Just give him a solid sweep. The undead troops that had just gained an advantage in front of them would be scattered by him with a stick. And then the battle here would enter the melee scene that the White Walkers loved most. At that time, the White Walkers can use their own personal strength and special and weird abilities to kill all the undead they see. Even if Gu Shi's death incarnation flew down again, there would be nothing they could do. After all the undead under Gu Shi were caught in the melee, and it was impossible for the Incarnation of Death to kill all the undead and white ghosts together. But at this moment, the leader of the White Walkers, who was still in the refrigerator, fell from the sky. Like a meteor, she hit the White Walkers team hard. The giant white ghost leader, who looked like a hill, immediately saw the blue meteor coming towards him. He didn't even think about it. He originally planned to sweep the wooden stick with an upward move. Bang! The refrigerator was smashed into powder on the stick of the giant white ghost leader, and a large number of ice crystals were scattered everywhere. There were dark red blood and white mincemeat among the ice crystals. After the giant white ghost leader's blow, he himself felt uncomfortable. That blow had the impact of falling from a high place. Although the giant white ghost leader had smashed the refrigerator into pieces, his own arms were also affected. At this time, his hands kept shaking, and even his big wooden stick couldn't be held. The Incarnation of Death, who had just dropped the refrigerator from the sky, saw this situation and rushed downwards decisively. In the eyes of all dragons, giants are the first to be killed. As the Incarnation of Death rushed downwards, Gu Shi, who was on the city gate tower, also jumped onto the evil coffin. Because the evil coffin had been upgraded, Gu Shi was still trying hard to adapt to the evil coffin's movement speed. He did not stand in front of the evil coffin as he did before, but instead half-prone grasped the iron chain on the evil coffin to prevent himself from being thrown out. At the same time, he rushed towards the enemy battle formation with the cold wind staff in one hand. While Gu Shi was waiting for the enemy to arrive, he spent time reading the Bone Storm skill book. Coupled with the previous battle, Gu Shi's Bone Storm level has been raised to level 4. Bone Storm level 4, 53 out of 1000. Consumes 10 mana points. Forms a storm of bone fragments at the designated location, causing 270% of your attack power to nearby enemies within 30 seconds. The affected area of the Bone Storm is movable. As the level of Bone Storm increases, many changes actually occur. At level 1, there is a Bone Storm. At level 2, the damage power is increased. At level 3, the duration is increased, and it changes from fixed to movable. Now at level 4, Bone Storm consumes significantly less mana. It can be said that Gu Shi can release more Bone Storms now. When Gu Shi went into battle at this time, his target was directly the core position of the White Walkers. He pointed at the range of the White Walkers, and the Bone Storm cut towards the direction of the White Walkers like a harvester. The weaker White Walkers were cut into pieces on the spot, and the stronger White Walkers were unable to withstand the Bone Storms again and again. When they tried to escape, the Bone Storms with ice effects hit them again. Frozen. As a result, under the wave of waves of Bone Storms, the passage to the interior of the White Walkers' troops was opened. Chapter 177, The Self-Exploding Incarnation of Death. Seeing that Gu Shi's Bone Storm was about to hit the giant White Walker leader, the giant White Walker leader finally reacted. He raised his wooden stick and prepared to sweep again. This time he must disperse the surrounding undead troops. Only in this way can the White Walkers still have a chance to drag the battle to the area they are most familiar with. But at this moment, the Incarnation of Death fell from the sky and turned into black mist and hit the giant White Ghost leader. The crystal storm in the black mist of death incarnate kept hitting the skin of the White Walker leader, and each blow would take away part of the White Walker leader's life. The leader of the White Walkers obviously felt that he was no match for the Incarnation of Death. The reason why the Incarnation of Death pushed him back instead of taking him into the sky was entirely because he was too heavy and could not be carried by the Incarnation of Death. The giant White Ghost leader, who also understood this, saw an opportunity to kill the Incarnation of Death. He threw away the wooden stick in his hand, caught the dragon's head of the Incarnation of Death with both hands, and pressed the head of the Incarnation of Death tightly to his chest. Even if the crystal storm kept hitting him, he didn't react at all. At the same time, the leader of the White Walkers, who was carried by the balloon, also noticed the situation here. He saw the opportunity at the first moment. Without the giant White Walker Incarnation saying anything, he floated to the vicinity of the Incarnation of Death and kept pulling out new balloons from the white baboon skin package and stuffing them into the cracks between the bones of the Incarnation of Death. At this time, Gu Shi happened to control the Bone Storm to hit this side. When he saw the Incarnation of Death being stuck between two, he felt a little anxious. He raised the cold wind staff and pointed his finger at the sky. The leader of the White Walkers, who was sneaking up on Death Incarnation from behind, was knocked down by Gu Shi with a bone spur. In addition to piercing the White Walker leader, the bone spur also burst a balloon on his body. This time the situation with the leader of the White Walkers is different. His mummified body inflated like a blown balloon, as did several balloons stuffed into the bones of the Incarnation of Death. Although Gu Shi didn't know what the situation was with this White Walker leader, he could guess that these balloons were going to explode. Gu Shi quickly calculated his magic power in his mind. Finally, a decisive decision was made. Bone Storm, open a way for me. Then Gu Shi released at least 40 Bone Storms in one breath, and controlled the Bone Storms to rush towards the place where the White Walkers were the most numerous. This really exhausted Gu Shi. But Gu Shi did not stop there. He took a look at the Incarnation of Death fighting with the two White Walker leaders and roared loudly. Death incarnate. Melting light. The Incarnation of Death decisively understood what Gu Shi meant. With a quick twist of his body, the black mist shrank into his body, revealing his metallized black bones. At this time, Gu Shi could see that there were several huge balloons stuffed into the ribs of the Incarnation of Death. The balloons were inflating rapidly and might explode at any time. But now there is no need to wait for the balloon to explode. When the black mist is contracted into the body of the Death Incarnation, The body of the Death Incarnation also begins to flash with a rapid light. The giant leader of the White Walkers, who had been holding the Incarnation of Death, was also stunned. He felt that something was wrong and was about to let go. But it was already too late. With a loud bang, the Incarnation of Death exploded in the arms of the giant White Walker leader. The powerful explosion brought with it a shock wave that knocked down everything around it. The two White Walker leaders at the center of the explosion were blown to pieces on the spot. At the same time, most of the White Walkers nearby were also blown away. The situation of the Undead was better. Although they were also blown away, they immediately got up from the ground and reorganized their team. Taking advantage of this big explosion, Gu Shi, who was lying on the evil coffin, rushed to the front, followed by the Undead troops, who got up again. They were quite disorganized at first, but under the command of the Undead leader, they quickly regrouped. At this time, Gu Shi did not expect that after the explosion, he would be pushed to the front. He could only press his forehead to weaken the impact of Death Incarnation's death in battle, and at the same time took out a bottle of magic potion from his pocket. At this time, the White Walkers also got up from the explosion. After the two shocks brought about by Gu Shi's bone storm and the self-destruction of the Incarnation of Death, about 60% of the nearly 10,000 White Walker troops were lost in battle. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 remaining White Walkers, and the situation among them is quite chaotic. Among these White Walkers, the strength ranges from level 3 to level 11. After the explosion, the stronger White Walkers got up from the ground immediately, and those who were weak but lucky got up later. So when Gu Shi faces the White Walkers, he will find that these White Walkers are actually layered. The two White Walkers at the front are the strongest among the White Walkers, and are powerful soldiers who have reached level 11. Behind them were level 8 and 9 elites, numbering about 300 people. Further down the list are ordinary White Walker soldiers, whose strength is only level 3 to 7. This is exactly the opposite of the situation of Gu Shi's troops. Gu Shi's weakest cannon fodder Undead were placed in the front, while the elite troops were placed in the back. Seeing that the two armies were about to collide again, many thoughts quickly flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Skeleton Priest. In the end, Gu Shi used his remaining magic power to summon two skeleton priests. With the appearance of these two skeleton priests, Gu Shi's mana finally dropped to single digits. Gu Shi also raised the magic potion bottle to his mouth, his eyes searching for targets everywhere on the battlefield. Soon, Gu Shi found several White Walker leaders in the White Walker team. After the explosion of the Bone Storm and the Incarnation of Death, there are now only 3 White Walker leaders left here. One of them has been huddled at the back of the line. I don't know if this is for bottom level use, or if there are other reasons. There will be such a leader of the White Walkers in every attack. He is a monk wearing a bamboo hat, and a white baboon skin is draped across his body, acting as a cassock. With every step forward, a White Walker would crawl up from the ground. Gu Shi believed that if he was given enough time, he could resurrect all the White Walkers present. As for the other two, Gu Shi also noticed it. After all, it was impossible for him not to notice something as obvious as the white baboon skin. At this time, Gu Shi only hesitated for a moment, but still set his target on the monk. After all, his presence may change the current situation of the battle. When the alien monk took a step forward, Gu Shi pointed in his direction. Death Incarnate. Chapter 178. Another victory. Under Gu Shi's command, the black mist enveloping the Incarnation of Death rushed out, and the Incarnation of Death appeared on the battlefield again. The Death Incarnation that appeared this time was not like before. The crystal storm was not brought, and the melting light was installed at the eyes of the Death Incarnation. At the same time, his bones were strengthened once, and his body became significantly larger. At the same time, due to the Keel laboratory, double melting rays can be installed, one for each eye, and each side can be used 10 times. This time, the Death Incarnation's melting machine gun finally lived up to its name. After releasing the Incarnation of Death, Gu Shi decisively stuffed the magic potion into his mouth to replenish some of his magic power first. When he raised his head, Gu Shi found that something seemed wrong. The Incarnation of Death actually rushed towards another leader of the White Walkers. The leader of the White Walkers was a defensive White Walker leader that Gu Shi had not seen before. He held a ghost-face shield in his hand that was taller than a normal person. When the shield was raised, this ghost face would keep chattering. For some reason, when Gu Shi looked over there, he had the urge to pick up the cold wind staff and rush up to beat this guy up. It is obvious that this ghost face shield is an equipment with powerful attributes. Even the Incarnation of Death was attracted. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that many hairs popped out from the top of the ghostly face shield, and each hair was tied to the nearby White Walkers. This should be another function of the ghost face shield, which can disperse the attacks received to other soldiers. In this way, everyone's strength is gathered to defend against powerful attacks. It seems that what they had in mind was really beautiful. They cannot be allowed to change the attack direction of the Death Incarnation. As soon as Gushi thought about it, he took out the spiritual lamp on the spot. Demagogue people. Gushi activated the skills on the soul lamp. But this time Gushi was not targeting any enemy present. The target of Gushi's skills is the Incarnation of Death. The White Walkers did not expect that Gushi would hypnotize his men. Before they could react, the Incarnation of Death bypassed the White Walker leader, who was holding a ghost face shield, and pounced on the last White Walker monk. When the Incarnation of Death rushed out, the ghost monk was actually prepared for defense. But with the ghost face shield raised, the White Walker monk felt a lot more at ease. As a companion, he was well aware of the provocation and defensive capabilities of the White Walker leader. He knew that with his companions blocking him in front, he didn't have to worry about being attacked. But he never expected that Gushi would act out of common sense. What the H.L. is hypnotizing one's subordinates? The hypnotized Death Incarnation ignored the provocation of the leader of the White Walkers and rushed towards the White Walker monk. At this time, the White Walker monk wanted to defend again, but it was already too late. The Incarnation of Death rushed in front of the monk. His eyes glared at the same time, and two melting rays shot out at the same time, falling accurately on the White Walker monk. The dissolving ray of the Incarnation of Death is not very powerful. It depends on what it is compared with. Compared with the breath of death, the power of the melting ray is not that great. But compared with general means of attack, the power is different. Not to mention that the two skeleton priests Gushi had just released have not dispersed yet. And the Incarnation of Death has also been blessed by the attributes of the skeleton priests. Two melting rays shot out, and half of the White Walker monk's body was melted on the spot, leaving only the left half of his body still in place. After killing the White Walker monk, the Incarnation of Death did not stop there. His body rushed forward again. By this time, he had rushed to the rear of the White Walker army. The leader of the White Walkers, holding the ghost face shield, turned to look at the Incarnation of Death. He felt that he had been locked by the Incarnation of Death. Now he has to toughen up. Otherwise he won't be able to lead the team. But the leader of the White Walkers is still a bit stupid. He focused all his attention on the Incarnation of Death, but did not notice that Gushi beside him was already preparing his next move. If corpse explosion is not allowed, then spiritualism should always be used. Spiritualism. You use spiritualism successfully and get a zombie, level 0, with 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use spiritualism and gained 1 spiritualism experience point. You successfully used the necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0, and gained 1 necromancer experience point. Gushi pointed his finger at the feet of the leader of the White Walkers, and a large number of zombies and skeletons quickly climbed up. As soon as they climbed out, they pounced on the leader of the White Walkers. After all, their existence was to disrupt the actions of the leader of the White Walkers. As these undead fell on him, the movements of the leader of the White Walkers also began to deform. Some zombies didn't even get up. They just dragged his feet and dragged the leader of the White Walkers to the ground. When the nearby White Walkers saw this situation, they didn't care about anything else and rushed towards them to save their leader. But just as they rushed over, the Incarnation of Death had already flown over them. The Death Dragon's breath and the melting light that can be used to extend the duration of the Death Dragon's breath are emitted at the same time. Green light fell among the White Walkers with a painful wail. All the White Walkers who jumped on the leader of the White Walkers were affected by the Death Dragon's breath. At most, it can only withstand 2 faces. The leader of the White Walkers wanted to raise his ghost face shield at this time, but his shield was held down by a zombie. He failed to raise his shield to defend himself, and was hit in the face by the Death Dragon's breath on the spot. Under the gray-green light, the leader of the White Walkers only withstood for 7 or 8 seconds, and then died on the spot. When the Death Dragon breath of the Incarnation of Death spurted out from behind, Gushi also stopped the spell in his hand. There is no need for Gushi to take action in the next thing. Several undead leaders took the initiative to take over the command authority, especially the skeleton leader of Combat Team 1, who rushed to the front line with a spear. Behind him were 88 skeleton soldiers, followed by skeletons and zombies who had learned spear attacks with him. They have now formed a battle formation, and their steps are all the same. Every move was as if measured with a ruler. The distance forward, The strength and angle of the shot. All seem to be carved from the same mold. The only difference may be the strength of their attack power. But for the undead, this is actually the least important. If more than a dozen spears are thrown down, no one knows which one will hit the enemy's vital point. Anyway, as long as they knock down the enemy, they don't think much about other things. Faced with such an attack, the White Walkers also made their final counterattack. But now the advantage is no longer with them. In an equal number of fights, Order easily defeated Chaos. When Death Incarnate killed a level 11 White Walker, all the White Walkers present were killed. At the same time, the token located under the protection of the city gate also lit up. Chapter 179 Purple Equipment Shield. Comrades, through our joint efforts, we have repelled the second wave of enemy attacks. Victory is in sight. Let us raise our weapons and cheer. The sound coming from the token was heard from afar. Only then did Gushi understand that the battle on his side was the last battle of the second wave of White Walkers' attack. Moreover, his battle dragged on for a while. Otherwise, the leader of the mage on the other side of the token would have announced that the second wave of attacks had ended as soon as his battle was over, without even leaving him time to clean up the battlefield. Regarding this situation, Gushi could only shake his head. His battlefield was still outside the undead natural disaster ritual circle. If the troops did not retreat, the lost undead troops would not be replenished. If the corpse is not transported back, it cannot be affected by the undead natural disaster ritual circle and transform into new undead. Now there is a second reward in the token. If he misses it, he will lose a lot of combat power. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it. Let's clean up the battlefield. As before, send the equipment and materials to the gate of Aladovi City, and send the corpses to the undead natural disaster array. Replenish as much as you can. Let me add something. That's it for the second wave. I don't know how strong the third wave will be. As Gushi spoke, he waved his hand and asked his troops to clean up the battlefield. And he himself came to the location of the leader of the White Walkers, who had just been killed by the Death Dragon's breath. The Grimace shield just now kept attracting Gushi's attention. He wanted to see if the shield had remained under the previous attack. But at this moment, a skeleton came over carrying something. It was the white baboon skin package held by the leader of the White Walkers, who was blown apart in the explosion of Death Incarnate just now. This made Gushi feel a little surprised. He reached out and took the white baboon skin. Sure enough, this was the first white baboon skin that Gushi had encountered that was used as equipment. You get the white baboon skin wrap, green. White baboon skin package, green. Identity proof. Disassemble a cloak from a special White Walker organization. Turned into a package, which can be disassembled into a 24-grid ordinary package. Gushi was quite surprised by the dismantling white baboon skin. But for a package, it was something that could be used. So Gushi thought about it. And instead of rushing to open the white baboon skin package, he reached in and touched it first. Sure enough, Gushi took out some unused balloons from inside. Flying balloon, white after being blown up. The user can fly at a floating speed for 3 hours. Regular balloon, white. This is a very formal balloon. Please use it in regular situations, and don't blow air into it randomly. Explosive balloon, green. Spray air into the balloon and throw it at the enemy to cause it to explode. The explosive power will double with each size increase of the balloon. But be careful not to let the balloon explode in your hand. Water-filled balloon, green. After blowing air into the balloon and tying it, you can see some liquid inside. As for what kind of liquid it is, you can try it yourself. Looking at these strange balloons, Gushi really didn't know what to say. Call these garbage. They are all items of white quality or above, and each of them has attributes. To say that these are good things, these attributes and functions are really not that good. After emptying the package, Gushi reached out and tore the white baboon skin package hard. As Gushi moved, the package made of white baboon skin was torn open by Gushi. It turned into a roll of gray quality, shattered white baboon skin, and a fist-sized pocket. Damaged package. Damaged package, white. An ordinary package with 24 compartments, which can store various weapons and equipment and materials, or food weighing no more than 300 kilograms. Holding these two items, Gushi thought carefully and casually wrapped the fist-sized bag around his left wrist. Then he stuffed the broken white baboon skin in. As for the balloons, Gushi asked the skeleton soldiers to help send them to the gate of Aridov City. Gushi really didn't want to put this kind of thing in his package or backpack to take up space. While Gushi was handling the white baboon skin package, there were already skeletons over there who had found and brought up the ghost face shield held by the leader of the White Walkers just now. The existence of this shield surprised Gushi. He had long known that this ghost face shield was very powerful, but he never imagined that it was actually a purple shield. Holding the shield in his hand, the grimace on the shield grinned at Gushi. Ghost skin purple. Shield. Defense 18. After equipping, Constitution +8. Equipment requirements, Strength 6. Agility 4. Constitution 3. Special 1, the ultimate grimace. The ever-changing grimace. As long as it is pointed in the direction of the enemy, it will automatically taunt the enemy who sees the grimace. This taunting effect has a higher priority, and has some temptation and attraction effects. Special Effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the ultimate grimace effect once, an unhealable wound will appear on the user's face. As the number of uses increases, the wound on the face will continue to increase until the skin is completely torn off. Until broken. Special 2, Blood Hair. 40 to 200 strands of hair can be released from the shield and fall on nearby companions or soldiers. All attack damage will be shared by the companions or soldiers with blood hair. Special Effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the blood hair effect once, the user will be affected by special damage, and 10% of the total life will be automatically deducted every hour. Special 3, Ghost Face Game. When encountering a fatal blow, the ghost face will automatically change. If the ghost face on the shield is a smiling face, the fatal blow will dodge, and the user will be immune to this attack. Special Effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of a grimace game, the user will face a grimace game once a day. If the user encounters a crying face, half of their life will be automatically deducted. Explanation: if you want to play games with me, be a fool. Ghost face skin. Devious fairy hands? These are only used by tanks. They are trying to drive me towards the tank. Looking at the ghost face in his hand, Gushi was speechless. But this thing doesn't mean that Gushi can get whatever he wants. As soon as Gushi's thoughts changed, he was thinking about what he could exchange for the shield in front of him. Chapter 180 Big Harvest. When Gushi was thinking about this matter, another thing was said to Gushi. Compared with Gumienpi, who couldn't use it for the time being, Gushi could just use what was presented to him. This thing was found from a White Walker monk. It was a bracelet that looked like a rosary. When Gushi got it, he was somewhat surprised. You got the bone bracelet green. Bone bracelet green. Decoration. Attack 1. After equipped, Intelligence +1. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 2. Special, Soul Gathering. Spiritualism success rate +5. Explanation: Necromancer is the foundation of the Necromancer. Gushi really liked this piece of decoration, even though it was green. To Gushi, it was no weaker than a divine weapon. Without thinking twice, he put the bone bracelet on his right hand. Later, Gushi thought of taking the opportunity to summon the spirits, but he didn't expect that his undead troops had already started transporting the corpses. This made Gushi a little speechless. At first, he thought his men were slow in their actions, but now it seemed that it was not his men who were slow in their actions, but Gushi's changing thoughts. Fortunately, these undead spirits also knew what Gushi wanted, and several white baboon skins were sent over. Although some of them were damaged and broken, it was still some gain at least. In addition, as long as it is a green quality item, the undead will give it priority to Gushi to choose. This comforted Gushi somewhat. In the next period of time, Gushi received several more good things. 2 of them are from giant White Walker bosses that were blown up by Death Incarnate. You get the Broken Giant Wooden Stick green. Broken Giant Wooden Stick, green, a giant wooden stick with giant attributes. It can be added to weapons and equipment to give them giant attributes. You get the Cabin Backpack green. Hut Backpack, green, a backpack made of a forest cabin, containing 10 black-faced sheep and 500 pounds of blood-wheat grass. If this cabin is placed in a designated location, it can be used to build a farmer's cabin in the city or in the woods. Farmer's hut, large, use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a farmer's hut, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 60 farmers every week. After completion, it will be able to produce 10 black-faced sheep per week. After completion, it can produce 500 pounds of blood-wheat straw or blood oats every week. Farmer, level 0 experience, 0/50, attack 1. Defense 1. Health 5. Skill, pay taxes, pay 1 point of tax per day for each level. Can be upgraded to militia after level 3. Regarding these 2 items, Gushi was actually relatively speechless. because they were carried over by several zombies. The giant wooden stick was okay. Gushi had tried it. And such a big wooden stick could be divided into many parts. Not to mention other things. The spear body can be directly split into 500 spears. If they are smaller, mass production of weapons will not be a problem. What really surprised Gushi was the cabin backpack. He didn't expect that buildings in the city could be played like this. Farmer's hut. Gushi had heard before when he was in school that if you occupied a farmer's hut in the wild, it would be equivalent to making a fortune. Because the farmer's hut can provide corresponding crops every week. And most importantly, because the farmer is not strong in combat. He can produce more crops every week. You can make a lot of money just by eating tax money. Not to mention that farmers are the best materials for making skeletons. It can be said that if you use other troops to convert skeletons, your strength will be reduced. Only if you use farmers to convert skeletons, your strength will be improved. But the problem is that Gushi's city is a city of death. This directly prevented Gushi from using the hut backpack to build a farmer's hut. In his city, those who can appear are either undead, those who do not conflict with the undead, or those who have little need for life and food. If we really want to raise a group of farmers in Aradovi City, it won't be long before these farmers themselves starve to death. Although the dead farmer can be thrown into an evil temple or evil church and turned into a skeleton. This is somewhat wasteful. When he saw this thing, Gushi suddenly thought of something the teacher said in class. What to do if you occupy a wilderness training camp in the wild? Is it possible to use some means to transform this wilderness training camp into a training camp usable for the undead? Gushi listened very seriously at that time. Because Gushi, who had not yet taken office as a necromancer, did not realize that his luck would be so good. He had a dead city at the start. Gushi thought that for a long period of time, he could only rely on occupying field training camps to replenish and enrich his military resources. So when studying, Gushi studied very seriously. The teachers in the Nether Bone Wind Academy are more or less experienced, and they all talk about practical examples. This made Gushi believe that he could handle this matter even if he had never practiced it before. At this time, Gushi had already had an idea in his mind. Should he use the ritual circle of the undead natural disaster to turn the backpack in the cabin in front of him into undead attributes? As soon as this thought occurred, Gushi's heart moved. This is a good idea to try towards the end of the battle. Anyway, after the undead natural disaster circle is over, it will always be put away. It would be a good time to borrow the chi accumulated by the undead scourge mage. Carry this in first and put it outside the city gate. Is there anything else? After Gushi's order was issued, new items were delivered. The next things are all green materials, some of which come from relatively high-level White Walkers, and some of which come from the first few White Walker leaders who died in Gushi's hands. But what really makes Gushi feel what he is seeing is once it lights up, it's gone. You get ice crystals, green, *3. Ice crystal, green ice crystal that can be pierced into the chest of a creature. After piercing, the creature can be transformed into a strange creature. You get snow fragment, green, *7. Snowflake fragments, green ice flowers composed of cold air and water can temporarily enchant weapons, giving them a cold +1 effect. You get weird nails, green, *4. Weird nails, green nails plucked from strange hands can be used to make arrows. You get oily skin, green. You get special seeds, green. Looking at the items that were delivered, Gushi's face changed from excitement at the beginning to numbness at the end, and finally showed no expression at all. It was not until the end that an undead suddenly dragged something over, which made Gushi's eyes widen. No, the situation is not right. Looking at this thing, Gushi jumped up and ran towards the city gate so fast that he even forgot about the evil coffin parked beside him.